Chapter 1 The Fairy and Serious Man. Goodness, how exquisite! Jean Yang Seiswood and Dasha Bielfacina before him. Standing in front of him was a woman enveloped in a cascade of pristine white. Up in closer inspection, one would notice that her snow white skin was adorned with a blush of crimson, and her delicate face bore an expression that tinted at something with her eyes shimmering with a depth of desire. A fairy. This was Jean Yang's immediate impression of the woman had never encountered such breathtaking beauty. Fairy, what is this? Unable to restrain himself, Jean Yang swallowed hard. However, before he could finish his sentence, the fairy, as if overtaken by a premier urge, lunged towards him, forcefully pinning him to the ground and tearing at his garments. Fairy, please have some decorum, I am a serious man. Yet, the fairy seemed to have lost all rationality as he growled, I want pleasure. Jean Yang was taken aback and never expected that this ethereal beauty would possess such outside. Wait, fairy, just one. Before he could complete his plea, his mouth was silenced. What followed was an overwhelming sensation, as if a soul had been whisked away. How could a man falter in the face of such fervor? I am utterly exhausted. Jean Yang awoke from a slumber, the night's escapade shaving drained him completely. Upon opening eyes, he discovered that the fairy from the previous night was already dressed, gazing intently at him. Her expression was a complex blend of motions, sometimes called as if she were contemplating something significant. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Jean Yang hastened to explain, Fairy, you must understand, I was coerced last. I attempted to resist. Enough! The fairy interjected, her face flushed with hammocks of shame and indignation. The memory of the previous night lingered vividly in her mind, and certain parts of her still throbbed with discomfort, clearly a consequence of their wild encounter. With a swift motion, she pressed this word to Jean Yang's forehead in a morange and a old methascent. Don't attack trash lilitas disgustus only, Jean Yang said, his expression stiffening as he cautiously pushed the blade away. He had no desire to perish. The fairy withdrew her sword, her face a tapestry of conflicting emotions. Yesterday, I was poisoned by a villain, which led to such outrageous behavior, she sighed. I understand that is quite alright. You need not feel responsible, Jean Yang hastily replied, not in genuine earnest. Upon hearing this, the fairy's expression twitched slightly, but she restrained the impulse to strike him and said, as compensation, I can assist you when activating the small cauldron on your chest. It should be quite evil you blight him. She was aware of the cauldron due to other activity as the previous night. With that, the fairy extended her delicate hand, and a beam of light surged into the cauldron. Jean Yang was astonished to see the blow. Having completed her task, the fairy prepared. Fairy, what is your name? Jean Yang inquired. Hua Jinyan. Her voice resonated like a celestial melody. He will take responsibility for you, Jean Yang declared. Hua Jinyan's form shuddered slightly, then she turned to face him, her gaze filled with even greater complexity. If I truly wish to take responsibility, then come find me at Taishan Sectantoirs, when they will append Thirgits to crit disciples, she hesitated before saying. Rest assured, he will better, Jean Yang affirmed resolutely. The night you must jury in 3 years, I am to Marith, holy son of Taishan. If I lack the strength to defeat him. Hua Jinyan's words trailed off, but her expression revealed her disdain for the holy son. What nonsense is this Taishan holy son? He will personally trample him beneath Mifutan then marry you, Jean Yangxia sparkled with determination. Then. Ishalawati Aurorable, Hua Jinyan smiled, her countenance brightening like the fierce rays of dawn illuminating the cave. Unwilling to dampen Jean Yang's spirits, she refrained from voicing her doubts. After all, Taishan sect was a prestigious institution in central domain, and twice was a flating moment. Whether Jean Yang could achieve the required standards to participate in the entrance examination was uncertain. Jean Yang opened his mouth to speak again, but Hua Jinyan had already vanished into the depths of the cave. He stood there momentarily stunned before suddenly realizing a pressing question: where was Taishan sect? Shaking his head, he decided such thoughts for the time being, he needed to confront the most pressing issue. As a transmigrator who had just arrived in this realm, he had indulged in pleasures beyond imagination, leaving him an infirmary. From the memories in his mind, he learned that they had arrived on a land known as the primordial ancient continent, where a strength reigned supreme. In this world, those with power could effortlessly acquire wealth, beauty, and authority. The original owner of this body was the sole descendant of Zhang family, owned after for great familiars in Qingshan city. He had ventured out to assist this fiance, Yu Hongshi, in finding a rare herb to brain through her cultivation barrier. However, while he succeeded in locating the herb, Huasem Bushed Biobia stand ultimately perished. After sizing thirb, Yuanxi had call a slayer marked, your value has expired Jodiine peace, before abandoning him in Beast Mountain. Even now, he could vividly recall the original owner's feeling so resentment and despair in his final moments. Don't worry, you will take care of the treacherous woman, Zhang Yang muttered, empathizing with the past owner's plight. At that moment, the small cauldron in his which had been emitting Gafen glow, suddenly erupted with blinding light, and in the next instant, Zhang Yang found himself transported to a realm of chaos. Where am I? He surveyed his surroundings, confusion etched in his face. You have arrived. He was about to kick the bucket, a hoarse voice echoed within the space, sounding somewhat ethereal. Who goes there? Chapter 2: A Painful Dilemma. Zhang Yang cautiously scanned the area, an unsettling sensation creeping over him. Had he encountered something sinister? At that moment, a phantom began to coalesce, appearing somewhat elusive and ephemeral. Mitte might let me sisti wine awakening chaos sacred body, the apparition declared, extending Gathinger token energy directly into Zhang Yang's body. Zhang Yang had no time to react, feeling as if a cataclysmic transformation was occurring within him, an experience both profound and mysterious, thought it unsubsided. Good heavens, he have reached the martial artist realm. A look of astonishment graced Zhang Yang's features. From the memory she possessed, he understood that they had previously been at the second level of martial entry, while it typically took an average individual at least 2 years to ascend to the martial artist realm. Even the most talented individual in Qingshan City, Shi Yanming, had taken half a year to brain through. Yet he had achieved this monumental leap in an instant simply absurd. What is the chaos sacred body? Zhang Yang gasped, perplexed. The chaos sacred body, also known as celestial body, is the most formidable physique in the history of the primordial ancient continent. Once fully developed, it becomes an invincible force. Those who possess chaos sacred body are not constrained by philosophy of an ender throughout the history of primordial ancient continent, only has ever existed. The apparition elucidated. It couldn't possibly be could it? Zhang Yang inquired, excitement bubbling within him. Yuga said correctly, I am the first generation of chaos sacred body, and aware of the second. Each appearance of chaos sacred body heralds a calamity. Its signifies hot darkness on turmoil ribato engulfed his realm. You must cultivate diligently, the apparition continued. Zhang Yang felt a jolt of alarm at these words, hastily replying, then let Sumionilsi awaken the chaos sacred body. I cannot bear this burden. I am on the verge of demise, and Dorito complained, I have little time left. You must explore the chaos cauldron on your own. But remember, the chaos cauldron is a primordial artifact birthed at the dawn of creation. Do not take posit light powerful beings, or else. What will happen? You must finish your sentence before disappearing. Zhang Yang watched the vanishing apparition, feeling gutturally bereft, ashes, and said he had missed crucial information. This first generation of chaos sacred body feels rather lewd, most shakingish before exiting the chaos space. Upon leaving the chaotic realm, Zhang Yang meticulously examined the small cauldron hanging gethishist. After a period of study, he found himself at a loss. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, he suddenly recalled the concept of blood binding, and without hesitation, he dripped a drop of blood onto the cauldron. Amistov assembled the cauldron, causing it to flow out midair, while Zhang Yang's mind became flooded with fragmented information. It appears chaos cauldron is currently in a damaged state in 100 luxadol, akin to an ordinary iron cauldron. Fortunately, some of its functions are still operational, Zhang Yang muttered before promptly departing the cave. Outside, the sun shone brightly, signaling midday. I shall seek out to be as totest my newfound strength, Zhang Yang mused as she ventured deeper into the forest. Before long, he encountered a massive grey wolf, towering over him, a primera level beast known as grey wolf. How unexpected to encounter this creature. Zhang Yang was taken aback, for the original owner had fallen victim to an ambush by this furry wolf. Upon spotting Zhang Yang, the grey wolf flung at him with lightning speed, its eyes are endringit deceptively swift. Truly cunning. Zhang Yang cursed, brandishing Chaos Cauldron's meshinjit down upon the grey wolf shed. Bang! Wolf skullshit regender the impact off he cauldron, meeting gets to miss before Zhang Yang size. I citrolithus feeble? Zhang Yang questioned, skepticism creeping into his thoughts. In his recollection, first-year low-level demon beasts were significantly more resilient than humans, rendering Javena martial artist off tetherdal velto flay up and encountering in a tormain would be ta court teeth. Yet, with Emira strike off his cauldron, the grey wolf met a tragedy. Next time Ishal attempted without he cauldron, Zhang Yang murmured, before proceeding to dissect the creature and extract its demon corian fur. Both the demon corian the Heidi held considerable monetary value. At that moment Zhang Yang was struck by a sudden hautushikas this gaze upon the Chaos Cauldron. I wonder if Chaos Cauldron can refine at a demon core. With that notion, he promptly cast the demon core into the cauldron. In due to brief span of 2 breaths, a drop of milky white liquid flowed forth from the cauldron, exuding gaseous yet delightful fragrance. What 'tis this? Zhang Yang pondered, then cautiously to oka taste. Sure and sweet, quite palatable, hair marked in surprise, before swallowing the liquid whole. In the next instant, Heffelton exceeding le pour energy coursing through converging entirely with an instinction. Zhang Yang's countenance brightened with joy. Epically, demon course required skilled alchemist to refine and eliminating impurities before they could be consumed. However, this process often disrupteth energy balance within thievery, significantly diminishing its efficacy. Even so, therefore the demon course remained a favored resource among omen cultivators. The liquid Zhang Yang had ingested contained energy that was manifestly more finite than that of a typical demon core, and the intensity of that energy was unparalleled. I must seek out another demon beast to test this further, Zhang Yang exclaimed, brimming with excitement, as Pikadu Potiskar did ironsword from the ground, having already stowed away the wolfshide. Soon enough, he stumbled upon another grey wolf. Armed with ironsword, Zhang Yang charged forth and, with buckwa strikes, dispatched the creature. The chaos sacred body is indeed formidable, Zhang Yang shooted exuberantly, realizing the truth in Thilder's sword's chaos body waste really an invincible constitution. For the duration thought followed, Zhang Yang specifically so to first-year low-level demon beasts, revel in Jin the thrill of tea hunt. In the Marispan of Alphaday, his cultivation level surged to the second tier of martial artists. It is the method part. After slaying the final demon beast, he skillfully extracted its demon corian hide, preparing to leave. As he traversed the forest, Zhang Yang sear sudden lipperket up he seemed to hear a familiar sound reminiscent of the noise had faintly heard in the cave earlier. Quickly he crept toward the source of the sound and soon beheld a pair of individuals, a man and a woman, both clad in snow white, engage in Jin activity amidst tetris. Li Feng. The man Li Feng belonged to the family on after for prominent clans of Qingshan City. Previously, he had taken advantage of a superior cultivation level to bully Zhang Yang's predecessor, leaving numerous ones in his wake. Utwa possessed the audacity, frolicking in woods in broad daylight, completely unconcerned about catching a kill, Zhang Yang called out loudly. His words serene intentional. Fessiden voice startled Li Feng, causing him to shudder, felt a certain part of him droop, losing the previous bravado he had exuded. How to interrupt my pleasurable endeavor, Ishalkilia? Upon realizing it was Zhang Yang, Li Feng's fury ignited, and he hastily done this clothing before recharging toward Zhang Yang. Watha failed to comprehend was that the current Zhang Yang was no longer as Simeon had so easily lamented. Bang! Caught off guard by his own reach, Li Feng had no time to react before Zhang Yang's foot connected with his groin. Crack! The sound of Shitarinja resonated, and Li Feng collapsed to the ground, clutching his groin, his face contorted in agony. Zhang Yang. I will have her life. Ami eggs. Li Feng roared at Zhang Yang, buten his aversilessness, inadvertently aggravates injury, causing him immeasurably pain. Zhang Yang paid him no mind, instead turning a satin shintoth woman. Hanada said she had hastily dressed, yet the attire failed to conceal the 3-layer soft swimming rings around their waist. Zhang Yang Colden felt but Miss Li Feng's dusties indeed peculiar refit were Guani and Siotidon a lotus, would Li Feng no find himself utterly outmatched? As Zhang Yang pondered, the woman trembled before him, seemingly fearing that would Kubather Butian force himself upon her. Zhang Yang, recognizing her trepidation, remarked, rest assured, usual for a verbal onto Li Feng. However, he may barather incapacitate that thema mentiu auto hasten him to receive treatment, whilst the our future bliss bijaperdized. With that, Zhang Yang turned to leave. Hezoan returned to Zhang family in Qingshan City. Upon entering the family compound, Zhang Yang encountered an elder limon with a grim countenance associated in the hall. Yet, upon seeing Zhang Yang's return, a flicker of fear briefly illuminated the elder's face before it was swiftly concealed. This man was Zhang Yang's grandfather, the head of Zhang family Zhang Qingshan. Brat, you finally remember to come back, wary owner Thavio Bean, Zhang Qingshan thundered. I ventured into the Demon Beast Mountains for some training, Zhang Yang replied softly. What? You, a mere second-tier martial artist, dread to venture into the Demon Beast Mountains for training, do I wish to drive me to madness? Zhang Qingshan weighs immediately consumed bridge, rising to strike Zhang Yang. Grandfather, please don't be so agitated, look, irreturned and harmed, Zhang Yang said, dodging nimbly. By your tone, doest that me and you plan to do it again next time, Zhang Qingshan said, his face flushed with her. The Zhang family had butanier in Zhang Yang shold happerish, what folly would it before an old man like him to attempt fathering another? In the hall of Zhang family, a remarkable scene unfolded the dignified clan leader just his own grandson around, intent on delivering a beating. Old master. Patriarch Yu Ping has arrived with his granddaughter for a visit. Agar drush identifal, momentarily stunned bethisight of Zhang Qingshan and Zhang Yang in Sukha state. It's the treacherous woman. Ackled expression crossed Zhang Yang's face upon hearing this. Chapter 3, Lan Luofei upon hearing the words of the guard Zhang Qingshan returned to his seat and said, let them in not he then shot a glare at Zhang Yang, signaling him to behave himself. Moments later, Yu Ping entered the hall, accompanied by Yu Hongshi. Upon seeing Zhang Yang, a look of surprise crossed Yu Hongshi's face, but she quickly masked it. What brings you here today, Yu Xian? Zhang Qingshan inquired with a smile. Our families have formed a marriage pact, so we are in a sense half-in-laws. Why Yu Ping's face displayed hesitation. His family had risen to prominence with the support of the Zhang family, and now coming to annul the engagement felt difficult to articulate. Observing this, Zhang Yang couldn't help but sneer inwardly, having already surmised the purpose of their visit. Noticing her grandfather's discomfort, Yu Hongshi directly produced the marriage contract from her grandfather's possession and declared, we are here to annul the engagement today. Bang! What did you say? Zhang Qingshan slammed the table, leaping to his feet, his face a mask of fury. My Yu family intends to annul this marriage pact. We merely came to inform you. Why Yu Hongshi stated boldly, you insolent wretch, a marriage pact is not something you can simply dismiss. Zhang Qingshan's complexion turned ashen, his gaze shifting toward Yu Ping. Why Yu Ping? Feeling the weight of the situation, averted his eyes, knowing this was indeed an unreasonable act. I have already caught the attention of a senior elder of the Shao Xuanzong and will soon join them. Zhang Yang, this waste, is no longer worthy of me, Yu Hongshi said with a cold smirk, her arrogance rendering Zhang Qingshan insignificant in her eyes. Just as Zhang Qingshan was about to speak, Zhang Yang interjected. Bring me the marriage contract. Why Yu Hongshi handed it over, and Zhang Yang immediately tore it apart. What do you mean by this? Yu Hongshi exclaimed, furious. It means I have no interest in you, hurry and leave. Your presence here is bothersome, Zhang Yang retorted. How can you, a worthless fool, tear up the marriage contract? This does not prove our engagement is annulled. Yu Hongshi's expression soured. Rest assured, tomorrow everyone will know we have annulled the engagement. Zhang Yang replied, leaning closer to whisper in Yu Hongshi's ear, I won't forget what happened in the Beast Mountain range. We will settle that score slowly. After saying this, he stepped back. Show them out. Zhang Yang glanced at the guards, maintaining an air of calm throughout. You think a worthless fool like you can seek retribution from me? If you wish to settle scores, come find me at Shao Xuanzong. Yu Hongshi scoffed, striding away with Yu Ping full of pride. Younger, what do you plan to do? Zhang Qingshan asked, concern etched on his face. Aware of Zhang Yang's feelings for Yu Hongshi's grandfather, immediately ordered people to spread the news in Qingshan City. Claiming I have divorced Yu Hongshi, Zhang Yang smiled, unperturbed by the recent events. Compared to Hua Jinyan, she is nothing. Zhang Qingshan's eyes sparkled with understanding. this was indeed a clever idea, and he promptly commanded others to disseminate the information. I heard Yu Hongshi experienced some fortuitous event that caused her cultivation to surge 2 levels, reaching the 8th rank of martial artists. Who would have thought she caught the eye of Xiao Xuanzong today? Zhang Qingshan mused, furrowing his brows. What of her sudden rise in cultivation? I will join Xiao Xuanzong, and I will settle the score with her. Zhang Yang thought coldly, knowing Yu Hongshi's newfound strength stemmed from that spirit herb. Oh, by the way, the recruitment assessment for Xiao Xuanzong will begin in a month. However, given your current cultivation, you might not have much hope. Zhang Qingshan sighed while he was pleased with Zhang Yang's change in demeanor. He still understood the dire state of Zhang Yang's cultivation, which was rather pitiful. Rest assured, grandfather, I will successfully pass the assessment, Zhang Yang replied with a smile. Before departing the Zhang family estate, Zhang Yang's primary motive for joining Xiao Xuanzong was to uncover the whereabouts of Tai Xuanzong and to settle matters with Yu Hongshi. This once timid boy had returned from the Beast Mountain range with newfound confidence, leaving Zhang Qingshan perplexed by the stark contrast in his demeanor. After leaving the Zhang family, Zhang Yang made his way directly to the treasure pavilion, which, while not belonging to one of the 4 great families, possessed greater overall strength than they did. A shopkeeper, do you accept beast skins? Zhang Yang inquired at the counter. We take as many as you have. The shopkeeper replied with a smile. Zhang Yang produced 20 high-quality beast skins. How much can these fetch? He asked. The shopkeeper's eyes widened at the sight of the skins, recognizing them as pelts from first-tier magical beasts. These could normally sell for around 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. He estimated 500 low-grade spirit stones, the shopkeeper declared, greed evident in his gaze. He was confident in his ability to cheat Zhang Yang, having heard of his previous timid nature. Not selling, Zhang Yang scoffed, realizing the true value of the skins. As he attempted to reclaim them, the shopkeeper restrained him. What do you mean? Zhang Yang frowned. These pelts are mine now. Take your spirit stones and leave. The shopkeeper tossed him a pouch of spirit stones, his expression filled with disdain. The extra spirit stones would ultimately line the shopkeeper's own pockets, and he had no intention of allowing Zhang Yang to walk away easily. Robbery, Zhang Yang's eyes narrowed, a murderous intent beginning to swell within him. Someone throw him out. The shopkeeper disregarded Zhang Yang's threat. This was the treasure pavilion, a place not to be trifled with, not even by the 4 great families. Soon, several guards rushed in, and Zhang Yang noticed one of them was a martial artist, indicating the wealth of the treasure pavilion. Just as the guards were about to seize Zhang Yang, he coldly snorted and engaged them in combat. Bang, 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 Zhang Yang swiftly dispatched the guards, seemingly putting forth little effort. How can this be? The shopkeeper was flustered, having heard that Zhang Yang was merely a worthless boy who had only reached the 2nd level of martial arts by the age of 16. The reality before him made him question the truth of those rumors. Bang, Zhang Yang delivered a powerful punch to the shopkeeper, sending him crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Who dares to cause trouble in my treasure pavilion? A captivating voice echoed from deep within the pavilion. Zhang Yang turned to see a woman in a flowing purple sheer dress emerge, her elegant legs tantalizingly visible with each step. Of this woman was a true enchantress. Her attire irresistible. Zhang Yang couldn't help but admire her beauty. He recognized her as Lan Luofei, the pavilion master of Treasure Pavilion, a formidable figure indeed. You better explain why you've acted out in my pavilion, or no one can save you, Lan Luofei said, her alluring face tinged with a hint of coldness. Chapter 4. The black gold sword. That would be a question for your people at the Treasure Pavilion. Zhang Yang retorted fearlessly. Lan Luofei frowned slightly, summoning the guards outside to inquire about the situation. By this time, a crowd had gathered outside the Treasure Pavilion, drawn by the commotion within. Lan Pavilion Master is still as captivating as ever. It truly ignites the imagination. I think you're courting death. Haven't you heard the rumor that men who get close to Lan Luofei rarely live past 3 years? They say she drains them dry. Are you two seeking to perish? If the pavilion master hears about this, she might have both of you castrated. Zhang Yang's audacity is indeed remarkable, daring to cause trouble in the treasure pavilion. Indeed, I remember he was quite timid before. I wonder what has provoked him today. With a grandson like Zhang Yang, the Zhang family is destined for ruin. Given Lan Luofei's temperament, she will surely not let him off easily. Several men outside the treasure pavilion murmured among themselves. Lan Luofei quickly learned the actual circumstances from the guards, glancing at the throngs of onlookers before issuing a command: take the shopkeeper away and deal with him according to pavilion rules. Upon hearing Lan Luofei's words, the prostrate shopkeeper trembled, struggling to rise as he pleaded, "Pavilion master, I was wrong. Please spare me." He was well aware of the cruel nature of the pavilion's regulations. If he were truly taken away, His life would be in jeopardy. Unfortunately, his pleas fell on deaf ears as the guards dragged him away, his desperate cries echoing from deep within the pavilion. Little brother, to express my apologies, consider that 500 low-grade spirit stones a gift from the treasure pavilion. We can negotiate a separate price for those magical beast pelts. How does that sound? Lan Luofei smiled seductively, her voice sending shivers down Zhang Yang's spine. What a beguiling enchantress, however, having watched countless films in his previous life. Zhang Yang was impervious to her charms. No thanks, I can't afford to offend the treasure pavilion. Zhang Yang began to turn away, but Lan Luofei's expression shifted slightly. As a merchant, reputation was paramount. If Zhang Yang were to leave now, she knew it would damage the pavilion's standing. Wait, little brother, come with your sister to the second floor. I can gift you something of your choosing, Lan Luofei called out, realizing she needed to make concessions. Zhang Yang paused, looking at her skeptically. Are you sure it's a gift and not some ulterior motive? Rest assured, with so many witnesses around, how could I have any ulterior motives? Lan Luofei took Zhang Yang's arm and led him toward the second floor. Marveling at his youthful caution, I was taken to the second floor by Zhang Yang. I initially thought that Lan Luofei would find a way to directly resolve the situation concerning Zhang Yang for the sake of the reputation of the treasure pavilion. But to my surprise, she actually sought to compensate him instead. The prospect of a solitary man and woman ascending to the second floor is undoubtedly perilous. Lan Luofei is at an age where she is as fierce as a wolf. And it is evident that she intends to devour Zhang Yang, a poor child, so young yet destined to be drained dry. Outside the door, onlookers gazed in astonishment as Zhang Yang and Lan Luofei made their way upstairs. Although Lan Luofei appeared charming and alluring on the surface, those with discernment understood that she is a formidable character. Otherwise, she would not hold the esteemed position of the treasure pavilion's master. Little brother, what is it that you desire? Choose for yourself, Lan Luofei purred enticingly. Are you sure you want me to choose freely? Zhang Yang replied cautiously. Of course, I speak with conviction, she assured him. With that, Zhang Yang felt no need for decorum and began to select items on the second floor. It must be said that the treasures on the second floor were indeed far superior to those on the first. While the first floor catered to ordinary cultivators, the second floor was reserved for the wealthy and powerful. Zhang Yang was dazzled by the array of items, yet ultimately he was captivated by a sword. This sword was entirely jet black, seemingly unremarkable at first glance, yet Zhang Yang found himself inexplicably drawn to it. I want this sword. He lifted the sword and felt a chill seep into his palm. Little brother, your taste is truly discerning. This sword is named the Black Gold Sword, a medium-grade spiritual weapon. However, it possesses a peculiar weight, making it nearly impossible for an average person to wield effectively in battle. You should consider selecting another weapon, Lan Luofei chuckled. Medium-grade spiritual weapon. Zhang Yang was taken aback. One must understand that once a weapon reaches the spiritual weapon level, cultivators can infuse their own spiritual energy into it, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. Spiritual weapons are far more precious and costly than magical tools, with his grandfather wielding a low-grade spiritual weapon, an heirloom of the Zhang family. As for the weight of the sword, Zhang Yang felt no discomfort. I will take this black gold sword. He caressed the sword, unable to part with it. Since you were so resolute, I shall refrain from further persuasion. Lan Luofei smiled. This black gold sword had been sitting idle in her treasure pavilion for quite some time. With no one showing interest, Zhang Yang stored the black gold sword away and presented Lan Luofei with some beast pelts and 500 low-grade spiritual stones, saying, how much for this black gold sword? These beast pelts should offset some of the cost. The black gold sword is priced at 30,000 low-grade spiritual stones. I fear your stones may not suffice. Lan Luofei laughed heartily. A farewell. Zhang Yang was taken aback and immediately turned to leave the treasure pavilion without a backward glance. Lan Luofei observed Zhang Yang's retreating figure with intrigue, remarking, it seems this young man from the Zhang family is far from the waste that the outside world claims. Even I find him somewhat inscrutable. Zhang Yang swiftly returned to the Zhang family, where he procured a sword manual and retreated to his courtyard. Upon opening the manual, he discovered it contained a medium-grade yellow tier sword technique. The highest graded sword technique currently available to the Zhang family, known as the Thunder Strike sword technique. The defining characteristic of the Thunder Strike sword technique is its astonishing speed. Once perfected, a practitioner can unleash 3 strikes in rapid succession within an incredibly short time frame. This sword technique aligns perfectly with my black gold sword, Zhang Yang mused, and he began to practice the technique in his courtyard. Nearly an hour later, he thrust the black gold sword toward a boulder. The sword struck twice in quick succession, moving so swiftly that after images appeared, and the boulder was effortlessly penetrated by the black gold sword. Did my grandfather not say that the Thunder Strike sword technique is exceedingly difficult to master? he spent decades nearly achieving perfection, yet I have grasped it in just an hour, Zhang Yang pondered as he withdrew the black gold sword from the boulder. Slightly perplexed, now that I am at the second level of martial arts, paired with the black gold sword, I could contend against cultivators at the 5th level and, unless they are exceptionally talented, I should be able to escape from those at the 6th level as well, Zhang Yang muttered, a smile involuntarily gracing his face. Young master, trouble is brewing. The clan leader Li has come with his 2 sons to seek you out. The master urges you to go hide. A guard rushed into Zhang Yang's courtyard, his face etched with urgency. Chapter 5. Determining life and death, slaying Li Feng. I understand, Zhang Yang replied, his expression turning cold as he made his way to the main hall. Young master, the main entrance is not that way, the guard called out, noticing Zhang Yang heading in the wrong direction. As Zhang Yang approached the hall, he could hear the sounds of a heated argument within. Zhang Qingshan, quickly hand over your grandson, he shattered my grandson's egg. This matter will not end today, Li Yunqing's furious voice echoed from inside, referring to his grandson Li Feng. What nonsense, Zhang Yang is merely at the 2nd level of martial arts. How could he possibly possess the strength to shatter your grandson's egg? If you wish to cause trouble for the Zhang family, at least provide a more suitable reason, Zhang Qingshan retorted vehemently. Li Yunqing was momentarily taken aback, his anger momentarily clouding his judgment, but Zhang Qingshan's words seemed to hold merit. Are you certain that it was Zhang Yang who shattered your egg? Li Yunqing turned to Li Feng. It was he ambushed me when I was not paying attention, otherwise how could this waste have possibly struck me? I demand a duel to the death with this bastard. Li Feng's legs were tightly clenched, his rage aggravating his injuries, causing his expression to alternate between green and purple. Are you sure it was when you were not paying attention, or did you simply allow me to kick you? Zhang Yang's voice resonated as he stepped into the hall. Accompanying Zhang Yang was a guard, desperately trying to pull him back, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not budge him. Upon seeing this, Zhang Qingshan's expression shifted, while Li Feng immediately unleashed a torrent of insults. Stop your nonsense, I have come today to fight you to the death, whether you agree or not. You will, this is the Zhang family, you have no right to cause a ruckus here, Zhang Qingshan exclaimed angrily upon hearing Li Feng's words. Your grandson has already admitted to shattering my grandson's egg. This duel to the death must proceed. If you refuse, it will be regarded as a declaration of war against the Li family, Li Yunqing declared coldly, confident in his grandson's ability to easily slay Zhang Yang. So be it, I am not afraid of you, Zhang Qingshan retorted, showing no signs of backing down. I agree to the duel to the death. Just as tensions escalated, Zhang Yang's voice unexpectedly broke through. You foolish child, have you lost your mind? Zhang Qingshan exclaimed in shock. He was well aware of Zhang Yang's capabilities. Splendid, a true hero emerges from youth. Li Yunqing had not anticipated that Zhang Yang would agree to such a hopeless duel, leading him to conclude that Zhang Qingshan, a once great hero, now had a foolish grandson. Let us go. Li Feng was elated, finally receiving the opportunity for revenge, and he limped toward the Zhang family courtyard. Zhang Yang cast a reassuring glance at Zhang Qingshan before proceeding into the courtyard. Let me make it clear beforehand, regardless of the outcome, neither side shall retaliate against the other's family. Zhang Yang stated. Upon hearing this, Li Yunqing chuckled, appreciating Zhang Yang's consideration for the Li family. Zhang Qingshan, however, furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Zhang Qingshan, did you hear that? This was your grandson's declaration. I hope you will adhere to it. Li Yunqing remarked. Mind your own business, Zhang Qingshan retorted, but within, he began to calculate. If Li Feng failed to kill Zhang Yang in one strike, he would immediately intervene and concede, though such an action would plunge the Zhang family into public scrutiny. He could not afford any mishaps, as Zhang Yang was their only hope. Then let the battle commence. Li Yunqing smiled, his demeanor relaxed, contrasting sharply with Zhang Qingshan's furrowed brow. Today, I shall make you experience the pain of shattered eggs, and then you shall live in disgrace. Li Feng's face twisted into a cold smile as he drew his sword. And the next instant, his expression froze. The black sword tip had already pierced his forehead, a stream of blood trickling down as terror overshadowed his features. Foolish bird, why all the unnecessary chatter during a duel to the death? You deserve to have your egg shattered, Zhang Yang scoffed, swiftly withdrawing the sword, causing Li Feng to collapse. A deathly silence enveloped the room. Well done. Moments later, Zhang Qingshan emerged from his stupor, astonished that Zhang Yang had managed to slay Li Feng with a single strike. In stark contrast to Zhang Qingshan's laughter, Li Yunqing's expression darkened significantly. He had anticipated Zhang Qingshan's sorrow but now found himself on the verge of tears. I wish to duel to the death with you, Zhang Yang. Do you dare to accept? At this moment, Li Xian, Li Feng's older brother and the strongest young talent of the Li family, who had already reached the 6th level of martial arts, Finally spoke is the Li family never satisfied, Zheng Qingshan retorted angrily. As long as Zhang Yang agrees to the duel to the death, if Li Xian loses, our Li family will willingly relinquish a mine. Li Yunqing's expression was grim. A mine, Zheng Qingshan's countenance changed. A mine is the lifeblood of a great family, akin to an endless source of wealth. Almost all the 4 great families possess mines. And he had not anticipated that the Li family would be willing to pay such a hefty price to slay Zhang Yang. I agree. 3 days later at the central arena of Qingshan City. I will await you, Zhang Yang declared. Then it is settled. Li Xian smirked inwardly, pleased with Zhang Yang's agreement, and departed the Zhang family alongside Li Yunqing. Zheng Qingshan was furious that Zhang Yang had agreed to the duel without consulting him. And he stormed forward to give Zhang Yang a good thrashing. You foolish child, I will beat you to death, Zheng Qingshan exclaimed as he struck Zhang Yang. Grandfather, let me explain, Zhang Yang pleaded, shielding his head. Explain nothing, Li Xian is at the 6th level of martial arts. You are clearly putting the Zhang family at risk. Zheng Qingshan grew increasingly irate, his grip tightening with each word he spoke. Rest assured, Grandpa, I will certainly defeat Li Xian, Zhang Yang asserted as he extricated himself from Zheng Qingshan's grasp. What realm are you at now, that you can't even see through me? Zheng Qingshan inquired after venting his frustration. I am currently at the 2nd level of martial arts. With a bit more training, I will soon reach the 3rd level, Zhang Yang replied. What? Zheng Qingshan exclaimed in astonishment. When had his grandson attained the 2nd level of martial arts? However, recalling how Zhang Yang had slain Li Feng with a single strike, he was compelled to believe that Zhang Yang was not lying. Zheng Qingshan, being a sagacious man, immediately deduced that Zhang Yang must have encountered some fortuitous event. For such a drastic change was unfathomable otherwise. What grade is that sword of yours? Zheng Qingshan queried, having long noted that Zhang Yang's sword was extraordinary. It is a mid-grade spirit weapon, Zhang Yang answered. What, you little rascal, tell me the truth, where did you acquire this sword? Zheng Qingshan's agitation was palpable. It was well known that the Zhang family's ancestral treasure was merely a low-grade spirit weapon. And now Zhang Yang wielded a mid-grade spirit weapon, surpassing even that of the family patriarch. It was gifted to me by Lan Luofei, Zhang Yang explained. Upon hearing this, Zheng Qingshan's countenance turned grave. And he immediately began to inspect Zhang Yang's physique. Keep your distance from that woman. There have long been rumors in Qingshan City that no man who gets too close to her lives beyond 3 years. Don't believe in rumors, and don't spread them, Zhang Yang retorted, exasperated as Zheng Qingshan, in a fit of frustration, kicked Zhang Yang's backside, scolding, enough of your nonsense, you are still young and must carry on the Zhang family line. I don't want you drained dry by that woman at such a tender age. Chapter 6. Seeking help from Lan Luofei, returning to the Beast Mountain range. If I manage to kill Li Xian, will the Li and Qi families unite to retaliate against us, the Zhang family? Zhang Yang asked, his greatest fear being this very scenario. That he was acutely aware that the relationship between the Zhang family and the Qi and Li families had always been tenuous. But they had not yet banded together against the Zhang family. The primary reason for this lack of unity was the Li family's disinclination, for once the Zhang family was no more. The Qi family would reign supreme in Qingshan City. Indeed, there is such a possibility. As Zheng Qingshan's brow furrowed at Zhang Yang's words. Grandpa, I need to step out for a while, Zhang Yang stated before departing the Zhang residence. Zheng Qingshan did not hinder him. Reminded by Zhang Yang, he knew he must prepare in advance. After leaving the Zhang family home, Zhang Yang went directly to the treasure pavilion, where he sought out Lan Luofei through the newly appointed manager. Little brother, what brings you to me? Lan Luofei languidly reclined in her chair, her alluring figure on full display. Is there any elixir that can help my grandpa swiftly advance to the 6th level of martial arts? Zhang Yang inquired. He was aware that his grandfather had been stagnating at this realm for a long time. If his grandfather could break through, he would be safer should any unforeseen events arise. The 8 Directions pill can aid your grandfather in successfully breaking through, but it is quite expensive, Lan Luofei replied. How many spirit stones are required? Zhang Yang asked. Each pill costs 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Given your grandfather's advanced age, he should consume 2 at once for optimal effect, Lan Luofei explained. So exorbitant, Zhang Yang had anticipated a high price, but he had not expected it to be so steep for just 2 pills. Please hold them for me. I will return to purchase them, Zhang Yang declared, realizing he must hunt more beasts in the Beast Mountain range to gather the necessary spirit stones. Lan Pavilion Master, I have a request, please do grant it, Zhang Yang said after a moment's contemplation. Do share, Lan Luofei replied. If my Zhang family encounters a crisis in the future, would you be willing to lend your assistance? Zhang Yang asked. He understood that within Qingshan City, Lan Luofei was not only powerful but also had a formidable background. she was the most reliable ally. A little brother, you sure have your sights set on your sister. Don't you? Quite bold of you, Lan Luofei remarked. The treasure pavilion maintained a position of neutrality and refrained from getting involved in the internal strife of Qingshan City. A sister as beautiful as you surely would not wish to see her little brother bullied. Zhang Yang replied with a grin. Young and yet sweet-tongued, Lan Luofei laughed. I can assist you, but you must agree to one condition, she stated again. What condition? Zhang Yang asked, puzzled. We'll discuss it after you pass the enrollment examination for the Little Shen sect. If you fail, I cannot help you, Lan Luofei replied. Rest assured, I will pass, Zhang Yang said confidently. Do not be so assured. To my knowledge, the Little Shen sect only enrolls 3 individuals in Qingshan City. And 2 of those spots have already been claimed by Yu Hongshi and Shi Yangming. Only 1 spot remains, Lan Luofei informed him. Zhang Yang had not anticipated such circumstances. He had assumed Yu Hongshi and Shi Yangming would not count against the quotas. It seemed the competition for the Little Shen sect spots would be exceptionally fierce. Fear not, Lan's sister, I shall secure my spot in the Little Shen sect, Zhang Yang proclaimed before departing the treasure pavilion. What an intriguing little fellow, Lan Luofei chuckled, then fell into contemplation. As soon as Zhang Yang left the treasure pavilion, he overheard discussions regarding the incident where Yu Hongshi had been dismissed by Zhang Yang, which had stirred quite a commotion in Qingshan City. After all, to most, Yu Hongshi being recruited by the Little Shen sect early was a testament to her talent. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang was merely viewed as a cultivation failure with no hope of entering the Little Shen sect. Now he had even taken the initiative to dismiss Yu Hongshi, leaving many puzzled by his reasoning. I am the Li family's hall. Zhang Yang has killed your brother. Do not underestimate him, lest he exploit your weaknesses. Li Yinshan cautioned. Do not worry, Grandpa, the only reason Zhang Yang could defeat my brother is due to that sword he wields. Besides, I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Dealing with him will be a piece of cake. Li Xian replied confidently. Hearing that Li Xian was close to a breakthrough, Li Yinshan felt slightly reassured but still advised, it is better to be cautious. I have observed that the sword in Zhang Yang's possession has reached the level of a spirit weapon. I wonder where he acquired it. Bring along the family's low-grade spirit weapon, the killing blade, for added security. Li Xian was taken aback. The killing blade was the Li family's ancestral treasure. The fact that his grandfather would even resort to using it to deal with Zhang Yang indicated how seriously he regarded this life-and-death battle. Understood, Li Xian replied. Once Zhang Yang is dead, the Zhang family will be finished. Li Yinshan's gaze turned cold. Killing his grandson would come at a cost. After leaving Qingshan City, Zhang Yang arrived at the Beast Mountain range. He had come primarily for training but also to earn some money. Zhang Yang swiftly ventured deep into the mountain range, soon encountering his first beast, a first-level intermediate beast, the Iron Paw Bear. This creature not only possessed a physique far more formidable than that of a grey wolf but also boasted immense strength, far exceeding that of the wolf. Should anyone know that a martial artist at the second level like Zhang Yang dared to challenge an Iron Paw Bear, they would surely deem him insane. The Iron Paw Bear, engaged in its meal, seemed to sense movement behind it. It turned its massive body, bits of flesh clinging to its jaws, blood dripping ominously from its mouth, creating a terrifying visage. Upon spotting Zhang Yang, the bear opened its gaping maw and lunged at him. Zhang Yang, not daring to be careless, drew his black gold sword and thrust it towards the bear. Clang! The sword struck the bear's paw, sending sparks flying and propelling Zhang Yang backward. No wonder it's called the Iron Paw Bear. What a sturdy paw, Zhang Yang mused, then infused his black gold sword with spiritual energy before charging at the bear once more. Having just been driven back by Zhang Yang's strike, the Iron Paw Bear stood on its hind legs and roared in anger, bringing its massive paws crashing down towards him with a swift slash. Zhang Yang severed the bear's 2 paws, eliciting a pained, furious roar from the beast. Zhang Yang seized the opportunity to strike again. The black gold sword created phantom images as he unleashed 2 consecutive slashes aimed at the bear's head. With a final thrust, the bear's formidable cranium was pierced, and its massive form collapsed to the ground. The black gold sword proved its might. Without it, subduing the Iron Paw Bear would have required considerable effort. Zhang Yang caressed the black gold sword, his face alight with excitement. Although this sword may not suit others, it was a perfect match for him. Zhang Yang expertly skinned the Iron Paw Bear, extracting the beast core and fur, storing them all within his chaos cauldron. Just as he prepared to delve deeper into the mountain range, a melodic voice rang out, "Little brother, hand over the beast skin and beast core, or else sister may have to take matters into her own hands." Chapter 7, The Black Bear Mercenary Group. Upon hearing the mocking tone, Zhang Yang turned to see a provocatively dressed woman with an alluring figure emerge from the woods, flanked by dozens of men. However, when Zhang Yang beheld the heavily made-up visage of the woman, he nearly retched. It was evident she was of advanced age, yet she persistently masked her wrinkles with makeup. "Who are you people?" Zhang Yang demanded. We are members of the Black Bear mercenary group. You would do well to hand over your belongings, or else our sister will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death tonight. One of the men beside the woman flattered. The Black Bear mercenary group frequently operated within the Beast Mountain range, primarily earning their income through slaying beasts for profit, as well as robbing cultivators who ventured there for training. A chill ran down Zhang Yang's spine at their words. He brandished his black gold sword, addressing the mercenaries. And what if I refuse? Then sister will ensure you experience ecstasy beyond your wildest dreams tonight. The lead woman giggled, her makeup threatening to smear from her mirth. You ought to take a good look at yourself. Those wrinkles could trap a fly, and yet you try to play coy. Zhang Yang retorted, unable to contain his disdain for the woman. At his words, the woman's smile vanished, replaced by a sharp, piercing command. Seize him. I will personally dismember him and feed him to the beasts. Her appearance was her Achilles heel. Every time someone commented on her looks, that individual would meet a gruesome fate. Once, members of the Black Bear mercenary group dared to speak ill of her behind her back, only to find themselves publicly dismembered by her. The scene drenched in blood. When Zhang Yang saw dozens of mercenaries charging towards him, he felt no fear. Instead, he brandished his sword and plunged directly into their ranks. Igniting an all-out battle, swoosh, the blade sliced through the air, and several mercenaries' heads flew off. A swift and decisive. This young man was no ordinary foe. One mercenary bellowed in anger. Instantly, those who had initially dismissed Zhang Yang began to realize he was unlike any cultivators they had previously encountered. His strength was formidable. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several more mercenaries fell to Zhang Yang's onslaught, clearly outmatched by his overwhelming power. We stand no chance against him, one mercenary exclaimed in terror. A group of useless fools, the woman seethed, then lunged at Zhang Yang with a strike. Zhang Yang had been keenly observing her movements, for she had attained the 4th level of martial prowess, making her the strongest among the mercenaries. I've been waiting for you, Zhang Yang sneered, thrusting his sword towards her with astonishing speed. Swoosh, the vortex of spiritual energy in the woman's palm was instantly shattered by Zhang Yang's blade, the black gold sword piercing through her hand and into her skull. Her eyes dulled, a look of terror still lingering on her face. The elder sister is dead. Run. The remaining mercenaries, witnessing the horror, fled in panic. However, their escape was futile. One by one, they met their demise at Zhang Yang's hands. Once he finished, he expertly began to scavenge the spiritual stones from their bodies. 3,000 low-grade spiritual stones, not too shabby, Zhang Yang mused as he surveyed his haul. I must continue my training. I still need 3,000 spiritual stones. With that, he ventured deeper into the mountains, secretly hoping for another ambush. 3 days swiftly passed. Zhang Yang's hopes were dashed. Aside from that mercenary group, he had encountered no living soul. Swoosh, with a single stroke, he dispatched a mid-level first-tier demon beast, growing increasingly adept at extracting its hide and demon core. My thunder sword technique has reached perfection. It is time to break through my current realm. He mused. He then placed dozens of demon cores into the chaos cauldron, which soon produced several drops of fragrant liquid. Without hesitation, Zhang Yan consumed all of it and began meditating. Boom! Before long, a rumble echoed within him. He had broken through, yet he did not cease his cultivation as he had yet to fully absorb the energy from the liquid's boom. Moments later, another thunderous sound erupted from within him, and he opened his eyes. Having broken through 2 realms consecutively, I have now reached the 4th level of martial prowess. A smile crept across Zhang Yang's face. If Li Xian is still at the 6th level, it will be but a single strike. I hope he surprises me, as Zhang Yang murmured, rising to his feet. It is time to return. He departed the Demon Beast Mountain range with determination. Zhang Yang hastily arrived at the treasure pavilion, where he fortuitously found Lan Luofei at the counter. He presented 3,000 spiritual stones along with a large pile of demon beast hides, which formed a small mountain on the platform. This should be enough to purchase 2 8 directions pills. He stated. Go fetch 2 8 directions pills for this young master. Lan Luofei smiled, not even bothering to count the hides. The new shopkeeper gazed in astonishment at the mountain of demon beast hides. Most individuals would sell only 1 or 2 pieces, yet Zhang Yang had filled the entire counter. Soon, the shopkeeper returned with a brocade box and handed it to Zhang Yang, containing the 2 8 directions pills. Zhang Yang took the box and exited the treasure pavilion. Lan Pavilion Master, I heard that Zhang Yang is to engage in a life-and-death duel with Li Xian today at the central arena. Would you care to witness the spectacle? The new shopkeeper fawned. Is that so? Lan Luofei was unaware of the event. Without hesitation, she left the treasure pavilion, eager to see how much Zhang Yang had grown in recent days. Should he fail to defeat Li Xian, she would reconsider her assistance. Zhang Yang returned to the Zhang family with the brocade box, his spirits high. Why are you back so late? I thought something had happened to you. Zhang Qingshan sighed in relief upon seeing Zhang Yang return to grandfather. I have brought you a wonderful gift. Zhang Yang smiled, presenting the brocade box to Zhang Qingshan. Zhang Qingshan eyed Zhang Yang suspiciously. It was the first time Zhang Yang had given him something. Though he maintained a neutral expression, he felt a rush of joy inside. Upon opening the brocade box, he discovered 2 white pills nestled within, releasing a rich fragrance. 8 directions pills, Zhang Qingshan exclaimed in astonishment. Where did you acquire these? The Zhang family had been declining for years, and Zhang Qingshan's cultivation had stagnated, which meant although he recognized the value of the 8 directions pills, he had never dared to purchase them. The Zhang family was simply too impoverished now, and naturally, I bought them, Zhang Yang replied with a grin. Where did you obtain so much money? Zhang Qingshan inquired. From slaying demon beasts, Zhang Yang stated. Keep this medicine for yourself. At my age, consuming such pills would be a waste. As Zhang Qingshan pushed the pills back towards Zhang Yang. Grandfather, please, can you not be so indecisive? Zhang Yang insisted, returning the pills to Zhang Qingshan. The life and death battle is about to commence. Once I eliminate Li Xian and acquire the Li family's mine, the Zhang family will soon thrive again, and these pills will become mere sustenance in the future, Zhang Yang said with a smile. Excellent, truly you are my grandson, Zhang Qingshan exclaimed joyfully, feeling a happiness he had not experienced in a long time. Come, grandfather, it is time to face Li Xian, Zhang Yang said, equally pleased to see his grandfather so elated. Let us go, Zhang Qingshan laughed heartily. Together, Zhang Qingshan and Zhang Yang left the Zhang family, heading towards the central arena, which was already teeming with spectators. Chapter 8, Life and Death Battle. The central square of Qingshan City was alive with a cacophony of voices. Packed to the brim with eager onlookers, all aware that Zhang Yang and Li Xian were set to clash today. Did you hear? Li Feng was killed by Zhang Yang, and this life and death duel is Li Xian's attempt to avenge his brother. They say he even wagered a mine on it. According to rumors, Li Xian seems to have broken through to the 7th level of martial prowess. With his current strength, he stands a good chance of securing a spot in the recruitment assessment of the Shaoxin sect. Zhang Yang has likely encountered some fortuitous event recently, which explains his rapid progress. Now, facing Li Xian, he is merely awaiting his demise. Many in the crowd discuss the impending duel. Look, the Li family is here. A man exclaimed. They saw Li Yinshan approaching with Li Xian, and the crowd parted to make way for them. Why does that knife in Li Xian's hand seem vaguely familiar? Nonsense, that is the Li family's ancestral treasure. The killing blade, a low-grade spiritual weapon. Zhang Yang is finished. Li Xian leapt onto the arena, confidence radiating from him. Just as he took his place, Zhang Qingshan and Zhang Yang arrived at the central arena. And without hesitation, Zhang Yang jumped onto the platform. You finally arrived, Li Xian sneered. Li clan leader, does our agreement still stand? Zhang Yang ignored Li Xian and addressed Li Yinshan below the arena. Of course it stands. If you win, the Li family's mine will be handed over to the Zhang family, Li Yinshan replied, completely confident in Li Xian's victory. If I kill your grandson, there shouldn't be anyone left to challenge me in a life and death duel. Right? Zhang Yang asked again. The crowd gasped at Zhang Yang's blatant mockery of the Li family. Of course not. Li Yinshan's expression darkened. He understood the implication behind Zhang Yang's words. Moreover, he only had 2 grandsons. If Li Xian were to perish, there would be no one left in the Li family to challenge Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, there is no need for you to stall. This arena will be your grave. Li Xian growled, his patience wearing thin as Zhang Yang continued to disregard him. Can we begin? Zhang Yang inquired, still ignoring Li Xian, which infuriated Li Xian, who vowed to humiliate Zhang Yang. Then let it begin. Li Yinshan snorted. Since Zhang Yang was eager to die, he would gladly oblige. The moment Li Yinshan announced the start, Zhang Yang flashed forward, thrusting his sword at Li Xian. I knew you would try that. Li Xian scoffed, countering with a downward slash of his knife. Clash, 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 metal clashed 3 times, and Li Xian was sent tumbling backward from Zhang Yang's piercing strike. Thunder sword technique perfected. Zhang Qingshan looked on in astonishment as Zhang Yang executed his swordplay. He had only recently attained mastery of the thunder sword technique, yet Zhang Yang had surpassed him. Li Xian rose from the ground, his expression dark and stormy. He had not anticipated falling into a disadvantage from the very first exchange. Especially since he had just broken through to the 7th level of martial prowess. He could not bear the humiliation. Just as he regained his footing, Zhang Yang launched another swift strike towards him. Die! Li Xian roared, swinging his knife towards Zhang Yang, only to notice the killing blade was already riddled with cracks. How could this be? Li Xian's heart raced with dread. It is merely a low-grade spiritual weapon. While my black gold sword is a mid-grade spiritual weapon, Zhang Yang's voice echoed in Li Xian's ears. What? A mid-grade spiritual weapon? Clash! Li Xian's killing blade shattered under Zhang Yang's strike, and the black gold sword surged forward. Aiming for Li Xian's neck swoosh, the black gold sword pierced Li Xian's throat, and disbelief washed over his face as it froze in shock. Withdrawing his sword, Zhang Yang watched as Li Xian's body crumpled to the ground. My goodness, am I not dreaming? Zhang Yang, once deemed a waste, has effortlessly dispatched Li Xian with 2 strikes. Not only did he eliminate Li Xian, but did you not witness how he shattered the Li family's treasured saber with a single blow? Now we have a spectacle to behold. Both of Li Yunshan's grandsons have perished, and the clan's prized possession has been destroyed by Zhang Yang. One can only wonder if he will uphold his promise. The onlookers beneath the arena have been utterly astounded by Zhang Yang's performance. A once unremarkable youth from Qingshan City has slain the Li family's prodigy, Li Xian, in such an extraordinary manner. Had it not been witnessed firsthand, it would be hard to believe. Li clan leader, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Zhang Yang approached Zhang Qingshan, gazing at Li Yunshan. Naturally not, Li Yunshan retorted through gritted teeth. Then promptly departed from the central arena. When will you allocate the mine to my Zhang family? Please set a date so we can proceed to claim it, Zhang Yang shouted. 3 days hence. Li Yunshan declared, his figure vanishing around the corner, many observing that he trembled slightly, clearly enraged. This young lad's rate of growth is rather alarming. At this pace, he may indeed have a chance of passing the recruitment assessment for the Lesser Xian sect. Within a tavern, Lan Luofei stood by the window, observing the duel between Zhang Yang and Li Xian unfold. With the conclusion of this life-and-death battle, Zhang Yang and Zhang Qingshan returned to the Zhang family. While the ensuing discussion swept across all of Qingshan City, with everyone engaged in conversation about Zhang Yang's rise as a righteous force, having slain Li Xian with just 2 strikes. I in the Zhang family's courtyard. You little rascal, how long have you been practicing the thunder sword technique? I have only just reached the greater completion stage, yet you have already attained perfection, Zhang Qingshan scolded, though a smile adorned his face. Just a few days of training, Zhang Yang replied candidly. Are you implying that your grandfather lacks aptitude? Zhang Qingshan's expression darkened. That is not my intention, it is simply that my talent is exceptionally high. Which is no fault of yours, Zhang Yang clarified. Are you not, in essence, suggesting that I am the one lacking? Zhang Qingshan retorted, preparing to strike Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang turned and fled, insisting, I truly did not mean it that way. Zhang Qingshan would never genuinely strike Zhang Yang. The boy's sudden rise was a beacon of hope for the Zhang family. There is still a month until the recruitment assessment. Focus on your training. Zhang Qingshan advised solemnly. I will. If I join the Lesser Xian sect, then neither the Qi nor Li families will be able to trouble us, correct? Zhang Yang inquired. Not necessarily. The Qi family has already infiltrated the Lesser Xian sect. And now with Qi Yangming, even if the Qi family does not ally with the Li family, he will eventually turn against us, perhaps even completely swallowing the other 3 prominent families, Zhang Qingshan replied with a furrowed brow. It seems the situation is far more complicated than we had anticipated, Zhang Yang mused inwardly. At that moment, a guard burst into the courtyard, his expression frantic. It is bad news. Qi Yangming has announced he will forego early entry into the Lesser Xian sect to participate in the recruitment assessment. Upon hearing this news, both Zhang Qingshan and Zhang Yang frowned. The information indeed caught them off guard, leaving them puzzled about the Qi family's intentions. Understood, you may leave, Zhang Qingshan instructed. There is another piece of news I have yet to convey. The guard stammered, then hurry up and share it, Zhang Qingshan urged. According to reliable information, Yu Hongshi has become engaged to Qi Yangming, the guard disclosed. It seems there was a premeditated scheme at play. The Yu family clearly intended to marry into the Qi family after breaking off their engagement with us. Zhang Yang reflected after a moment of contemplation. What a treacherous ingrate, had it not been for our Zhang family's assistance in the past. The Yu family would not be where they are today, Zhang Qingshan exclaimed angrily. Though the 2 families had long severed ties, such news still left Zhang Qingshan feeling quite disgusted. Fortunately, you made it known throughout the city that you were the one to dismiss that wretched woman. Otherwise, with the Yu family orchestrating this, outsiders would have no end of mockery for our Zhang family, Zhang Qingshan remarked. Zhang Yang, however, was unperturbed by this. Rather, he analyzed, it appears that Qi Yangming's participation in the Lesser Xian sect's recruitment assessment is orchestrated by Yu Hongshi, who must have learned of my duel with Li Xian today. This is clearly aimed at me. Why not refrain from participating? Qi Yangming has already reached the 9th level of martial prowess. He will certainly seek to eliminate you, Zhang Qingshan advised. That is of no concern. Such an opponent will only serve to motivate me further. Grandfather, I intend to venture into the Monster Beast Mountain range for training and will return before the Lesser Xian sect's recruitment. Zhang Yang declared. Qi Yangming is 5 realms above him. He is currently no match for Qi Yangming and must push himself to grow stronger. Go then, Zhang Qingshan said, casting a deep glance at Zhang Yang. In that moment, he finally felt his grandson had matured. This is how a Zhang family man should be. After leaving the Zhang family, Zhang Yang swiftly returned to the Monster Beast mountain range. At present, the only way for him to rapidly advance was to hunt monster beasts. There was no alternative. As Zhang Yang traversed the woods, dozens of figures suddenly surged forth, encircling him. I've been waiting for you here for quite some time. You have finally arrived, the leading man sneered at him. Zhang Yang's face displayed surprise upon seeing the man, for he bore a striking resemblance to the woman he had slain. As hideous as ever. Find him. I shall personally slay him before my sister's grave, using his blood to honor her, the leader stated darkly. This man was none other than the leader of the Black Bear mercenary group. Black Bear, who possessed the 7th level of martial prowess. Before long, the members of the Black Bear mercenary group had Zhang Yang bound. In an unexpected turn, Zhang Yang did not resist. An hour later, he was brought to the front of a mountain stronghold, where a grave lay at the entrance, surrounded by white paper, evidently a recent offering. Zhang Yang was soon brought before the grave, and Black Bear bowed before it, saying, "Sister, I have found the murderer who took your life. I will use his blood to honor your spirit, you little brat. If you kneel and pay your respects, I might grant you a more merciful death." Black Bear taunted Zhang Yang. However, Zhang Yang ignored him. "Refusing to drink my toast means you will face punishment. Hold his head down for me. I will help him kneel," Black Bear coldly commanded. Zhang Yang was swiftly forced to the grave. And just as Black Bear reached for his head, boom, Zhang Yang roared angrily, and the ropes binding him shattered, sending Black Bear staggering back. "Your sister not only sought to steal my monster core but also plotted to kill me. Today, I shall send you to reunite with her," Zhang Yang sneered as he brandished the black gold sword. "Do you truly believe you can kill me with your mere 4th level martial skills? You must be dreaming," Black Bear scoffed, then charged at Zhang Yang with a punch, his fist adorned with a black glove bristling with steel spikes. Clash, as Zhang Yang's sword met Black Bear's fist. He was sent reeling back, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. "What kind of sword is this? How can it be so heavy?" Black Bear's expression darkened as he realized the sword in Zhang Yang's hand was extraordinary. However, Zhang Yang paid him no mind and lunged forward again with the sword at lightning speed. Black Bear's expression shifted as he unleashed both fists towards Zhang Yang. Clash, in an instant Black Bear's trap was shattered. Stab, Zhang Yang pierced Black Bear's chest with his sword. Black Bear attempted to utter something, but Zhang Yang withdrew the black gold sword, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. His expression frozen in shock. "He killed our leader, we must avenge him," one mercenary shouted with bloodshot eyes. Under this mercenary's lead, the remaining dozens of mercenaries charged at Zhang Yang. A fierce battle ensued. But these mercenaries were clearly no match for Zhang Yang, who swiftly turned the tide in his favor, slaughtering them with ease. After dispatching the last mercenary, the ground was littered with the corpses of the mercenary group, with Zhang Yang having single-handedly annihilated them. Had anyone witnessed Zhang Yang's actions at that moment, they would undoubtedly applaud, for the mercenary groups lurking in the Monster Beast mountain range were notorious. Responsible for the deaths of countless cultivators, Zhang Yang quickly scavenged the spiritual stones from the mercenaries, and while searching Black Bear's body, he discovered a key. Zhang Yang recognized it as the key to the mercenary group's treasury and promptly made his way into the stronghold. Before long, Zhang Yang found the treasury, which contained numerous low-grade spiritual stones and even several mid-grade ones. This discovery left him exhilarated, for the value of a mid-grade spiritual stone was equivalent to 1,000 low-grade ones. However, what excited him most was the discovery of a top-grade yellow-tier sword technique, the 100 Refinements sword art. This sword technique's defining feature was that its strike speed would increase as the duration of battle extended. Upon reaching perfection, it would be equivalent to a low-grade profound technique. This technique could be perfectly paired with his Thunder Sword technique. After contemplating briefly, Zhang Yang sat down to absorb the spiritual stones, deciding to practice the sword technique in combat with monster beasts to expedite his comprehension. In the evening, within the Qi family's chambers, "What brings you here today?" Li clan leader, Qi Peishan inquired with a smile. Qi Peishan was the head of the Qi family. "I believe you are already aware of many matters. I have heard that the Yu family has allied with you, which suggests they have joined your Qi family's ranks." Li Yinshan replied, "Indeed, you are a perceptive man, and nothing escapes your notice." Qi Peishan chuckled. "If you agree to one request of mine, my Li family shall also join your Qi family, in the future. Qingshan City will be dominated solely by your Qi family." Li Yinshan gritted his teeth. "Let us hear it." Qi Peishan's heart filled with joy. He had not anticipated such smooth sailing recently. At first, the Yu family alliance, and now the Li family coming to them. Could it be that the Qi family's fortune was finally on the rise? During the assessment of disciples at the minor Xuanzong, help me eliminate Zhang Yang. After the evaluation concludes, we shall jointly eradicate the Zhang family. Li Yunshan spoke with a grim expression, indicating that in his quest for vengeance against the Zhang family, he was willing to forsake even the foundation established by their ancestors. Rest assured, brotherly, the annihilation of the Zhang family is also the ambition of my Qi family. When the time comes, our two families shall join forces, and the Zhang family will surely face obliteration. Qi Peishan's eyes glimmered with excitement. He had not anticipated that Li Yunshan's intentions aligned perfectly with his OW, and it seemed that the Qi family's fortunes were indeed on the rise. Chapter 10. The assessment begins as time passed. The day before the minor Xuanzong's recruitment assessment arrived, in the Beast Mountain range, Zhang Yang awakened from his meditative state that he had finally broken through to the 6th level of martial arts. And his 100 refinements sword technique had reached perfection. With my current strength, I can certainly contend with a normal 9th level martial artist. Zhang Yang smiled. Over the past 20 days, he had dedicated himself to relentless training. Battling beasts by day and refining demon cores with the Chaos Cauldron by night, achieving progress at an astonishing pace. It is worth noting that the widely acknowledged top genius of Qingshan City, Shi Yangming, took 2 years to reach the 6th level of martial arts, whereas Zhang Yang accomplished it in just 20 days. However, what delighted Zhang Yang even more than his breakthrough in realm was the discovery that he had awakened the unique secret technique of the Chaos Sacred Body, the Chaos Void technique. This technique would enable him to gain tremendous combat strength for a short duration and easily identify his opponent's weaknesses. If he activated the Chaos Void technique, his power might rival that of a martial artist. Zhang Yang felt a surge of excitement. Calculating the time, tomorrow would be the minor Xuanzong's recruitment assessment. It was time to return. Zhang Yang murmured to himself, then rose and departed the Beast Mountain range. By the time Zhang Yang returned to the Zhang family, it was already evening. Why was the Zhang family so unusually quiet today? As he entered the family gates, he found the surroundings eerily desolate. With even the guards at the entrance conspicuously absent, something was amiss. Zhang Yang sensed that something significant must have transpired during his absence. He rushed into the family hall, and upon arrival, he was met with the sight of numerous corpses lying within. Many Zhang family guards were bound and wounded, clearly having recently endured a fierce battle. His grandfather Zhang Qingshan sat in the hall, his complexion pale and his expression grim. What on earth has happened, grandfather? Zhang Yang furrowed his brow. Hearing Zhang Yang's voice, Zhang Qingshan turned to him, a rare smile breaking across his face. Younger, you're back. It's a relief to see you're unharmed. Zhang Qingshan seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. He looked at the fallen guards and sighed deeply. After you left, I took some men to demand the mineral vein from the Li family. However, the Li family kept finding excuses to delay the matter. It wasn't until this morning that I sensed something was amiss and led a group to forcibly breach the Li family's mineral vein. Upon entering, we discovered that these scoundrels were actually destroying the vein. By the time I arrived, they had already demolished a significant portion of it. In a fit of rage, I engaged them in battle. The Li family's strength was originally comparable to ours, but for some reason, a group of mysterious powerful individuals appeared within their ranks today, placing my Zhang family at a considerable disadvantage, ultimately due to the heavy casualties we suffered. We had no choice but to abandon the mineral vein and retreat to the clan. At this point, Zhang Qingshan slammed his hand on the table in frustration, clearly enraged. Grandfather, do not be anxious. Let us first tend to everyone's injuries, Zhang Yang urged. The Zhang family currently has little in the way of funds, Zhang Qingshan lamented. Zhang Yang's heart sank, though his grandfather had not explicitly stated it. Zhang Yang understood that the dire state of the Zhang family was undoubtedly the doing of the Qi family. Do not worry. I have money, Zhang Yang declared, swiftly leaving the Zhang family and heading toward the treasure pavilion. Upon arriving at the treasure pavilion, Zhang Yang sold all the beast skins he had hunted during this time, netting him a total of 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. He then spent 20,000 of those spirit stones to purchase a substantial amount of healing medicines. Before hastily returning to the Zhang family, Zhang Yang distributed the medicines to the guards, who expressed their gratitude and began to tend to their wounds. Grandfather, here are 30,000 spirit stones. While it may not be much, it should suffice for our immediate needs. Zhang Yang presented the spirit stones to his grandfather. Zhang Qingshan accepted the spirit stones without hesitation. Tomorrow is the minor Xuanzong's recruitment assessment. If you can enter the minor Xuanzong, I believe the Zhang family's situation will improve significantly, he said, his expression serious as he regarded Zhang Yang. That he had not intended to pressure Zhang Yang, but the Zhang family was at a critical juncture. And if things continued as they were, they would eventually be exhausted. Fear not, grandfather, as long as I am here, the Zhang family shall endure for all eternity, Zhang Yan proclaimed earnestly. On the following morning, The entire Qingshan city buzzed with excitement, for today marked the grand day of the minor Xuanzong's biannual recruitment of disciples. Let us go, grandfather, and I shall witness just how challenging this minor Xuanzong assessment truly is. Zhang Yang said with a smile as he and his grandfather made their way towards the outskirts of the city. Before long, they arrived at a grove outside the city, where a pavilion stood. Within the pavilion, the leaders of the other three prominent families had already gathered, surrounding a middle-aged man who was engaged in lively conversation with them. This man was responsible for overseeing the recruitment assessment for the minor Xuanzong. Zhang Qingshan explained as they entered the pavilion. Meanwhile, many residents of Qingshan City had set up chairs around the perimeter of the grove, with some munching on sunflower seeds, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the assessment. How interesting! I never expected Qi Yangming to give up his opportunity for early entry into the minor Xuanzong and insist on participating in the assessment. Someone remarked, "You may not know, but it is said that Yu Hongshi requested this." Seemingly to deal with Zhang Yang, another replied, "If that is the case, Zhang Yang is truly unfortunate. It appears that this year the minor Xuanzong is destined to be out of his reach." A third added as they chatted while snacking on seeds. Zhang Yang entered the waiting area, where all the participants in the assessment were gathered, including Yu Hongshi. "Zhang Yang, I advise you to withdraw from the assessment. With your realm, it is impossible for you to pass." Yu Hongshi sneered upon seeing him having just been rejected. "You immediately turned to someone else for engagement. I do not wish to converse with a fickle woman like you." Zhang Yang retorted coolly, "What did you say?" Yu Hongshi exclaimed angrily, clearly offended by his words, which were a direct attack on her reputation. "Young man, you should watch your words, otherwise I will surely tear your mouth apart during the assessment." Qi Yangming interjected, approaching, and wrapping his arm around Yu Hongshi's waist. "How should I put it? You are the discarded goods that I do not want, and yet you still act so spirited." Zhang Yang shook his head. As soon as these words left his mouth, the expressions of both Qi Yangming and Yu Hongshi darkened as Zhang Yang's sharp tongue had effectively changed their demeanor. What good is a sharp tongue? All it will do is make your life during the assessment even more difficult, and you may even face life-threatening dangers. Qi Yangming will undoubtedly not let you off easily, someone remarked as they continued to munch on sunflower seeds. Clearly entertained by Zhang Yang's boldness, inside the pavilion, the middle-aged man from the minor Xuanzong noted that everyone had arrived and began to explain the rules of the assessment. Chapter 11, the second round of assessment. The middle-aged man, named Tang Ji, was responsible for recruiting disciples from the Qingshan City region and was an elder of the minor Xuanzong. The assessment is quite simple. The IT consists of 2 rounds. The first round tests your physical endurance. You must withstand the pressure, and the last 10 remaining participants will advance to the second round. The second round will be a tournament, ultimately determining the final 2 participants who will advance. Tang Ji addressed the young cultivators participating in the assessment. "Everyone, take a moment to recover. The assessment will commence shortly. Poetry, come back. Your future husband will soon be assessed." Yu Ping chuckled. Yu Hongshi's cheeks flushed as she returned to the pavilion. Tang Ji observed and smiled. "If all goes as expected, Qi Yangming will undoubtedly advance. Who do you think the remaining participant will be?" "Naturally, it will be Qi family's second son, Qi Bin, along with Li Quan and Yu family's Yu Hang." Yu Ping replied with a smile, entirely disregarding the Zhang family. Tang Ji, being a perceptive individual, quickly noticed the underlying issues and turned to Zhang Qingshan, asking, "Who do you think will advance? Need I even say?" "It will undoubtedly be my grandson, Zhang Yang," Zhang Qingshan stated without hesitation. "I fear that among all present, your grandson is the least likely to advance, and he may even encounter unexpected circumstances." Li Yinshan scoffed. "My grandson told me to avoid conversing with fools, lest it affects his intelligence," Zhang Qingshan replied, unfazed, remaining relaxed in the pavilion as he expressed his confidence in Zhang Yang. "What did you say?" Li Yinshan shouted angrily. Qi Peishan intervened, a mocking expression on his face. "Zhang Qingshan, your pride will not last long. Do cherish this final moment." With that, he pulled Li Yinshan away toward another area as Zhang Qingshan frowned. Qi Peishan's words were laden with implications. Seeing the atmosphere grow tense, Tang Ji quickly announced, "Let the competition officially begin." He then tossed a formation plate into the air. The plate instantly wove a massive blue light curtain that enveloped everyone. Zhang Yang immediately felt a gravitational force pressing down upon him, but this level of gravity was trivial for him. Half an hour later, Zhang Yang felt the gravity intensify, now double what it had been previously. And nearly half the participants could no longer withstand it and had exited the formation. Another hour passed, and only 11 participants remained, with the gravity having increased tenfold. Sweat beaded on everyone's foreheads. Including Qi Yangming, however, there was one exception, Zhang Yang, who appeared utterly unfazed. Zhang Yang, this fellow, astonishingly manages to endure for such an extended period, appearing remarkably at ease. The onlookers have all noticed the peculiar calmness in Zhang Yang. While others exhibit expressions of sheer agony, only he maintains a tranquil demeanor, even seeming to relish the situation. After half an hour, the last participant can no longer withstand the pressure and collapses to the ground. Blood spilling from his lips, the first round of the competition concludes, and the remaining 10 participants take a brief respite before proceeding to draw lots. Tang Ji Dao, the top 10 competitors immediately begin to meditate and regain their strength, among whom are members of the 4 prominent families. Moments later, as everyone recovers, Qi Yangming strides over with Li Quan and Yu Hang, confronting Zhang Yang. "You dare to insult my fiancée? From now on, whoever you face will ensure your elimination." Zhang Yang's audacity to insult his fiancée has driven him to conspire with Li Quan and Yu Hang, vowing to take Zhang Yang down at any cost. "Listen to my advice, abandon her. If she could treat me this way, when she encounters a more formidable genius in the Xiaoxuanzang, she will do the same to you." Zhang Yang imparted earnestly, "Cease your nonsensical ramblings." Qi Yangming retorted furiously, "Dare to insult my sister, I will personally slay you in the arena." Yu Hang seethed. Within the pavilion, Yu Hongshi's complexion turned ashen at Zhang Yang's words, and even Yu Ping and Qi Peishan bore grim expressions. "Although I don't hold Zhang Yang in high regard, why does it seem that his words carry a semblance of truth?" a man muttered quietly while munching on seeds, with those beside him nodding in agreement. Zhang Yang turned to Yu Hang, shaking his head. "Do not shout at me. I have always feared dogs." Why Yu Hang was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that Zhang Yang was mocking him, and anger surged within him as he raised his fist to strike Zhang Yang. "Do not resort to violence. Any physical altercation will result in disqualification." Qi Yangming intervened. Reluctantly, Yu Hang nodded, still trembling with rage, while Zhang Yang wore a smile as he observed him hurry and draw lots. Tang Ji's voice rang out, "You can count on it." Qi Yangming glared at Zhang Yang, his eyes filled with menace. Zhang Yang, however, remained unfazed, soon retrieving a bamboo stick from Tang Ji, which bore the number 1. Once everyone had drawn their lots, Tang Ji announced, "Participants with the same number shall face off against each other." Zhang Yang, having drawn the number 1, ascended the arena, a platform that had been hastily constructed during the participants' break. Rather rudimentary and wooden in design. To his surprise, Yu Hang's figure appeared on the stage. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow, then chuckled. "What a coincidence, I didn't expect you to be so eager to meet your demise." Yu Hang's expression faltered as he coldly replied, "Bravado is futile, strength is what speaks." "You are indeed correct." Zhang Yang nodded. He then turned to Tang Ji in the pavilion and inquired, "It's permissible to kill him?" "Right, he needed to confirm first. No problem," Tang Ji assured him. Until now, he had not paid much attention to Zhang Yang, but he had witnessed Zhang Yang's verbal duels with the other 3 families. Remaining so composed in the face of the 3 great families' genius was either a sign of foolishness or genuine strength. Tang Ji found himself increasingly intrigued by Zhang Yang. "You think you can kill me?" In a fit of rage, Yu Hang lunged at Zhang Yang with his sword. Naturally, Yu Hang heard Zhang Yang's question, which was clearly a provocation. Clang! The sword shattered. Splat! Yu Hang's head was severed from his body. "Overwhelmingly weak," Zhang Yang remarked nonchalantly. He gasped. Witnessing Zhang Yang effortlessly slay Yu Hang, the crowd was struck with astonishment. After all, Yu Hang had reached the 7th level of martial prowess and was not to be underestimated. Apart from Qi Yangming, Yu Hang was among the elite of the younger generation. After dispatching Yu Hang, Zhang Yang cast a glance at Yu Hongshi, then closed his eyes to await the conclusion of the remaining matches. Yu Hongshi's face was ashen as she approached Qi Yangming, stating, "Zhang Yang killed my brother. You must avenge him." Qi Yangming's expression was equally grim as he nodded. "I will personally cripple him and then deliver him to you." The subsequent matches unfolded with little suspense, as both Li Quan and Qi Yangming emerged victorious with ease. The second round of draws soon commenced, and by sheer coincidence, Zhang Yang drew Li Quan. Chapter 12, Qi Yangming's hidden card. Zhang Yang and Li Quan ascended the arena, where Li Quan appeared exceedingly grave, fully aware that his strength was on par with Yu Hang's, were it not for his longer training period. He would not even qualify for the assessment. He had witnessed Zhang Yang's effortless defeat of Yu Hang. "Let us bid farewell. Once I strike, you will have no chance left," Zhang Yang stated coolly. Hearing this, Li Quan trembled slightly, fear spreading through him. "But if you choose silence, then embrace death." Zhang Yang lunged at Li Quan with his sword. "I concede." Li Quan shouted desperately. Zhang Yang's sword halted just a finger's breadth from Li Quan's forehead, causing cold sweat to bead upon his brow. Zhang Yang patted Li Quan's shoulder, saying, "You should have spoken up sooner. I nearly lost control." He then exited the arena. Li Quan took a deep breath. Feeling a sharp pain in his forehead, which brought clarity to his mind, the Li family had provoked a monster like Zhang Yang. If given time to grow, the Li family would be in peril. Alas, Li Quan muttered as he descended the stage, knowing he was not a direct descendant of the Li family but had been forced to step up due to Zhang Yang's previous defeats of Li Feng and Li Xian. "You scoundrel, to concede is to disgrace the Li family," Li Yunshan exclaimed, grabbing Li Quan's shoulder in anger. Li Quan shrugged off Li Yunshan's grip, retorting angrily, "My strength is merely a result of forcibly enhanced elixirs. My inherent abilities are lacking. If I do not concede, do you wish for me to seek death?" Although Li Yunshan recognized the truth in Li Quan's words, he still scolded, "If death is the consequence, what use does the Li family have for such a waste? Then I shall withdraw from the Li family," Li Quan declared resolutely, departing without hesitation. Zhang Yang observed the entire exchange quietly. Another match concluded swiftly, with the victor being a young girl named Chen Duoduo, hailing from the second-tier Qian family in Qingshan City. As Chen Duoduo stepped down from the stage, her family erupted in jubilation, never having anticipated that she would secure a place in the top 3, a remarkable honor indeed. It is worth noting that the Zaya Xuanzang admits new disciples every 2 years, and the Chen family had never before reached the top 5. Following the celebrations with her kin, Chen Duoduo approached Zhang Yang, her expression earnest as she said, "Thank you. Without you, I would never have made it to the top 3. That requires your strength to be sufficient as well," Zhang Yang replied with a smile. He understood Chen Duoduo's implication. Everyone knew there was something amiss with the draws, and Zhang Yang had drawn the powerful adversaries away, allowing Chen Duoduo the opportunity to shine. "Regardless, I am still grateful to you." Chen Duoduo expressed. "Do you desire to claim the first position?" Zhang Yang asked suddenly. "A first?" Chen Duoduo shook her head. "I am well aware of my own limitations. Reaching the top 3 is already my utmost potential. I assert that you can, thus you shall." Zhang Yang replied with a grin. Upon hearing his words, Chen Duoduo's heart raced. Who wouldn't wish to achieve first place? There is one final round ahead. Hasten to draw lots. For one participant will receive a bye. Tang Ji announced. Elder Tang, there is no need for a draw. I wish to engage in a life and death battle with Qi Yangming, Zhang Yang proclaimed suddenly, causing the venue to fall silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Did I hear that correctly? Zhang Yang dares to challenge Qi Yangming to a life and death duel. While I acknowledge that I underestimated Zhang Yang previously, Qi Yangming is renowned as the foremost genius of Qingshan City. Zhang Yang's recent surge in strength seems to have inflated his confidence greatly. Such overconfidence will only lead to his demise, murmured a voice in the crowd. Hardly anyone in the audience held faith in Zhang Yang. Zhang Qingshan, your grandson is courting death. It is not Qi Yangming's fault. Qi Peishan laughed heartily. Zhang Qingshan paid no heed to Qi Peishan. If there was one thing he feared in this assessment, it was Zhang Yang facing Qi Yangming. What is your take on this? Tang Ji inquired of Qi Yangming that if he wishes to seek death, I shall oblige, Qi Yangming coldly replied. Then let the final arena match commence. Tang Ji declared. Zhang Yang versus Qi Yangming. The onlookers erupted in cheers, for the climax of the assessment was finally upon them. Zhang Yang and Qi Yangming ascended the arena together. The humiliation you inflicted upon my fiancée will be repaid 100-fold, Qi Yangming declared coldly. What a pitiable soul, blinded by a woman of such character. Zhang Yang sighed softly. His sigh caused the entire Qi and Yu families to shift uncomfortably, particularly Qi Yangming and Yu Hongshi. You are merely a mere martial artist at the 6th level. What gives you the audacity to speak so brazenly? Qi Yangming bellowed, drawing a battle blade that gleamed with golden light. It was none other than a low-grade spiritual weapon, the flowing blade. This was the first time anyone present had ever seen this weapon. Qi, at the 9th level of martial prowess, paired with the flowing blade. How can a mere 6th level martial artist like Zhang Yang hope to contend with my grandson? Ha! Qi Peishan laughed uproariously. Zhang Qingshan clenched his fists, his heart heavy with worry. So it's a low-grade spiritual weapon. Did no one inform you that my sword is a mid-grade spiritual weapon? Zhang Yang waved the black gold sword in his hand. And so what? You remain no match for me. Qi Yangming scoffed, though internally he was astonished that Zhang Yang possessed a mid-grade spiritual weapon, leaving him utterly perplexed. What a foolish bird, Zhang Yang muttered before launching an attack with his sword, executing the thunderclap sword technique. Clang, clang, clang. Yet all 3 of Zhang Yang's strikes were effortlessly parried by Qi Yangming. I thought you were formidable. Turns out you are merely this. Qi Yangming let out a cold laugh and immediately swung his blade towards Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang activated the 100 refinements sword technique and engaged in battle with Qi Yangming, initially at a disadvantage. As time passed, the onlookers were astonished to observe Zhang Yang's sword becoming increasingly swift. While Qiangming gradually found himself in a precarious position, ultimately being thoroughly suppressed by Zhang Yang, leaving everyone bewildered. With the opportune moment at hand, Zhang Yang unleashed the Thunder Sword technique, thrusting his sword towards Qiangming. Swish! Qiangming, alarmed, reacted swiftly and barely evaded Zhang Yang's lethal strike. However, Zhang Yang's blade still managed to carve a wound across his face, blood trickling down. As Qiangming touched the blood streaming from his face, his gaze darkened ominously. I had no intention of revealing my trump card, but you, Zhang Yang, have thoroughly enraged me. No sooner had Qiangming spoken than an overwhelming aura erupted from his body. An invisible pressure radiating outward. Warrior realm. The crowd gasped in shock, unable to fathom that Qiangming possessed such a hidden power. Zhang Yang's eyes narrowed, feeling the immense pressure emanating from Qiangming. Zhang Yang, Qiangming bellowed. Charging forward without hesitation, his blade aimed at Zhang Yang. Bang! Zhang Yang parried with his sword, yet he was still sent hurtling backward by the force of the blow. Clang! 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 The fierce battle reignited, but this time Qiangming ruthlessly overwhelmed Zhang Yang, who soon found blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Younger Zheng Qingshan shouted, his eyes reddened with fury, kill Zhang Yang. Qi Peishan laughed heartily, having felt oppressed throughout the match, finally relishing Zhang Yang's dire predicament. Bang! Zhang Yang was once again sent flying by Qiangming's blade, his body drenched in blood. It seems that breaking off the engagement with Zhang Yang was the wisest decision. This wasteless rise is merely temporary. Yu Hongshi thought to herself, feeling inexplicably elated. Qiangming refrained from attacking again, intending to savor Zhang Yang's torment, believing it would alleviate his pent-up resentment. Just then, Zhang Yang propped himself up with his sword and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a wicked smile creeping across his face. I thought you were formidable, but you've thoroughly disappointed me. Zhang Yang grinned, blood still trickling from his lips. You're on the brink of death, yet you dare to speak defiantly. Qiangming scoffed, dismissing him. In his current state, Zhang Yang was no match for him. A single stroke would suffice to sever his head. You have a trump card. Do you think I lack one? Zhang Yang laughed maniacally, his face alight with madness. Chaos Void technique. Zhang Yang's lips moved slightly. In an instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, a golden energy surging skyward. Zhang Yang's injuries visibly healed at an astonishing rate, his once jet-black hair gradually turning white under the golden energy's embrace. What a powerful energy fluctuation! The crowd displayed expressions of sheer horror at the sudden transformation of Zhang Yang. As the golden energy dissipated, Zhang Yang wielded the black gold sword, clad in a black robe that fluttered without wind, his white hair adding a hint of wicked charm. Qiangming's expression grew grave as he sensed no trace of spiritual energy emanating from Zhang Yang. Do not try to feign the supernatural, you are still no match for me, Qiangming declared, lunging at Zhang Yang with his blade once more. Zhang Yang remained motionless, merely extending a hand to casually swipe the black sword, light slicing through like lightning. Clang! Qiangming's flowing blade was effortlessly shattered by Zhang Yang's strike. How is this possible? Qiangming was struck with shock. The flowing blade was a low-grade spiritual weapon. How could it be so easily destroyed? The game is over. Zhang Yang's deep voice resonated in Qiangming's ear. Before Qiangming could fully comprehend the situation, a flash of black light zipped past, cleaving his body in two. As Zhang Yang had already positioned himself behind him, silence, an unprecedented stillness enveloped the scene. The outcome of the battle was utterly unforeseen by all. Everyone had assumed that once Qiangming revealed his trump card, Zhang Yang's fate would be sealed, yet, unbeknownst to them, Zhang Yang also possessed a trump card, one even more formidable and monstrous than Qiangming's. One strike shattered the flowing blade, one strike decapitated Qiangming. At that moment, it dawned upon everyone that Zhang Yang was indeed the strongest prodigy in Qingshan City. Zhang Yang wins, Tang Ji declared, snapping back to reality. In that instant, he realized he had acquired a promising talent for the Xiaoxuanzong. As Tang Ji announced the results, the audience ceased their idle chatter, erupting into fervent applause for Zhang Yang. At this moment, Zhang Yang's state returned to normal, his hair regained its black hue, an inexplicable sense of emptiness washing over him, leaving him somewhat unsteady. It appears that the Chaos Void technique must be used with great caution. Zhang Yang had only employed it for a brief period, yet he felt his body could scarcely withstand it. Relying on his sword for support, there is one final battle. My young friend Zhang Yang, do you wish to continue? Tang Ji inquired with a smile, even altering his address for Zhang Yang. No more fighting? Zhang Yang replied with a grin. Excellent. The first place in this assessment goes to Qian Duoduo. The second place is Zhang Yang. Tang Ji announced the results outright. Everyone understood that Zhang Yang was, in essence, the true first place. Despite the superficial ranking, Qian Duoduo, brimming with excitement, rushed onto the stage, embracing Zhang Yang and exclaiming, "Thank you, Zhang Yang. I can enter Xiaoxuanzong now. This is something I never even dreamed of." Zhang Yang found himself somewhat breathless due to the enthusiastic embrace, awkwardly replying, "Please stop jumping, I'm about to suffocate." Upon hearing this, Chen Duoduo's face flushed crimson, quickly releasing Zhang Yang as she realized her overzealousness. The patriarch of the Chen family approached, incessantly expressing gratitude towards Zhang Yang, his smile unwavering. "Zhang Yang, Chen Duoduo, and Yu Hongshi, I grant you 2 days to bid farewell. You must depart for Xiaochuanzong in 2 days. I have other matters to attend to and will not accompany you on the journey," Tang Ji stated before departing. At that moment Zhang Qingshan stepped forward, excitement evident as he grasped Zhang Yang's shoulders, saying, "You little rascal have hidden your depths well, even I was deceived. I told you long ago that I would surely enter Xiaochuanzong." Zhang Yang replied with a smile, noting his grandfather's genuine joy today. "Let us hurry home. Given your weakened state, you must recuperate properly today." Zhang Qingshan supported Zhang Yang as they left. Onlookers could only sigh, realizing that with Zhang Yang's rise, the future landscape of Qingshan City might change dramatically. And soon everyone departed. Ultimately, only members of the 3 prominent families remained, but the atmosphere was exceedingly somber. "Zhang Yang has killed my grandson. This boy cannot be spared. Prepare well tonight. We shall strike at dawn." Qi Peishan's expression was as dark as water. He had never anticipated that Qiangning would be slain by Zhang Yang. "This vendetta must be avenged." "Understood," Li Yunshan replied. The two then departed without delay. "Let us go." Sure, Yu Ping sighed, his emotions exceedingly complex. No one could have foreseen that a waste would suddenly rise to become the foremost prodigy of Qingshan City. Why Yu Hongshi remained rooted in place. Seemingly oblivious to Yu Ping's words, the events of the day had rendered her restless. She had initially rejected Zhang Yang due to his perceived ineptitude, choosing to become engaged to Qiangning for his status as the top prodigy of Qingshan City. Hoping to indulge her vanity now, however, the reality far surpassed her expectations. The waste she once scorned had unexpectedly surged forth, rapidly ascending to become Qingshan City's greatest talent. Observing his daughter's demeanor, Yu Ping could only shake his head inwardly, realizing that nothing could revert to its former state. Upon returning to the Zhang family, Zhang Qingshan immediately prepared a lavish feast for Zhang Yang, who devoured the food with great relish, his face aglow with satisfaction. That night, all members of the Zhang family were in high spirits. Even the servants were ecstatic upon hearing of Zhang Yang's triumph over Qiangning. Ultimately, Zhang Yang feasted until the midnight hour, as Zhang Qingshan continuously served him 3 tables of food. Only then did Zhang Yang feel somewhat full. As midnight struck, the Zhang family members fell into slumber. Yet a chilling aura gradually enveloped Qingshan City, as though foreshadowing impending turmoil. Chapter 14. Farewell. As dawn broke and the sun began to rise, the tranquil streets lay deserted. Suddenly, a large group of people appeared at the end of the street, heading directly for the Zhang residence. "This is bad, young master. The Qi and Li families have surrounded us." The voice of the guard roused Zhang Yang from his slumber. As expected, "They have come." Zhang Yang sprang from his room and swiftly made his way to the front door. He found his grandfather gazing gravely at the formidable crowd outside, accompanied by all the Zhang family's guards, their injuries still unhealed, each wearing a solemn expression. "Our Zhang family has reached a critical juncture of life and death. Yanger, I will do everything in my power to ensure your escape," Zhang Qingshan said, casting a glance at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang represented the future hope of the Zhang family. As long as he could flee, there would still be a chance for the family to start anew. The guards fixed their gazes on Zhang Yang, indicating their readiness to fight to the death. "Do not worry, grandfather. The Zhang family will not falter today," Zhang Yang assured him. Zhang Qingshan opened his mouth to speak, but Qi Peishan's voice suddenly boomed from outside the door. "Come out quickly. Today none of you will escape. The Zhang family must perish, and Zhang Yang must die." Qi Peishan declared menacingly. "Then I would like to see how you intend to destroy my Zhang family," Zhang Qingshan retorted angrily, charging at Qi Peishan. "You are courting death," Qi Peishan sneered, rushing to meet Zhang Qingshan in combat. Li Yunshan refrained from stepping forward to assist, for it was well known that Qi Peishan possessed the highest realm among the 4 clan leaders. Zhang Qingshan's current actions merely hastened the demise of the Zhang family. In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce battle. However, it wasn't long before Qi Peishan sensed something amiss. Zhang Qingshan, who was ostensibly his opponent, was holding his ground quite well, occasionally even gaining a slight edge. "You have broken through," Qi Peishan remarked, furrowing his brow. "You are correct." Zhang Qingshan laughed heartily, yet every movement he made was lethal, as if he wished to eliminate Qi Peishan without delay. "Act quickly." Qi Peishan felt a chill in his heart. Had he not allied with the Li family today, he might have found himself in dire straits. Li Yunshan also recognized the precariousness of the situation. He too had not anticipated Zhang Qingshan's breakthrough. and his vitality seemed greater than ever. Let us first eliminate Zhang Qingshan. Once he is dead, the Zhang family will surely fall, Li Yunshan declared, charging towards Zhang Qingshan only to be intercepted by Zhang Yang. Have you no shame, two of you teaming up against my grandfather alone? Zhang Yang retorted. If that is how you wish it, then I shall kill you first, Li Yunshan sneered, although Zhang Yang was a prodigy among the younger generation. He knew he could be dispatched with a single strike. Old fool, if you allow me one blow, I could easily take you down, Zhang Yang declared. Despite his bravado, Zhang Yang felt quite anxious inside. Stalling for time as he awaited reinforcements, I shall ensure your death is swift, act now, and I shan't grant you a second chance, Li Yunshan replied coldly, for he was vastly superior in strength. Even granting Zhang Yang 100 chances would not alter the outcome. I hope you speak true. Zhang Yang's aura erupted, as he propelled himself towards Li Yunshan with a forceful push, the ground beneath him shattering. Embodying a determination to fight with all his might. Li Yunshan, upon witnessing this, wore an expression of disdain, yet his resolve to eliminate Zhang Yang intensified. A youth with such strength at this age could pose a significant threat if left unchecked. Come forth, Zhang Yang bellowed, launching a powerful punch towards Li Yunshan's chest. Li Yunshan stood unimpressed, confident that even without defense, Zhang Yang's punch could not inflict any harm. Just as Zhang Yang's fist was about to strike Li Yunshan, he suddenly opened his hand, tossing a mixture of white and yellow powder directly at him. Li Yunshan, taken completely off guard, was caught unawares, and many of the particles found their way into his eyes. Achoo! Li Yunshan erupted in fury, sneezing repeatedly, the intense pain forcing him to clutch his eyes tightly. He never expected to be outmaneuvered by Zhang Yang, whom he considered an insignificant insect. I will kill you, he roared, yet in that moment, he could not discern Zhang Yang's location. Having inadvertently grabbed flour and pepper while passing through the kitchen, Zhang Yang reflected on how effective this tactic had proven. Sister Lan, please hurry, if you don't come soon, your brother may be lost, Zhang Yang silently prayed. Before long, Li Yunshan's vision cleared considerably, though it remained somewhat blurred. Little wretch, I shall dismember you, he exclaimed, charging at Zhang Yang. But due to his impaired sight, he could only rely on instinct. His humiliation today was profound. He had been toyed with by a mere martial artist. As Zhang Yang prepared to flee, he realized that Li Yunshan was not charging at him, but rather in the opposite direction. Coincidentally, Lan Luofei was approaching from that direction, leading to a tragic turn of events. Bang! Li Yunshan lunged at Lan Luofei, who furrowed her brows and immediately struck his chest with a palm, sending him reeling backward, causing him to spew several mouthfuls of blood before recognizing her. Lan sect leader, Li Yunshan gasped, utterly astonished at her sudden appearance. Without exchanging pleasantries, Lan Luofei, recalling the direction Li Yunshan had been aiming for, felt a wave of revulsion surge within her, igniting her fury once again as she advanced to deliver another beating. Sect leader Lanasis, if you strike again, he may perish, Shi Peishan shouted from a distance. Fully aware of Lan Luofei's formidable prowess. At this moment, Li Yunshan was left barely clinging to life after Lan Luofei's assault, prompting her to finally relent. I shall protect the Zhang family, you all should depart at once, she commanded. What? Shi Peishan's expression shifted dramatically as he retorted, isn't the treasure pavilion supposed to remain uninvolved in our four clans' affairs? I have decided to intervene. Do you have any objections? Lan Luofei replied, her gaze fixed on Shi Peishan with indifference. Very well, very well. Shi Peishan gritted his teeth before retreating alongside Li Yunshan and their entourage. Zhang Qingshan, meanwhile, cast a puzzled glance between Zhang Yang and Lan Luofei, unable to comprehend why the usually neutral treasure pavilion would come to the aid of the Zhang family. Could it be that Zhang Yang has sacrificed his appeal? From what I know, the Qi family still has backing. They will not relent easily. I can only offer temporary protection to your Zhang family, Lan Luofei stated. I shall set off immediately for the Shaoxian sect, once I establish my footing there. I believe the Qi family's backers will think twice before targeting the Zhang family, Zhang Yang asserted. That is indeed a viable plan. My daughter is also cultivating at the Shaoxian sect. I hope you can look after her in the future. Lan Luofei added, Sister Lan, you hold me in high regard. Your daughter has progressed far beyond me. Her talent must be extraordinary. It would be more appropriate for her to care for me, Zhang Yang replied with a wry smile. Young man, this is a long-term investment. I foresee great prospects for you. The Shaoxian sect is merely the beginning, Lan Luofei remarked. Oh, by the way, my daughter is named Lan Chuchu, she added. Zhang Yang reluctantly acquiesced. He then bid farewell to his grandfather and Lan Luofei, mounting a swift steed and departing from Qingshan City. Zhang Yang was acutely aware that as long as the Qi and Li families persisted, they would remain a constant threat to the Zhang family. he needed to elevate his strength swiftly to safeguard them. Chapter 15, Shaoshan Sect. A day later, Zhang Yang rested by the riverside, having journeyed hundreds of miles away from Qingshan City after a day of travel. He estimated that he was still 2 days' journey from Shaoshan Sect. Observing the map in his hand, he muttered to himself, due to Shaoshan Sect's remote location, he had encountered very few people along the way. At last, I've caught up with you. Suddenly, Zhang Yang heard the sound of galloping hooves in the distance, and saw a dozen riders charging towards him. They are from the Qi and Li families. He realized. Do you dare to pursue me again? Are you not concerned about sect leader Lan's wrath? Zhang Yang scoffed. He discerned that these individuals were formidable, nearly all at the 8th to 9th level of martial prowess. Essentially the elite of the Qi and Li families. The clan leaders have not come. Even if sect leader Lan is aware, it will not matter. The leader sneered. After being compelled to retreat, the Qi and Li families had secretly conspired. The Zhang family might temporarily escape destruction, but Zhang Yang must die. They were aware that Zhang Yang would be leaving Qingshan City in the next few days, so they had laid an ambush in advance. They had deduced that Zhang Yang's recent victory over Qi Yangming had likely relied on some secret technique that could not be sustained for long. Today, they dispatched the elite of both families. Confident that even if Zhang Yang were remarkable, he couldn't withstand a combined assault. You are quite certain of your victory over me, Zhang Yang retorted with a cold laugh. Today, we shall present your head. Hanging at the entrance of your Zhang family, the leader declared, issuing a command for everyone to draw their weapons in charge at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, seeing this, transformed into a specter, weaving through the crowd. Each strike of his sword claiming a life. How can he be so strong? The leader gasped in horror, as within mere moments Zhang Yang had already slain half of their numbers. Since you have come, then all of you shall remain, Zhang Yang stated coldly as the black sword light continued to dance amidst the throng. Soon, all of them lay dead at his feet, including the leader, whose head Zhang Yang severed in a fit of rage. It seems I must leave swiftly to avoid further complications, Zhang Yang thought, sheathing his black gold sword before mounting his horse and departing. 2 days later, Zhang Yang found himself before a sprawling mountain range, with a stone tablet at its base inscribed with the characters Shaoshan Sect. Finally arrived, he exclaimed, hastening into the mountains. Soon, he reached the entrance of Shaoshan Sect, where he was halted by a disciple stationed at the gate. This is Shaoshan Sect. Outsiders are not permitted entry, the disciple stated. I come from Qingshan City and have passed the assessment of Elder Tang Ji, Zhang Yang explained. A newcomer. Follow me, the disciple replied, leading Zhang Yang to a small plaza where several other youths were gathered. These individuals are from various cities, just like you. Please wait with them, the disciple instructed before departing. Zhang Yang glanced at the waiting youths and approached one who appeared amicable. What are we waiting for? He inquired. The youth explained, we are waiting for the spirit root assessment. Only those who pass will be accepted. I see, Zhang Yang murmured, settling in to wait alongside them. After a short while, a disciple stepped onto the plaza and surveyed the gathered youths. We shall now commence the spirit root assessment. Those who do not qualify will be sent back, the male disciple announced, producing a crystal stone from his hand. The youths formed a line to undergo testing one by one. Xiongde, low-grade spirit root; Xiong'er, mid-grade spirit root; Xiongsan, low-grade spirit root. As long as one possessed a low-grade spirit root, they could enter the servants' hall, while those with mid-grade spirit roots could directly enter the outer sect. Entering the outer sect was akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate, marking the transition to becoming a true disciple of Shaoshan Sect. Even if they left Shaoshan Sect afterward, they would still thrive. Sought after by countless individuals, the assessment progressed swiftly, and soon it was Zhang Yang's turn. Zhang Yang placed his hand upon the crystalline stone, yet after a brief moment, it exhibited no reaction whatsoever. What could be the reason for this? The disciple furrowed his brow and then gestured for Zhang Yang to try once more. Zhang Yang, feeling disheartened, pondered how it was possible that he, the sole Chaos Saint body in existence, could elicit no response. It simply did not seem rational. He placed his hand on the stone again, but still, there was no sign of reaction. Zhang Yang, you possess a wasted spiritual root, remarked the disciple. In that moment, Zhang Yang was utterly speechless, even questioning whether there had been an error when the elder awakened his Chaos Saint body. Observing the other disciples departing joyfully, he seized the arm of the disciple who was about to leave. Hurry and go, the Shaoshan Sect does not accept wasted spiritual roots, the disciple insisted. Zhang Yang produced 10 mid-grade spirit stones from his possession and pressed them into the disciple's hand, smiling as he said, I do not require entry into the outer sect. Even a position in the servants' court would suffice. These mid-grade spirit stones were the remnants from the previous eradication of the Black Bear mercenary corps. Upon seeing the 10 mid-grade spirit stones, the disciple's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he quickly stowed them away, whispering, "I enjoy conversing with clever individuals like you. I believe that even if you cannot enter the outer sect, you will thrive in the servants' court." Subsequently, he made some alterations in his record book, and Zhang Yang's wasted spiritual root was promptly transformed into a low-grade spiritual root. "Come, I will take you to the servants' court." The disciple chuckled. The servants' court was located at the foot of the mountain, and the two soon arrived at its entrance. "This is the servants' court, you may enter," the disciple said, handing Zhang Yang a token for the servants' court before departing. Upon entering, Zhang Yang noticed that the youths who had previously undergone testing were also present. Their faces displayed surprise upon seeing him, for they were aware that Zhang Yang was deemed a waste. "This guy must have bribed that senior brother. How shameless!" exclaimed Xiongde, visibly enraged. Zhang Yang shrugged indifferently. "And what of it? If you have the capability, you too can bribe." Xiongde's face turned ashen with fury. But he could not retort, for he lacked the means to do so. "Now that everyone is here, I will assign your tasks." A young man approached, clearly an elder of the servants' court. "Xiongde, you will sweep the toilets." "Xiong'er, you will shovel dung." "Zhang Yang, you can follow me for now." The young man quickly assigned tasks to everyone. "Why is this Zhang Yang treated differently from us?" Xiongde asked, somewhat vexed. "Do I need to explain myself to you? Remember, the servants' court conducts a monthly elimination assessment. Those who fail will be expelled." "Understood," the young man warned coldly. Chapter 16, An unexpected encounter with Chen Duo. Zhang Yang followed the disciple as Xiongde glared at him with fury. "What is your surname, senior brother?" Zhang Yang inquired with a smile, genuinely curious as this person was evidently aiding him. "I am Luo Dafu, one of the overseers of the servants' court. Someone requested that I look after you." "Your background is rather intriguing," Luo Dafu replied with a grin. Zhang Yang was taken aback, recalling the outer sect disciple who had previously brought him here, realizing that it must have been that person who instructed Luo Dafu. "Senior brother Luo, what exactly is this elimination assessment you mentioned?" Zhang Yang asked, puzzled. "It is designed to eliminate those with exceptionally poor talent, thus allowing for fresh blood to replenish the ranks. You must strive diligently." "I can assist you, but I cannot help during the assessment," Luo Dafu explained as Zhang Yang nodded and then inquired, "If one performs well in the assessment, is there a chance of entering the outer sect?" He was reluctant to remain merely a servant. "Certainly, but you must at least place in the top 3, Luo Dafu clarified. Afterward, he elaborated on how to cultivate within the servants' court and cautioned Zhang Yang not to provoke Hua Zhua, who was his sworn enemy and had considerable influence. Each day, the servants' court only provided one low-grade spirit stone, indicating that to cultivate effectively one must undertake tasks. Zhang Yang sighed before making his way to the task hall. Both the outer sect and the servants' court of the Shaoxian sect had a task hall to encourage cultivation, providing even servants with opportunities for advancement. Upon entering the task hall, Zhang Yang saw numerous tasks posted on the walls. He quickly identified a suitable task: to eradicate bandits at Neo-Xian Mountain, and promptly submitted the task token to the elder. "Are you certain you wish to undertake this task?" the elder asked in astonishment. "This task is exceedingly difficult. Several disciples have taken it and never returned." Zhang Yang nodded in affirmation. "Perhaps you should consider another. While this task offers 1,000 points and rewards a yellow tier technique, it is far too challenging for you," the elder advised. "I appreciate your concern, but I am resolute in my decision." Zhang Yang replied with a smile. The elder sighed, then registered Zhang Yang for the task. After which Zhang Yang exited the hall. The reason Zhang Yang was determined to accept this task was that he currently lacked a suitable movement technique, and this task could fulfill that need. He headed straight to the stable, where those undertaking tasks could procure mounts. "Senior brother, I wish to claim a mount," Zhang Yang said to the stable attendant upon arrival. "You are the Zhang Yang who got in through connections?" The attendant retorted sarcastically, refusing to bring forth a horse. "Do not speak without evidence," Zhang Yang countered. "I have no horses. You will have to find your own way," the attendant stated dismissively. Zhang Yang glanced at the several spirit horses within the stable and replied, "Are there not several inside? I said there are none. Now hurry and leave. You are a nuisance." The attendant snapped. With a swift motion, Zhang Yang struck the attendant down with a punch, coldly stating, "You are truly insufferable. I was speaking to you civilly, yet you refuse to listen and insist on being obstinate." Not yet satisfied, Zhang Yang delivered a kick to the fallen attendant before mounting a spirit horse and departing. Shortly after Zhang Yang left, the attendant struggled to rise, revealing a broken nose, blood streaming from his face. "You dare strike me, you will pay for this," he growled, limping away without a backward glance. A day later, Guided by the map, Zhang Yang swiftly arrived at Niuexan Mountain. With such a vast mountain range, where am I to find these bandits? Zhang Yang gazed in awe at the imposing peaks. It seems I will have to resort to that method. He found a conspicuous boulder, reclined upon it, and piled all his valuables around him, embodying the adage, "Those willing shall be hooked." An hour later, several men emerged from the mountains. "Look at this fool, sleeping atop a rock," one remarked. "Let us just kill him and take his belongings," another sneered, caught off guard by such an opportunity. Just as the men approached Zhang Yang, he sprang into action, a flash of black swordlight severing several heads, leaving only one man trembling on the ground. "Who is the fool now?" Zhang Yang taunted, patting the man's face. "I'm the fool. I am the fool," the man stammered, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "Tell me, how many bandits are there in Niuexan Mountain?" Zhang Yang inquired. "There is only one Niuexan village, but it has a considerable number. Over 200, and the village is located at the summit," the man replied. "What level is the leader of Niuexan village?" Zhang Yang pressed. "He is at the 9th level of the martial realm." The man answered. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes and swiftly cut off the man's head. He had been watching the man's eyes closely, and when he spoke of the village leader's realm, there was a noticeable evasion, clearly indicating deceit. "I will investigate further," Zhang Yang declared, charging up the mountain. Along the way, he encountered several bandits, all of whom he dispatched easily. Soon Zhang Yang reached the summit of Niuexan Mountain. After some searching, he found Niuexan village. "What a coincidence! Is today the day of the village leader's wedding?" Zhang Yang mused. Hiding behind a large tree, the village was festooned with festive decorations, red lanterns hanging everywhere, and many people inside were joyously drinking. Suddenly, a door swung open, revealing a woman in bridal attire, accompanied by an older woman who was pushing her forward. "Chen Duoduo." Zhang Yang was taken aback. He could not fathom why Chen Duoduo was present. At that moment, Chen Duoduo was bound, her face marked by tear stains. Within the village, a burly man with a robust physique and a rugged appearance leered at Chen Duoduo as she approached. "Come here, my dear, and let us wed. Once the ceremony is over, I shall introduce you to the greatest pleasures of life," the brute leered, prompting his underlings to join in the raucous laughter. Soon, Chen Duoduo was pushed before the burly man, her expression one of utter despair. "Bow to heaven and earth," the older woman commanded. The burly man bowed, but Chen Duoduo remained unresponsive. "Bow quickly," the older woman insisted, forcing her head down. "Bow to your parents," she commanded again, pressing Chen Duoduo's head down, but the latter struggled in vain. "Husband and wife, bow to each other," the older woman called, preparing to force Chen Duoduo's head down once more. Just then, a shadow flashed, and the older woman's head flew off, leaving the villagers stunned as Zhang Yang appeared, having rescued Chen Duoduo. Chapter 17. The annihilation of Niuexan village. "How did you end up here? The Shaoxian sect should not be in this direction." Zhang Yang furrowed his brow upon seeing Zhang Yang. Chen Duoduo's eyes filled with tears once more, her voice choked with emotion as she replied, "I was ambushed as soon as I left Qingshan City, and when I woke up, I found myself here. Do you know who did it?" Zhang Yang furrowed his brow. "It might be the Qi family members." Chen Duoduo whispered speculatively, "You should leave quickly, this place is perilous." Subsequently, Zhang Yang handed the map to Chen Duoduo. "Neither of you will escape." At that moment, a burly man had already led a group of henchmen toward Zhang Yang. "But what will you do?" Chen Duoduo shook his head. "They are no match for me. You must leave at once." Zhang Yang swiftly untied Chen Duoduo's bindings and forcefully pushed him out. Just then, a figure rushed toward Chen Duoduo, and seeing this, Zhang Yang thrust his sword, piercing the man's back. Meanwhile, the remaining bandits' attacks had already reached Zhang Yang from behind. He rolled sideways and then plunged directly into the throng of attackers. Swish, 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 like a deity of death, Zhang Yang relentlessly harvested the lives of these brigands. With every strike of his black gold sword, several heads would fly from their bodies. "This lad possesses considerable strength," the burly man snorted coldly and then brandished his battle axe, swinging it fiercely at Zhang Yang. Bang! Zhang Yang was knocked back several steps by this powerful blow, blood seeping from his hand. Warrior realm. Zhang Yang realized that this burly man had actually reached the warrior realm, which explained why the miscellaneous disciples who undertook tasks here often vanished without a trace, as most of them were merely martial artists. Those who had attained the warrior realm had long since entered the outer sect. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang activated the chaotic void technique, otherwise, he might truly lose his life today. Boom! Golden light flickered around Zhang Yang, his hair turning white once more. In the next instant, his figure vanished from the spot. Bang! Zhang Yang slashed at the burly man with his sword. Although the man reacted swiftly, blocking with his battle axe, he was still sent flying by Zhang Yang's strike. "What is going on with this kid? Such formidable strength." The burly man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, astonished and horrified. However, as he began to rise, Zhang Yang was already before him, the black gold sword transforming into 3 shadows aimed at the man's chest. Clang! The sword shadows pierced through the battle axe. Swish! The black gold sword penetrated the burly man's skull. Seeing their leader slain by Zhang Yang, many bandits scattered in panic, while a few more loyal ones sought vengeance, only to meet their demise at Zhang Yang's hands. As Zhang Yang dispelled the chaotic void technique, an overwhelming sense of weakness engulfed him. I need to find something to eat to replenish my strength. Leaning on his black gold sword, Zhang Yang explored the entire mountain stronghold, ultimately finding a spiritual ginseng and over 100 low-quality spirit stones. What a pathetic stronghold, so impoverished, Zhang Yang expressed his disbelief. Yet he promptly consumed the spiritual ginseng and shattered the spirit stones, absorbing their essence simultaneously. Moments later he opened his eyes, a glimmer of astonishment illuminating his gaze. I actually broke through. Zhang Yang had not anticipated that the spiritual ginseng contained such rich energy. Unbeknownst to him, the stronghold's poverty stemmed from the burly man purchasing the majority of its wealth to acquire the spiritual ginseng for his own advancement. However, even after breaking through, the weakness within him had not fully dissipated. It seemed he needed further replenishment, Zhang Yang mused, then rose and ventured deeper into the mountains. During the past 2 days, Zhang Yang had been battling first-tier high-level demon beasts in the mountains, and this period of combat had allowed him to perfect the 100 refinements sword technique. Additionally, through continuous absorption of the white liquid, although he had not broken through in his cultivation, he experienced a significant surge in strength. The demon beasts within Nyoxian Mountain were utterly terrified of him. Those that could escape did so, while the rest met their end in Zhang Yang's belly, thus restoring his sense of vitality. I should take a bath before heading back. Zhang Yang glanced at the blackened blood covering his body, then swiftly located a river, shedding his clothes and diving in it. Just then, a woman suddenly emerged from the water. Her long dark hair glistening with droplets, her form strikingly fair. Zhang Yang, initially poised to embrace the lake's coolness, was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the woman, his eyes widening in surprised splash as the woman surfaced. Zhang Yang instinctively embraced her, and they both tumbled into the water together. So soft, Zhang Yang felt as though he had collided with a massive softness, as if something was pressing against him. Out of curiosity, he reached out a hand, feeling a bouncy sensation, and he even sensed a slight tremor from it. Boom! In the next moment, the lake erupted as Zhang Yang's naked body soared out of the water, darting like a streak of light toward the distant woods. Simultaneously, the woman emerged from the water, her delicate, fair face painted with a mixture of shock and anger, a blush lingering on her neck. This scoundrel dared to take advantage of me. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Hastily donning her clothes, she made to flee into the woods. Lan Shimmy, what happened? I just heard an explosion. At that moment, a man rushed out from the woods. It's nothing, the woman replied coldly, then let us hurry back. And the man frowned, aware that Lan Shimmy was hiding something from him. Very well, the woman glanced at the distant woods, inwardly cursing herself for not even catching a glimpse of that lecher's face. However, she had memorized the scent on him, confident that she would recognize him upon any future close encounter. Damn, that woman was ruthless. It was just a touch. I didn't intend to do anything. Zhang Yang got to his feet, rubbing his chest. I wonder if that woman has left. I don't have any extra clothes on me. Covering his lower half with leaves, Zhang Yang stealthily approached the riverbank. Upon seeing that the woman had already departed, he secretly sighed in relief, then quickly rinsed his clothes and put them back on. Time to head back. After donning his clothes, Zhang Yang left Nyoxian Mountain Point. One day later, Zhang Yang returned to the miscellaneous disciples' courtyard and entered the task hall to submit his mission. You really completed it. The elder regarded Zhang Yang with astonishment, a look of disbelief on his face. Just lucky, Zhang Yang replied with a smile. Naturally, the elder could not accept such a flimsy explanation. He then handed Zhang Yang the points and a high-quality yellow-tier footwork technique. Zhang Yang exited the task hall, intending to practice this footwork technique first. This excursion to Nyoxian Mountain had made him acutely aware of his shortcomings in speed. Zhang Yang, come with me for a moment. A man suddenly approached Zhang Yang, wearing a friendly demeanor, and began to lead him away. As Zhang Yang's brow furrowed, he quickly noticed several figures lurking around the corner. Chapter 18, Huazhua following the man to the corner. Zhang Yang was greeted by a familiar figure, the one who had been at the horse stable, now wrapped in a sandcloth, glaring menacingly at Zhang Yang. Do you know who we are? The man who brought Zhang Yang here shoved him with a scowl, only to find that his push had no effect. Miscellaneous disciples, Zhang Yang replied. The crowd responded. Naturally, in the miscellaneous disciples' courtyard, we are all miscellaneous disciples. I am asking if you know who we are. the man retorted angrily, clearly irked by Zhang Yang's response. People of Huazhua, Zhang Yang guessed, knowing that, you still dare to touch us? Are you seeking death? The man seethed, having mingled with Huazhua for so long. It was their first encounter with a newcomer who dared to act against the veterans. Then you must ask him. I wanted a spirit horse. But he refused to give it to me. Zhang Yang pointed at the disciple wrapped in the sandcloth. That he can refuse you. Even if he hits you, you must endure it, the man said coldly. Are you bullying newcomers? Zhang Yang scoffed. These people reminded him of the underworld gangs from his previous life. Bully me? What can you do about it? The man laughed, appearing utterly arrogant. Bang! Zhang Yang landed a punch directly on the man, sending him flying to the ground, where he lay unconscious. You dare to strike? The remaining men were taken aback, their expressions filled with shock. They had not anticipated that Zhang Yang would take the initiative. Bang! 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 Zhang Yang unleashed several more punches, causing the rest to be sent sprawling, all collapsing in a row, leaving only the disciple wrapped in the sandcloth. Don't come any closer. The disciple retreated involuntarily. Come tell me, who gave you the confidence to think you could hit me twice? Zhang Yang approached the man. Brother Huazhua is the top disciple in the miscellaneous disciples' courtyard, the most sought-after disciple entering the outer sect. I am Brother Huazhua's person. That if you dare to touch me, Brother Huazhua will not let you off. The man was genuinely frightened, resorting to threatening Zhang Yang with Huazhua's name. Bang! Zhang Yang delivered another punch, striking the man squarely on the nose, blood gushing forth from the sandcloth as the man fell unconscious from the pain. What nonsense is this, Brother Huazhua? I will treat you the same, Zhang Yang snorted coldly, then returned to his quarters. Qingzhu Wuing footwork. Zhang Yang gazed at the high-quality yellow tier technique he had just obtained, a look of anticipation spreading across his face. 5 days later, Zhang Yang's figure moved rapidly within the courtyard, his speed so swift that it appeared as if he had left behind afterimages. At last, he had perfected the Qingzhu Wuing footwork. Zhang Yang was exceedingly pleased, as this also indirectly demonstrated the terrifying prowess of the chaotic sacred body. In 5 days, he had accomplished what others achieved in 2 years. Bang! Suddenly, the gate to Zhang Yang's courtyard was kicked open, splintering the wooden door, and several men stormed in. Are you Zhang Yang? The leading man appeared slightly older than the others. You broke our door. You must compensate us today, Zhang Yang retorted, not bothering to answer the man's question. If you dare to lay a hand on my men, then let me see what capital you have to be so arrogant. The man sneered, then ordered his companions to attack Zhang Yang. He refrained from joining the fray to gauge Zhang Yang's strength. Bang! 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 A few individuals had just rushed forward, only to be swiftly subdued by Zhang Yang, lying on the ground in a pitiful state. No wonder they dared to be so arrogant. They indeed possessed some strength, the man sneered. You must be Huazhua, Zhang Yang replied. Knowing who I am, you still dare to act this way. Today, I shall render you powerless. As Huazhua finished speaking, he prepared to attack Zhang Yang. Stop! At that moment, a voice resonated from outside the courtyard as Luo Dafeng burst into the scene. Huazhua glanced at Luo Dafeng, then back at Zhang Yang, before sneering. No wonder you're so bold. It appears you have someone backing you, Huazhua declared. This is my territory. You should leave at once. Luo Dafeng's expression darkened. Then let me give you a few more days to experience being in charge. After the assessment, this position will surely be beyond your reach, Huazhua retorted with a cold laugh. Luo Dafeng's face turned grim at Huazhua's words. And you be cautious during the assessment, Huazhua said, laughing heartily before directly departing Zhang Yang's courtyard. The few individuals lying on the ground attempted to follow but were stopped by Zhang Yang. Repair the door, Zhang Yang ordered coldly. The group exchanged looks, aware of the already departed Huazhua and the icy gaze of Zhang Yang, and promptly scurried off to find tools to mend the door before daring to leave Zhang Yang's courtyard. Zhang Yang, you've stirred up trouble, and I may not be able to protect you for long, Luo Dafeng sighed. What do you mean by that? Zhang Yang inquired. You should know that Huazhua is the top individual in the Servants' Academy. Luo Dafeng explained. Zhang Yang nodded. Although Huazhua possessed formidable strength, his talent was quite average. Under normal circumstances, he should have been eliminated from the Servants' Academy long ago. The only reason he remained was that he had a brother in the outer sect, one of the most powerful disciples there. No wonder Huazhua is so arrogant, Zhang Yang realized. You haven't grasped my meaning. I imply that during the assessment, Huazhua will likely make an attempt on your life. Many who have offended him before have met their demise at his hands, Luo Dafeng cautioned, noticing Zhang Yang's unconcerned demeanor. I understand. Thank you, Brother Luo. Earlier you mentioned you wouldn't be able to protect me for long. Are you being replaced? Zhang Yang asked, puzzled. Hearing this, Luo Dafeng sighed. Recently, Huazhua's faction has cultivated another disciple at the 9th level of martial arts. I am likely not his match, and losing my position means I must relinquish it. At that point, the Servants' Academy will probably be completely controlled by Huajua's faction. These people have considerable ambition. Zhang Yang thought to himself. By the way, Zhang Shidi, I heard you completed that exceedingly difficult task and earned a substantial number of points. I suggest you go to the 100 Refinement Pavilion for training. The spiritual energy there is incredibly rich, allowing for significant improvement in a short time. Luo Dafeng advised. Zhang Yang was somewhat taken aback. Despite his own dire situation, Luo Dafeng still showed concern for him, altering Zhang Yang's perception of him. Afterward, Zhang Yang bid farewell to Luo Dafeng and headed directly to the 100 Refinement Pavilion for training, where his strength was rapidly increasing. On the day of the assessment, Zhang Yang emerged from the pavilion, having broken through to the 8th level of martial arts, and his Qingzhu Wuying step had reached perfection. If only I had more points, I might have already reached the 9th level of martial arts, Zhang Yang murmured, though he felt a sense of satisfaction nonetheless. He was now invincible within the Servants' Academy. It's almost time, I should head to the assessment, Zhang Yang remarked, making his way toward the assessment location. Chapter 19. The Servants' Monthly Assessment begins. Zhang Yang arrived at the assembly point, located at the foot of a mountain outside the Servants' Academy. By the time he arrived, most of the disciples had already gathered. A middle-aged man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, eyes closed. Who is this person? Zhang Yang inquired as he approached Luo Dafeng. He is an elder of our Servants' Academy, primarily responsible for managing us, but he is usually preoccupied with his training and hardly intervenes, Luo Dafeng whispered. At that moment, Huajua noticed Zhang Yang's arrival and approached him, saying, "Be sure to have someone prepare your funeral arrangements." With that, he laughed and walked away. "You foolish bird," Zhang Yang retorted, not giving him an inch. Huajua paused momentarily but did not seem angered. He had already deemed Zhang Yang a dead man. Who is this person, daring to insult Huajua? He must be new here and unaware of Huajua's temperament. This fellow will likely not survive the assessment, a few servants' disciples whispered among themselves, many of whom did not recognize Zhang Yang. Now that everyone is nearly assembled, I will briefly explain the competition rules. The elder opened his eyes and addressed the crowd. The servants' disciples immediately fell silent, obediently listening. This time, you will enter the cave behind me. As long as you exit the cave within the stipulated time, you will pass the assessment. Those who exceed the time limit will be eliminated from the Servants' Academy, the middle-aged man stated. Upon hearing the rules, the faces of the disciples displayed unease, as previous assessments had only eliminated the last 10 participants. They had not anticipated such strictness this time. Of course, the top 3 can directly enter the outer sect. You may now proceed. I will be waiting for you at the exit, the middle-aged man continued. Upon hearing this, the disciples all walked into the cave, while Huajua cast a cold smile at Zhang Yang before entering as well. Be careful, Zhang Yang. Huajua will undoubtedly attempt to harm you inside the cave, Luo Dafeng warned. I fear it won't just be him. That other fellow seems to have his sights set on me as well, Zhang Yang replied, glancing to the side, where a slender man at the 9th level of martial arts was staring at him. He is the one I mentioned, likely to replace me. It seems he has his eye on you too, Luo Dafeng frowned, with both disciples at the 9th level of martial arts targeting Zhang Yang. Even Luo Dafeng felt that Zhang Yang's chances in this assessment were grim. Such trifles cannot hinder me, Zhang Yang chuckled, charging into the cave. This shitty Zhang is clearly a waste with no spiritual roots. I cannot fathom why he possesses such confidence. Luo Dafeng shook his head before also entering the cave. Once inside the cave, Zhang Yang surged forward at great speed. However, he had barely covered 100 meters when a slender figure blocked his path. It was the 9th level martial artist. You shouldn't have provoked Huajua, the man said flatly. By this time, Luo Dafeng had reached Zhang Yang's side and, with a serious expression, declared to Zhang Shidi, I will confront him with you. He sensed the impending confrontation. What is your name? Zhang Yang asked. It seems you wish to know. I can oblige. My name is Lin Yi. Remember it well, the slender man replied coldly. I believe you've misunderstood. I asked for your name purely for your own good, fearing you would die without anyone to erect a memorial, Zhang Yang retorted with a cold smile. Stubbornness is futile. Both of you will perish here today. Lin Yi's face darkened with a bloodthirsty glint. Zhang Shidi, let us attack together. This gives us a slim chance of defeating him, Luo Dafeng warned, on high alert. Just as Luo Dafeng finished speaking, Lin Yi's figure flickered, and he lunged at Zhang Yang with a swift strike. So fast, Luo Dafeng's expression turned to one of shock. However, the next moment, Luo Dafeng's expression changed entirely, just as Lin Yi's blade was about to strike Zhang Yang. He suddenly sidestepped, and with a flash of black sword light, Lin Yi's head flew from his body. At this, Luo Dafeng was left dumbfounded, disbelief etched across his face. Brother Luo, let us move, Zhang Yang said, already sprinting deeper into the cave. So powerful was the only thought in Luo Dafeng's mind. He suddenly realized that by simply following Zhang Yang, he might also enter the outer sect. With this in mind, a glimmer of hope filled Luo Dafeng's heart as he quickly pursued Zhang Yang. As Zhang Yang ventured deeper into the cave, he soon discovered the true nature of the trial. Inside the cave were numerous bronze figures, their bodies incredibly tough and their attacks formidable. Many disciples were entangled by the bronze figures. Unable to advance, although these bronze figures were strong, they could not impede Zhang Yang's progress. That he barreled through, sending any bronze figure that dared to block his path flying with his black gold sword. Sparks flying in his wake, many disciples watched in awe, silently marveling at Zhang Yang's outrageous strength. Due to Zhang Yang leading the way, the pressure on the other disciples diminished significantly. They were no fools and closely followed Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang was well aware that the disciples behind him were using him as a shield, but he didn't mind. As Zhang Yang bulldozed his way forward, he drew closer to the cave's exit. And the number of disciples trailing him increased. At that moment, Huajua's figure appeared before Zhang Yang, his battle knife in hand, clearly waiting for him. However, upon seeing the throng of disciples following Zhang Yang, Huajua's expression showed shock. He had not expected so many to reach this point. Zhang Yang halted in his tracks, glancing back at the disciples. They all came to a stop as well. Fight with confidence. We need not strive for the top 3, we only need to pass the assessment, one disciple encouraged, and the others nodded in agreement. I appreciate your kindness in waiting for me. Zhang Yang said, I told you, you shall not leave this cave alive. Huajua sneered. I intend to walk out and I shall do so over your corpse, Zhang Yang coldly retorted, charging towards Huajua. You seek death. Huajua's expression turned frigid as he swung his knife at Zhang Yang with flames swirling around it. This is bad. That's a low-grade profound technique, Luo Dafeng exclaimed, eyes wide in horror. To comprehend the caliber of martial arts techniques at this level, it is evident that the outer disciples alone possess the capability to cultivate them. The mere servant disciples stand no chance. It is already clear without further thought that this particular martial art was undoubtedly a gift from Huajua's younger brother. Clang, 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 Zhang Yang thrust his sword against Huajua's battle blade, causing flames to erupt from the blade and scatter in all directions, which forced Huajua to stagger back repeatedly. This technique seems to be of a significantly higher tier than my thunder sword art. Zhang Yang immediately recognized this. Since I cannot pierce him to death, I shall cleave him instead. Before Huajua could regain his footing, Zhang Yang had already closed the distance, unleashing a tempest of strikes with his black gold sword upon Huajua. Chapter 20, Huabuyu. Clang, clang, clang. The onlookers beheld Zhang Yang's relentless assault on Huajua, who was rendered utterly defenseless, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, a clear indication of his grievous injuries. My goodness, Zhang Yang is utterly monstrous. Huajua is no match for him, one disciple exclaimed in astonishment. The gathered disciples were left speechless, witnessing a one-sided annihilation. Clang, clang, clang. Huajua fought desperately to fend off Zhang Yang's onslaught. Yet the weight of Zhang Yang's sword was overwhelming. Each impact against his blade felt as though it reverberated through his very core. Crack. At that moment, a sound of splintering echoed, revealing numerous fissures on Huajua's battle blade. Realizing the imminent peril, Huajua thought to himself that it was too late. Swoosh, the sword shattered, and with a single stroke, Zhang Yang cleaved Huajua in two, blood splattering across the ground as Zhang Yang sheathed his black gold sword and surged towards the cave's exit. The other disciples, witnessing this, hurriedly followed, understanding that if fortune favored them, they might secure a spot in the top 3. Before long, Zhang Yang burst forth from the cave, and the elder, glancing at the time, smiled and proclaimed, "Congratulations, you have secured first place." No sooner had he spoken than Luo Dafu emerged, momentarily startling the elder, for he had believed that Luo Dafu's strength would not suffice for second place. Luo Dafu, second place, the elder announced. However, the subsequent events left the elder utterly dumbfounded as a throng of disciples poured out of the cave. What is happening? The elder was genuinely bewildered. This crowd encompassed nearly all the participants of the assessment, implying that very few had been eliminated. Such an occurrence had never transpired in the history of the servant-disciple assessments. Congratulations on passing the assessment. The top 3 disciples may proceed directly to the outer sect, the elder stated with a smile, handing out an outer sect token to the top 3 disciples before departing, for he had further cultivation to attend to. As for why this assessment was so anomalous, or the fate of Huajua, it was of no concern to him. Cultivation remained paramount. With the elder's departure, the disciples rushed to express their gratitude to Zhang Yang, aware that this assessment had imposed far stricter requirements than ever before. and typically many would be expelled from the sect, yet, due to Zhang Yang's sweeping victory within the cave, numerous disciples were granted the opportunity to pass. Among them, Luo Dafu was the most exhilarated, firmly grasping Zhang Yang's hands and exclaiming, "Brother, I genuinely thank you. Without you, I surely would not have made it to the outer sect. Tonight, I shall treat you. Let us go to a place to unwind." "Where to?" Zhang Yang inquired with curiosity. "To a realm of enchanting beauty, a perfect escape to relieve our stresses," Luo Dafu replied mysteriously. "Forget it, you go by yourself." Zhang Yang promptly declined, having a vague inkling of what was implied. "What a pity. I had hoped that we brothers could reserve the entire place, ensuring none would leave their beds," Luo Dafu lamented. Afterwards, the crowd dispersed, many heading off to celebrate, while Zhang Yang prepared to proceed directly to the outer sect with his token. The outer sect was located elsewhere from the Servant Disciple Academy, and as Zhang Yang ascended the mountain with his token, he encountered a grand gate at the mountain's waist, behind which lay numerous scattered buildings nestled within. Upon arriving at the mountain gate, 2 disciples blocked his path, but upon presenting his outer sect token, they allowed him passage. However, Zhang Yang noticed a detail: both disciples regarded him with a hint of sympathy. Though he could not discern the reason, not dwelling on it, Zhang Yang entered the outer sect, obediently following the elder's instructions to first acquire the attire of an outer sect disciple. Subsequently, he aimed to explore the outer sect to familiarize himself with its fundamental conditions. Upon reaching the central square of the outer sect, he was suddenly hailed by someone. "Are you Zhang Yang?" a young man of similar age inquired. "And you are?" Zhang Yang responded, puzzled, as he had only just arrived at the outer sect, and it seemed unlikely anyone would recognize him. "I am Huaju's younger brother, Huabuyu." Upon hearing Zhang Yang acknowledge his identity, the young man's expression darkened instantly. "So you are Huaju's brother?" Zhang Yang had never anticipated such a possibility, as the two bore no resemblance whatsoever, leading him to question if Huabuyu's mother had been unfaithful, given their stark differences in appearance. "Where has my brother gone?" Huabuyu demanded ominously. "How would I know?" Zhang Yang replied. "Do not feign ignorance. I have received word that my brother was killed by you." Huabuyu's tone intensified. "Your brother sought to kill me. I acted in self-defense. Who knew he would be so easy to overpower?" Zhang Yang retorted. "Do not offer so many excuses. You have slain my brother, and here in the outer sect, no one will protect you," Huabuyu declared, disregarding the multitude of onlookers in the square as he prepared to strike Zhang Yang. In response, Zhang Yang summoned his black gold sword, fully aware that he was currently no match for Huabuyu. Yet if Huabuyu sought confrontation, he would not back down. At worst, he could activate the Chaos Void technique and fight to the death. "Stop!" a commanding voice rang out. Zhang Yang turned to see the arrival of Tang Ji. Momentarily taken aback, "Huabuyu, you would do well to remain discreet. This is the Shaoxin sect, not your home," Tang Ji admonished coldly. Huabuyu, upon seeing Tang Ji, let his raised hand fall, his expression shifting before he finally spoke. "Elder Tang, I am a disciple of Elder Qian. Speaking to me in such a manner will surely displease my master." Upon hearing this, Tang Ji's countenance darkened significantly, and he retorted angrily, "Get lost." While Huabuyu's master was indeed formidable, he was no match for Tang Ji, and fearing that he might provoke Tang Ji to publicly humiliate him before all present, he refrained from escalating the confrontation. In 2 months, the outer sect grand competition will take place, and all outer sect disciples are required to participate. Zhang Yang, I strongly advise you to pray that we do not cross paths. Otherwise, I shall ensure your demise." Huabuyu scoffed before departing. With Huabuyu's exit, Tang Ji's expression softened slightly, and he then guided Zhang Yang in understanding the outer sect environment. After the three departed, the square erupted into excitement. "Who is that guy? He dares to provoke Huabuyu, one of the top 3 in the outer sect. Did you not hear earlier? This fellow is Zhang Yang, just promoted from the Servant Disciple Academy. Those emerging from the Servant Academy are typically seen as worthless. Now this Zhang Yang has foolishly antagonized Huabuyu given Huabuyu's temperament. It is highly likely that Zhang Yang will meet a grim fate in the grand competition." The outer sect disciples buzzed with discussion, and soon Zhang Yang's name spread throughout the outer sect, garnering him an infamous reputation, with even the dogs barking in recognition. Chapter 21, The Youth's Manual of Cultivation. Tang Ji escorted Zhang Yang along the streets of the outer sect, providing insight into its basic conditions. "Elder Tang, what level has Huabuyu attained, and who is his master?" Zhang Yang inquired, sensing Tang Ji's evident wariness regarding Huabuyu's master. "Huabuyu is currently at the 5th level of martial artist and is regarded as one of the top 3 in the outer sect. The most formidable trio overall. His master is named Ma Kan, an inner sect elder, Tangji elucidated. Shouldn't inner sect elders be recruiting inner sect disciples? Zhang Yang questioned, perplexed. Huabuyu is not yet a formal disciple of Ma Kan. But it is common knowledge in the outer sect that Ma Kan has taken an interest in Huabuyu, intending to recruit him early, which caused quite a stir in the outer sect at the time. Tangji explained as Zhang Yang nodded deep in thought. You were brought into the Shaoxin sect by me, and now you have stirred up trouble with Huabuyu. I cannot assist you further. Tangji sighed, appearing quite helpless. If I were to kill Huabuyu in the outer sect grand competition, would Ma Kan target me? Zhang Yang asked. Upon hearing this, Tangji's expression turned peculiar. You do realize you are 7 realms apart from him, correct? Have you lost your mind? I am already at the 8th level of martial artist. I need only bridge 6 realms, Zhang Yang asserted. What? Tangji's eyes widened in disbelief. You were only at the 7th level a month ago, and now you have advanced another realm. Zhang Yang nodded, stating thus, I believe that with 2 months of diligent effort, I may very well be able to defeat him during the competition. This fellow is truly a freak. Tangji felt utterly flabbergasted. If you genuinely manage to achieve that, I suggest you aim for the top 3. This would grant you direct entry into the inner sect, along with an opportunity to take on a master. Once you have a master, Ma Kan would think twice before acting against you. Tangji advised. Zhang Yang nodded and then parted ways with Tangji, making his way to the Points Exchange Hall, a place dedicated to the exchange of items, shortly after entering the Grand Hall. Zhang Yang's gaze fell upon a martial art technique, a high-grade Shen-level sword technique, the Taiyin sword art. Zhang Yang glanced at the brief introduction of the sword technique, discovering that the Taiyin sword technique required the absorption of extreme yin energy to condense an yin pearl before one could cultivate this sword art. Once fully mastered, its power could cleave mountains, and if cultivated to perfection, this sword technique would be equivalent to an earth-tier skill. Just the name of this sword technique alone exuded an air of magnificence. Zhang Yang looked at the book of sword techniques, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Young lad, don't even think about it. You can't afford it. An elder approached Zhang Yang and remarked. Zhang Yang cast a glance at the elder. Recognizing him as the one in charge of the Points Hall. Elder, how many points does this technique require? Zhang Yang inquired. 20,000 points, the elder replied with a smile. Damn, Zhang Yang couldn't help but exclaim. Realizing he truly could not afford it, he might not even be able to buy it in his entire lifetime. This technique is exceedingly difficult to cultivate. Just condensing the yin pearl is a formidable task. I advise you to abandon the idea, the elder kindly advised. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth and declared, I must cultivate this technique. You should heed the elder's words. Many aspire to this technique, some may afford it. Yet no one in the entire Shaoxian sect has ever succeeded in mastering it, the elder cautioned. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang felt a jolt in his heart, astonished at the immense difficulty of cultivating this technique. Nevertheless, he possessed the chaotic sacred body and believed he could succeed. The only challenge lay in condensing the yin pearl. Elder, do you know any methods to quickly earn 20,000 points? Zhang Yang asked with a grin. His face brimming with flattery, the elder sighed, saying, you could head directly to the mission hall. There are 2 exceedingly difficult tasks. Completing them would yield the requisite 20,000 points. As soon as the elder finished speaking, Zhang Yang dashed out of the Points Hall, racing towards the mission hall. The elder could only shake his head, lamenting how the youth feared nothing. Zhang Yang soon arrived at the mission hall and quickly located the 2 tasks worth 10,000 points each. He took the mission tokens and approached the elder at the mission hall to register. The elder's face displayed surprise upon seeing the 2 tasks, then he looked at Zhang Yang with a serious expression, saying, young man, there is no need to be so reckless. Seeking death should not be approached in such a manner. Zhang Yang retorted, elder, I am undertaking tasks, not seeking death. Have you carefully reviewed the difficulty of these tasks? The elder asked. I have. They are of the difficult tier, the kind where one can easily perish. Zhang Yang replied, are you afraid of dying from just one task, hence choosing 2? Moreover, given that you were merely at the warrior realm, is this not courting death? This time, it was the elder who was left speechless. Elder, could you not speak such discouraging words? I feel as if you were cursing me, Zhang Yang couldn't help but say. The elder, resigned, ultimately helped Zhang Yang register for both tasks and then reminded him, the task to eradicate the demon cultivator's base is a group task, including you. The numbers are sufficient. I will notify the others. And you shall gather here at the main hall entrance tomorrow. Zhang Yang expressed his gratitude to the elder and then left the mission hall. The elder's words made him feel somewhat guilty. As he walked back, Zhang Yang murmured, I need to think of other ways, just in case I cannot complete the tasks. I should have a backup plan. Zhang Yang swiftly returned to his cave. which was specifically prepared for disciples. He fetched paper and pen, then began to sketch. Within half a day's effort, Zhang Yang produced 3 chapters, featuring illustrations of characters and accompanying text. I believe they will certainly appreciate this. Zhang Yang thought as he admired the images of the characters, pristine and white, alongside the climactic prose. With a chuckle, he placed the paper into a bamboo tube and inscribed several bold characters on it, Youth Cultivation Manual. He then promptly left his cave. Zhang Yang soon arrived at the central square of the outer sect, the area bustling with the most people. Here, various facilities catered to the outer sect disciples. In one corner of the central square, numerous individuals set up stalls, selling an array of peculiar items. This was also a hotspot for outer sect disciples looking for bargains. Zhang Yang found an empty spot, sat cross-legged, and placed the 3 bamboo tubes in front of him. Passers-by, don't miss out. The Youth Cultivation Manual, a treasure you deserve, Zhang Yang called out loudly. Within moments, a disciple approached, curiosity evident on his face. Youth Cultivation Manual, what on earth is that? And it costs 100 points, you'll know as soon as you see it, Zhang Yang replied, leaning in mysteriously, opening one of the bamboo tubes to show the contents to the disciple. Chapter 22, Team Assembly. Upon seeing the illustrations, the disciple's nosebleed gushed forth, and he quickly stuffed the drawing back into the bamboo tube, whispering to Zhang Yang, brother, this is incredible, where did you get this? The disciple, having discovered that the drawings contained provocative content, was further astonished to find that they even taught various moves, some of which he had never encountered before. I drew them myself, Zhang Yang explained. Brother, you are truly a genius, I will buy this. The disciple handed Zhang Yang 100 points, his face alight with excitement, ready to rush back to his cave, unable to contain his eagerness. Hold on, don't rush off just yet. What you have is the first volume, the other 2 volumes are in these 2 bamboo tubes, Zhang Yang whispered. What? There are sequels? The disciple's eyes sparkled, and he quickly purchased the other 2 volumes from Zhang Yang. Will there be more in the future? He asked. Certainly, and there will be various skin tones as well. I will continuously update the Youth Cultivation Manual, Zhang Yang said, winking at him. Excellent, you are like a second parent to me. Allowing me to regain my vitality in the martial world. The disciple hesitated before asking, may I inquire where you learned these moves? These are insights I stumbled upon. Just mastering those moves will guarantee you an experience like no other. Such as the split stance, Zhang Yang chuckled. I've lived so many years and never knew there were so many variations to explore. I feel like I've wasted my life. The disciple lamented. Enough talk. I must return and experiment with this. He seemed incredibly eager, and after speaking, he dashed off, having effortlessly earned 300 points. Zhang Yang pondered, should I return and create more? After a moment's hesitation, he dashed back to his cave. After another half-day's work, Zhang Yang became more adept and produced 10 copies, each containing 3 volumes. He then returned to his previous spot to set up his stall. With his persuasive selling, the 10 copies quickly sold out. Earning points seems rather easy, Zhang Yang mused. Having accumulated 3,300 points in just one day, he began to reconsider undertaking the tasks. However, the tasks are not merely about earning points. They also serve to refine myself. Having come to this realization, he promptly returned to the points exchange hall. Elder, I would like that 8 treasures elixir, Zhang Yang stated. The elder handed Zhang Yang a vial of green liquid, saying, this substance will indeed be beneficial for you, allowing for rapid recovery of injuries and spiritual energy, though each vial is rather costly. How many points does it cost? Zhang Yang inquired. 300 points per vial. The elder replied, then I shall take 11 vials, Zhang Yang said, handing over the points to the elder. The elder was taken aback, pondering how a newly admitted outer sect disciple could possess so many points. Yet, he did not dwell on it and promptly provided Zhang Yang with 11 vials of the 8 treasures elixir. Upon leaving the points hall, Zhang Yang hurried back to his cave. Let me see how effective this is. Zhang Yang removed his trousers to reveal an injury on his buttocks, a remnant from a previous encounter with a beast during training that had yet to heal. He poured some green liquid onto the wound, and soon felt a cooling sensation, accompanied by a slight itch. Moments later, Zhang Yang touched the area again, astonished to find the wound had healed completely. The skin is smooth and supple as if no injury had ever existed. Indeed, this is a remarkable product, albeit rather expensive, Zhang Yang exclaimed in delight. The following morning, Zhang Yang arrived at the entrance of the mission hall as agreed. Upon his arrival, he spotted a familiar figure, Shen Duoduo. At that moment, Shen Duoduo seemed to be waiting for someone, and upon seeing Zhang Yang, her face lit up with excitement as she hurried over. I've been inquiring about your whereabouts since I returned. I am relieved to see you are well, she said, her expression reflecting a lingering fear. Just some bandits. They were no match for me, Zhang Yang chuckled. I tried to find you after entering the outer sect, But everyone said they had never heard of Zhang Yang. Why is that? Chen Duoduo questioned, puzzled, unable to fathom that such a genius had previously been within the servants' hall. Such matters are trivial. Have you seen Yu Hongzhi? I have yet to meet her since arriving at Shaoxian sect, Zhang Yang asked, his curiosity piqued, as he still wished to settle accounts with Yu Hongzhi. I heard that after testing her spiritual roots, she directly entered the inner courtyard. Chen Duoduo replied to Zhang Yang, a talent like you should also be in the inner courtyard, right? Chen Duoduo queried, perplexed. You are not aware, but I could have entered the inner courtyard. However, I prefer to start from the servants' hall, allowing for better self-cultivation, Zhang Yang stated earnestly. I see, that is impressive. I shall learn from you in the future. Chen Duoduo gazed at Zhang Yang with admiration. Zhang Yang smiled awkwardly. Junior sister Chen, may I ask who this is? Just then, a man in a white robe approached with a smile. This is my good friend, hailing from Qingshan City, just like me. Chen Duoduo said with a smile. Zhang Yang, this is senior brother Ding Song. Not only has he reached the second level of a warrior, but he also takes great care of me, Chen Duoduo introduced. Ding Song glanced at Zhang Yang, and when he discovered that Zhang Yang was merely at the 8th level of a warrior, a flicker of disdain flashed in his eyes. Has our junior sister, who was working with us on this mission, arrived yet? Ding Song inquired, clearly disregarding Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, one-faced, thought to himself that he was accustomed to such condescension. Not yet, Chen Duoduo replied. At that moment, another man approached and said, you must be the ones accepting the mission to eradicate the demon cultivator's base. Ding Song glanced at the man, and upon realizing that the man's cultivation level was comparable to his own, he immediately replied with a smile. Indeed, the man grinned and said, my name is Bai Daong. We are just waiting for one more person before we can set off. No need to wait. I am that last person, Zhang Yang suddenly interjected. Oh, it's you. That's wonderful, Chen Duoduo exclaimed, clearly delighted by this revelation. Bai Daong's brow furrowed slightly at this, but it quickly relaxed. Ding Song, however, furrowed his brow tightly and remarked, are you joking? With your level of cultivation, taking on such a challenging mission is tantamount to courting death. The moment these words were uttered, the atmosphere became palpably awkward. Senior brother Ding, Zhang Yang is quite formidable, Chen Duoduo hurriedly explained. No matter how formidable he is, his cultivation level is far too low. A person like him could jeopardize our entire team. Ding Song expressed his dissatisfaction openly. Bai Daong also felt that Zhang Yang's abilities were somewhat lacking, but initiating discord within a team right at the beginning would only hasten their demise. He was about to ease the tension when Zhang Yang's voice rang out, just mind your own business. After uttering this, Zhang Yang was the first to leave. Chapter 23, Demon Cultivators. Once Zhang Yang departed, the others immediately followed suit, leaving only Ding Song with a dark expression. With his strength, he was considered above average among the outer disciples, and he hadn't anticipated being mocked by a waste who had just risen from the Servant Academy, which left him feeling frustrated. When we reach the mission site, I must find a way to eliminate him, Ding Song vowed grimly, and then he hurried after them. Since the mission location was quite distant, Zhang Yang and the others needed to use a teleportation array to get there. The teleportation array requires a fee of 10 points, said the guard by the array. The other three quickly paid their points, leaving Zhang Yang awkwardly standing in place. Damn it, why didn't anyone tell me the teleportation array also requires points? Zhang Yang felt extremely embarrassed, as he didn't have a single point on him. Chen Duoduo noticed Zhang Yang's predicament and promptly paid the 10 points on his behalf. Duoduo, you are truly kind. Zhang Yang expressed his gratitude. Hearing Zhang Yang address her so affectionately made Chen Duoduo's cheeks flush, and she replied, a team should help one another. A grown man, and yet you still have the gall to let Chen Shimi pay for your points. You're simply embarrassing the male disciples of our Shaoxian sect. Ding Song's sarcastic voice rang out. A fool, Zhang Yang retorted directly before stepping into the teleportation array. Following him, Chen Duoduo and Bai Daong also did the same. Just before stepping into the array, Bai Daong muttered quietly, this junior brother Zheng certainly has a sharp tongue, yet it seems difficult to refute him. Ding Song naturally overheard Bai Daong's words, his expression darkening to an extreme. He wanted to lash out at Bai Daong, but, given their comparable strength, he could only vent his frustrations on Zhang Yang instead. Just let you savor your moment of triumph. There will come a time for you to weep. Ding Song also stepped into the teleportation array. When Zhang Yang and the others emerged from the teleportation array, they found themselves outside a small village. Their mission was to locate the demon cultivator's base, and this place had just been attacked by them. They were here to see if there were any clues. What a strong smell of blood. Zhang Yang frowned and rushed toward the village. The other three quickly sensed that something was amiss and hurriedly followed Zhang Yang. Upon entering the village, the sight of corpses strewn across the ground made Zhang Yang's brow furrow deeply. The stench of decay emanated from the bodies. As soon as Chen Duoduo arrived and saw the rotting corpses, she immediately lowered her head and began to vomit. These demon cultivators are nothing but beasts. Using the blood of innocent people to cultivate, Bai Daong's expression was grim. After Bai Daong's comment, Zhang Yang also noticed that, while there was blood on the corpses, each body contained very little of it. Are the demon cultivators cultivating with the blood of others? Zhang Yang inquired, as he was not very familiar with demon cultivators. Yes, their cultivation method is a wicked one that requires blood for their practices. With the blood of cultivators being their favorite, Bai Daong explained as Zhang Yang frowned. It was the first time he had heard of such a sinister art. Senior brother Bai, are we the first from Shaoxin sect to receive this news? Zhang Yang asked. Bai Daong replied, this area falls under the jurisdiction of Shaoxin sect, so we are undoubtedly the first to receive the information. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Yang said, Senior brother Bai, we must exercise caution. These corpses likely died only last night, and the demon cultivators may not have left yet. In his view, if demon cultivators truly favored the blood of cultivators, they might very well be lying in ambush here, waiting to slaughter the first wave of incoming cultivators before departing. That's merely your wild speculation. Why should we trust you? Besides, with your level of cultivation, what qualifications do you have to instruct us? Ding Song scoffed. I'm merely reminding everyone to be vigilant. I didn't say there would definitely be demon cultivators, and besides, what does this have to do with strength? Is it that weaklings cannot speak? Zhang Yang retorted coldly. Dare you speak to a senior brother in such a manner? Ding Song shouted angrily. Zhang Yang ignored him entirely, instead examining the village closely with Bai Daong to see if there were any clues left behind. Senior brother Ding. Zhang Yang did not mean it that way. Chen Duoduo, having recovered from her bout of nausea, weakly comforted Ding Song. Ding Song looked gratefully at Chen Duoduo and said, Shimi Chen, you are truly kind. Unlike certain individuals who show no respect to their senior brothers, Chen Duoduo could only smile awkwardly. This Zhang Yang is merely a waste from the servant academy. I wonder where he gets his confidence. Moreover, with this place in such a state, how could there possibly be any demon cultivators left? Ding Song huffed disdainfully. Just as Ding Song finished speaking, suddenly 20 shadowy figures burst forth from the surrounding houses. Encircling the four of them, these individuals were all clad in loose robes, their faces hidden beneath their hoods. Initially, they had come merely to test their luck, but they hadn't expected anyone to actually arrive. The leader among the black-robed figures spoke in a chilling tone, a scent of blood wafting from his body. It appears your junior brother was correct. Bai Daong observed the black-robed figures with a vigilant expression. Ding Song's face turned grim. He had just asserted that it was impossible for any demon cultivators to be present, only to be slapped in the face by reality. You killed all these villagers. Zhang Yang said coldly, sensing that the leader among the black-robed figures had reached the third level of warrior, while the others were relatively weaker. Indeed, we did, but the blood of these ordinary people simply cannot compare to that of cultivators. The black-robed man replied with a sinister laugh. Brother, stop wasting time with them, just kill them. It's been ages since we've tasted the blood of cultivators. Another black-robed figure urged impatiently. Zhang Yang drew his black gold sword and said to the other three, Chen Duoduo, you stand in the middle. Leave the black-robed leader to Ding Song. How dare you, the weakest among us, command us? Ding Song shouted angrily. However, just as he finished berating Zhang Yang, the black-robed leader had already charged toward him. Forcing him to engage in battle, the remaining black-robed figures also lunged at Zhang Yang and the other three, outnumbering them significantly. Senior brother Bai, protect Chen Duoduo, Zhang Yang shouted, then immediately charged toward the black-robed figures. This fool is seeking death. The black-robed figures scoffed at Zhang Yang's audacity to charge at them alone. Swoosh, Zhang Yang moved like a wraith, and in an instant, one black-robed figure had his skull pierced by Zhang Yang's strike. In the next moment, Zhang Yang had vanished from sight. Kill him, one of the black-robed figures yelled in anger. It was a disgrace for them to lose even one man to Zhang Yang. However, just as he finished speaking, a black sword pierced through his throat, and he instantaneously lost all signs of life. Junior brother Zhang appears to be even more formidable than I had anticipated. Bai Daong stared wide-eyed at Zhang Yang, realizing at that moment that although Zhang Yang's cultivation level was somewhat low, his strength was terrifyingly powerful. As all the black-robed figures were focused on Zhang Yang. He and Chen Duoduo were now the safest among the group. I told you Zhang Yang is very strong, Chen Duoduo said softly. Chapter 24. Why does this woman seem somewhat familiar? Zhang Yang moved like a phantom. The black-robed figures, many of whom were of higher cultivation than he, found themselves unable to lay a finger on him. Each time Zhang Yang struck, another black-robed figure would fall, and in mere moments. He had already claimed the lives of 10. This began to instill a sense of panic within the remaining black-robed figures. Swoosh, 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 Zhang Yang's shadow flitted about, and soon another 3 black-robed figures lay dead at his feet. "Run!" one of the black-robed figures bellowed, fully losing their composure. It was no longer a matter of fighting back. "You shall not escape." Zhang Yang ceased his evasion and charged at the remaining few. Swoosh, 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 the few remaining figures, utterly terrified, were effortlessly dispatched by Zhang Yang. The black-robed leader, who had been engaged in combat with Ding Song, was now facing a dire situation. Ding Song was being overwhelmed, covered in wounds, and struggling to breathe under the pressure of their cultivation disparity. When the black-robed man turned to look at Zhang Yang, he was met with the gruesome sight of countless black-robed corpses littering the ground. Blood pooling into a river, all have been slain. The man in the black robe stared wide-eyed, his face a mask of disbelief. Seeking death, he swiftly extricated himself from Ding Song and, filled with rage, charged at Zhang Yang. Bi Daong reacted quickly, launching a punch towards the black-robed man, while shouting at Ding Song, "Hurry and lend a hand, get lost." The black-robed man bellowed, retaliating with a punch aimed squarely at Bai Daong. Bang! Bai Daong was sent flying by the force of the blow. "Brother Ding, quick, help!" Chen Duoduo cried, hurriedly rushing to support Bai Daong and alleviate the impact of the attack. At this moment, Ding Song's expression was fraught with conflict. He had already sustained considerable injuries, and intervening now could very well lead to his demise. "None shall leave today," the black-robed man roared, directing another punch at Bai Daong. Seeing this, Bai Daong hastily shoved Chen Duoduo away. But the fist was already upon him. Swoosh! Just then, a streak of black sword light flashed, severing the black-robed man's hand cleanly. "Brother Bai, let's attack together," Zhang Yang exclaimed, thrusting his sword once more at the black-robed figure, who, clutching his wound and paling visibly, had not anticipated Zhang Yang's speed. A moment's inattention had allowed Zhang Yang to strike, resulting in the loss of his arm and a significant reduction in his combat capability. The black-robed man, now exceedingly cautious, had no desire to linger in battle and made a beeline for the outskirts of the village. Bai Daong was eager to pursue, but Zhang Yang stopped him, saying, "Let us recover first." He promptly produced a vial of 8 treasures liquid and handed it to Bai Daong. The 8 treasures potion. Bai Daong's eyes lit up. This was a precious item, and without hesitation, he drank the entire vial. Zhang Yang also downed a bottle without delay, and soon began to recuperate. In merely a few moments, both were fully restored. "Give me a vial," Ding Song said, his gaze evasive as he approached Zhang Yang. His injuries were serious, and regular elixirs would not suffice for recovery. "You do not deserve it," Zhang Yang replied bluntly. "We are a team. You gave Bai Daong some, so why not me? Besides, I held off the black-robed man for you. Without me, you would have been dead long ago." Ding Song retorted angrily, "That was not your choice. The black-robed man targeted you of his own accord. Moreover, when Brother Bai called for your assistance, why did you not respond? You nearly endangered us all." Zhang Yang scoffed. "I was injured. How could I help?" Ding Song's gaze faltered. He had indeed hesitated out of fear that if you refused to give me the 8 treasures potion, it amounts to harming a fellow disciple. "I will inform the elders upon my return to the sect, and you shall await your punishment," Ding Song declared after a moment's contemplation. "Ding Song, you are being unreasonable." Bai Daong chastised, unable to listen any further. "So what? Who told Zhang Yang not to give me the 8 treasures potion, leaving me unable to heal?" Ding Song's expression was one of madness. In such a place, who could say whether other demonic cultivators would come? If he did not recover quickly, he might very well perish at the jaws of a beast. "The 8 treasures potion is mine. I shall give it to whomever I choose," Zhang Yang asserted, then gestured for Bai Daong and Chen Duoduo to leave. "If I survive my return, I will ensure your disgrace, and have people annihilate your entire family," Ding Song threatened. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang paused. "You no fear. If you fear, hurry and hand over the 8 treasures potion," Ding Song roared, utterly deranged. Swoosh! In the next instant, Ding Song's head was severed as Zhang Yang sheathed his black gold sword, his voice cold as ice. "I initially had no desire to quibble with a fool like you, but since you dared to threaten my family, your fate is sealed." With that, Zhang Yang turned to leave. Bai Daong felt a tremor in his heart at the sight of Ding Song's demise. He had sensed an overwhelming aura of killing intent from Zhang Yang, a clear indication that he had taken many lives. Else such a presence would not exist. "Brother Zhang is far from the simple man he appears to be," Bai Daong thought, filled with admiration for Zhang Yang's decisiveness. Had their roles been reversed, he would not have dared to kill Ding Song. Soon Chen Duoduo and Bai Daong caught up with Zhang Yang. "Where are we headed, Zhang Yang?" Bai Daong asked, perplexed, as Zhang Yang had evidently become the pillar of strength for their small team. "To find the stronghold of the demonic cultivators," Zhang Yang replied. "Do you know where it is?" Bai Daong inquired. I left a mark on that person. I can sense the general direction, Zhang Yang explained. This was a small technique that had emerged in his mind upon the awakening of his chaos-sacred body, though it had rarely been useful until now. Afterward, Bai Daong and Chen Duoduo followed Zhang Yang towards the mountains near the village. Zhang Yang swiftly located the person based on the mark he had left. What's going on? Oh, Zhang Yang frowned as he observed the corpse on the ground. The black-robed man was dead. Could there be others here? Bai Daong scanned the surroundings warily. Sure enough, as soon as Bai Daong finished speaking, the group heard the sounds of battle. Zhang Yang stealthily approached the area of conflict. And soon the three of them drew nearer. Before them, a number of black-robed figures were encircling a man and a woman. The man was clad in white, appearing exceptionally handsome, while the woman had long black hair cascading to her waist and wore a short black skirt that accentuated her fair skin. Her long, beautiful legs were exposed, radiating youthful vitality. Why does she seem familiar? Zhang Yang muttered to himself, feeling as though he had encountered this woman before. He fell into deep contemplation. In a flash, a spark of recognition ignited in his mind. He remembered who she was, the one who had sent him flying with a single palm strike at the Neo-Xin River. Chapter 25, The Stronghold of the Demonic Cultivators by Daong. Overhearing Zhang Yang's musing, couldn't help but interject, "That's Senior Sister Lan from the inner courtyard. How could you not recognize her?" Senior Sister Lan, what is her full name? Zhang Yang asked, wondering if it was merely coincidence. You don't know the first beauty of the Shaoshan sect, Lan Chuchu, Bai Daong exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief. Indeed, Sister Lan is exceptionally beautiful. Chen Duoduo chimed in, unable to resist praising her. This is awkward. I inadvertently touched her before, Zhang Yang thought, feeling immensely troubled. He had not expected that the woman he had brushed against was actually the daughter of Lan Luofei. Nonetheless, the experience had indeed been pleasant. It seemed he would have to keep his distance in the future to avoid recognition. Zhang Yang resolved to set aside the matter of Lan Luofei's request for now, prioritizing his own survival. We should leave, Zhang Yang declared, turning on his heel. Are we not going to help? Bai Daong questioned, as opportunities to impress Senior Sister Lan were rare, and he wished to seize this chance. Help? Have you seen the strength of those black-robed men? You'd be seeking death, Zhang Yang replied, exasperated. Encountering so many black-robed figures here suggests their stronghold is likely nearby. We should raid it, Zhang Yang said with a sly grin. Good idea. Bai Daong and Qianduo's eyes brightened at the thought. The three of them swiftly departed, cautiously searching for the stronghold through the woods. Before long, they discovered a concealed cave entrance along a rugged cliff. It was well hidden and difficult for an ordinary person to detect. This must be the place. Let us go in and take a look, Zhang Yang said, leaping into the cave. Bai Daong and Chen Duoduo followed closely behind. Upon entering, Zhang Yang realized that the cave was much deeper than he had anticipated. The bottom was shrouded in darkness. Soon, Bai Daong and Chen Duoduo arrived at the cave floor. This place does not seem suitable for a stronghold, Bai Daong remarked, surveying the surroundings. All he could see was a void of darkness and vague rock formations. Let us delve deeper, Zhang Yang suggested. The trio continued their exploration until Zhang Yang discovered another deep cavern, where flickering flames illuminated the interior. Cautiously, they peered inside to see a bonfire at the center. Surrounded by several black-robed men and numerous wooden crates. We just slaughtered a small village, and yet the Shaoshan sect's people have arrived so swiftly, one of the black-robed men commented. The boss anticipated that someone would come. So he has been waiting for them. However, I've heard that the two who came possess extraordinary strength. I wonder if the boss can capture them. Another replied. If we can capture them, their blood will surely elevate the boss's realm. A third added. Bai Daong felt a chill run down his spine. He had witnessed the demonic cultivator leader and recognized the depth of his power, which he could not fathom. It seemed daunting for the three of them to dismantle the stronghold, especially with a black-robed man already at the third level of warrior strength. I'll handle these black-robed men. You two go in and grab whatever is in the crates, then wait for me outside, Zhang Yang instructed. No, you're no match for the black-robed men, Bai Daong protested vehemently. Zhang Yang is strong, but I know he cannot contend with the black-robed men. Bai Daong thought, enough chatter. Those black-robed men outside could return at any moment. We must act quickly, Zhang Yang urged, then charged into the cave. With a resolute determination, Bai Daong and Chen Duoduo followed Zhang Yang into the depths of the cave, albeit taking a different route towards the crates. Intruders! As Zhang Yang burst into the cavern, the black-robed men immediately rose to their feet. You two take care of the others. This one is mine, the strongest black-robed man commanded, having discerned Zhang Yang's intentions. Your opponents are me, Zhang Yang shouted, his body radiating golden light as his hair transformed to pure white. Dare to approach our lair. Even if you can transform, do not expect to leave alive. The figure clad in black sneered, then charged at Zhang Yang, that he could discern that Zhang Yang was merely a martial artist of the 8th tier. Even with secret techniques, he would still be no match for him. Clang! Zhang Yang's sword clashed against the black-clad man's battle blade, shattering it effortlessly. With remarkable swiftness, Zhang Yang halted one strike only to deliver another, catching the black-clad man completely off guard, who was subsequently slain in an instant. The remaining black-clad figures were stricken with terror. The strongest among them had been easily dispatched by Zhang Yang, leaving them no choice but to flee towards the cave's exit. You shall not escape. Zhang Yang bellowed, fully aware that they were undoubtedly seeking reinforcements. In a mere flicker, several heads of the black-clad men were severed, and Zhang Yang's hair instantly reverted to its natural black. As I suspected. This state must be resolved swiftly. The shorter the duration, the weaker the feeling of fatigue becomes, Zhang Yang murmured, then dashed towards the treasure chests. At this moment, Bai Daong stood frozen in place, awestruck by Zhang Yang's prowess. Just how many secrets does this junior brother possess? How can he still transform? However, that mane of white hair is indeed striking. Bai Daong marveled, momentarily forgetting the most crucial matter. What are you dawdling for? Move quickly, Zhang Yang called out, noticing Bai Daong's stupor. Only then did Bai Daong snap back to reality, and the three of them swiftly cleared the contents of the chamber. We must hurry, Zhang Yang urged. And the trio rushed towards the cave's exit. Once outside, Bai Daong inquired, "Where are we headed?" "To the depths of the mountains," Zhang Yang replied. "The deep mountains are perilous. They are teeming with second-tier demonic beasts." Bai Daong cautioned, "The most dangerous places are often the safest," Zhang Yang declared, charging directly into the heart of the mountain range. What a profound statement, Bai Daong murmured to himself, having his understanding profoundly challenged by Zhang Yang's words. "I told you Zhang Yang is remarkable," Chen Duoduo remarked, promptly following suit. "It seems I must study under junior brother Zhang diligently in the future," Bai Daong thought, immediately trailing after them. Before long, the trio arrived deep within the mountain range. Surrounded by the terrifying and piercing roars of demonic beasts, "This shall suffice," Zhang Yang declared as he entered a cave with a relatively small entrance, providing some safety. The other two hurriedly followed. Once inside, the three revealed their newfound treasures, instantly filling the cave with an abundance of spirit stones and rare resources. "I never imagined these ruffians were so wealthy," Zhang Yang exclaimed, taken aback. "They must have plundered many lives." Bai Daong commented. At that moment, Zhang Yang noticed a black orb among the pile of spirit stones, emanating a chilling aura that coated the ground with frost. Chapter 26, Consecutive Breakthroughs. Zhang Yang picked up the orb and studied it intently. "It is indeed the Xianyin pearl," Bai Daong exclaimed in astonishment. "You know of this?" Zhang Yang queried, puzzled. "This pearl contains a dense essence of Coldane energy. It is a rare treasure, however, while it is valuable. Many cannot utilize it," Bai Daong explained. "The discovery of this pearl within the lair of the demonic cultivators suggests that they likely found it within this mountain range." Zhang Yang felt a surge of excitement. He was in dire need of these Xianyin pearls. "Let us commence our cultivation immediately," Zhang Yang said. Without hesitation, he shattered all the spirit stones and sealed the cave entrance, flooding the interior with spiritual energy, which soon enveloped them in a mist of richness. "What an extravagant method of cultivation! I find it rather enjoyable," Bai Daong sighed, having never experienced such a method before, as he typically absorbed spirit stones one by one. Zhang Yang, on the other hand, seized a handful of spiritual herbs from the ground, swallowing them before promptly sitting cross-legged to cultivate. Bai Daong and Chen Duoduo mimicked Zhang Yang's actions, immersing themselves in the cultivation process. Within the lair of the demonic cultivators, a man and a woman stood amidst the remnants. "Junior sister, it seems we have arrived too late. The demonic cultivator's lair has already been looted." The man in white frowned at the empty chests. "That is of little consequence, but it is unfortunate that the Xianyin pearl is gone." Lan Chuchu sighed, expressing her disappointment. "Shall we venture deeper into the mountains? If the demonic cultivators possessed the Xianyin pearl, they must have acquired it from within this mountain range," the man in white suggested. "Let it be. Places with Xianyin pearls are beyond my capabilities to access." Lan Chuchu reasoned pragmatically. However, the man in white had more to say. But Lan Chuchu interjected, "Thank you, senior brother Shijing, but let us return." Upon hearing her words, Shijing was momentarily entranced, captivated by Lan Chuchu's smile, which was as refreshing as a spring breeze and carried a faint fragrance that stirred his heart. "I shall certainly win your affection," he vowed silently, gazing after her retreating figure. Back in the cave, the once abundant spiritual energy had completely dissipated, and the rare treasures were fully consumed by the trio. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted within Zhang Yang as he experienced a breakthrough, finally reaching the warrior realm. Zhang Yang's heart brimmed with joy, as he had ascended 2 tiers in one go, thanks to the rare resources. At that moment, Bai Daong and Xian Duoduo also opened their eyes, having similarly achieved breakthroughs. My apologies, I may have absorbed a tad more than intended. Zhang Yang chuckled, fully aware that most of the spiritual energy had been drawn by him. What is there to apologize for? All these treasures were earned through your efforts. Without you, we would never have acquired them. Bai Daong replied. Chen Duoduo nodded in agreement. I have advanced to the third tier of the warrior realm. Bai Daong proclaimed, a hint of pride in his voice. I too have made progress, Chen Duoduo exclaimed with delight, turning towards Zhang Yang. What is your current realm, Zhang Yang? I have broken through 2 tiers and am now also at the warrior realm. Zhang Yang replied with a smile. What? You advanced 2 tiers, Bai Daong exclaimed, his expression dimming as his excitement waned. What troubles you, senior brother? Chen Duoduo noticed Bai Daong's sudden change in demeanor and inquired with concern. I am disheartened, life is becoming increasingly mundane, Bai Daong lamented, looking skyward. Chen Duoduo intended to offer comfort, but at that moment, Zhang Yang placed a reassuring hand on Bai Daong's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Brother, you must remain strong. Life is still quite fascinating, and setbacks are an everyday occurrence. Bai Daong felt touched by the first part of Zhang Yang's statement, but upon hearing the latter, he nearly spat blood in disbelief. Chen Duoduo stifled a laugh, covering his mouth. The mission is complete. We should return to report it, as it carries significant points, Chen Duoduo said excitedly. You two go ahead, I have other tasks to attend to. Zhang Yang replied, what tasks, may we assist you? Bai Daong inquired. I have a task to eliminate 1,000 second-tier demonic beasts, Zhang Yang stated. Perhaps not, Bai Daong thought, startled. Zhang Yang was indeed extraordinary, taking on such a difficult task. Please ensure your safety, Zhang Yang. The 3 of them departed the cave, with Chen Duoduo offering a final word of caution. Fear not, you must take care as well. Zhang Yang waved goodbye to the 2. After parting ways, Zhang Yang immediately brandished his black gold sword and headed towards the demonic beasts. This is the true test. A faint smile crept across Zhang Yang's lips as he charged at the first demonic beast he encountered. The initial tier demonic beast lunged at Zhang Yang, bearing its fangs. Swish, Zhang Yang effortlessly severed the beast's claws with a single stroke, eliciting a howl of agony that echoed through the forest, with its eyes turned crimson. It lunged at Zhang Yang once more. Zhang Yang evaded the beast's assault and struck again, decapitating it with ease. He skillfully skinned the beast and harvested its prime meat, extracting the demon core before continuing his pursuit for the next target. Half a month later, Zhang Yang had spent a full half-month in the forest, engaging in relentless battles with demonic beasts. When hungry, he feasted on their flesh. When thirsty, he drank their blood, and he refined all the demon cores using the Chaos Cauldron. Just as I suspected, while this task may prove arduous for others, it has been relatively simple for me, and the benefits are substantial. Zhang Yang felt exhilarated, having advanced 2 tiers over the course of this frenzied slaughter. Now reaching the 3rd tier of the warrior realm, not only had his strength significantly increased, but his physique had also grown more robust, and the vigor within him had become even more pronounced. All of this was attributed to the demonic beast meat he had consumed over the past half-month. Only 1 demonic beast remains. Contemplating this, Zhang Yang felt a pang of concern. He had eliminated so many beasts that the surrounding area was nearly devoid of them, compelling him to venture deeper into the mountains. After a short while, Zhang Yang arrived beside a crystal-clear pond, where the water appeared invitingly pure. However, peering into its depths revealed an abyss of darkness. Such a potent chill, even with the richness of my blood energy, I can feel a slight coldness. At that moment, Zhang Yang noticed something writhing in the depths of the pond. He widened his eyes in alarm as the formless shadow grew larger. This is bad. Zhang Yang immediately recognized that the dark mass was advancing toward him, prompting him to retreat to a safe distance before cautiously observing the pond. Chapter 27. The fish demon. Zhang Yang had merely stepped outside for a brief moment when a thunderous roar erupted from the water's surface, followed by the emergence of a colossal creature. It was adorned with scales as dark as night, and 2 long whiskers danced gracefully in the air. What a massive fish, and it can fly! Zhang Yang exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing it as strikingly similar to the goldfish from his previous life. As the fish demon leapt from the water, it soared directly towards Zhang Yang, its immense form toppling the surrounding trees. Zhang Yang, swift as a flash, did not retreat but charged forward, aiming for the demon's underbelly, which, according to his past experiences, was its most vulnerable spot. With a resounding clang, his blade struck the fish demon's abdomen, sending sparks flying. However, it merely left a shallow scratch. The fish demon, feeling a sharp pain, ascended into the air once more and spat out several bubbles towards Zhang Yang. These bubbles appeared translucent and innocuous, Boom, boom, boom. Just as the bubbles approached Zhang Yang, they suddenly detonated one after another, unleashing a chilling gust that swept through the entire forest. Zhang Yang reacted quickly, yet he was still caught in the blast. A bone-chilling sensation enveloping him. Realizing that this attack had failed to subdue Zhang Yang, the fish demon opened its mouth again, releasing countless bubbles that filled the woods in an instant. Goodness, Zhang Yang gasped. Startled by this tactic. If all those bubbles were to explode simultaneously, his demise would be certain. At that moment, the bubbles in the forest glowed with a white light, and Zhang Yang's mind raced. He understood that there was no escape from this sea of bubbles. An idea struck him. Boom, boom, boom. The bubbles began to explode in rapid succession, the frigid air engulfing the entire forest, freezing the trees into icy sculptures. While the ground transformed into a blanket of white, covered in frost. In the midst of this wintry landscape stood a cauldron, unaffected by the chilling atmosphere. Crack, Zhang Yang lifted the lid of the cauldron and climbed out. Upon seeing the snow-laden forest, he felt an immense shock, but he also felt a sense of relief for his quick thinking. Otherwise, he too would have become an ice sculpture. As he prepared to stow away the chaos cauldron, he suddenly noticed a fine crack forming upon its surface, a sight he had not seen before. Could it be that the cauldron had suffered damage? A wave of anger surged within Zhang Yang, and he realized he must urgently locate the 12 missing shards of the chaos cauldron, lest it shatter completely. I will fight you to the end, Zhang Yang declared, brandishing the chaos cauldron as he charged towards the fish demon. Rage etched across his face. He had already endured enough misfortune. As the world's foremost physique, the illustrious chaos sacred body should not be at the mercy of a mere shattered cauldron. As the fish demon beheld Zhang Yang's advance, it opened its mouth once more, releasing a stream of black energy that swept towards him, instantly freezing everything in its path into shards of ice. Just then, the chaos cauldron suddenly soared forth, absorbing the black energy entirely. Soon, several drops of white liquid flowed from the cauldron into Zhang Yang's hands. Stunned, Zhang Yang sensed that these droplets were distinctly different from before. They emanated a faint chill. Without hesitation, he swallowed the liquid, a wave of icy sensation coursing through his body, swiftly coalescing into a small pearl within him, scarcely the size of a grain of rice. To his astonishment, he had managed to condense an pearl. Zhang Yang's heart soared with joy, but he quickly calmed himself, muttering, "This flavor is unlike the previous one. It resembles something akin to ice cream." At that moment, the fish demon, witnessing its attack absorbed by the chaos cauldron, seemed momentarily stunned before erupting into a furious onslaught, unleashing another wave of black energy towards Zhang Yang. Yet again, the chilling essence was absorbed by the cauldron, yielding more white liquid. Zhang Yang's spirits lifted as he consumed the liquid, feeling his pearl grow larger, now the size of a soybean. Realizing that this tactic had failed, the fish demon began to expel countless bubbles once more. Zhang Yang seized the opportunity, leaping into the air and placing the cauldron over the fish demon's mouth. In an instant, the bubbles were absorbed into the cauldron, resulting in an even greater outpouring of white liquid. As Zhang Yang suddenly realized that this fish was not a beast to be feared but rather a fortunate omen. Thus the dramatic scene unfolded. Zhang Yang chased the fish demon with the chaos cauldron in hand, while the demon fled in panic, having recognized that its attacks were utterly ineffective against this human. Just as the fish demon sought to return to the pond, Zhang Yang hurled the cauldron like a meteor, striking the demon on the head, causing its massive form to collapse to the ground. Evidently dazed, approaching the fallen fish demon, Zhang Yang promptly placed the cauldron over its mouth. Moments later, the chilling energy enveloping the demon was entirely absorbed by the cauldron, resulting in a profusion of white liquid. Now the fish demon had shrunk considerably, reduced to a size no larger than Zhang Yang's palm, flopping helplessly on the ground as Zhang Yang consumed the liquid, watching as his pearl swelled to the size of a fist before finally halting its expansion. "It seems I have reached my limit," Zhang Yang mused, clearly sensing that the pearl could no longer absorb any more cold energy. Picking up the tiny black fish, he gazed down at it and said, "Thank you for the fortune you have bestowed upon me. I shall spare your life." With that, he prepared to toss the little fish back into the pond. Suddenly Zhang Yang noticed a droplet of water trickling from the corner of the fish's eye. "Is it crying?" he pondered in bewilderment. "That cannot be. It must be a coincidence." After saying this, he cast the little black fish into the pond. Upon entering the water, the fish regained its freedom, surfacing to spray a jet of water from its mouth, drenching Zhang Yang completely before diving back into the depths. "How ungrateful. To think you'd spray me after I spared your life. I should have known better than to let you go," Zhang Yang shouted at the pond. What he did not realize was that this fish had been cultivating here for decades, having absorbed a considerable amount of cold energy, which he had now appropriated. The fish demon longed to swallow Zhang Yang whole in retaliation. Later, Zhang Yang successfully slayed another beast, completing his task. Now that I have reached the 3rd level of warrior, I shall exchange for the Taiyin sword technique. My strength will surely increase significantly, he reflected. Moreover, after this battle with the fish demon, it is evident that the black gold sword is no longer sufficient. I must devise a plan. With a cold glint in his eyes, Zhang Yang mused. Given my current strength, that Huabuyu may not necessarily be my match. He set off resolutely back to the Shaoxian sect. Chapter 28, a band of 2nd-generation nobles. 2 days later, Zhang Yang returned to the Shaoxian sect. Upon his arrival, he hurried to the task hall and submitted the 2 missions. You actually came back alive, one of the elders remarked. Astonished, Zhang Yang, feeling a bit exasperated, thought to himself, could you not wish me well for once? Some outer disciples gawked at Zhang Yang, aware that he had taken on 2 exceedingly difficult tasks, and had presumed he was courting death, yet here he stood alive and having completed both missions. What a freak, one disciple whispered, your 20,000 points have been credited. Please verify, the elder said with a smile. Zhang Yang checked his token and confirmed the balance, grinning as he bid farewell to the elder and quickly made his way to the points exchange hall. I want the Taiyin sword technique, Zhang Yang stated directly, handing over his token. The elder paused, then checked Zhang Yang's token, indeed confirming the 20,000 points. Well, you truly completed those 2 missions, didn't you? The elder exclaimed in disbelief. Knowing how perilous those tasks were, with many disciples never returning, Zhang Yang nodded, and upon seeing his affirmation, the elder was left in shock but still handed over the Taiyin sword technique, cautioning, I must remind you. This sword technique is exceedingly difficult to master. Many spend their entire lives without managing to condense an yin pearl. Zhang Yang responded with a gentle smile, thank you for your concern, but I have already condensed my yin pearl. With that, he departed the points exchange hall. This young lad really knows how to boast. The elder shook his head, reflecting on his own struggles to condense a yin pearl, a source of embarrassment he would not admit. As Zhang Yang walked back to his dwelling, he felt a surge of excitement. He had coveted the Taiyin sword technique for a long time. However, he soon noticed something amiss, the distant whispers of many disciples pointing at him. Particularly among the female disciples, whose faces were flushed. What is going on? Have they all fallen for me? Zhang Yang wondered, perplexed. Just then, a male disciple rushed towards him, a triumphant expression on his face. Brother, ever since I read your youth training manual and practiced some of the movements, my combat prowess has significantly improved, and even my partner has become much kinder to me, the disciple exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Zhang Yang chuckled, those movements enhance a man's physique and bolster his pure yang energy during combat. You'll grow stronger with every practice. Is that true? The disciple asked, eyes wide with delight. Zhang Yang nodded. When will you release a sequel? I'm eager for more. The matter cannot be rushed, Zhang Yang replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the man felt a twinge of disappointment, yet he still said, my name is Wang Heng, but if you release a sequel, you must inform me first. Thank you for your support, Brother Wang, rest assured. I will notify you first when the sequel is released, Zhang Yang replied with a smile. At that moment, several figures rushed over, and upon seeing Zhang Yang, they expressed their admiration. One of them remarked, elder brother truly possesses extraordinary talent. Zhang Yang felt a sense of confusion, as he was certain he did not know these individuals. Wang Heng, noticing his bewilderment, explained, these individuals are enthusiasts of the youth cultivation manual. Zhang Yang then understood, and he clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, thank you all for your support. However, I have a question I would like to pose. Wang Heng responded with a smile, we are all brothers here. Feel free to ask. The others nodded eagerly in agreement. Why do those women constantly point and whisper about me? Zhang Yang voiced his confusion. Wang Heng glanced at the female disciples and then laughed as he explained. Brother Zhang, although your youth cultivation manual has not been released in abundance, it quickly swept through the outer sect upon its debut. Naturally, it found its way into the hands of some female disciples. Could you please get to the point? Zhang Yang urged. Those female disciples are all cursing you, claiming you to be a lecher, asserting that you must have caused harm to many women, or else how could you have concocted such a thing? Wang Heng replied. Zhang Yang interjected, Brother Zhang, there is something I am uncertain whether to disclose. At that moment, a male disciple spoke up. Zhang Yang gestured for him to continue. Bi Daong, who was assigned to work with you, has been injured, and Shen Duo has been captured, the man stated. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang's expression darkened, and he immediately inquired, who did this? It was Ding Chuanqiu, the sister of Ding Song. It is said that this happened due to Ding Song's disappearance. The man explained, where is she? Zhang Yang's aura of killing intent surged forth uncontrollably, causing the others to display expressions of shock. Brother Zhang, do not act impulsively, this woman has already reached the 4th level of a warrior. And she possesses a certain background. It would not be wise for you to confront her recklessly, Wang Hong advised. Zhang Yang quickly regained his composure and soon concocted a more prudent plan. Turning to the group and asking, "Do you know any disciples within the sect who have influential backgrounds?" "Brother Zhang, you have come to the right people. Nearly all of us have connections," Wang Hong replied with a smile. Zhang Yang was taken aback, then asked, "What kind of connections?" "I am the grandson of an inner courtyard elder. That fellow is the illegitimate child of an outer sect elder and a mistress. And the plumper one among us has the most powerful background. He is the late son of the outer sect's grand elder," Wang Hong elaborated, with pride evident on the faces of those introduced. Zhang Yang was stunned. It turned out that his loyal readers were all scions of influential families. Their deep-rooted connections suggested that they were not to be underestimated. "If you assist me in rescuing Qian Duoduo, I will promptly release the 4th volume of the Youth Cultivation Manual," Zhang Yang declared. "Is this for real?" Wang Hong exclaimed, clearly excited, while the others fixed their gazes on Zhang Yang. "Once a promise is made, it cannot be retracted," Zhang Yang affirmed. "Agreed," the others responded, and they immediately set off towards the area where the disciples resided, their faces brimming with determination. Soon, they arrived outside a cave dwelling, and Wang Hong shouted, "Ding Chuanqiu, come out!" A woman soon emerged, her appearance strikingly similar to Ding Song. Before she could speak, Wang Hong barked, "Hand over Qian Duoduo." Ding Chuanqiu frowned and replied, "My brother's disappearance may very well be related to her. I still have questions to ask her." "Questions? Hurry and hand her over, or I will dismantle your cave dwelling," Wang Hong retorted, his demeanor brimming with arrogance, a stark contrast to his earlier interactions with Zhang Yang. Ding Chuanqiu gritted her teeth in frustration. Although she had a background, any one of these individuals seemed to possess a greater one. Reluctantly, she released Qian Duoduo. As Qian Duoduo stepped out of the cave, her complexion was pale, her face bore handprints, and her body was covered in bruises, clearly indicating she had been mistreated. Zhang Yang, witnessing the abuse Qian Duoduo had endured, was filled with righteous anger and charged at Ding Chuanqiu. Chapter 29, The Little Mysterious Realm. "I have released her, you may leave now," Ding Chuanqiu said, her expression grim. She had not anticipated that a mere Qian Duoduo could attract such a multitude of young masters. Just as she intended to retreat into her cave, Zhang Yang suddenly appeared beside her and struck her across the face. Bang! Ding Chuanqiu was caught off guard, and the force of the slap sent her crashing against the cave wall. When she finally managed to rise, her face was already swollen. "Brother Zhang truly lives up to our idol. He is even more ferocious than us," someone couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "I will fight you," Ding Chuanqiu shouted, touching her swollen face, completely infuriated. "If you dare harm our brother, we will ensure you disappear from the Little Shin sect." Wang Heng's voice rang out suddenly. Ding Chuanqiu's mind snapped to attention, her expression darkening. She genuinely feared that these young masters might make her vanish without a trace. "She's just a girl from a small town. Why do you protect her?" Ding Chuanqiu gritted her teeth, unable to comprehend why these young masters would stand up for an ordinary girl. "Because she is our sister. If you dare to lay a hand on her again, I believe you will understand the consequences." Wang Hong replied coldly, "Sister." Ding Chuanqiu was incredulous. However, knowing that so many young masters were protecting her, she turned to Zhang Yang, realizing that it was Zhang Yang who had brought them, as he was the only one acquainted with Qian Duoduo. "I understand now." Ding Chuanqiu suppressed her rage. "Now we are getting somewhere." Wang Hong snorted dismissively. Afterward, Zhang Yang led Qian Duoduo and the others away. Ding Chuanqiu glared at Zhang Yang's retreating figure, her heart seething with anger as she silently vowed, "Zhang Yang, with those young masters protecting you now, come the outer sect competition, it will be your demise." Zhang Yang brought Qian Duoduo to her cave dwelling and handed her a bottle of a treasure elixir, saying, "This will help your injuries heal more quickly." Qian Duoduo accepted it without hesitation, aware that her and Bai Dayang's misfortune stemmed from Zhang Yang. "If that which dares to trouble you again, seek help from these individuals," Zhang Yang indicated towards Wang Hong and the others. Qian Duoduo looked at Wang Hong and the others, who were all smiling at her, a stark contrast to their previous arrogance. She nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang Yang then departed and delivered a bottle of a treasure elixir to Bai Dayang. Upon returning to his cave, he spent a day rapidly drafting the 4th volume of the Youth Cultivation Manual, which he then presented to the young masters. "Brother Zhang is indeed impressive. I have new things to learn," Wang Hong exclaimed excitedly, handing Zhang Yang his points. Zhang Yang looked at the 8,000 points within the token and inquired, "Are there any particularly suitable places for cultivation within the outer sect?" The reason for his substantial points was the price increase of the 4th volume of the Youth Cultivation Manual. Wang Hong, knowing Zhang Yang was preparing for the outer sect competition, thought for a moment and suggested, "I recommend you cultivate in the little mysterious realm. It is the sacred ground for cultivation within the outer sect." Though it is a bit pricey. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang bid farewell to Wang Hong and prepared to head to the little mysterious realm. Hua Buyu was also cultivating there. "You should be cautious. I have heard that this fellow might very well break through to the 6th level of a warrior before the competition," Wang Hong warned. The 6th level of a warrior? Zhang Yang was somewhat astonished. Not expecting Hua Buyu's advancement to be so rapid, while Zhang Yang was astonished by others, he completely overlooked his own progress, which had actually been the fastest of all, reaching a terrifying level. Zhang Yang soon arrived at the entrance of the little mysterious realm, where the number of disciples was relatively few, perhaps due to the high cost. "I wish to enter the little mysterious realm for cultivation." Zhang Yang addressed the elder guarding the entrance. "It costs 1,000 points for a day," the elder stated. Zhang Yang handed over 8,000 points and then stepped into the realm. Upon entering, Zhang Yang discovered a world blanketed in ice and snow, while on the opposite side lay a realm engulfed in flames. The junction of these two worlds was a unique area where ice and fire intertwined, creating a scene of extreme volatility. Zhang Yang observed some disciples cultivating in both realms, but only one person occupied the junction, Hua Buyu. Zhang Yang advanced towards the central area, causing some of the cultivating disciples to awaken and gaze at him in astonishment. "Is he really going to the central region to cultivate?" someone wondered aloud, looking at his direction. "It indeed seems so. He is truly courting disaster. That area is incredibly volatile. Anyone entering would suffer severe injuries. And only a prodigy like Hua Buyu could manage to cultivate there for even a moment." A disciple from the outer sect scoffed, eager to witness Zhang Yang's impending misfortune. This person, named Xiong Ba, was also exceptionally gifted and arrogant. "I recognize that person. Isn't he Zhang Yang?" another disciple remarked, seemingly having recognized him. "Zhang Yang!" Xiong Ba exclaimed in shock. "Brother Zhang, wait!" Xiong Ba called out immediately. Zhang Yang was now his idol, and he could not bear to watch him walk into danger. Zhang Yang looked at him in confusion. "The energy in the central region is too volatile. Many disciples have been severely injured there. Brother Zhang, perhaps you should consider a different location," Xiong Ba advised, genuinely concerned. Zhang Yang smiled and cupped his hands in gratitude, then continued towards the central area. "Truly an idol, even when courting death, he does so with such grace." Xiong Ba murmured to himself, and suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he immediately called out to Zhang Yang, "I eagerly anticipate the 4th installment of the youth training manual." Zhang Yang simply waved his hand in acknowledgement. As he entered the central area, he quickly felt the tumultuous energy engulfing his entire being. Rather than inflicting pain, this sensation brought him a profound sense of comfort. Zhang Yang understood that his ability to withstand this was undoubtedly due to the chaos sacred body. Without hesitation, he settled into a cross-legged position to begin his cultivation. As the rich spiritual energy swiftly converged into his body. In the distance, several disciples gazed at Zhang Yang in astonishment. They had anticipated that his entry would result in severe injury and bloodshed. Yet the reality was that Zhang Yang remained expressionless and remarkably composed. "Indeed, my idol is incomparable to ordinary people," Xiong Ba remarked with admiration. Nearby, Hua Buyu opened his eyes, sensing the influx of spiritual energy flowing towards the individual across from him, causing his brow to furrow in concern as it began to interfere with his own cultivation. "Could it be that an inner sect disciple has come here?" Hua Buyu pondered, though he could not discern the other's appearance due to the distance. However, such a significant disturbance in cultivation could only be caused by a few prodigies from within the inner sect, as there had been instances in the past where inner sect disciples specifically came here to train. Convinced that the individual was indeed an inner sect prodigy, he dared not disturb him and could only grit his teeth and continue his cultivation, accepting the diminished spiritual energy. Chapter 30. The Zhang family crisis. 8 days swiftly passed, and Zhang Yang awakened from his cultivation, his eyes resembling deep abysses, swirling with chaotic energy. Soon, he fully regained consciousness. My cultivation level has now advanced to warrior level 4, and the Taiyin sword technique has reached the beginner stage. Zhang Yang murmured. The Taiyin sword technique was notoriously difficult to master, and even he had only just reached the initial stage. It is time to leave. Rising, Zhang Yang departed from the small mysterious realm. As soon as he stepped out, he overheard a multitude of discussions. Hua Buyu's aura was more potent than before. He had likely reached warrior level 6. If this were true, his strength might now surpass all in the outer academy, and he could easily enter the inner academy if he wished. The expressions of several disciples were filled with envy. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang merely shook his head and continued on his way. Even if Huabuyu had reached warrior level 6, he remained confident in his ability to defeat him. Did you see that? The one who just left is Zhang Yang. He has a blood feud with Huabuyu. One person noted as Zhang Yang departed, such a fool is courting death. He dares to offend Huabuyu after just rising from the servant academy. Killing him would be as easy as squashing an ant. Another sneered, their face twisted with disdain. Upon reaching the entrance of his cave-dwelling, Zhang Yang found Chen Duoduo anxiously pacing back and forth. Is something the matter? Zhang Yang inquired, puzzled. Zhang Yang, you have finally returned. Chen Duoduo exclaimed, rushing over and handing Zhang Yang a letter. A grave incident has occurred in Qingshan City. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily tore open the envelope. Where did this letter come from? He questioned, noting the absence of a sender's name. It was sent by my father before the blockade of Qingshan City, Chen Duoduo replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang dashed toward the teleportation array. He needed to return to Qingshan City immediately. The letter conveyed that the Qi and Li families had suddenly targeted the Zhang family, and to ensure their annihilation, they had sealed off Qingshan City. With even Lan Luofei unable to intervene, Zhang Yang understood that if even Lan Luofei could not halt this, it must be a matter of great importance. Significant changes had undoubtedly taken place in Qingshan City. As the teleportation array of the small Shen sect could not reach Qingshan City directly, Zhang Yang could only teleport to the nearest city and then make his way to Qingshan City. Half a day later, Zhang Yang rode a borrowed spirit beast at great speed toward Qingshan City, now only a short distance away. At that moment, a disheveled old man blocked his path. Please step aside. Though Zhang Yang was anxious, he maintained a calm tone. Youth, there have been significant changes in Qingshan City. It would be wise not to go, the old man cautioned. I must go, my family is still within the city. Zhang Yang replied resolutely. The old man sighed, eventually stepping aside. Zhang Yang immediately surged forward toward Qingshan City. As the old man observed Zhang Yang's retreating figure, he murmured, in all my time, this is the first encounter I've had with someone so polite. Very well, I shall see what unfolds. The old man then leisurely made his way toward Qingshan City. Upon arriving at the outskirts of Qingshan City, Zhang Yang saw the city gates tightly shut. With a dozen individuals of various appearances guarding the entrance. Qi and Li family members, Zhang Yang instantly recognized them. Those individuals also spotted Zhang Yang, and one of them scoffed, I didn't expect you to return. Now you shall perish alongside the Zhang family. With that, the group lunged toward Zhang Yang. You seek death, Zhang Yang roared, leaping from his spirit beast and launching a sword strike at them. Swish it, swish it, swish, with each swing of his sword. Several heads flew, and within moments Zhang Yang had dispatched them all. After eliminating them, he cleaved the city gate in two with a single strike and charged inside. The entrance of the Zhang family. The Qi and Li families had already surrounded the Zhang residence, the ground littered with corpses, the majority being from the Zhang family. Lan Luofei, I advise you to leave quickly, you can no longer protect the Zhang family. Qi Peishan sneered. Lan Luofei furrowed her brow. Had she not intervened, the Zhang family might have already been obliterated. Who are you to speak to me? She coldly retorted. Then am I not worthy? At that moment, a young man clad in splendid attire emerged from behind Qi Peishan, looking at Lan Luofei with a mocking smile. Why does the Xiong family involve itself in this matter? Lan Luofei questioned. Her brows knitted. She understood that the Xiong family was a prominent clan from the imperial city and could not fathom why Xiongban would come to such a small place as Qingshan City to assist the Qi family against the Zhang family. That is naturally because when Li asked me to help, it is a small favor I can certainly oblige, Xiongban responded. Though his words were laced with veiled threats of this scoundrel, Lan Luofei cursed inwardly. She understood the implication behind Xiongban's words. If she did not comply and leave immediately, he would undoubtedly leverage his connections to visit the imperial city's main hall, and her position could very well be in jeopardy. Lan Guildmaster, you should depart. There is no need to jeopardize your position for the sake of my Zhang family, Zhang Qingshan said, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, fully aware of Lan Luofei's predicament. However, Lan Luofei was deeply conflicted. I am grateful for your assistance today. You have already done enough for the Zhang family. Even if we are to be annihilated today, we shall not hold it against you. Zhang Qingshan declared, even this old fool advises you to leave. Lan Guildmaster, you should take your leave. Qi Peishan laughed heartily. Old dog Qi, even if I die today, I will drag you down with me. Zhang Qingshan retorted angrily. You'd best be aware of your own limitations. Qi Peishan scoffed, his battle blade emanating a chilling glow. Quickly eliminate these waste from the Zhang family. I still have to return to the small Shen sect. Xiongban had evidently lost his patience and spoke with irritation, his eyes filled with indifference. Lan Luofei, are you still not leaving? You, a mere guildmaster of the Qingshan City Treasure Pavilion, truly do not believe you can stop me? As he finished speaking, an old man approached from a distance, exuding a terrifying aura. A martial master. Lan Luofei's pupils constricted. She had not anticipated that Xiongban would bring a martial master from his clan. It was known that within the entire Dali dynasty, martial masters were extraordinarily rare. Upon seeing the old man, despair etched itself across the faces of the Zhang family members. Zhang Qingshan sighed heavily. Realizing that it seemed heaven intended to obliterate the Zhang family, just as Lan Luofei hesitated on whether to abandon the Zhang family, a voice familiar to all suddenly echoed from the street. As long as I am here, no one shall extinguish the Zhang family. Chapter 31. The terrifying elder dressed in a long black robe and wielding a black gold sword Zhang Yang strode forth from the depths of the street. His aura of murderous intent sweeping toward the Qi and Li families like a tangible force. Zhang Yang, Qi Peishan's gaze darkened. He sensed an extremely dangerous aura emanating from Zhang Yang. Xiongban's face revealed a mocking expression upon seeing Zhang Yang. Lan Luofei, however, wore a face of deep concern, not expecting Zhang Yang to appear at such a critical moment. Younger run, Zhang Qingshan shouted urgently. You think you can escape now that you've arrived? Kill him, Qi Peishan bellowed. Viewing Zhang Yang's appearance as the perfect opportunity to annihilate the entire Zhang family, the guards of the Qi and Li families, receiving the command, surged forward in a formidable wave of over 100 men. Charging toward Zhang Yang. Zhang Qingshan's eyes turned bloodshot, desperate to assist Zhang Yang, but he was quickly blocked by Qi Peishan and Li Yinzhan. Do not rush. Once Zhang Yang is dead, it will soon be your turn. Qi Peishan sneered. Zhang Qingshan was not afraid of Qi Peishan and Li Yinzhan. His gaze was fixed on the old man behind Xiongban, who was now staring directly at him, sending chills down his spine. Zhang Qingshan understood that the moment he dared to act, the old man would strike. He knew full well that he was no match for the martial master. Zhang Yang regarded the guards rushing toward him with an icy indifference. Boom! Zhang Yang unleashed his aura, the oppressive force of warrior level 4 descending upon the guards as he suddenly dashed into their ranks. A cacophony of anguished cries echoed in succession as the guards swiftly fell to Zhang Yang's merciless blade. Transforming the ground into a river of blood, such formidable prowess. Li Yinzhan furrowed his brow, astonished by Zhang Yang's rapid advancement over the mere span of a month. Let us converge. We cannot allow him to escape, or both our families shall face insurmountable peril. Qi Peishan too recognized the terror that Zhang Yang embodied. He understood that today, Zhang Yang must not survive lest dire consequences ensue. Nodding in agreement, Li Yinzhan, and he charged toward Zhang Yang. I must commend your audacity to venture alone into the Zhang residence for rescue. Since you have chosen this path, let us bring about the annihilation of the Zhang family together, Qi Peishan proclaimed with maniacal laughter. Lunging forward with a blade aimed at Zhang Yang. Meanwhile, Li Yinzhan circled behind Zhang Yang, preparing to deliver a powerful punch. The alliance of the two clan leaders to besiege this junior was unprecedented in the annals of Qingshan City's history. Two old rascals, Zhang Qingshan exclaimed, ready to rush forth to rescue Zhang Yang, but was immediately blocked by an elder who had been standing behind Xiongban, an overwhelming aura of pressure bearing down upon him. Rendering Zhang Qingshan immobile. You cannot kill me, Zhang Yang stated impassively, as a chilling aura surged forth from the black gold sword he wielded, instantly obliterating several nearby guards into mere dust. Zhang Yang leaped into the air, evading the strikes of his assailants, and swung his sword at them. An intense coldness surged from within the Yin Pearl, infusing the black gold sword, and a wave of dark energy was unleashed. Li Yinzhan and Qi Peishan were instantly encased in ice, shattering into countless fragments that scattered through the air. Of the remaining guards, witnessing the demise of their master, turned to flee, but soon found themselves encrusted in frost, each one meeting the same fate of disintegration. The Qi and Li clans had been entirely vanquished. What incredible strength! Lan Luofei gazed at Zhang Yang in shock. To think that in such a short time he had grown to this extent. Zhang Qingshan's eyes widened in disbelief, sensing that Zhang Yang's current power had surpassed his own. Xiongban's expression darkened as he regarded Zhang Yang, acutely aware that he had come under the auspices of Qi Wenli, and now faced a disaster, having failed to accomplish his task while the Qi family had been obliterated by Zhang Yang. He had only come to this remote Qingshan city to curry favor with the rising star of the inner court. Qi Wenli is seeking death. Xiongban's fury boiled over, and he lunged at Zhang Yang with a sword. In the next moment, the elder who had been tasked with protecting him blocked Xiongban's path, stating, "Allow me to handle this, lest I dirty the young master's hands." Xiongban was not oblivious to the elder's implication. It was clear he doubted Xiongban's ability to contend with Zhang Yang, which only fueled his rage further. As a disciple of the inner court, he held his own pride. He was a warrior of the 6th rank and was not to be compared with Qi Peishan. Step aside, I will personally slay this Zhang Yang, Xiongban roared, his expression contorting with fury. The elder hesitated for a moment but ultimately stepped aside, confident in his own strength, believing he could rescue Xiongban should the need arise. What a disgraceful young master, choosing to be a lapdog for Qi Wenli. Zhang Yang showed no fear of Xiongban, knowing full well that this calamity for the Zhang family was instigated by Xiongban himself. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant of the elder, sensing an aura of extreme danger emanating from him. With Zhang Yang's taunts ringing in his ears, Xiongban could no longer contain himself and charged at Zhang Yang. As Xiongban closed in, Zhang Yang's gaze sharpened. He realized he had but one chance to eliminate Xiongban. If he faltered, the elder would undoubtedly intervene. Boom! A golden aura erupted from Zhang Yang. His hair turning entirely white. Zhang Yang bellowed as he swung his sword at Xiongban, the black gold sword swirling with frigid energy. Xiongban's countenance shifted in horror at the sheer force of Zhang Yang's strike. But retreat was no longer an option. He could only muster his full strength and thrust his sword at Zhang Yang. The elder, sensing the tremendous power of Zhang Yang's strike from a distance, also paled, but it was too late. Bang! The moment their swords clashed, the black energy from the black gold sword erupted violently, engulfing Xiongban entirely in the dark, frigid mist. When the dark energy dissipated, Xiongban's form had vanished, leaving not even a trace of his existence behind. You little bastard! The elder's face contorted in shock and fury. He had not anticipated Zhang Yang could unleash such terrifying power, preventing him from saving Xiongban in time. Enraged, the elder directed a palm strike at Zhang Yang, the terrifying aura of a warrior manifesting clearly. The overwhelming power of a warrior was daunting. Zhang Yang's expression turned manic as he realized the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Knowing he could not evade this strike. If you wish for my demise, you shall at least suffer a measure of pain yourself. Zhang Yang's golden energy surged, pushing the Chaos Void technique to its utmost limit. Boom! The street was engulfed in a radiant golden light, while dark energy swept across the avenue, painting a scene reminiscent of an apocalypse. As the tempestuous energy gradually subsided, the silhouettes of the two figures became visible once more. Zhang Yang had returned to his normal form, yet he appeared utterly wretched, his black robe tattered and blood streaming from his mouth. However, what astonished everyone was that despite the strike from a warrior, Zhang Yang had not succumbed. He remained upright, propped by his sword, a wild expression still etched upon his face. He is not dead. The elder touched his face, discovering a sword wound from which blood flowed freely. Seeing the blood on his hand, his expression darkened further. It was a profound humiliation for a mighty warrior to be injured by a mere martial anti. In the next instant, the elder vanished, reappearing before Zhang Yang, his wrinkled visage twisted into a mask of rage. He roared, slamming his palm toward Zhang Yang. Don't! Zheng Qingshan shouted desperately, but the elder was far too swift. There was no time to intervene. Lan Luofei reacted quicker than Zhang Qingshan, yet her own strength was insufficient to halt the elder. Zhang Yang's expression was one of madness. He was prepared to self-destruct, determined to ensure that even in death, the elder would suffer. Just as the elder's palm was about to make contact with Zhang Yang's head, a skeletal hand suddenly appeared, grasping the elder's wrist. This transpired with startling abruptness. Zhang Yang followed the frail hand, astonished to find that it belonged to the filthy old man he had encountered earlier on his journey seeking death. The elder bellowed, launching another strike at the frail man. To the elder's astonishment, the old man merely waved a hand lightly, effortlessly dissipating the elder's attack. Bang! In the next moment, the frail old man struck the elder, sending him hurtling backward, blood spewing from his mouth. My Dantian, the elder cried in terror upon landing, realizing that his Dantian had been shattered, rendering him a cripple. Who are you? He demanded, his gaze darkening. Though he had been incapacitated, the old man's overwhelming strength instilled a fear that silenced any resentment he might have felt, leaving him to mentally attribute his misfortunes to the Zhang family. Leave at once, the disheveled elder said nonchalantly. The elder's expression shifted slightly, and he struggled to rise, clutching his abdomen as he departed. Thank you for your timely rescue, esteemed elder, Zhang Yang said, his face pale and his voice strained. After speaking, he promptly consumed a vial of 8 treasure elixir, and after a moment, his complexion improved slightly. Though he still felt a lingering weakness within, the 8 treasure elixir is indeed beneficial, but its effects on you are not particularly significant, the disheveled elder remarked, presenting Zhang Yang with a vial of red potion. Drink this, it is far more suited to your needs. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang drank the potion, soon feeling a delightful warmth as his weakness began to dissipate. Thank you, esteemed elder, he expressed with a respectful bow. At that moment Zhang Qingshan and Lan Luofei approached Zhang Yang. Zhang Qingshan profusely thanked the disheveled elder, recognizing that without him Zhang Yang would certainly have perished. Lan Luofei, observing the elder, felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. And after a moment of recollection, her face transformed with shock as she respectfully greeted the elder. "I pay my respects to Sect Master Gu Ming." "Sect Master?" both Zhang Yang and Zhang Qingshan exclaimed in astonishment. Noting Zhang Yang's bewilderment, Lan Luofei gently tugged at him, whispering, "He is the sect master of your Shaoxin sect." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang was taken aback, quickly bowing respectfully to the disheveled elder. "I pay my respects to the sect master. There is no need for such formality outside," the elder replied with a smile. Zhang Qingshan immediately extended a warm invitation for Gu Ming to visit the Zhang residence, to which Gu Ming readily consented, accompanying the Zhang family into their abode. Upon returning, Zhang Yang first administered the last vial of 8 treasure elixir to his grandfather, and Zhang Qingshan's injuries began to heal rapidly. At the dining table, Gu Ming maintained his characteristic disheveled appearance. "Are you aware of why I chose to save you?" Gu Ming inquired, fixing his gaze upon Zhang Yang. "I am not aware, esteemed elder." Zhang Yang replied respectfully, "Because you are a disciple of the Shaoxin sect, possessing exceptional talent. To withstand a strike from a warrior and remain unscathed is no small feat," Gu Ming remarked with a smile. Zhang Yang merely offered a faint smile in response, knowing that had it not been for his secret techniques, he too would have met his end. The sect master jests. "The Shaoxin sect has flourished for a millennium. I cannot be the only disciple of such talent. Surely there must be other reasons for your esteemed regard." Zhang Yang replied respectfully, "Ah, you truly are clever. I see my intentions have been completely discerned by you." Upon hearing this, Gu Ming was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Once his mirth subsided, Gu Ming's expression turned serious as he remarked, "Many are aware of my Xiaoxuanzong, yet few comprehend the multitude of sects within the Daxia dynasty, among which the 4 foremost sects stand as the most formidable. Every decade these 4 sects convene for a grand competition." "Master, do you mean to suggest that you wish for me to participate in this grand competition?" Zhang Yang inquired, astonished. "Indeed," Gu Ming affirmed with a nod. "Master, are you perhaps overestimating my capabilities?" Zhang Yang replied with a wry smile, for he merely considered himself an outer disciple. "I have witnessed your prowess firsthand. I trust my judgment. Your potential for growth is substantial," Gu Ming asserted. "When will this grand competition take place?" Zhang Yang asked. "In half a year," Gu Ming responded. "Truth be told, I find myself in a difficult position. Given the current strength of our Xiaoxuanzong, we are likely to finish last in this competition. I must take a gamble." Upon finishing his statement, Gu Ming let out a sigh, feeling quite helpless. Ji Yuming's words left Zhang Yang feeling an immense pressure. "The grand competition is exceedingly brutal. As I understand it, should our Xiaoxuanzong finish last again, we will be replaced and relegated to the status of a minor sect." Lan Luofei, who had remained silent until now, interjected, "Surely that cannot be the case. Our Xiaoxuanzong is currently quite powerful." Zhang Yang expressed his disbelief. "The so-called grand competition is essentially a struggle for resources. Should our sect be eliminated from the 4 great sects, we will no longer receive any support, and it is likely that we will not endure for long." Gu Ming elaborated, though he did not finish his thought. Although Gu Ming did not complete his sentence, Zhang Yang grasped the dire circumstances surrounding their sect and promptly declared, "If Master can save my Zhang family, I will certainly do everything in my power to aid the sect." "Ha, splendid, I did not misjudge you. Focus on your cultivation. I shall discreetly protect your Zhang family," Gu Ming exclaimed with joy. At that moment, a guard reported, "The assets of the Qi and Li families have been fully confiscated." Chapter 33, Apprenticeship with Gu Ming. The group arrived at the Zhang family courtyard, where countless resources from the 2 families were piled high. Zhang Yang gazed at the spiritual herbs and asked, "Grandfather, may I have some of these spiritual herbs?" "Of course," Zhang Qingshan replied with a smile. Zhang Yang promptly collected the spiritual herbs, but as the banquet continued, he returned to his room early. Once inside, he placed the spiritual herbs into the chaos cauldron. In mere moments, he witnessed the herbs transform into liquid, coalescing from within the cauldron. "Just as I suspected, the chaos cauldron can not only refine demon pills but also spiritual herbs," Zhang Yang exclaimed in delight, quickly retrieving a transparent vial to store the green liquid. Due to the limited quantity of herbs, he managed to obtain only 2 vials of the liquid. However, he soon noticed that the luster of the chaos cauldron had dimmed considerably, causing him to furrow his brow. Quickly he recalled a possible reason and exited to retrieve 50 mid-grade spiritual stones, which he cast into the cauldron. In the next instant, the chaos cauldron emitted a faint glow, though it vanished swiftly. Still, Zhang Yang could clearly see that the cauldron's luster had brightened slightly. Indeed, Zhang Yang realized that the Chaos Cauldron also required energy replenishment, though the cost was substantial. 50 mid-grade spiritual stones had only restored a fraction of its brilliance. It must be noted that the recent downfall of the Qi and Li families had only provided the Zheng family with a few hundred mid-grade spiritual stones. It seems I shall need to find a way to acquire more spiritual stones in the future. Zhang Yang muttered resignedly. Despite having the entire Zhang family behind him, he understood that pouring all their resources into the Chaos Cauldron would only barely restore half of its energy. Zhang Yang returned to the main hall of the Zheng family. Presenting the 2 vials of green liquid to his grandfather, this is for you. You can consume some yourself or use it to cultivate a batch of Zheng family disciples. This resembles a potion. Does it not? Zhang Qingshan queried, puzzled. Zhang Yang nodded, unsure himself. I suppose it could be considered a potion. Where did you procure this? Zhang Qingshan asked, perplexed, for the Zhang family did not possess any potions. Observing the vials in Zhang Yang's hand, Gu Ming seized one and examined it closely. After a moment, he exclaimed, this potion possesses an exceptionally high purity, surpassing even that of top-tier potions. Where did it come from? Startled by this revelation, Zhang Yang realized that potion purity is categorized into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-tier. The fact that Gu Ming claimed the potion's purity exceeded that of top-tier potions left Zhang Yang astonished, while simultaneously alerting him to the necessity of keeping the potions refined within the Chaos Cauldron a closely guarded secret. I found it among the spoils of the Qi and Li families, Zhang Yang replied. Do not deceive me, these potions appear freshly concocted. If I am not mistaken, they must have originated from the spiritual herbs you just collected. Gu Ming stated. This old man is not easily fooled, Zhang Yang thought to himself. However, he quickly devised a plan. Master, you have keen eyesight. Indeed, I crafted these. How did you manage to create such a pure potion? Might you share your method? Gu Ming inquired, visibly excited. I am uncertain. During the refining process, I suddenly felt as though I had entered a peculiar state, and when I regained my senses, the potion had already been completed. Zhang Yang explained, his face a mask of sincerity. I see. Gu Ming understood that some exceptionally talented alchemists occasionally enter an epiphanic state while concocting potions, resulting in creations that far exceed their usual abilities. However, such moments of enlightenment are rare and not easily attained. Seeing Gu Ming's reaction, Zhang Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him. He realized his excuse had successfully deceived Gu Ming. Would you be willing to take me on as your disciple? Gu Ming suddenly proposed. Zhang Yang was taken aback, utterly confused. Gu Ming was an exceedingly skilled alchemist who had never taken on an apprentice before. If you could become Gu Ming's disciple, it would be immensely beneficial for your future, Lan Luofei chimed in, signaling Zhang Yang to seize the opportunity, but I lack the skills to refine potions. Zhang Yang protested, even without potion-making skills, you produced such a high-purity potion, you are clearly destined for the role of an alchemist. Gu Ming responded, his excitement palpable. Not so, master, Zhang Yang attempted to explain, but was abruptly interrupted when his grandfather playfully kicked him, causing Zhang Yang to kneel before Gu Ming. My grandson has already knelt to pledge himself as your apprentice, Master Gu. You are now his mentor, Zhang Qingshan proclaimed with a smile. Excellent, excellent, Gu Ming exclaimed joyously, pleasantly surprised to find such a promising disciple during his visit to Qingshan City. Gu Ming helped Zhang Yang to his feet and declared, from now on, you are my disciple, my only disciple. Zhang Yang was taken aback by the rapid turn of events, scarcely having time to comprehend what had just transpired. Allow me to warn you, the path of an alchemist differs greatly from that of a pill maker. Potion purity far exceeds that of pills, rendering the process of crafting potions significantly more challenging, Gu Ming cautioned. Since it is so difficult, I suppose I shall not pursue the path of an alchemist. Zhang Yang muttered. Smack. Zhang Qingshan playfully struck Zhang Yang's head, chuckling, my grandson is merely gifted, though he occasionally has his moments of folly. Master Gu, please do not take offense. Lan Luofei stifled a laugh nearby. As long as you can become a formidable alchemist, it will yield tremendous benefits for the Zhang family. You might even elevate the Zhang family to greatness, potentially making it the most esteemed family in the Daxia dynasty. Gu Ming stated. This old man clearly sees through my weaknesses, attempting to entice me with grand promises, yet I am quite receptive to such tactics. Zhang Yang mused inwardly. Master, Zhang Yang exclaimed decisively. Excellent, excellent. Gu Ming was clearly pleased. It is customary for a master to present a gift upon accepting a disciple. However, before Zhang Yang could voice his wishes, his hand was already extended. My goodness, it seems my disciple is no ordinary individual. Gu Ming thought to himself, yet he still produced a vial of pink potion and handed it to Zhang Yang, saying, the outer sect competition is about to commence, take this and cultivate diligently. Zhang Yang eagerly accepted the potion, to which Gu Ming added, "Once you enter the inner sect, I will arrange for you to join the potion pavilion. Master, will you not personally teach me?" Zhang Yang inquired. "You are not yet even considered an alchemist. Once you reach a certain level, you will earn the right for me to personally instruct you, and now, I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." With that, Gu Ming vanished from the hall. As Gu Ming departed, the banquet concluded, and Zhang Yang chose not to return to Xiaoxuanzan but instead devoted himself to cultivating within the Zheng family. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the day before the outer sect competition. Zhang Yang awoke in his room, having successfully broken through to the 5th level of martial artist thanks to the potion provided by Gu Ming. This experience made Zhang Yang acutely aware of the immense benefits potions could offer for cultivation. It is time to depart. Zhang Yang stepped out of his room, bid farewell to his grandfather, and set off on his journey back to Xiaoxuanzan. Chapter 34. The outer sect competition commences. After a long day of travel, Zhang Yang returned to Xiaoxuanzan by evening. Just as he was about to enter his cave dwelling, he encountered Qian Duoduo. "Zhang Yang, you truly are remarkable. My father mentioned that upon your return you single-handedly brought about the downfall of the Qi and Li families," Qian Duoduo exclaimed, gazing at Zhang Yang with starry eyes. Zhang Yang offered an awkward smile, inwardly scoffing at the notion of admiration, thinking to himself that he had barely escaped a fatal predicament. His father had instructed him to convey a warning if he were to penetrate the inner courtyard. He must exercise utmost caution regarding Qi Wenli, who had entered the Lesser Xian sect 2 years prior and had garnered a modicum of fame as a prodigy within the inner sect. Moreover, having slain Xiong Bin, it was inevitable that the Xiong family would not let this transgression go unpunished. Qian Duoduo, her face etched with concern, remarked, "Thank you for your care. You must exert yourself in tomorrow's grand competition." Zhang Yang replied with a smile. Upon hearing such endearing words, I cannot help but feel a flush of warmth. Blushing slightly, Qian Duoduo responded, "My abilities are too feeble. I shall not participate in the competition." Oh, Zhang Yang had assumed that everyone was required to partake in the outer sect competition, but it seemed reality deviated from his expectations. On the following morning, Zhang Yang stepped out of his cave dwelling. Gazing at the azure sky, where a breathtaking figure seemed to materialize with flowing pale blue hair and a countenance that could captivate nations, he thought, "Hua Jinyan, I shall certainly seek you out at the Taishan sect." With a gentle smile, he made his way directly to the martial arts arena of the Lesser Xian sect. Upon his arrival, he found the audience already brimming with attendees, all of whom were outer sect disciples not participating in the competition. At the center of the arena stood a massive platform, where several disciples awaited their turn. Zhang Yang ascended the platform, passing familiar faces in the audience, such as Qian Duoduo and Luo Dafeng, who cheered him on, for among the newcomers this year, he was the sole participant in the outer sect competition. I asked that not Zhang Yang. I heard he has only been in the outer sect for a little over a month. Is it not rather hasty of him to compete so soon? One disciple in the audience remarked with astonishment. Those who seek quick success often meet with tragic ends, another interjected with a derisive smile. Having encountered many such individuals, yet never one with a favorable outcome, soon Zhang Yang found himself atop the platform, where nearly 100 individuals had gathered, with more entering from outside the arena. I can't believe you actually dared to join the outer sect competition. A sharp voice cut through the air. Zhang Yang turned to locate the source, discovering it was Ding Chuanqiu. If you can attend, why should I not? Zhang Yang replied nonchalantly. Do not let our paths cross. Otherwise, I shall ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. Ding Chuanqiu's expression twisted into one of malice. I hope you can deliver on that threat, Zhang Yang retorted, dismissing her entirely. Ding Chuanqiu's face darkened with rage. Idle, I did not expect you to participate in the competition as well. A voice, unfamiliar yet inviting, chimed in. Zhang Yang turned to see a stranger, who introduced himself as Xiong. Greetings, Zhang Yang replied with a smile. I observed you holding your ground in the central area of the Lesser Xian secret realm for quite some time. Indeed, you possess exceptional talent. Xiongba's expression turned earnest as he continued. Those like you, who not only possess extraordinary cultivation talent but also create youth training manuals, earn my utmost admiration. Zhang Yang patted Xiongba's shoulder, saying, I have faith that you will also excel in the future. Some outer sect disciples noticed Xiongba and Zhang Yang engaged in cheerful conversation, leaving them puzzled. How does Xiongba, a top 3 outer sect talent, know Zhang Yang, who has only recently ascended from the ranks of menial labor? Are you not aware that this Zhang Yang is the creator of the youth training manual, the legendary figure? 2 outer sect disciples gazed at Zhang Yang, their eyes filled with reverence. Anyone capable of such feats must be extraordinary. Just then, a voice sneered, "Leave, dare to insult our idol, and you'll find yourself in grave danger." Upon hearing the mockery directed at Zhang Yang, the two disciples immediately displayed fierce expressions, causing the instigator to retreat. Silence. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the audience. Hua Buyu entered from outside the martial arts arena, a smile gracing his face upon hearing the chatter surrounding him, reveling in the attention. Upon reaching the platform, he spotted Zhang Yang. "Today's competition arena shall be your grave." The smile vanished from Hua Buyu's face, replaced by an intense icy aura of menace. "It is far more likely that it will be yours." Zhang Yang retorted with a cold smirk, "Let us see how long you can maintain that bravado." Hua Buyu scoffed before striding away. Regarding Zhang Yang as already defeated, "Brother Zhang, be cautious. Hua Buyu has recently broken through to the 6th level of warrior and is now hailed as the foremost figure in the outer sect. You may want to tread carefully in your dealings with him." Xiongba advised kindly. "I am fully aware of my own capabilities," Zhang Yang replied with a smile. Just then, several elders clad in long robes entered the martial arts arena, prompting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. "What is happening? Why are there so many inner sect elders attending this outer sect competition? I heard many have come to evaluate Hua Buyu, seeking to compete with Elder Ma Kan for his favor," whispered some outer sect disciples, their faces reflecting surprise at the presence of the over 10 elders. Once the elders settled, Tang Jia's figure appeared atop the platform, addressing the assembled disciples. "The hour has come. The outer sect competition is about to commence. Allow me to briefly explain the rules." The disciples listened intently, their expressions grave. "The rules of the outer sect competition are straightforward. You will draw lots, and those with matching numbers shall duel until a champion is determined. Throughout this process, you must perform admirably, for many inner sect elders are present. If you stand out, you may be taken as disciples by the inner sect elders and directly enter the inner courtyard." The disciples' faces lit up with excitement, for every disciple of the lesser Xian sect yearned for entry into the inner sect, the true core of their sect where all the elite converged. Afterward, the disciples began to draw lots, and Zhang Yang discovered he had drawn the number 1. As the crowd dispersed, Zhang Yang noticed a familiar figure standing behind an elder, a woman he recognized, Yu Hongshi. She regarded him with an expression devoid of warmth, her face cold and indifferent. Zhang Yang inwardly chuckled, knowing that when he entered the inner sect, it would be time to settle scores with Yu Hongshi. "The first round of matches is about to commence." Tang Jia's voice rang out, prompting Zhang Yang to withdraw his gaze. In that moment, Zhang Yang noticed a rotund individual standing opposite him. A figure so corpulent that Zhang Yang could barely see his eyes, his body resembling several life buoys strapped to him. "Brother, you appear to be quite handicapped. I suspect even walking leaves you breathless. Perhaps you should reconsider fighting," Zhang Yang kindly advised. "I typically focus on defense, never initiating attacks," the rotund man replied, his voice sounding as if strained by his own girth. Zhang Yang mused that this was indeed a novel strategy, utilizing his bulk to outlast opponents. "In that case, I shall not hold back," Zhang Yang declared, stepping closer to the rotund man, who merely sat down with a satisfied expression. As Zhang Yang's fist collided with the rotund man's body, he was astonished to feel his punch rebound as if striking a spring. "You cannot defeat me. I practice a unique cultivation technique that causes any force you apply to be reflected back upon you." The rotund man chuckled, clearly relishing his own cleverness. "Then I shall exert myself," Zhang Yang declared. "Bring it on." The rotund man responded confidently. Zhang Yang channeled his energy into his right leg and delivered a powerful kick to the rotund man. The impact was immediate. The rotund man's expression shifted as he drooled, his corpulent form sent flying through the air, disappearing from the arena. "I hope I did not overpower him. He seemed quite entertaining," Zhang Yang murmured, shaking his head as he descended the platform. The audience watched the first match in bewilderment, as if witnessing a comedy routine. However, subsequent matches captivated the crowd, showcasing several dazzling disciples, with Xiongba among them. Hua Buyu, in particular, eliminated his opponent with overwhelming ease, impressing even the observing elders. Due to the vast disparity in strength, the 100 matches concluded in a mere half-day. Afterward, the disciples drew lots again, and Zhang Yang found himself once more with the number 1. Drawing number 1 again, "It seems victory is destined for me," Zhang Yang mused with a smile. "I see you are dreaming. I doubt you will even make it to the top 50, a voice mocked. "Have you taken a blow to the head? My dreams are none of your concern," Zhang Yang retorted. "Let us wait and see," the voice sneered, aware of the formidable contender associated with number 1. "Fool," Zhang Yang scoffed, stepping onto the platform. "Fool? What does that mean?" the individual questioned, perplexed. As Zhang Yang ascended the platform, a familiar figure appeared simultaneously, a smirk adorning the face of the second-generation heir, Wang Heng. Zhang Yang. taken aback for a moment, then smiled and declared, "I assure you, I will not hold back." Wang Hong approached Zhang Yang and remarked, "Brother Zhang, I recently delved into the 4th volume of the Youth Cultivation Manual. And I must say, it was a revelation that left me profoundly inspired. When can we expect the 5th volume?" Zhang Yang sighed. "I have been rather pressed for time lately," Wang Hong gently reassured him. "I am not urging you. All I ask is that you ensure its quality. As for the grand competition, I am willing to concede outright." Zhang Yang replied, "That hardly seems appropriate." Wang Hong replied nonchalantly, "This competition holds little significance for me. Were it not for my father's insistence, I would not have bothered to participate. If that is your stance, then I shall promise to expedite the 5th volume. However, do not rush me, as such endeavors demand substantial effort." Zhang Yang mused. Upon hearing this, Wang Hang's expression brightened, and he promptly leaped off the stage, striding away. "Where are you going?" Tang Ji inquired, perplexed. "I concede," came Wang Hang's voice from a distance. Tang Ji paused momentarily before announcing Zhang Yang as the victor. Among the elders present, one individual wore a particularly grim expression. Had it not been for his status, he would have relished the opportunity to confront Wang Hong physically. This man was Wang Hang's father, an elder of the inner court. As Zhang Yang descended from the stage, he passed by the individual who had previously mocked him and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Advancement is as effortless as this." He lingered, standing resolutely. The man's countenance darkened. He had never anticipated that someone like Wang Hong, possessing both influence and prowess, would willingly concede. Zhang Yang's earlier words had been a clear jibe, and to have him standing so close without leaving was excruciating for him. "There is foul play afoot," a voice from the audience cried out in vehement protest. However, this outcry had little effect, and the competition proceeded. Among the 50 matches, Ding Chuanqiu emerged as a standout, following Hua Buyu and Xiong Ba in terms of brilliance. The elders began to take notice of Ding Chuanqiu, although they had come to vie for Hua Buyu. They were not averse to taking on promising disciples. Ding Chuanqiu, feeling the weight of attention, experienced a surge of pride, and then glanced at Zhang Yang below the stage, a fleeting glint of murderous intent crossing her face. The draw resumed, transitioning to the round of 50 to 25, with the number of participants reduced to a quarter. The drawing proceeded expeditiously. Zhang Yang once again drew the first lot, but to his surprise, his opponent stood beside him, none other than the individual he had previously labeled as 2B. What a coincidence, Zhang Yang smiled, an intense aura of killing intent enveloping the man. The latter had thought Zhang Yang was merely lucky to reach the top 50. However, upon sensing the palpable murderous energy emanating from Zhang Yang, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. It was at this moment he realized he might not be Zhang Yang's match after all. "What realm have you attained?" the man queried. "Warrior level 5. Zhang Yang replied with a grin. The man was taken aback, mentally cursing Zhang Yang for concealing his true depth, branding him a cunning old fox. "I understand now," he said, relief washing over his face. Zhang Yang clapped the man on the shoulder, saying, "You have potential, which spares me the trouble of taking action." As the audience vacated the stage, Tang Ji's voice rang out, "The disciple who drew the first lot, please ascend the stage." As Zhang Yang and the man stepped onto the platform, but as soon as the latter arrived, he declared his concession and swiftly departed. Tang Ji, astonished, turned to Zhang Yang and remarked, "Why does your opponent keep conceding?" "It's my charm." Zhang Yang chuckled as he descended from the platform. The audience erupted in boos, vociferously accusing foul play. Zhang Yang advanced to the top 25 with barely a scratch. Hua Buyu and Ding Chuanqiu exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Having fought their way through, they found Zhang Yang's effortless progression into the top 25 infuriating, deepening their animosity towards him, yet they could not draw favorable lots. Chapter 36. The final showdown with the matches concluded. The draw resumed, though this time there would be a bye. Zhang Yang once again drew the first lot, and even he found it somewhat miraculous, suspecting that Tang Ji might have interfered. Otherwise, how could it be so fortuitous? However, his streak of luck came to an end, as his opponent was none other than Ding Chuanqiu. The audience collectively sighed in relief, shouting encouragement for Ding Shiji to eliminate Zhang Yang. "Ding Shiji, defeat that waste of space quickly, we believe in you." Many disciples yelled from the stands, expressing their discontent with Zhang Yang's apparent good fortune. Ding Chuanqiu, relishing the opportunity for vengeance, sneered, "It seems your reputation is rather poor. If I were to slay you, I imagine they would be quite pleased. With your strength, you cannot hope to defeat me." Zhang Yang replied coolly, indifferent to the jeers from the audience. Their envy was evident. "What a joke! I have broken through to warrior level 5, and few in this outer court can surpass me." Ding Chuanqiu mocked, having sold her possessions to acquire resources that allowed her to reach this level in a short time, though she was now left with nothing. "Apologies, but I too have recently achieved warrior level 5. And I happen to be one of those few you cannot defeat, Zhang Yang retorted. You are simply delusional. How could you have reached warrior level 5 in such a short time since entering the outer court? Ding Chuanqiu scoffed, utterly disbelieving his claims. Not only did Ding Chuanqiu disbelieve him, but even the onlookers below the stage found his assertion preposterous. Did you hear that? This little fellow seems rather confident. Claiming to have reached warrior level 5, one elder chuckled. I know this kid. His name is Zhang Yang. He entered the outer court not long ago and has been causing a stir with something called the Youth Cultivation Manual. Another elder chimed in an amused. Youth Cultivation Manual? What is that? A female elder inquired. That's of little importance. It holds no relevance for you, the elder responded, somewhat awkwardly, as he genuinely believed Zhang Yang to be a talent for having produced something like the Youth Cultivation Manual, which had even taught him a thing or two. It is a GE.my disciple. I recall that Zhang Yang hails from the same place as you. What do you think of his strength? Ma Kan suddenly asked. Yu Hongshi, standing behind Ma Kan, paused before responding. He possesses commendable talent, though he is excessively arrogant. Such individuals seldom live long. Indeed, well said. Zhang Yang serves as a cautionary tale. You must always bear this in mind. Ma Kan said with a smile. I shall remember, Yu Hongshi replied, a smile gracing her face at her mentor's praise. Elder Ma, your disciple is not only gifted but also quite beautiful ever since she entered the inner court. My disciple has been utterly captivated by her, another elder laughed. At this, Yu Hongshi's cheeks flushed slightly, rendering her even more alluring. Let the competition commence. Tangji's voice rang out, whoosh, as Tangji's words fell. Ding Chuanqiu's figure blurred, and she lunged at Zhang Yang, her sword aimed directly at him, a terrifying wave of spiritual energy erupting from the blade. She had awaited this moment for far too long. With a fierce expression, just as her sword was about to pierce Zhang Yang, her countenance shifted, shock overtaking her features. Zhang Yang had effortlessly pinched her sword between two fingers, remaining utterly motionless throughout. How can this be? Ding Chuanqiu gasped in disbelief. I warned you, you were no match for me, Zhang Yang said coolly, and in an instant, a streak of black light flashed. Ding Chuanqiu had no opportunity to evade. Her head was severed cleanly from her body. Gasp. The audience collectively inhaled sharply, having assumed Zhang Yang had merely relied on luck to reach the top 25. It was now evident that they had grossly underestimated his capabilities, which far exceeded their expectations. Good grief, he is formidable. Xiongba, waiting below the stage, wore an expression of disbelief upon witnessing Zhang Yang's swift elimination of Ding Chuanqiu. Huabuyu frowned, equally astonished by Zhang Yang's terrifying strength. This young lad is quite impressive. It seems he indeed has some grounds for his arrogance, one elder remarked with amusement. Yu Hongshi furrowed her brow. She and Zhang Yang had entered the Shaoxin sect around the same time. The only difference was that Yu Hongshi had entered the inner court directly, while Zhang Yang had started from the servants' quarters. How could he have advanced so rapidly? She was puzzled, having entered the inner court and received Ma Kan's support. She had only just reached warrior level 5. Zhang Yang's sudden surge in strength made it clear to everyone that he was far more formidable than he appeared, and their perceptions of him shifted dramatically. After Zhang Yang's match concluded, the remaining bouts wrapped up within the hour, and only Huabuyu matched Zhang Yang's capacity to utterly dominate her opponents in the subsequent round of 13-6. Zhang Yang drew a bye, and the matches progressed swiftly, resulting in the formation of the top 7. In the round of 7-3, Huabuyu received another bye, while Zhang Yang faced off against Xiongba. As anticipated, Xiongba conceded, fully aware that while he was stronger than Ding Chuanqiu, he remained no match for Zhang Yang. The final 3 competitors were determined, and just as another draw was about to commence, another disciple withdrew from the competition, recognizing the futility of contending against Zhang Yang and Huabuyu. The outer court grand competition's ultimate showdown is upon us, Zhang Yang versus Huabuyu. After Tangji concluded his announcement, he cast a glance at Zhang Yang. Surprised by how far Zhang Yang had come, he felt a sense of joy for him, especially since Zhang Yang was the one he had recruited. However, despite this pride, he remained skeptical about Zhang Yang's chances of victory, considering that Huabuyu's realm was superior and Huabuyu was renowned as the strongest disciple in the history of the outer sect of the Shaoxin sect. Your strength astonishes me, yet even so you remain no match for me, Huabuyu declared, gripping his battle blade, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Yang. Enough with the empty words, we shall see the outcome in battle. Zhang Yang retorted coldly, wielding his black gold sword. At that moment, the audience held their breath, their expressions intensely focused on the arena. Who do you think will win this final match? Without a doubt, it will be Huabuyu. He is hailed as the strongest disciple in the history of the outer sect. I believe Zhang Yang might also have a chance. After all, he has not yet revealed much of his strength. which might indicate he is hiding his true abilities. Zhang Yang is undoubtedly no match for Hua Buyu. From any perspective, he cannot defeat him. Chapter 37, Slaying Hua Buyu. The grand competition concludes. Many elders observing the contest now watched the arena with keen interest. One elder turned to Ma Kan and inquired, Elder Ma, who do you believe has the greater probability of winning this final match? This elder was intentionally prompting the question, knowing that Hua Buyu was also a disciple favored by Ma Kan. Of course, it is Hua Buyu. His talent is unparalleled among the outer sect disciples in recent years. Moreover, he has broken through to the 6th level of warrior status within just 2 years of entering the outer sect. Such talent can rival that of inner court disciples, and with a little nurturing, he might achieve even greater heights. Ma Kan replied with a smile, genuinely optimistic about Hua Buyu. The questioning elder nodded, acknowledging that throughout the history of the Shaoshan sect, there had indeed been prodigies whose initial talents were not remarkable but later triumphed over inner court disciples. The growth of such disciples is what is most formidable. As the elders were about to continue their discussion, the sounds of battle erupted in the arena, instantly drawing their full attention. They witnessed Hua Buyu strike at Zhang Yang, only for Zhang Yang to effortlessly deflect the blow. There is no need to waste time, let us settle this with one decisive move, Zhang Yang shouted, lunging forward with his sword, black gold energy swirling around it, causing the temperature in the arena to plummet. Seeing this, Hua Buyu did not dare to underestimate him. Energy erupted from his battle blade, shaking the entire arena. Bang! The clash of blade and sword resonated, unleashing a tremendous sound that engulfed the arena in a tempest of energy. All eyes were glued to the spectacle, as the overwhelming power suggested that this move would determine the victor. As the terrifying waves of energy subsided, the scene in the arena became clear once more. There stood Hua Buyu, inexplicably transformed into an ice sculpture, frozen in the act of his strike, while Zhang Yang remained composed and still. Clang! Zhang Yang plunged his black gold sword into the ground, the subtle tremor causing Hua Buyu's form to shatter into countless shards of ice that drifted around Zhang Yang. This moment appeared to the onlookers as a breathtaking painting, leaving them entranced. The champion of this outer sect grand competition is Zhang Yang, Tangji announced promptly, initially taken aback, having not anticipated that Zhang Yang, this dark horse, would emerge victorious so decisively. Roars of jubilation erupted from the audience, silencing those who had doubted Zhang Yang and insinuated foul play. The evidence was clear, they had to concede that Zhang Yang was indeed formidable. Fortunately, I wisely chose to concede. Had I fought, I would have stood no chance against Zhang Yang. Xiong Ba reflected as he gazed at Zhang Yang in admiration, astonished that the greatest surprise of all was Zhang Yang himself. If I am not mistaken, the technique he employed earlier seemed to be the Taiyin sword technique, which is notoriously difficult to master. I am surprised he has managed to perfect it, some elders discussed amongst themselves. Zhang Yang's performance having captivated them all. Ma Kan's expression turned grim. He had held Hua Buyu in high regard and had often boasted about his prowess, only to be publicly humiliated now. Yet his demeanor soon softened, recognizing that the emergence of such a prodigy was ultimately beneficial for the Shaoshan sect. Hongshi, your fellow townsman possesses remarkable talent. He is the most extraordinary disciple I have encountered thus far. You must cultivate a good relationship with him, Ma Kan advised Yu Hongshi earnestly. Upon hearing this, Yu Hongshi's complexion paled, but she quickly responded, understood, master. Next came the disciple selection phase, where the elders could choose their favored disciples. Tangji smiled, feeling elated. Zhang Yang was his protege, and now he could boast about him within the outer sect. The elders hastily approached Zhang Yang, eager to recruit such a prodigy, aware that securing him as a disciple could potentially elevate their own status. Zhang Yang, become my disciple, and I shall gift you 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, one elder proclaimed, rushing to Zhang Yang's side, clearly willing to pay a hefty price to recruit him. Before Zhang Yang could respond, a throng of elders had already gathered around him. Zhang Yang, become my disciple, and you will have unfettered access to my resources. I have numerous female disciples. If you join me, I guarantee you a life of comfort and luxury. Elders vied for Zhang Yang's favor, employing every possible tactic. As Zhang Yang listened to their dazzling offers, he felt tempted by each one. Finally, he cautiously inquired, could I become the disciple of all of you? Rotating masters daily, the elders were left speechless, utterly taken aback by such audacity. They had never encountered a disciple so unabashed. You need not choose, you are already reserved by my apothecary hall, an elder with a beard stated as he approached. The apothecary hall. Zhang Yang suddenly understood. What are the benefits? He asked. There are none, the elder replied with a grin. No benefits, then I shall decline. Zhang Yang promptly rejected. You must think carefully, you should know this is the will of the sect leader. Though he appears affable, he has a cunning nature, the elder whispered in Zhang Yang's ear. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang's expression shifted slightly. He had witnessed Gu Ming's methods firsthand and had indeed promised Gu Ming to join the apothecary hall. He feared that breaking his word might provoke Gu Ming's ire. I was only joking. Of course, I will join the apothecary hall, Zhang Yang quickly amended, forcing a smile that lacked conviction. I shall henceforth be a disciple of the apothecary hall. Esteemed elders, you may take your leave, Zhang Yang declared, though internally he felt a pang of regret at the enticing offers he had just declined. You must ponder this carefully. The art of alchemy differs greatly from cultivation. High aptitude in cultivation does not guarantee proficiency in alchemy. Consider your choice wisely, the elders cautioned. Indeed, Zhang Yang, many gifted disciples have chosen to become alchemists, only to fade into obscurity and become ordinary disciples. Alchemy is a profession that demands immense dedication, the elders continued to advise. I have a deep passion for the profession of alchemist. Please refrain from dissuading me, Zhang Yang asserted resolutely. The elder, hearing Zhang Yang's firm stance, nodded in approval, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The other elders could only shake their heads and sigh. Subsequently departing, Zhang Yang looked at the elder and grinned. Surely you heard my unwavering declaration. Might there be a welcome gift? How did you deduce that I am the head of the apothecary hall? The elder asked with a smile. The way those elders treated you with such courtesy could only signify your esteemed position. Zhang Yang replied, you are quite astute. Come with me to the apothecary hall, the elder said, turning to leave. Zhang Yang quickly followed. Wait, what about? No, the elder cut him off. Alas, I missed a golden opportunity. I should have negotiated with the head before agreeing. Zhang Yang lamented inwardly. Chapter 38. Have I seen you somewhere before? Zhang Yang followed the elder into the inner court, where he soon discovered that the environment was vastly superior to that of the outer court. Spacious and imbued with an abundance of spiritual energy, the inner court boasts a grand spiritual energy formation, which is why the aura here is far denser than in the outer court. The elder explained, such luxury, I am quite fond of it. Zhang Yang marveled, captivated by the opulence of the inner court, his earlier frustrations dissipating. Before long, they arrived at a tall wooden building, from which wafted a peculiar fragrance. A large plaque hung above the entrance, inscribed with the words Apothecary Hall. Go on in, the elder encouraged. Will you not join me? Zhang Yang asked, puzzled. If I were to enter with you, the elders of the Apothecary Hall would likely give you special treatment. The sect leader wishes for you to undergo rigorous training, so you must start from the ground up to solidify your foundation, the elder clarified. Why do I feel as though I have been set up? Zhang Yang murmured, regretting that had he chosen another elder as his master, he would be enjoying a much more comfortable life. That is not how you should view it. We are doing this for your own benefit. The elder replied earnestly before departing. Perhaps this is simply fate. Zhang Yang sighed helplessly before stepping into the apothecary hall. As Zhang Yang entered the apothecary pavilion, he quickly noticed a throng of disciples queuing in the hall. Each standing before a crystalline wall. One by one, they pressed their hands against the shimmering surface, which occasionally emitted a radiant glow. Zhang Yang seized the arm of a nearby man and inquired, Good sir, what is the purpose of this? The man turned to glance at Zhang Yang, recognizing his unfamiliarity, and replied, You must be new to the inner court. Zhang Yang nodded in understanding. No wonder, he mused. This wall serves to test whether one possesses the aptitude of an apothecary, the man explained. Realization dawned upon Zhang Yang, and he subsequently remarked, I have heard that becoming an apothecary is exceedingly challenging, and that this profession is rather obscure, yet, why are there so many people here? Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, the man leaned closer and whispered conspiratorially, Indeed, it is quite difficult to become an apothecary. Although there appears to be a multitude of us, most are merely here to try their luck. He continued, The real reason for this crowd is to catch a glimpse of the renowned beauty. Lan Chuchu, hailed as the most exquisite maiden of the Shao Xuanzong, otherwise, who would bother coming to this dismal place? The mention of Lan Chuchu sent a thrill through Zhang Yang. Where can I find her? He immediately inquired. The man, noticing Zhang Yang's intense reaction, chuckled and pointed towards a specific area near the crystalline wall. Zhang Yang turned to look, but was met with a sea of heads, rendering her invisible. I cannot see her. Are you certain she is there? Zhang Yang asked, internally hoping she was not a patient. My friend, the presence of so many indicates that today, Lan Chuchu is in charge of the testing. Otherwise, this place would be as desolate as ever, the man reassured, patting Zhang Yang on the shoulder. Zhang Yang, overwhelmed, could only pray that she would not recognize him. After an hour, it was finally Zhang Yang's turn, and he caught his first glimpse of Lan Chuchu. She stood beside the crystalline wall, a smile adorning her face, clad in a short skirt that showcased her long, alluring legs, leaving many disciples drooling with admiration. She had undoubtedly inherited her mother's captivating beauty. Zhang Yang couldn't help but marvel at her developing figure. At that moment, the man ahead of him stepped forward to take the test. He registered with Lan Chuchu and then approached the crystalline wall, pressing his hand against it. After a brief moment, the wall remained unresponsive. Dejected, the man's spirits lifted again upon meeting Lan Chuchu's gaze. And he sauntered away, satisfaction etched across his face. As the next in line, Zhang Yang felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, fervently wishing that Lan Chuchu would not recognize him. He had completely forgotten about the request from Lan Luofei. Lowering his head, he slowly approached Lan Chuchu, his gaze inadvertently fixating on her flawless legs. This brother is quite crafty, he thought, knowing full well he would likely fail the test. He came merely to admire her legs. Why didn't I think of that? The man who had previously failed the test stood nearby, now observing Zhang Yang with a newfound admiration for his audacity. His name was Ning Shang, a seasoned disciple within the inner sect. What is your name? Lan Chuchu inquired, her attention focused on her record book rather than Zhang Yang's peculiar demeanor. Zhang Yang, he replied honestly, aware that she likely did not recognize the name. Yet, for safety's sake, he lowered his voice. You may proceed with the test, she said, continuing to write. If you possess the talent to become an apothecary, the crystalline wall will emit light. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang turned his back to Lan Chuchu and approached the wall. What is this fellow up to, turning his back on her? Ning Shang pondered, a look of contemplation on his face, fully aware that Zhang Yang's actions held deeper significance. As Zhang Yang reached out to touch the crystalline wall, Lan Chuchu lifted her gaze, her delicate nose twitching as she murmured, "This scent feels oddly familiar." A look of contemplation crossed her features just as she felt she was on the verge of discovering something significant. Suddenly, the crystalline wall erupted with a loud bang. Lan Chuchu snapped out of her reverie and exclaimed in astonishment, "What have you done? Why did the wall explode?" Zhang Yang shook his head, equally bewildered. Incredible, Ning Shang remarked. I see now why he deliberately turned away from Lan Chuchu. It was all a setup for this grand reveal. Ning Shang admired Zhang Yang even more, realizing that it took someone like him to capture Lan Chuchu's attention. In the midst of the commotion, Lan Chuchu instructed someone to bring forth another crystalline wall. During this interval, she remained at Zhang Yang's side. Could you kindly step away? Zhang Yang thought, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he remained rigid and motionless. Just as he was fervently wishing for her to leave, Lan Chuchu's gentle voice drifted from behind him. Haven't I seen you somewhere before? Zhang Yang's heart raced at her words, cursing inwardly as the moment he dreaded had arrived. Sister, you must be mistaken. I have only just entered the inner court, he replied, lowering his voice to sound as hoarse as possible. Oh, turn around and let me see, Lan Chuchu insisted. Sister, I lack confidence in my appearance, and I tend to blush when in the presence of beautiful women. Perhaps we should forego this, Zhang Yang quickly retorted. I see, Lan Chuchu said, not pressing him further. Ning Shang internally applauded Zhang Yang's cleverness. Recognizing that he had effortlessly struck up a conversation with Lan Chuchu, countless disciples had sought to engage her since her arrival in the inner court, yet only to be met with distant longing. Never even having the chance to speak, Zhang Yang, however, had achieved what many had only dreamed of, interacting with the goddess of Shao Shenzong. As the other disciples observed Lan Chuchu smiling and chatting with Zhang Yang, a flicker of envy ignited within them. Although Zhang Yang did not turn around, the disciples retained a deep-seated memory of him out of jealousy. At that moment, the disciples of the apothecary pavilion returned with a new crystalline wall. Zhang Yang, please try again, Lan Chuchu said. Zhang Yang placed his hand on the wall once more, only for it to explode again, just as before. What on earth is happening? Zhang Yang thought, feeling the pressure of the growing commotion. Knowing that the louder it got, the more Lan Chuchu would focus on him, something he wished to avoid. Zhang Yu, Lan Chuchu began, but Zhang Yang interrupted her. Sister, please, I am aware that I lack the talent of an apothecary. I bid you farewell. With that, he turned and left without hesitation. The crowd stood in shock, including Lan Chuchu, who felt that Zhang Yang seemed somewhat fearful of her. Ning Shang stroked his chin, muttering to himself, a tactic of allure. It seems I have much to learn. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, an elderly man on the second floor of the apothecary pavilion had been observing the testing closely. Upon witnessing Zhang Yang's attempt to flee, he summoned a middle-aged man and instructed, "This Zhang Yang is now your responsibility. He will be your disciple in the future." The elder, known as Jiang Shang, was the head of the apothecary pavilion. The middle-aged man, named Peng Chun, expressed confusion, "But he possesses no talent. Why must we take him?" Peng Chun felt a wave of dissatisfaction. "I have taught you to never underestimate anyone," Jiang Shang reprimanded. "I understand my error." Master, Peng Chun replied respectfully before descending the stairs. Zhang Shang watched Zhang Yang, who was intent on leaving, murmuring, "This young man possesses commendable cultivation potential, yet I see no aptitude for apothecary skills. I cannot fathom the sect leader's reasoning." With a shake of his head, he dismissed the thought. Within the grand hall of the apothecary pavilion, just as Zhang Yang was about to step out, Peng Chun abruptly blocked his path. No need to leave. "You have been accepted into the apothecary pavilion," he declared. Dumbfounded, Zhang Yang could hardly process the information. "Why," he blurted out, "you do realize others would give anything to enter the apothecary pavilion, yet you dare to question why?" Peng Chun fumed inwardly, feeling a mix of frustration and disdain for Zhang Yang, whom he perceived as merely a beneficiary of connections. "There is no need for a reason. I am taking you on as my disciple." Peng Chun stated curtly. "I asked this fellow in a bad mood. I haven't even provoked him," Zhang Yang thought, puzzled by Peng Chun's sudden ire. "Follow me," Peng Chun commanded, turning away as Zhang Yang considered this a fortuitous outcome. As long as he avoided Lan Chuchu, he was indifferent to the rest, and thus he followed in Peng Chun's wake. Lan Chuchu cast a puzzled glance at the departing pair, sensing that Peng Chun's demeanor was unusually irritable, which was unlike his usual character. Meanwhile, the other disciples looked on in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them. "Isn't that Elder Peng Chun a third-tier apothecary? Why is he personally taking the talentless Zhang Yang as his disciple? The situation is far from straightforward. Have you not noticed that Elder Peng Chun left with a rather displeased expression? I harbor suspicions that this Zhang Yang has gained entry into the apothecary pavilion through connections." Upon hearing this individual's words and recalling Elder Peng Chun's forthright character, the disciples had already arrived at their conclusions. Although they held a deep disdain for Zhang Yang, the so-called connected individual, they could not deny the existence of such connections in this world, which had long since dulled their sensibilities. After accompanying Peng Chun to the back courtyard of the apothecary pavilion, Zhang Yang discovered that several disciples were already waiting there. Among them, he recognized a few familiar faces, those he had seen pass the tests. Upon seeing Zhang Yang's arrival, their expressions were filled with astonishment. They had heard from others that Zhang Yang had shattered 2 crystal walls during his test, indicating a complete lack of talent. The mere fact that Zhang Yang stood before them now held significant implications that everyone understood. "You are all newly initiated disciples of the apothecary pavilion," Peng Chun began, "and I shall briefly discuss the profession of an apothecary with you." He then launched into his lecture. "Apothecaries are categorized into various ranks, and I am a third-rank apothecary," Peng Chun continued, speaking with fervor as the disciples sat on the ground, engrossed in his words. However, there was an exception. Zhang Yang, who was fighting off drowsiness, felt as though he were in a living nightmare. Before long, unable to withstand his fatigue any longer, Zhang Yang surrendered to his slumber, even producing a resounding snore that echoed throughout the courtyard. One could hardly blame him. In his previous life, he often struggled to stay awake during lectures, and despite his reincarnation, that old habit had persisted. Bang! As Peng Chun listened to the thunderous snores, he could no longer tolerate it. He slammed his palm against the ground, causing the courtyard to tremble, which jolted Zhang Yang awake. The other disciples regarded Zhang Yang with mocking expressions. His entry into the apothecary pavilion through the back door had already elicited their disdain. And now he dared to snore during Peng Chun's class, an act they deemed utterly unforgivable. They began to anticipate the moment when Peng Chun would expel Zhang Yang from the pavilion. To their surprise, despite the visible anger etched on his face, Peng Chun merely admonished Zhang Yang, saying, "Sleeping in class is not permitted," before resuming his lecture. This scene left all present utterly flabbergasted. An hour later, when Peng Chun concluded his lesson, he distributed a booklet to each disciple, detailing the methods for concocting a first-tier potion. "You have 1 hour to study this booklet thoroughly. After that, I shall provide you with materials, and you will concoct a first-tier potion in my presence," he announced before departing. Peng Chun's intention was not to burden the newcomers, rather, his teaching method involved allowing them to begin concocting immediately, after which he would correct their mistakes, facilitating faster progress. The disciples were left dumbfounded. They had no idea how to concoct anything. Immediately, they began to peruse the booklet with urgency. Chapter 40. First-rank apothecary Zhang Yang opened the booklet and spent half an hour studying it meticulously, only to discover that a first-tier potion required merely a single type of ingredient for its creation. The potion's drawback was its singular function, but its advantage lay in its ease of preparation. After some contemplation, Zhang Yang made his way toward the alchemy room. Feeling that further study would yield little benefit, the remaining disciples watched in astonishment as Zhang Yang headed off to the alchemy room alone. What was he doing? Was he truly going to attempt concocting a potion? how audacious of someone with no talent and who had entered the apothecary pavilion through underhanded means. Perhaps he believed himself to be extraordinarily gifted. Prompting this reckless endeavor, the other disciples scoffed, noting that they, who had passed the tests, were still grappling with the booklet, while Zhang Yang, the one who had failed, was daring enough to concoct a potion. Upon entering the small room, Zhang Yang found an apothecary cauldron and an array of spiritual herbs laid out before him. He settled in front of the cauldron and, following the instructions in the booklet, began to toss the herbs into the cauldron. In no time, the herbs transformed into liquid, and the next step was purification, a crucial phase that significantly affected the potion's purity. Zhang Yang carefully manipulated the liquid within the cauldron, extracting impurities with meticulous precision. Before long, he completed the purification process and transferred the potion into a vial. Observing the clear emerald potion within the vial, Zhang Yang murmured, "The chaos cauldron is indeed more convenient. But alas, it cannot be used recklessly." He shook his head, recalling that ever since he learned the Chaos Cauldron required energy replenishment to avoid catastrophic failure, he had refrained from using it indiscriminately. As Zhang Yang exited the room, he encountered Peng Chun entering the courtyard. Upon noticing the potion in Zhang Yang's hand, Peng Chun frowned and inquired, "Where did this potion come from? I just concocted it." Zhang Yang replied, "At this." Peng Chun's expression turned grave. "Do not lie. If you truly concocted it, then return and make another for me to observe." He was clearly skeptical of Zhang Yang's claim. Over the years, he had instructed numerous disciples, and those who succeeded on their first attempt were exceedingly rare, let alone someone like Zhang Yang, who held a vial of a first-tier medium-grade potion. To date, Peng Chun had never encountered a disciple who could successfully concoct a medium-grade potion on their first attempt. Even Lan Chuchu, whose talent was exceptional, had only managed to create a low-grade potion with his assistance during her initial attempt. "Very well," Zhang Yang replied, sensing Peng Chun's disbelief, and he returned to the small room. The other disciples exchanged glances, their faces displaying mockery. Initially, they were taken aback by Zhang Yang's emergence with a potion, as they understood the implications of success on the first try. However, from Peng Chun's reaction, they deduced that Zhang Yang had likely cheated, which relieved them somewhat. "Why are you all just standing there? Hurry up and concoct your potions," Peng Chun scolded, noticing that the disciples were still watching the spectacle. Immediately, they lowered their heads and obediently entered their respective small rooms. Upon re-entering his small room, Zhang Yang resumed the process he had previously followed, and soon another vial of potion appeared in his hand. "Top-grade potion," he exclaimed. The vial he held emitted a faint green glow, and from the booklet, he learned that only top-grade potions exhibited such characteristics. "It seems that concocting potions is not as difficult as I thought." Zhang Yang mused. However, he did not rush outside, as there were still many spiritual herbs in the room, and given his current financial constraints, he naturally began the process anew. Low-grade potion, top-grade potion. Initially, Zhang Yang's concocting skills were inconsistent, and he produced only low-grade potions, but as he grew more adept, he consistently created top-grade potions. Before long, all the spiritual herbs in the room had been consumed, and Zhang Yang had successfully concocted 10 vials of potions, 5 of which were top-grade. Just then, Peng Chun's voice echoed from outside, urging the disciples to hurry. As Zhang Yang collected his potions and stepped outside to find Peng Chun inspecting the potions concocted by the other disciples. From the expression of consternation on Peng Chun's face, it was evident that the potions were rather dismal. As Zhang Yang emerged from his room, Peng Chun turned to him and asked, "Where are the potions you concocted?" With Peng Chun's attention now focused on Zhang Yang, the other disciples felt a wave of relief wash over them. Having endured a lengthy period of instruction, Zhang Yang handed over his potions. Initially, Peng Chun paid little heed, but when he noticed the vibrant green potion emanating a soft glow, shock registered on his face. Top-grade potion. Good heavens, the previous vial was a medium-grade potion, and now this one has leaped straight to top-grade. The other disciples stood agape, unable to comprehend the situation. Unbelievable, how could a newly initiated disciple of the apothecary pavilion concoct a top-grade potion? Peng Chun still found it hard to believe, sensing Peng Chun's lingering skepticism. Zhang Yang produced the remainder of his potions, 10 vials in total. "I used all the herbs in here," he stated. Peng Chun's eyes widened as he beheld the 10 vials, 5 of which were top-grade, while the remainder were mostly low-grade. The other disciples stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape. Peng Chun rushed into the room where Zhang Yang had been concocting, and the lingering aroma of the herbs filled the air. Confirming that indeed, the herbs were no longer present. You, Peng Chun stammered. "I swear I did not cheat," Zhang Yang replied, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. "You truly are a genius," Peng Chun exclaimed. His previous demeanor transformed as he became animated. He then presented Zhang Yang with a badge stating, "You have successfully concocted a first-tier top-grade potion. This badge signifies your status as a first-rank apothecary." "What is the purpose of this badge?" Zhang Yang inquired, puzzled. "The badge represents your identity and allows you to purchase materials at the apothecary pavilion at a discounted price," Peng Chun explained as Zhang Yang nodded in understanding. It indeed held some utility. "Could you possibly show me the booklet for second-tier potions?" Zhang Yang asked. Peng Chun paused, taken aback by Zhang Yang's eagerness. "You've just concocted a first-tier potion, and now you wish to pursue second-tier potions?" Nevertheless, this time he kept his thoughts to himself. What if Zhang Yang truly managed to concoct a second-tier potion on the same day? That would be quite the spectacle. However, the prospect of advancing 2 tiers in a single day and becoming a second-rank apothecary was something he could scarcely imagine. Reluctantly, Peng Chun handed over the booklet for second-tier potions, knowing that preparing them would be several times more challenging than the first tier, yet, deep down, he harbored a flicker of anticipation for Zhang Yang. Chapter 41. How does it feel? Zhang Yang meticulously studied the second-tier booklet handed to him by Peng Chun. Nearly half an hour later, he declared, "Master, I wish to attempt the concoction of a second-tier potion." "Are you serious?" Peng Chun responded with astonishment, thinking to himself, "It's only been half an hour. Are you jesting with me? I believe I have grasped the concepts, and I would like to give it a try." Zhang Yang replied earnestly, seeing the seriousness etched on Zhang Yang's face. Peng Chun said, "Then follow me." He then proceeded towards the building behind him. The requirements for second-tier potions are more demanding compared to first-tier ones. Particularly regarding the alchemical cauldron, Zhang Yang promptly followed suit, and the other disciples trailed behind, eager to witness whether Zhang Yang, who had just accomplished a miracle, could replicate his success upon reaching the second floor of the potion pavilion. Zhang Yang observed several disciples perusing books, while others were engaged in potion making within small rooms. Just then, a beautiful figure emerged from one of the rooms, holding a vial of freshly concocted potion. This individual was Lan Chuchu. Upon seeing Peng Chun, Lan Chuchu gracefully approached him, her long fair legs striding forward. "Master, this is the potion I just brewed," she said, presenting the vial to Peng Chun. Peng Chun examined the potion crafted by Lan Chuchu and smiled, saying, "Chuchu, you have made remarkable progress recently. You have successfully concocted a second-tier medium-grade potion. I dare say it won't be long before you can produce a second-tier superior-grade potion and become a third-tier alchemist." Feeling the warmth of admiration from Peng Chun in front of so many, Lan Chuchu's delicate, fair face flushed a shade of crimson. "By the way, Master, weren't you supposed to be mentoring newcomers? What brings you here?" she inquired, puzzled. "There is an extraordinary talent among the newcomers who on his first attempt, concocted a first-tier medium-grade potion, and on his second, a superior-grade potion. He now wishes to try his hand at a second-tier potion. So I brought him here for a demonstration," Peng Chun explained with a smile. "Who is this junior brother?" Lan Chuchu asked, her interest piqued. "Where is he?" she continued, noticing Zhang Yang's absence. "He has already gone inside." A disciple pointed towards a small room. "This fellow vanished without a sound," Peng Chun remarked, somewhat bemused. "Let's wait for him here. I am eager to see if this prodigious junior brother can indeed concoct a second-tier potion." Lan Chuchu said, grinning, her smile bloomed like a garden in full bloom, captivating the eyes of the onlooking disciples. At that moment, Zhang Yang had immersed himself wholly into the art of potion making. He observed as the two materials within the alchemical cauldron transformed into liquids, and his task was to merge these two fluids. After a brief period, he halted his actions, having encountered failure during the fusion process. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yang resumed his efforts. Throughout this process, he faced several setbacks, yet ultimately succeeded in creating a second-tier potion, albeit a lower-grade one. After another hour of relentless experimentation, Zhang Yang finally succeeded in concocting a second-tier medium-grade potion. "It appears this is the limit of my current capabilities," he murmured, gazing at the potion within the vial. The mental strain of potion making had left him feeling quite fatigued. As Zhang Yang exited the room, the first sight that greeted him was a pair of long, fair legs, instantly revitalizing his senses. "Did you fail?" Peng Chun inquired, noticing Zhang Yang's weary demeanor, indicating that he had indeed encountered failure. However, that was to be expected. If Zhang Yang had successfully concocted a second-tier potion, it would indeed have been quite extraordinary. "There is no need to be disheartened, junior brother. Failure is a common occurrence," Lan Chuchu consoled him. She hadn't anticipated that the one attempting to concoct a second-tier potion would be Zhang Yang, especially since she had been present when he tested his talents and was well aware of his lack of aptitude. "I succeeded," Zhang Yang announced. The room fell silent, and Peng Chun, in disbelief, urged, "Quickly, let me see." Zhang Yang produced the potion and handed it to Peng Chun, feeling somewhat exasperated at the skepticism surrounding him. As Peng Chun examined the vial of red potion, his hands trembled slightly. A second-tier medium-grade potion. You truly succeeded, he exclaimed, his excitement causing him to utter an expletive, a rarity for him. Lan Chuchu stood in shock, gazing at the potion in Peng Chun's hand, realizing that the purity of Zhang Yang's potion seemed to surpass her own recent creation. The other newcomers in the potion pavilion were utterly astounded. How could someone who had been assessed as lacking talent suddenly succeed in concocting a second-tier potion and become a second-tier alchemist? This world was indeed astonishing. Seeing the crowd still in a state of disbelief, Zhang Yang interjected, "If there is something to say, please do so. Speak freely." Peng Chun replied promptly, then personally bestowed the second-tier alchemist badge upon Zhang Yang. His demeanor contrasting sharply with earlier moments. He was elated, having never imagined that a disciple he had previously dismissed as unremarkable would prove to be an extraordinary prodigy. Truly, the pavilion master possessed remarkable insight. Peng Chun mused, "Can these potions be exchanged for points?" Zhang Yang inquired, producing several vials of second-tier lower-grade potions along with the first-tier potions he had previously brewed, seeking to trade them for points. The crowd was left dumbfounded at the sight of multiple vials of second-tier lower-grade potions. So you didn't just brew one, but an entire collection. Indeed, Peng Chun laughed heartily, then instructed someone to assist Zhang Yang in exchanging the potions for points, which he duly received. Zhang Yang successfully exchanged his potions for a total of 5,000 points, though not an exorbitant amount. It exceeded his expectations. "I have other matters to attend to. Chuchu, please assist Zhang Yang for the time being, as he is now your junior brother," Peng Chun said to Lan Chuchu with a smile. Lan Chuchu readily agreed. "Why are you still standing around? Hurry up and get back to studying. Zhang Yang has already become a second-tier alchemist, and you are all still newcomers." Peng Chun admonished the dazed disciples on the second floor. Startled by his reprimand, the newcomers quickly scurried downstairs, vanishing in a flash, after casting a glance at Lan Chuchu and Zhang Yang. Peng Chun left with a smile. At that moment, Zhang Yang felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He couldn't fathom why Peng Chun had entrusted him to Lan Chuchu. What was more perplexing was the ambiguous look Peng Chun had cast as he departed. "Senior sister, I shall take my leave now," Zhang Yang said hastily, readying to escape as the others exited. "Hold on," Lan Chuchu's voice rang out. "What is it, senior sister?" Zhang Yang turned back, a silly grin on his face. Lan Chuchu approached him, her long legs carrying her effortlessly, and whispered in his ear, "How does it feel?" Zhang Yang froze, cold sweat cascading down his forehead, his expression pleading, "I promise to behave, please let me go." "Why have you fallen silent, junior brother?" Lan Chuchu teased, her gaze filled with alluring mischief. "Senior sister, I do not quite grasp your meaning." Zhang Yang feigned composure. Noticing his reaction, Lan Chuchu felt a flicker of doubt. Perhaps she was mistaken, yet the scent emanating from him felt strangely familiar. "Do you think my skin is fair?" Lan Chuchu pressed on, unwilling to let Zhang Yang off so easily. "Quite fair," he replied without a second thought. "You've seen it." Lan Chuchu's face began to take on a teasing demeanor. In an instant, Zhang Yang realized his blunder and quickly blurted out, "Senior sister, your long legs are indeed quite fair," relieved at his quick thinking. Zhang Yang felt fortunate to have evaded her trap. Lan Chuchu glanced at her legs beneath her short skirt, realizing he was indeed referring to that. "Are they beautiful? Would you like to touch them?" She leaned closer to Zhang Yang, her breath soft and fragrant. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yang reached out towards her leg, only for Lan Chuchu to swiftly evade him, her enchanting demeanor evaporating, replaced by a faint blush. She had not expected Zhang Yang to be so brazen. To ease the awkwardness, Lan Chuchu remarked, "Though your talent as an alchemist is quite high, your primary focus should remain on cultivating your skills." "As that is fundamental," Zhang Yang nodded, then inquired curiously, "Senior sister, are you aware of the four-sect grand competition?" Lan Chuchu looked at him in surprise, not expecting him to know of the event. "Of course, it is less than half a year away," she replied, a hint of concern shadowing her features. "What level of cultivation is required to participate in the four-sect grand competition?" Zhang Yang asked. Lan Chuchu was taken aback by his ambition. He had only just entered the inner sect and was already contemplating participation. There is a ranking list within the inner sect known as the Heavenly Ranking. It comprises only 20 spots, and if you can secure a place on that list, you will have a chance, she explained. "The Heavenly Ranking. Where can I find it?" Zhang Yang inquired, intrigued. "Follow me," Lan Chuchu instructed. Leading Zhang Yang to the topmost floor of the building, upon arrival Zhang Yang beheld a towering stone tablet, inscribed with the golden characters Heavenly Ranking. Beneath the gleaming letters were a series of names, and he was astonished to see Lan Chuchu's name listed in the 10th position. "Senior sister, you rank so highly. What level of cultivation have you achieved? Zhang Yang exclaimed in awe. I have been in the inner court for 2 years. This ranking is not unexpected. As for my cultivation level, I am currently at the 5th level of martial master, she replied nonchalantly. Lan Chuchu smiled and spoke. Zhang Yang felt a jolt of shock in his heart. This was indeed a full realm above him. At that moment Zhang Yang finally realized the vast chasm that separated him from the inner sect geniuses. A sister, where can I rapidly enhance my strength? Zhang Yang's expression was exceedingly serious. Go to the Xian Valley secret realm. Although it poses some danger to you at present, it is brimming with opportunities. By vanquishing enemies, you can also earn points. As long as you survive, it will greatly benefit you, Lan Chuchu replied. You can earn points by killing enemies? Zhang Yang asked, perplexed. What you may not know, junior brother, is that the Xian Valley secret realm is located in the central region of the Great Xia dynasty. Almost all the sects within the dynasty will send disciples there to train, and there is fierce competition among the sections. Thus, slaying disciples from other sects will yield points as rewards, Lan Chuchu explained. Zhang Yang nodded, then leaped directly from the building. He had promised the sect leader to participate in the grand competition of the 4 sects, and as a mere 5th-tier warrior, he was still far from the heavenly rankings. He needed to seize every moment. Lan Chuchu gazed at Zhang Yang's departing figure, softly murmuring to herself, is it really him? At that moment, she felt a tingling sensation in a certain part of her body. As if the past had come rushing back. Upon leaving the apothecary pavilion, Zhang Yang headed straight for the teleportation array, unwilling to waste any time. However, just as he reached halfway, he unexpectedly spotted 2 familiar figures, Qi Wenli and Yu Hongshi. At that moment, Qi Wenli was rubbing Yu Hongshi's waist, while she wore a bashful expression. This shameless woman truly possesses cunning skills, first Qi Yangming, and now Qi Wenli. If Qi Peishan is not dead, she would surely not spare him either. Zhang Yang sneered inwardly. He had not forgotten his grudge against Yu Hongshi. He had been unable to find an opportunity until now, but once he seized it, he would ensure she vanished completely from this world. Just then, Yu Hongshi and Qi Wenli noticed Zhang Yang. Upon seeing Zhang Yang's resilient and upright figure, Yu Hongshi couldn't help but recall her master's words about cultivating a good relationship with him. Yet only she knew that their relationship had long been irreparably damaged. Rather than mending it, she would prefer to find a way to eliminate Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, you may have the ability to remain within the sect forever. But if not, I will surely kill you. Qi Wenli glared at Zhang Yang. Your brother once said the same thing, but now he is dead. Zhang Yang retorted coldly, then glanced at Yu Hongshi, saying, I didn't expect you 2 brothers to share the same taste. When one brother dies, the other takes his place. What nonsense are you spouting? Yu Hongshi exclaimed angrily. You know full well. Zhang Yang dismissed Zhang Yang. Stop talking nonsense. You have made countless enemies now. By the time I get the chance to kill you, you might already have been slain by the Xiong family. Qi Wenli scoffed. Xiong family. Zhang Yang recalled how he had killed Xiong, realizing that there must be others from the Xiong family within the little Shen sect. I once thought I would regret breaking off our engagement, but now it seems I was right. A person like you, who stirs up trouble everywhere, will surely meet your end sooner or later. Yu Hongshi mocked, then clung to Qi Wenli's arm, deliberately rubbing against him. In the inner sect, her realm was at the bottom, and she understood that she had to rely on Qi Wenli to solidify her position. Qi Wenli, seeing this, tightened his grip on Yu Hongshi, even giving her rear a playful slap, causing her to shiver slightly, her face flushed with embarrassment. Zhang Yang, take a good look. This is your former fiancée. And now she belongs to me. Qi Wenli laughed, not missing the chance to grope her a few more times in front of Zhang Yang. You fool, I've long had my fill of her. By the time you got her, she was already secondhand. I wonder what you're so proud of. Zhang Yang shook his head. Hearing this, Qi Wenli's expression stiffened. While Zhang Yang's words were harsh, there was indeed a possibility that they held some truth. Don't spout nonsense. Yu Hongshi, noticing Qi Wenli's expression, realized that Zhang Yang's words had struck a chord with him. After Yu Hongshi finished explaining, Qi Wenli remained silent. Yu Hongshi sensed the gravity of the situation and quickly said, Tonight, I will share a room with you, then you will understand it. Upon hearing this, Qi Wenli's face lit up with wild joy. He had long desired Yu Hongshi, but she had always been elusive, and now she had taken the initiative. Some things can be repaired, Zhang Yang said calmly. Qi Wenli's expression shifted. He knew exactly what Zhang Yang meant. You're talking nonsense. Yu Hongshi was genuinely alarmed, realizing that she couldn't explain herself. Qi Wenli's expression changed repeatedly before he sneered. Don't try to deceive me. You're just upset that Yu Hongshi will be with me tonight, and that's why you're saying this. Qi Wenli was not so naive. He quickly pieced together the situation. And considering Yu Hongshi's looks and figure, she was certainly sought after by many in the inner courtyard. Upon hearing this, Yu Hongshi secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then taunted Zhang Yang, "I admit I was mistaken before. But you must understand, this is neither the outer courtyard nor Qingshan City, this is the inner courtyard, where countless prodigies reside. Compared to senior brother Qi, you are but an ant." Zhang Yang merely offered Qi Wenli a knowing smile, which infuriated Qi Wenli even more, as it provoked his jealousy. Zhang Yang had no time to waste with these two. Just as he prepared to leave, he suddenly caught a whiff of a fragrant breeze behind him. "Junior brother, you forgot something." Lan Chuchu approached Zhang Yang with her long legs, gently helping him fasten the second-tier apothecary badge to his chest, her face even showing a hint of bashfulness. Zhang Yang was taken aback. When did his badge end up with Lan Chuchu? Yu Hongshu's expression changed upon witnessing this. Although she considered herself attractive, she instantly paled in comparison to Lan Chuchu. Qi Wenli's brow furrowed even deeper. He had just mocked Zhang Yang for being jealous of him for having Yu Hongshu, but now he saw the number one beauty of the Little Shan sect personally adorning Zhang Yang with a badge. And jealousy crept onto his face. Why, Yu Hongshu was indeed lovely, but she was far too inferior compared to Lan Chuchu. After helping Zhang Yang with the badge, Lan Chuchu naturally wrapped her arms around his. Her body pressed closely against him, displaying a shy demeanor. Zhang Yang's heart fluttered, thinking to himself, "She approached me herself." He then boldly wrapped his arm around Lan Chuchu's slender waist, causing her to shiver slightly. But she quickly regained her composure. Their intimate actions further darkened Qi Wenli's expression. He suddenly found Yu Hongshu beside him to be far less appealing. A second-tier apothecary. At that moment, both of them realized that the badge on Zhang Yang's chest was indeed that of a second-tier apothecary. Though they were not disciples of the apothecary pavilion, they understood how challenging it was to achieve that rank, and the esteemed status it conferred within the inner courtyard. "Junior brother, let us go." Lan Chuchu chuckled. Before Zhang Yang could respond, she firmly tugged on his arm, dragging him away, and again, as they walked, Zhang Yang's arm inadvertently brushed against her softness, causing him to feel a surge of desire. And he couldn't help but squeeze her waist, making Lan Chuchu's face flush crimson. Soon, they reached a corner, and Lan Chuchu released Zhang Yang's arm. Zhang Yang clasped his hands together, saying, "Sister, you are truly beautiful and kind. Farewell." Zhang Yang said this before promptly fleeing, knowing that Lan Chuchu would seek to settle the score with him. However, just as he turned around, Lan Chuchu appeared before him once more, playfully saying, "Junior brother, don't be in such a hurry to leave, there are still matters we have yet to clarify." Zhang Yang thought to himself, realizing the seriousness of the situation. He had forgotten that Lan Chuchu was far stronger than him. "I truly appreciate your assistance, sister. I will surely repay you with gifts in the future. I genuinely have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." Zhang Yang finished and turned to leave. Yet again Lan Chuchu blocked his path, her expression teasing, "Was it enjoyable?" The reason Lan Chuchu had helped Zhang Yang was that she had heard about his past with Yu Hongshu. It was a moment of impulse that led her to assist him. But she hadn't expected to have her own boundaries crossed multiple times in the process, leaving her feeling quite unsettled. "Sister, I'm not sure what you're talking about," Zhang Yang replied. "Are you certain you don't know?" Lan Chuchu raised her delicate fist in a mock threat. "Fine, I admit I couldn't resist. But can you blame me? A stunning beauty like you, Sister Lan, I believe no man could hold back in such a situation." Zhang Yang stated. "Shameless," Lan Chuchu retorted angrily. "There is nothing shameful about it. Lust is human nature, and I simply can't be bothered to pretend otherwise." Zhang Yang replied. Lan Chuchu was taken aback. She had never encountered someone who spoke so earnestly about shamelessness. Just as Lan Chuchu was about to respond, Shi Jing's voice suddenly rang out. "Sister, we should hurry. The secret realm is about to open." Upon hearing this, Lan Chuchu immediately recalled the matter of the secret realm and quietly told Zhang Yang, "Don't think I don't know. You're the one who touched me in the river. We will settle our debts later." With that, Lan Chuchu departed. Shi Jing cast a dark glance at Zhang Yang, already condemning him in his heart. He had witnessed the moments when Lan Chuchu held Zhang Yang's arm and when Zhang Yang had rubbed her waist. To Shi Jing, Lan Chuchu had always been a forbidden desire. He had yet to even touch her hand, yet this Zhang Yang had embraced and caressed her, igniting a murderous intent within him. However, Zhang Yang was entirely unaware of this. He had already left the inner courtyard through the formation, heading toward the Xin Valley. After Zhang Yang departed, Qi Wenli and Yu Hongshu appeared beside the formation. It appears that Zhang Yang has ventured into the Xin Valley. His decision to do so at his current level is indeed reckless. Yu Hongshu remarked with a derisive laugh. "We should also head to Xin Valley," Qi Wenli suggested. "Although there are opportunities in Xin Valley, it is fraught with peril. Would it not be unwise for the two of us to go alone?" Yu Hongshu expressed her concerns. She was acutely aware of the complex dynamics of that place, having heard of numerous disciples from the inner court who ventured there, only to never return, with her low cultivation level. Entering Xian Valley felt akin to courting death. Fewer people can often lead to smoother operations. Rest assured, junior sister, I have already attained the 9th level of the warrior realm. Protecting you will not pose a problem. Qi Wenli assured her, while his hand wandered uninvited across Yu Hongshi's waist. Upon hearing Qi Wenli's words, Yu Hongshi felt a slight sense of relief. She understood that only those below the martial master realm could enter Xian Valley. However, as she felt Qi Wenli's lewd hand, a sinister thought crossed her mind. Zhang Yang, when the time comes, I shall surely carve you alive. For the sake of avenging Zhang Yang, Yu Hongshi was even willing to sacrifice her own purity. Let us go, junior sister, Qi Wenli said with a smile, his mind already racing with thoughts of eliminating Zhang Yang and then seeking a secluded place with Yu Hongshi to release his pent-up frustrations. Chapter 44. The century-old Qinggu fruit. Zhang Yang emerged from the teleportation array, immediately engulfed by a cacophony of sounds. Why are there so many people? Zhang Yang exclaimed, taken aback by the throngs in the valley. The sheer volume of humanity gave him the false impression that the Xian Valley was devoid of danger. From their excited expressions, they appeared more like treasure hunters than anything else, finally managing to extricate himself from the crowd. Zhang Yang located the tent belonging to the Shaoxin sect, where an elderly man was registering arrivals. Surrounded by a long queue, with no other option, Zhang Yang resigned himself to waiting in line. In an effort to alleviate his boredom, he tapped the shoulder of the disciple in front of him and cheerfully inquired, "Brother, this is my first time at Xian Valley. Why are there so many people here?" The man glanced back at Zhang Yang, noting his cultivation at the 5th level of the warrior realm, and kindly cautioned, "Junior brother, considering your level, I advise against entering. It would be akin to jesting with your own life." "Fear not, brother, I relish the thrill of danger," Zhang Yang replied boldly. The man was momentarily speechless before continuing, "Under normal circumstances, there wouldn't be this many people, but recent rumors suggest that a great treasure is about to appear within the secret realm, most likely the fabled primordial stone sword." "What is the primordial stone sword?" Zhang Yang asked, intrigued. "It is said to be an exceptional treasure, nurtured for millennia within the secret realm, and is on the verge of manifesting. If I could obtain the primordial stone sword, it would undoubtedly enhance my combat prowess significantly," the man mused. Zhang Yang felt a stir of excitement at the prospect. "By the way, my name is Yulin. If you insist on entering the secret realm, you may accompany me. I will look out for you." Finding common ground, Yulin decided to offer Zhang Yang his protection. "Thank you, brother." Zhang Yang expressed his gratitude with a smile. Make way, a loud, arrogant voice cut through the air. Zhang Yang turned to see a man clad in black striding confidently towards him, flanked by a man and a woman. Many in the vicinity hastily stepped aside. "Who do they think they are?" Zhang Yang inquired. "Lower your voice. Those individuals are from the Seven Fiends sect. Their tempers are notoriously volatile, and they rank higher than us, being one of the 4 major sects," Yulin explained in hushed tones. Zhang Yang nodded. As long as they did not provoke him, he had no objections. An hour later, it was finally Zhang Yang's turn. "What is your name?" the elder inquired. "Zhang Yang," he replied. "Here, take this ring. Do not lose it. It signifies your affiliation with Shaoxin sect." The elder handed Zhang Yang a ring. After putting it on, the elder continued, "This is a storage ring. Every time you eliminate an enemy, your score will be displayed on it. You can exchange the points once you exit." Zhang Yang nodded, then followed Yulin towards the spatial rift deep within the valley, which served as the entrance to the secret realm. As they traversed the rift, Zhang Yang felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and soon found himself standing atop a mountain range. "This place is magnificent." Zhang Yang marveled at the endless expanse of mountains. "I felt the same way during my first visit," Yulin replied, equally odd. "Are we not departing?" Zhang Yang queried, puzzled. "We are waiting for someone," Yulin responded. Before long, a woman approached. Upon seeing Zhang Yang, she glanced at Yulin and asked, "Who is this?" "This is Zhang Yang. It's his first time in the Xian Valley secret realm, and I'm showing him around," Yulin explained with a smile. "My name is Qiu Chan," the woman introduced herself, exuding an approachable demeanor. "Thank you, senior sister and brother, for your guidance," Zhang Yang said with a respectful gesture. "There is no need for formalities, junior brother. Since it is your first visit and we are all disciples of Shaoxin sect, we should naturally look after you," Qiu Chan replied. The three then made their way down the mountainside, with Qiu Chan and Yulin leading the way, deliberately allowing Zhang Yang to follow behind for added safety. Zhang Yang couldn't help but think that these two were quite commendable. In such a perilous place, one would typically prioritize their own safety over that of others. As they descended, Zhang Yang suddenly spotted a fruit growing on a tree in the distance. Before he could voice his curiosity, Yulin exclaimed, "That is a century-old Qinggu fruit, immensely beneficial for enhancing one's cultivation." Qiu Chan swiftly darted forward, plucking the Qinggu fruit. and then approached Zhang Yang saying, "Junior brother, consume this fruit, it may very well allow you to break through immediately." Zhang Yang was taken aback by her words, reflecting on the kindness of others, and promptly took the Qinggu fruit and devoured it. After consuming the fruit, a faint glow emanated from his body. As pure energy was absorbed rapidly. "Junior brother, you haven't broken through yet," Zhou Chan asked in surprise. "This is a century-old Qinggu fruit. It should have enabled you to make a breakthrough given your cultivation level." Zhang Yang smiled awkwardly. As a Chaos Saint body, his path to breakthrough was inherently more arduous than that of ordinary cultivators. Do not worry, junior brother, we shall continue searching, Yulin said with a reassuring smile. And the trio resumed their quest. Zhang Yang was genuinely touched. Even within the same sect, he understood the significance of resources for cultivators. The fact that these two were willing to forego such a precious Qinggu fruit for his advancement melted even his steely heart. An hour later, the trio discovered several more Qinggu fruits, but only one was a century-old variety. The others were merely 10-year-old fruits. "Quickly eat this," Zhou Chan urged, handing the century-old Qinggu fruit directly to Zhang Yang. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang consumed the fruit, knowing he needed to hasten his cultivation breakthrough. Moments later, with a thunderous roar echoing within him, Zhang Yang successfully advanced to the 6th level of the warrior realm. "Thank you, senior brother and sister. Without your generous offerings, I would have had no idea when I could break through." Zhang Yang expressed his gratitude with a formal bow. However, just as Zhang Yang finished speaking, the sound of footsteps echoed from the woods. "Hand over all your Qinggu fruits," a man declared mockingly, flanked by 4 others. "Junior brother, retreat. They have all reached the 7th level of the warrior realm." Yulin warned gravely, positioning himself and Qiu Chan in front of Zhang Yang. "We do not have any Qinggu fruits," Qiu Chan replied. "Spare us the charade. We have been following you for quite some time and have witnessed you acquire several, including a century-old fruit. Be wise and hand them over." The leader sneered. "How dare you follow us, Yulin? Let us charge at them. These insignificant sect members think they can rob us," Qiu Chan scoffed. And together with Yulin, they launched an attack against the group. Chapter 45, The Millennium Qinggu Fruit. Despite being from one of the 4 major sects, Yulin and Qiu Chan managed to dispatch their adversaries. Even though they were outnumbered, just a few small fries. "Do they truly believe Shaoxian sect's disciples are mere playthings?" Yulin scoffed, then turned to Zhang Yang, assuring, "Fear not, junior brother. As long as we are in the vicinity of this secret realm, we can protect you." "Thank you, senior brother and sister," Zhang Yang smiled. At that moment, a man clad in a black robe emerged from the forest, remarking, "Shaoxian sect disciples speak rather boldly. I am curious, are they truly as weak as they claim?" Zhang Yang recognized him as the previously arrogant disciple from the 7 Fiends sect encountered outside the secret realm. "Junior brother, run, his cultivation surpasses ours," Yulin urged, his expression grave. "You cannot escape. As for the Qinggu fruits you possess, I shall claim them," the man sneered, charging towards Zhang Yang and the others. "Junior brother, go, we will hold him off," Yulin shouted, rushing to confront the man alongside Qiu Chan. In their minds, they believed that their numerical advantage might afford them a brief respite, allowing Zhang Yang to escape, after which they would regroup. Bang! Just as Zhang Yang hesitated, a deafening explosion erupted, and he witnessed Yulin and Qiu Chan being sent flying by a single palm strike, both spitting blood and landing heavily. "Indeed, the disciples of Shaoxian sect are mere trash. Do you think you can hinder me with your meager skills as 7th-level warriors? How naive," the disciple of the 7 Fiends sect taunted, his face a mask of arrogance. With that, he approached Yulin and Qiu Chan with a cold smirk, who looked back at him with despair, realizing they had encountered a disciple from the 7 Fiends sect and that their lives were likely forfeit. "The Qinggu fruits are mine now." At that moment, a detached voice reached the ears of the disciple from the 7 Fiends sect, instantly capturing his attention. "Given the opportunity, you choose not to flee. It seems you wish to perish alongside them," he sneered. "Junior brother, run," Yulin exclaimed with difficulty. Zhang Yang met Yulin's gaze with a reassuring look and then turned to the disciple of the 7 Fiends sect, saying, "A waste from the 7 Fiends sect like you is nothing more than a trivial fish in my eyes." Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, the man's expression darkened ominously as he charged at Zhang Yang with a palm strike, mocking, "Let us see who the real fish is." With a swift motion, Zhang Yang drew his sword, and in an instant, the man's head was severed and sent flying. The action was both clean and decisive. After this, Zhang Yang noticed that the points on his ring had increased to 10. "Is this all the points I receive?" Zhang Yang murmured, then promptly assisted Yulin and Qiu Chan, administering healing potions to them. Moments later, Yulin and Qiu Chan's injuries began to mend. "Junior brother, how did you manage to transcend realms and slay that man, especially 2 realms at once?" Yulin asked, overwhelmed with excitement, recognizing that Zhang Yang's intervention had allowed him to survive. Indeed, junior brother, your killing of that man was astonishingly effortless, Xiao added, equally astonished having witnessed Zhang Yang's ease in dispatching their foe, that is all thanks to the Qinggu fruit gifted by our senior brothers and sisters. Zhang Yang chuckled. I had initially intended to look after you, but it seems the situation turned out quite differently. Yulin smiled awkwardly. Let us proceed to search for more Qinggu fruits, Zhang Yang said. His tone cheerful, acknowledging the significant impact of the Qinggu fruit on cultivation. Wait, junior brother, I received news earlier that the Millennium Qinggu fruit is nearing maturity. We should try our luck, Yulin said excitedly. Millennium Qinggu fruit, Zhang Yang felt a surge of anticipation. 2-century-old Qinggu fruits had already enabled him to break through a realm. A millennium fruit would be invaluable. Senior brother, please lead the way. Zhang Yang echoed, equally exhilarated. Before long, the trio departed from the mountain range, and half an hour later, they arrived at a low-lying area resembling a marshland, nearly submerged in water. In the center stood an ancient tree. Aged for millennia, adorned with 8 Qinggu fruits that emitted a subtle glow. The Millennium Qinggu fruits were indeed exceptional, noticeably larger than their century-old counterparts. Zhang Yang mused internally. Even from a distance, he could catch a faint whiff of the fruit's fragrance. It seems they are indeed close to ripening, Yulin remarked, though his expression lacked joy. A senior brother, cheer up, soon we shall obtain the Millennium Qinggu fruit. Zhang Yang encouraged. Junior brother, do not jest, observe the surrounding woods. I am certain that many individuals are concealed within, awaiting the fruit's ripening. Yulin sighed. With our combined strength, it would be exceedingly difficult to seize even a single fruit. We might even risk our lives here. Xiao added, rest assured, senior brother and sister, you stay here while I seize the Qinggu fruit. Zhang Yang declared, resolute in his determination to claim the fruit. Junior brother, perhaps you should reconsider, while your strength is formidable. Obtaining the Qinggu fruit will be exceedingly challenging. It may be wiser to lie in wait with us. There may be an opportunity to snatch one, Yulin advised. Zhang Yang merely smiled faintly. Such caution was not in his nature, he preferred to take the initiative. Just then, he noticed several figures emerging from the woods, quickly approaching the ancient tree. The leader, a man clad in a white robe, shouted toward the surrounding woods, the Xiong family claims half of the fruits, the rest are yours. This proclamation was exceedingly arrogant. It's Xiong Wujia. How did he get here? Yulin frowned. Is he strong? Zhang Yang inquired. In this outer region, he is quite formidable. I've heard he has reached the peak of the 8th level warrior realm, and his tornado sword technique is exceptionally powerful, much stronger than the 7 Fiends sect disciple you encountered earlier. Yulin explained. Xiong Wufeng, standing behind him, is equally strong, both hailed as the twin prodigies of the Xiong family. Xiao added, Xiong family prodigies. Zhang Yang scoffed inwardly, irrespective of his grievances with the Xiong family. Their intention to monopolize half of the Qinggu fruits would not go unchallenged. A gentle breeze swept through the woods, causing the ancient tree to sway, and the Qinggu fruits danced in the wind. Their glow becoming increasingly radiant. They are ripe, Yulin exclaimed. At that moment, numerous figures surged toward the central area, disregarding the Xiong family, understanding that whoever seized the Qinggu fruits would claim them as their own. In mere moments, the throng had swelled to hundreds, creating a chaotic scene. The glow of the Qinggu fruits intensified, culminating in a brilliant display before settling into tranquility. They have matured, Xiao gasped. As her words fell, Zhang Yang's figure vanished from sight. The moment has arrived. Chapter 46. I prefer to win hearts with virtue. A fierce battle erupted around the ancient tree. Anyone daring to approach it faced the wrath of the Xiong family as prodigies, prompting the remaining cultivators to unite against them. Zhang Yang circled to the opposite side of the tree, where fewer people gathered. Cautiously he edged closer to the ancient tree, puzzled by the crowd's singular focus on fighting rather than seizing the fruits. Could they really be that dim-witted? Zhang Yang wondered aloud. It was only when he neared the ancient tree that he discovered the reason for their inaction. A protective barrier enveloped the tree, invisible until one was close enough to perceive it. It appears I must devise a new plan, Zhang Yang thought, initially intending to discreetly collect several Qinggu fruits while others were distracted, only to find his strategy thwarted by the barrier. There is someone there, a disciple from the Xiong family shouted, pointing in Zhang Yang's direction. The crowd turned to see Zhang Yang concealed among the aquatic plants, slowly approaching the ancient tree. Itsu. Xiong Wujie roared upon spotting Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang had slain Xiong, and the Xiong family had intended to retaliate against the Zhang family only to be thwarted by a mysterious force, leaving them to simmer in anger. And now, encountering Zhang Yang, the source of their grievances, the Xiong family radiated an aura of fury. What is the matter? Calling for your father, Zhang Yang retorted, standing tall now that he had been discovered. This guy is even more arrogant than the two brothers from the Xiong family. Others, engaged in battle with the Xiong family, cast sidelong glances at Zhang Yang, a mix of intrigue and amusement on their faces. You lot, go kill him, Xiong Wujie commanded several of his kin, while he and Xiong Wufeng focused on fending off other cultivators. As the Xiong family members charged toward Zhang Yang, the barrier surrounding the ancient tree suddenly trembled. Growing dimmer, hurry and kill the Xiong brothers. The barrier is about to vanish, someone shouted joyfully, excitement igniting among the remaining cultivators as their attacks intensified. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang found himself flanked by the three Xiong family members. One of whom shouted, "Finish this quickly, the barrier is dissipating." Good. Before the other two Xiong members could respond, Zhang Yang's voice echoed in their ears, "Not good." The Xiong trio's faces blanched as they realized Zhang Yang had closed the distance to stand before them. With a swift motion, Zhang Yang slashed with his sword, effortlessly dispatching all three. Zhang Yang, we will kill you, Xiong Wujie and Xiong Wufeng shouted from a distance, but they were unable to break free from their own battles. At that moment, the barrier surrounding the ancient tree completely vanished. Witnessing this, the crowd abandoned their feuds and charged toward the tree, Zhang Yang among them. With a swift strike, Zhang Yang dispatched a cultivator obstructing his path and reached for one of the fruits. Just then, several others rushed at him, but they too fell to his blade. In the blink of an eye, as Zhang Yang prepared to pluck the fruit, another individual snatched it away. "How dare you take my fruit?" Zhang Yang's figure flickered as he lunged forward, his sword piercing the thief's skull, the fruit landing safely in his grasp. The area around the ancient tree devolved into chaos, the ferocity of the clashes escalating dramatically. Observing the pandemonium, Zhang Yang quickly retreated to a safer distance. The confined space was teeming with too many combatants, and despite his confidence, he dared not take unnecessary risks, now in possession of a Qinggu fruit. Zhang Yang remained unhurried, opting to conceal himself in the marsh and await the perfect opportunity. Not long after, he spotted an individual approaching with great excitement, muttering to himself, "I can't believe my luck. I found a Qinggu fruit, truly the chosen one, ha ha." As the person drew nearer, Zhang Yang sprang into action, his sword poised at the man's throat. "Hand over the Qinggu fruit." The man's expression froze, and he forced a smile, saying, "Brother, do I look like someone who could acquire a Qinggu fruit?" He sensed his inferiority in strength compared to Zhang Yang. "I prefer to win hearts with virtue. But should you refuse to comply, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy," Zhang Yang replied with a cold smirk. The man gritted his teeth, cursing Zhang Yang internally 1,000 times before reluctantly surrendering the Qinggu fruit. Satisfied, Zhang Yang stowed the fruit away. "Now possessing two, may I take my leave now?" the man asked, irritation evident in his voice, as Zhang Yang still held his sword against his neck. "I never stated that I would let you go," Zhang Yang replied. The man's expression shifted, and he retorted angrily, "You tricked me, you are the one being foolish." Unable to comprehend a simple statement, Zhang Yang remarked. Upon deep reflection, the man realized that Zhang Yang had indeed never mentioned releasing him, and he could only inwardly berate himself for his foolishness. "Go fetch another one for me," Zhang Yang instructed. "Do you think this is a simple task? Just because you say fetch doesn't mean it can be done," the man retorted angrily. "I believe in you, just hurry, but don't even think about running away. While I prefer to win people over with virtue, I will not hesitate to take action when necessary." Zhang Yang replied, "Damn it." The man could only curse under his breath to vent his frustration before obediently returning. The battle around the ancient tree raged on fiercely, with corpses strewn across the ground. Anyone who obtained a Qinggu fruit would be killed within 3 seconds, making it nearly impossible for anyone to leave that area with the fruit. Cautiously, the man approached the vicinity of the ancient tree, only to have a figure suddenly crash down before him. He exchanged a brief glance with the fallen figure, who coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood and died on the spot. The Qinggu fruit. What kind of disastrous luck is this? The man stared at the Qinggu fruit in the deceased's hand, nearly brought to tears, for he realized he could not claim it for himself. He collected the Qinggu fruit and carefully glanced over his shoulder, only to find Zhang Yang watching him with a smile, his black gold sword emitting a faint cold light. "This bastard. I've never had such fortune in my life. And now it all goes to him." Though he grumbled, he dutifully returned to Zhang Yang's side and handed over the Qinggu fruit. Zhang Yang accepted the Qinggu fruit, feeling quite pleased, while others fought desperately. He had effortlessly acquired 3. Noticing the man's grim expression, Zhang Yang patted his shoulder and comforted him. "Wealth is but a transient matter. Ultimately, it will find its way into someone else's pocket. You must learn to let go." The man nearly spat blood in frustration at Zhang Yang's attempt at consolation. Chapter 47. Slaying the Bear Brothers. After Zhang Yang acquired 3 Qinggu fruits, He finally attracted attention. Someone shouted, "I saw that guy collect several chingu fruits. Everyone kill him and split the bounty." Soon a dozen cultivators charged towards Zhang Yang. "Run, I lack the energy to protect you," Zhang Yang warned. His eyes glinting with cold light, the man immediately fled but did not go far. Instead, he sought a safe spot to hide, waiting for the moment to take advantage of Zhang Yang's potential demise. "Quickly hand over the chingu fruit, and we might spare your life," one of the approaching figures threatened. "A bunch of fools," Zhang Yang scoffed, immediately dashing towards the group. "Is he insane? He's planning to take on more than 10 alone." The man muttered as he watched from a distance. Zhang Yang plunged into the fray, sword light flashing, and soon several of his assailants lay slain. "Stop hiding, this guy is incredibly strong," someone yelled in panic. As they realized the gravity of the situation, what they did not know was that even if they unleashed their full power, they would still be no match for Zhang Yang. With a swift motion, Zhang Yang moved like a specter, dispatching his foes with ease. The man watching from afar was astonished. With this display, he would have no chance of obtaining a chingu fruit, just as he sighed in resignation. His eyes suddenly brightened when he spotted the bear twins rushing towards Zhang Yang. Hope reignited within him. "Zhang Yang, I know you possess 3 chingu fruits, hand them over quickly." Bear Wujing, who had been keeping an eye on Zhang Yang, was aware of the fruits in his possession. "How many do you have?" Zhang Yang inquired. "We have 2. What is it to you? Are you planning to rob us?" Bear Wufeng laughed sarcastically at this. "Brother, stop wasting time talking to him, just kill him. If we acquire his chingu fruits, both of us can reach the 9th level of warrior." Bear Wufeng sneered. "You two may be brothers, yet you still have fewer than I do." "What a pathetic state," Zhang Yang sighed, disappointment evident on his face. The Bear brothers, enraged, charged at Zhang Yang. Together, faced with them, Zhang Yang finally took the fight seriously, the black gold sword swirling with dark energy. With a flash, he lunged at Bear Wufeng. Clang! Bear Wufeng, quick to react, blocked Zhang Yang's strike, but as he prepared to counterattack, he noticed a thick layer of frost forming on his weapon. "Brother, be careful of his sword," Bear Wujing warned immediately. By this time, Bear Wujing had already engaged Zhang Yang, and he recognized the icy aura his brother mentioned. His own weapon was coated in frost, a chilling sensation causing his hand to sting. "Come help me." Bear Wujing realized he had underestimated Zhang Yang and urged his brother to assist him. The two brothers joined forces against Zhang Yang, initially holding the advantage, but as time passed, they sensed something was amiss. Zhang Yang's strikes grew increasingly swift, while their own energy flow was hampered by the intense cold, diminishing their combat effectiveness, leaving them at a disadvantage. "Run!" Bear Wujing shouted, realizing the dire situation, and turned to flee. Just as he escaped the battlefield, Zhang Yang cleaved Bear Wufeng's head from his shoulders. "A brother!" Bear Wujing yelled, his eyes filled with rage. "Zhang Yang, you will not escape unscathed," he shouted, though he did not look back and merely quickened his pace. "You cannot escape." Zhang Yang's form flickered as he closed the distance to Bear Wujing. "You." Bear Wujing's expression turned to one of horror. With a swift motion, Zhang Yang severed his head as well as Zhang Yang searched their bodies and retrieved the 2 chingu fruits, bringing his total to 5. "It seems my black gold sword is somewhat ineffective now." Zhang Yang sighed. The black gold sword was a bit beneath his current needs. Had he possessed a weapon of higher caliber, the Bear brothers would have perished long ago. At that moment, Zhang Yang noticed a group of dozens of cultivators watching him from a distance, their expressions revealing hesitation. "Stop gawking. I have 5 chingu fruits. If you wish to seize them, come swiftly, or I shall take my leave," Zhang Yang declared. His arrogance was palpable. "This guy is insufferably arrogant. Even the Bear brothers didn't display such audacity." "Shall we all attack together? After killing him, we can divide the chingu fruits," one suggested. "Did you not see? This guy has killed dozens, and even the Bear brothers together could not match him. If you seek death, go ahead, but I will not join you," another replied. Though numerous, the cultivators were deterred by Zhang Yang's prowess, each too frightened to approach. "This is absurd. He truly takes on the Bear brothers alone, scaring off everyone else," another murmured. "It seems my luck has run out. There is no chance of obtaining another chingu fruit," lamented the man who had earlier lost his fruit to Zhang Yang. Departing in defeat, seeing the hesitation from the others, Zhang Yang paid them no mind and turned to leave. Content with the chingu fruits he possessed, the onlookers watched as he walked away, none daring to follow. Zhang Yang returned to Yulin and Qiuchan, promptly giving each of them a chingu fruit. The fruits were exceedingly precious, and as they attempted to decline, Zhang Yang smiled and said, "You took good care of me before. This is what you deserved." Yulin chuckled wryly. "The isn't caring for you. We simply had no idea how strong you truly are." "Disciple brother, you are indeed frighteningly powerful," Qiuchan agreed. Hurry and eat. Once done, we shall venture deeper into the secret realm, Zhang Yang said with a smile, swallowing 2 chingu fruits and settling into meditation. Yulin and Qiuchan followed suit, not hesitating to consume their fruits and begin their own cultivation. An hour later, Zhang Yang opened his eyes. Indeed, a single chingu fruit cannot propel me to a breakthrough. He smiled ruefully, now at the 7th level of warrior, yet still on the cusp of reaching the 8th. Gazing at the final chingu fruit, he steeled himself and consumed it, then resumed his cultivation. Moments later, he awakened, still at the 7th level. Damn, I was so close to breaking through to the 8th level. Zhang Yang lamented, realizing he had consumed too many fruits, diminishing their effects. Meanwhile, Yulin and Qiuchan remained engrossed in their training. This was one of the most terrifying aspects of the chaos sacred body, as it absorbed these heavenly materials at a rate exponentially faster than ordinary individuals. Just as Zhang Yang prepared to explore the surroundings, he suddenly spotted a beam of light bursting forth from a certain part of the forest. Rapidly racing away, before he could react, he sensed the chaos cauldron stirring, vibrating intensely, emitting waves of light and a booming sound from within. What is happening? Chapter 48, My belongings are off limits to all. Zhang Yang was utterly astonished. This was the first time he had witnessed such commotion from the chaos cauldron. The light on the cauldron flickered more urgently, the vibrations growing more violent, with cracks forming along its surface. What on earth is going on? Zhang Yang was genuinely alarmed. If this continued, the chaos cauldron would shatter. Quickly regaining his composure, he realized the cauldron was likely urging him to pursue that beam of light. Without hesitation, he vanished from his spot, chasing after the radiance. Zhang Yang moved swiftly, weaving through the trees, soon catching sight of the source of the light. It appears to be a fragment, Zhang Yang exclaimed in astonishment. As the chaotic cauldron within him trembled with increasing intensity, as if filled with fervor, the fissures on its surface began to widen gradually. Could it be a shard of the chaotic cauldron? Zhang Yang speculated, observing the cauldron's reaction. No sooner had he uttered these words than the cauldron shook even more violently, seemingly responding to him. Cease your trembling, you might just shatter yourself, Zhang Yang cursed inwardly. Now fully comprehending the cauldron's intent, he hastened towards the radiant light. Along the way, numerous individuals caught sight of the fragment, pursuing it just as Zhang Yang did, and the crowd continued to swell. At that moment, the streak of light appeared to have exhausted its energy, suddenly halting at the mountain's peak. Only then did the onlookers realize it was indeed a bronze shard adorned with ancient runes that glimmered softly. As the throng raced towards the bronze fragment, they sensed its extraordinary nature, though they could not discern what it truly was. Damn it, that's mine, Zhang Yang exclaimed in frustration upon witnessing the scene. Darting towards the bronze shard, get out of my way, he brandished his black gold sword, cutting down any cultivator that obstructed his path. Zhang Yang was in a state of unparalleled rage. Some cultivators, seeing their comrades fall to his blade, abandoned their pursuit of the bronze fragment and charged at Zhang Yang instead, numbering over 20. You fools, step aside, Zhang Yang bellowed, resorting to ancestral curses, revealing his urgency. Swish, 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 like a deity of slaughter, Zhang Yang surged through the crowd, dispatching anyone who dared to stand in his way. Just then, he noticed that a portion of the throng had already reached the vicinity of the bronze fragment, intensifying his urgency, while the chaotic cauldron quaked even more violently. Zhang Yang understood that if he failed to seize the bronze shard now, the chaotic cauldron might very well shatter, taking him down with it. None shall touch what belongs to me, Zhang Yang roared. Racing towards the bronze fragment, observing his fervor, many began to realize that the bronze shard might indeed be a prized possession. Stop him. The treasure is mine. A man named El Chen, a disciple of the Seven Fiends sect and one of the 3 Zhang Yang had encountered outside the Xin Valley secret realm, shouted. The other 7 Fiends disciples immediately abandoned the fray and charged towards Zhang Yang. With the addition of these disciples, the crowd surrounding Zhang Yang grew even denser, driving him into a greater frenzy. Those who block my path shall perish, Zhang Yang declared, channeling his spiritual energy to its utmost, unleashing his most formidable combat prowess. To obstruct him now was tantamount to seeking death. You desire it all the more, and we shall not let you have it. A disciple of the 7 Fiends sect sneered, before several of them lunged at Zhang Yang. To hell with you, Zhang Yang shouted in fury. Boom, he swung his sword, unleashing a wave of chilling black energy that swept towards the assailants. Crack, crack, crack. Where the black crescent passed, all were instantly encased in ice, shattering into countless fragments that dispersed into the air. Gasp, the remaining bystanders, witnessing Zhang Yang's merciless execution of the 7 Fiends' disciples, displayed expressions of horror. No longer daring to impede him, Zhang Yang transformed into a streak of light, dashing towards the bronze shard. At that moment, El Chen had eliminated all surrounding cultivators and was reaching for the bronze fragment when he suddenly felt an overwhelming murderous intent from behind that sent chills down his spine. "I warned you not to touch it," Zhang Yang's furious voice echoed. El Chen quickly withdrew his hand and dodged to the side. Bang! Just as El Chen evaded, the ground where he had stood erupted with a thunderous roar. As Zhang Yang's sword struck the mountain peak, causing a violent explosion that sent debris flying, accompanied by a chilling black aura. El Chen's expression darkened as he grimaced. "It seems the bronze shard is of great importance to you." No sooner had he spoken than he unleashed a signal, prompting a woman leading dozens of Seven Fiends' disciples to arrive swiftly. Most of the newcomers were at the 7th rank of martial prowess, matching Zhang Yang's level. While the woman reached the 8th rank, Zhang Yang paid them little heed, intent on seizing the bronze fragment. "You shall not have it," El Chen sneered, lunging at Zhang Yang with his blade. "Go to hell!" Zhang Yang sensed the murderous intent behind him and had no choice but to retract his hand and counterattack with his sword. Clang! El Chen was sent flying, blood spurting from his hand, which soon crystallized into frost. As Zhang Yang clashed with El Chen, the woman seized the opportunity, snatching the bronze shard. "You seek death!" Zhang Yang roared in rage, charging towards her. "Block him!" the woman commanded, and a dozen Seven Fiends' disciples swiftly positioned themselves in front of Zhang Yang. "Ha ha ha, you want the bronze shard, do you? Come and take it." El Chen laughed mockingly. "You have truly enraged me." Zhang Yang's pearl whirled violently, a dense black energy radiating from him, causing the surrounding rocks to crack under the pressure. "Kill him now," El Chen shouted, feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Zhang Yang, his expression shifting slightly. The disciples surged towards Zhang Yang, weapons imbued with formidable spiritual energy. "All of you shall perish," Zhang Yang declared, swinging his sword as torrents of black energy cascaded towards them. The Seven Fiends' disciples were caught off guard, swiftly engulfed by the dense black energy, many unable to even let out a scream. As the energy dissipated, the disciples were left as mere ice sculptures, which shattered into glimmering shards in the breeze. "I said, my belongings are not for anyone to touch," Zhang Yang glowered at El Chen and the woman, advancing towards them as his black energy surged wildly. "Wukong, let us go together. He is certainly no match for us," El Chen thought, his heart gripped with fear as Zhang Yang approached like a vengeful deity. The woman's expression was equally grave, and together they launched an assault on Zhang Yang. Boom! Zhang Yang swung his sword at the two, unleashing a torrent of black energy upon them. They channeled all their spiritual energy to resist Zhang Yang's onslaught. But soon their defenses began to erode under the weight of the black energy. Their faces turned pale. They were on the brink of collapse. El Chen, seizing the moment, snatched the bronze shard from the woman's grasp. His expression twisted with malice. "Today, either you die, or I shall shatter this bronze shard." El Chen was not one to be trifled with. He understood the significance of the bronze shard to Zhang Yang, using it as leverage, yet he did not anticipate that his threat would bear no weight. Zhang Yang unleashed a flurry of strikes, sending waves of black energy crashing down upon them. "If you do not allow us to live, do not expect to claim this bronze shard," El Chen screamed in madness, swinging his blade at the shard. Clang! But the ensuing events far exceeded his expectations. As his blade struck the bronze shard, it shattered effortlessly, while the shard remained unscathed. "How is this possible?" El Chen's face contorted in horror, realizing that the bronze shard was far beyond his understanding. Yet it was too late. The black energy consumed them, and when it cleared, they had been reduced to nothing but frozen remnants. "What a fool! That is a primordial artifact, a fragment of the chaotic cauldron. With your pitiful blade, you think to shatter it?" Zhang Yang picked up the bronze shard from the ground, quickly summoning the chaotic cauldron. As the cauldron materialized, the bronze shard seemed to awaken, soaring towards the cauldron and melding into it in mere moments. Zhang Yang observed that the cracks on the chaotic cauldron had diminished significantly, its surface gleaming with renewed luster. Just as he prepared to stow the cauldron away, a sphere of white light suddenly emerged from it, merging into Zhang Yang's mind. "What is this?" A new technique appeared in his consciousness, unnamed, with a simple description: "One sword, certain kill." The Sword Emperor's ultimate technique, use with caution. Following this, vivid images of the Sword Emperor executing foes with a single strike flashed before Zhang Yang's mind, evoking a profound sense of despair in his enemies. "How am I to learn this?" Zhang Yang was bewildered. The Sword Emperor's mastery had reached its zenith, and he could not comprehend the technique. Fortunately, the scene shifted to a young boy resembling the Sword Emperor, who was practicing the very technique, one sword, certain kill. After observing for a while, Zhang Yang grasped the essence. The move was deceptively simple, speed was paramount. So swift that the enemy could not react, ensuring a decisive strike that could cost him his life if he failed. Thus, Zhang Yang began his training with the sword. 2 days swiftly passed. With a swing of his sword, the black gold blade left a fleeting shadow, cleaving a boulder effortlessly in two. It seems I must choose a lighter sword to execute this technique optimally, only then can I achieve the utmost speed. Zhang Yang mused, this is not about the weight of the sword, it is that you have yet to grasp the sword's intent. A voice suddenly resonated within Zhang Yang's heart, who goes there? Zhang Yang exclaimed in surprise, stop searching, I am within the chaotic cauldron. The voice replied once more, the chaotic cauldron. Zhang Yang immediately summoned the cauldron. Suddenly a beam of azure light erupted from within the chaos cauldron, and a creature with golden fur and a blue face materialized before Zhang Yang. Monkey King, Zhang Yang exclaimed in astonishment. The being that emerged from the cauldron bore a striking resemblance to the golden-haired monkey he had encountered in his previous life. That's a fine name. I quite like it. The golden-haired monkey scratched its head and replied, why are you trapped inside the chaos cauldron? Zhang Yang inquired warily. Upon hearing this, the monkey's face displayed a complex expression as it responded. I have been confined within by that old wretch. Had you not fused a shard, I would still be imprisoned. In truth, I acquired the chaos cauldron long before you, but that old fellow insisted I am a monkey, not a human, thus rendering me unworthy of possessing it. Zhang Yang's face revealed surprise as he remarked, so the intense tremors of the chaos cauldron were all caused by you. The monkey nodded, saying, there was no choice, your foolishness compelled me to remind you, lest you perish in that cauldron for eternity, and now that you are free, you may leave. Zhang Yang stated, I wish I could, but unless you fully restore the cauldron, I can only manifest briefly. The monkey replied with a hint of exasperation. Zhang Yang, upon hearing this, fell silent. He himself was uncertain if he could restore the chaos cauldron in this lifetime. How long have you been trapped in there? He asked out of curiosity. Let me think. The monkey fell into contemplation before responding. It has likely been around 10,000 years. 10,000 years. Zhang Yang was rendered speechless. Are you serious? He questioned. The monkey nodded. I still remember the moment I first gained consciousness. I was inside a celestial meteorite, and it was only after absorbing the essence of 1,000 years of sunlight and moonlight that I broke free from the stone. Incredible, you emerged from a rock. Zhang Yang was genuinely astonished, as this experience felt strikingly reminiscent of a certain classic he had read. However, Zhang Yang quickly realized that this monkey had lived for 10 millennia. Undoubtedly possessing a wealth of experience. He immediately inquired, what did you mean by sword intent earlier? The monkey elucidated, sword intent is profoundly mysterious, it can only be comprehended with a minuscule probability while practicing swordsmanship. Once you grasp sword intent, your speed and power in wielding the sword will receive a tremendous enhancement. Sword intent is categorized into 9 levels, with each elevation significantly boosting your combat prowess. Upon hearing the monkey's explanation, Zhang Yang's heart surged with excitement, vowing to comprehend this sword intent, for only then could he hope to join the Taishan sect within a mere 2 years. He had already gleaned some information about the Taishan sect from the Shaoxin sect and knew that, given his current strength, joining would be exceedingly challenging, if not entirely hopeless, from now on. I shall call you Wukong, Zhang Yang declared, looking at the monkey, believing a name would facilitate their interaction and evoke a sense of familiarity that is acceptable. The monkey appeared quite pleased with the name. For the subsequent 10 days, Zhang Yang dedicated himself to sword practice in the forest. In this brief span, he not only broke through to the 8th level of warrior but also grasped the first layer of sword intent. With a swift thrust of his sword, his speed had at least increased tenfold, and the rock face before him was pierced cleanly through. With success, Zhang Yang withdrew his black gold sword, his face alight with exhilaration. As he drew the sword, the rock wall collapsed instantaneously. Truly, he was the chaos sacred body. His comprehension abilities were unparalleled in this world. Wukong, observing the sword intent radiating from Zhang Yang, could only marvel inwardly. The speed of his comprehension was indeed astonishing. Typically, it would take a genius at least half a year to grasp the first layer, yet Zhang Yang achieved it in merely 10 days. However, Wukong suddenly appeared deep in thought, his expression turning grave as he cautioned, do not let your pride overwhelm you. Many prodigies can comprehend sword intent in just 5 days, your speed is still somewhat lacking. Wukong recalled the first generation of the Chaos Sacred Body had once warned him that if he were fortunate enough to encounter the second generation, he must suppress them fiercely, never allowing them to become arrogant. This was due to the exceedingly high talent of the Chaos Sacred Body, which led to a tendency to become overconfident, a flaw that had caused the first generation considerable trouble, even nearly costing him his life on one occasion. Thank you for the reminder. I will work twice as hard. Zhang Yang expressed his gratitude. He had indeed let his pride get the better of him, mistakenly believing his speed of comprehension was impressive. Only to realize it was merely average. Of this revelation filled him with a sense of shame and a firm resolve to surpass those prodigies. Just then Zhang Yang sensed a faint tremor beneath his feet. Boom! A rumbling sound resonated, and a beam of golden light shot skyward from the distant horizon. Zhang Yang could even vaguely discern a white figure floating within that golden glow. The innate stone sword has emerged. Chapter 50. The Wrath of Zhang Yang. Though the distance appeared short, it was in fact quite far away. Where the innate stone sword lay deep within the secret realm, Zhang Yang exerted all his strength to sprint towards its depths. Do not rush, the sword has not fully materialized yet. This is merely a prelude to its emergence. Wukong perched on Zhang Yang's shoulder. Aren't you unable to remain outside for too long? Zhang Yang remarked. Finding Wukong's nonchalant demeanor on his shoulder rather irksome, akin to bearing the weight of a beast of burden indeed, but as long as I am near you, I can linger a while longer. Wukong replied. 2 days later, panting heavily and covered in dust, Zhang Yang arrived at the depths of the secret realm. Your idea of a while longer is quite an exaggeration, Zhang Yang retorted, having essentially carried Wukong on his back throughout the journey. The monkey, though small in stature, proved unexpectedly heavy, exhausting Zhang Yang considerably. Let us hurry, the entrance is just ahead, Wukong urged, choosing to ignore Zhang Yang's complaint. At that moment, Zhang Yang noticed a mountain before him, atop which stood a temple, its entrance marred by the aftermath of a fierce battle, evidenced by the corpses littering the area. Zhang Yang dashed towards the temple, but just as he prepared to step inside, a hand seized his foot. Junior brother, a faint voice called out. Senior brother. Zhang Yang turned to see his senior brother, Yulin, gravely injured, his chest pierced through, teetering on the brink of death. Who did this? Zhang Yang demanded, a furious blaze igniting within him. Go, save Chiu. Yulin's face contorted in pain, his breath faltering as his head slumped to the side. Senior brother, Zhang Yang roared in rage, vividly recalling how Yulin had cared for him when he first entered the secret realm. Rest assured, senior brother, I will rush to save senior sister Chiu-chan immediately. Zhang Yang found a safe spot to briefly lay Yulin's body before charging into the temple. Once inside, Zhang Yang discovered an entirely different world. The interior resembled a vast cavern. He raced deeper into the cave, discovering even more corpses strewn about than outside, further heightening his sense of urgency. Soon, he spotted a bronze door in the distance, where several cultivators were gathered. Those scoundrels from the Seven Fiends sect. They actually closed the bronze door after entering. Some cultivators cursed, futilely assaulting the door, which remained impervious to their efforts. Suddenly, the cultivators heard a whooshing sound behind them, and Zhang Yang charged toward the bronze door, the black gold sword gleaming ominously in his hand. What is this fool doing? Does he really believe he can break down that bronze door by himself? One cultivator scoffed as Zhang Yang reached the bronze door and thrust his sword into it, the black gold blade embedding deeply. You cannot breach the door alone, the mocking cultivator remarked with a smirk, ignoring him. Zhang Yang withdrew the black gold sword. Bang! The moment he pulled it out, the bronze door exploded into shards, and Zhang Yang slipped through the opening. The previous cultivator was left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how Zhang Yang had effortlessly shattered the door that had held them captive for so long. The fool is lost for words, someone else jeered, and soon many cultivators followed Zhang Yang through the bronze door, leaving the mocking cultivator behind, his expression darkening. Upon entering the bronze door, Zhang Yang noticed subtle changes in the cave, though he paid little mind, pressing onward deeper into the cavern. There's another bronze door ahead, Wukong informed him. You can see that? Zhang Yang asked, surprised. My eyesight is decent enough, I can barely see 1,000 miles. Wukong replied. Those trapped outside the bronze door appeared to include a woman who seemed to be in a state of unconsciousness. Could it be senior sister Chiu-chan? Zhang Yang thought, quickening his pace, transforming into a streak of black light as he charged towards the bronze door. Soon Zhang Yang arrived at the bronze door, where the number of cultivators was not excessive. However, a portion of them wore attire he recognized well, those from the Seven Fiends sect. Senior sister Chiu-chan. Zhang Yang spotted a woman lying in a corner, her complexion pale and bloodied at the corners of her mouth, but thankfully still alive. He rushed toward her, only to be intercepted by a disciple of the Seven Fiends sect. You are Zhang Yang? The man inquired. Did you kill my senior brother? Zhang Yang replied coldly, refusing to answer the question. That useless waste, you can't blame me. I intended to inquire about your whereabouts, but he refused to speak, leaving me no choice but to eliminate him, the man said casually, as if killing Yulin was a trivial matter. But all this is your fault. Had you not slain so many of my Seven Fiends sect brethren, your senior brother would not have met such a fate. The man's expression twisted into a snarl. Brother Jianlei, since Zhang Yang is here, we might as well kill that woman as well. She serves no purpose now, a disciple of the Seven Fiends sect suggested to Jianlei. That makes sense. Let us kill her, Jianlei agreed. Jianlei gazed at Zhang Yang, licking his lips, a bloodthirsty glint flashing across his face. Upon hearing this, the disciple of the Seven Fiends sect strode directly towards Qiuquan, his battle blade already gripped in hand. The other cultivators, sensing the ominous atmosphere, hastily retreated, fearful of becoming collateral damage. Zhang Yang was indeed a person of passion, risking his life to save his senior sister, but what good would that do? His cultivation level was inferior to Jiang Lei's. His arrival would merely serve to sacrifice himself. Zhang Yang cast a glance at the Seven Fiends sect disciple advancing towards Qiuquan, only to see him poised to strike her neck with his blade, seeking death. Zhang Yang shouted in fury, racing towards the assailant. As long as I am here, you shall not pass. Jiang Lei swung his sword at Zhang Yang, relishing the sight of Zhang Yang's wrath, intent on making him witness his senior sister's demise. Begone! Zhang Yang retaliated with his own sword strike aimed at Zhang Lei. Clang! Zhang Lei staggered back several steps from Zhang Yang's blow before regaining his footing. What is happening? Zhang Lei was filled with dread. His cultivation was clearly superior to Zhang Yang's. How could he have suffered such a setback? Having repelled Zhang Lei with a strike, Zhang Yang immediately charged towards the disciple of the Seven Fiends sect. You won't make it in time. Bid farewell to your senior sister. Haha! The disciple of the Seven Fiends sect cackled, lunging towards Qiuquan's neck. Zhang Yang's expression turned grave, with Zhang Lei's obstruction. He indeed could not save Qiuquan in time. In a moment of desperation, Zhang Yang devised a plan. He grabbed Wukong from his shoulder and hurled him towards the Seven Fiends sect disciple. Wukong seemed to grasp Zhang Yang's intent, propelling himself with a kick, his speed multiplying several times, charging like lightning towards the disciple. Chapter 51. The sadly void young master. Just as the blade of the Seven Fiends sect disciple was about to sever Qiuquan's neck, bang! A golden streak of light suddenly collided with his head, exploding it into a gruesome mess, the sword clattering to the ground. After dispatching the disciple, the golden light swiftly returned to perch upon Zhang Yang's shoulder. This scene left everyone dumbfounded, for they had witnessed Zhang Yang's monkey using its head to strike the disciple of the Seven Fiends sect. The monkey emerged unscathed, while the disciple lay dead, his head obliterated. This monkey truly has a hard head. One cultivator couldn't help but exclaim, aware that the slain individual was a formidable warrior at the 8th level, not an ordinary person. You dare kill my disciple of the Seven Fiends sect? Zhang Lei's fury erupted, his aura of a 9th level warrior surging forth, shaking the cave and causing debris to rain down. That he had wished to witness Zhang Yang's despair firsthand, only for the scene to conclude in such a dramatic fashion. The surrounding cultivators turned pale, realizing that a fierce battle loomed. Go join your senior brother, Zhang Lei bellowed, thrusting his sword at Zhang Yang, a terrifying aura of spiritual energy raging around it, as if it could annihilate the heavens. Zhang Yang remained unnervingly calm. Had a mighty being been present, they would have sensed a shift in the magnetic field surrounding him. This was the essence of intent. Swoosh! Zhang Yang's figure darted past Zhang Lei like a flash of lightning, a line of blood appearing on Zhang Lei's neck, torrents of crimson gushing forth. Zhang Lei clutched his throat, his eyes wide with terror. How could this be? He stammered. Thud! Zhang Lei collapsed, devoid of life. Hiss! The other cultivators were left in disbelief. Having failed to see what transpired, all they knew was that Zhang Yang had vanished from his original position, and when he reappeared, Zhang Lei lay dead. Rest in peace, senior brother, senior sister. Qiuquan will take good care of you, Zhang Yang murmured, his gaze drifting toward the cave's entrance, where Yulin's defiant eyes finally closed. Afterward, Zhang Yang examined Qiuquan's injuries. They were severe but not life-threatening for the time being. Who among you has healing elixirs? Zhang Yang inquired, looking at the other cultivators. Upon meeting Zhang Yang's gaze, the cultivators quivered slightly, promptly producing their finest healing elixirs for his selection. After administering an elixir to Qiuquan, Zhang Yang secured her to his back. Finding some solace in that, Wukong meanwhile returned to the Chaos Cauldron. With a swift stroke of his sword, Zhang Yang shattered the bronze door and entered without hesitation. The others stared in astonishment, for this door had hindered them for half a day. Yet Zhang Yang had broken through with such ease, showcasing the extent of his terrifying power. Zhang Yang hastened deeper into the cave, and upon arrival, he beheld a stone sword floating in mid-air, enveloped in a layer of golden radiance, the primordial stone sword. However, Zhang Yang knew that it had yet to fully materialize. Below the stone sword, a multitude of individuals awaited, all exuding an aura of terror. Qi Wenli, Yu Hongshi, he recognized, noticing their pitiful state, covered in wounds and encircled by a group of people. Another disciple of the minor Xian sect has arrived. A disdainful voice rang out from the crowd. One individual eyeing Zhang Yang. Who are you? Zhang Yang inquired, frowning. Out, we are disciples of the Jade Void Palace. You must have heard of us, the individual replied. The Jade Void Palace. Zhang Yang was well aware of its significance. As one of the 4 major sects, it was also the strongest, having claimed the top position in the sect competitions for many consecutive years. Are you here to rescue them? the Jade Void Palace disciple asked again. I am not well acquainted with them. Do as you wish, Zhang Yang replied. A look of surprise crossed the Jade Void disciple's face. It seems there is unrest within your minor Xian sect as well. No wonder you have consistently ranked at the bottom. After this competition concludes, your minor Xian sect will likely fall from the ranks of the 4 major sects, becoming a mere non-entity in the future. He laughed heartily. Saintly Void Young Master. At that moment, Qi Wenli, who had been struck down to the ground, called out, Saintly Void Young Master, how dare you address him so? A Jade Void Palace disciple kicked Qi Wenli in the stomach, causing him to curl up in pain. Stop, speak quickly. If what you say does not please me, then both of you can perish, the Saintly Void Young Master declared with a smile. He possesses a treasured artifact. Qi Wenli gritted through the pain that he knew that to survive today, he must redirect the attention of the Jade Void Palace disciples towards Zhang Yang. Whether or not Zhang Yang truly possessed a treasure was of no importance. How so? The Saintly Void Young Master's face lit up with interest. Qi Wenli glanced at Yu Hongshi, who immediately grasped his intent. With a grim look directed at Zhang Yang, she spoke to the Saintly Void Young Master. His name is Zhang Yang. We come from the same place. Just months ago, he was nothing more than a cultivation waste, yet now he has achieved the 8th level of warrior realm, so I am certain he possesses a treasured artifact. Upon hearing this, the Saintly Void Young Master's lips curled into a smirk, turning his gaze toward Zhang Yang. Though I cannot ascertain the truth of their words, it is evident that your 2 companions are quite eager to see you dead. Zhang Yang remained silent. Qi Wenli and Yu Hongshi's expression shifted slightly, but for the sake of survival, Yu Hongshi pressed on. I speak nothing but the truth, Saintly Void Young Master, you must believe me. If you kill him, the treasure will be yours. The Saintly Void Young Master erupted into laughter, fully aware of the ulterior motives of the two. However, given that the primordial stone sword had not yet fully emerged, he had the luxury of time to toy with these individuals. This confidence stemmed from his overwhelming power. Meanwhile, the other cultivators had reached the depths of the cave, and upon seeing the disciples of the Jade Void Palace, despair washed over their faces. It's over. The primordial stone sword is beyond our reach. They had not anticipated the presence of the Jade Void Palace here, nor that the Saintly Void Young Master would arrive. Rumors suggested he had recently broken into the 9th level of warrior realm, making him among the elite even within the Jade Void Palace. It seemed the minor Xian sect had crossed paths with the Jade Void Palace. And while Zhang Yang was undoubtedly powerful, facing a prodigy like the Saintly Void Young Master would likely lead to his downfall. The cultivators watched from a distance, resigned to the fact that the primordial stone sword was now beyond their grasp. And thus they lost interest in approaching. At that moment, the Saintly Void Young Master approached Zhang Yang, a smug smile gracing his face. Do you think I should believe them? Zhang Yang replied coldly. Whether you choose to believe me is of no consequence. The Saintly Void Young Master raised an eyebrow, his expression turning. I see why. To tell you the truth, I have no intention of letting any of you from the minor Xian sect leave. You will all perish here. With that declaration, a terrifying aura surged forth from the Saintly Void Young Master, sweeping through the cave, creating a gale that rustled Zhang Yang's garments. Qi Wenli and Yu Hongshi's faces paled in despair. After all their scheming, it seemed they were still destined to meet their end. Chapter 52, Execution of Yu Hongshi. The aura emanating from the Saintly Void Young Master instilled fear in all present. Yu Hongshi, lying on the ground, turned even paler as she shouted at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, we are all disciples of the minor Xian sect. In this life and death moment, you must hurry and present the treasured artifact to the Saintly Void Young Master. Do you wish to condemn me and senior brother Qi to death? Having only recently joined the inner sanctum of the minor Xian sect, she was desperate not to die here, that wretched woman. Zhang Yang seethed with rage, his murderous intent flaring as he strode toward Yu Hongshi. The Saintly Void Young Master frowned slightly but did not intervene. Zhang Yang's killing aura was enough to even intimidate him. Upon reaching Yu Hongshi, the disciples of the Jade Void Palace watched him warily, yet under the Saintly Void Young Master's signal, they made way for him. What brings you here? Hurry and bring out the items. Perhaps if the esteemed young Master Xingshu is pleased, we may be spared, Yu Hongshi cried out desperately, consumed by the singular desire to survive. Slap. You wretched woman, I haven't even settled the scores from the past. And now you dare to betray me? Zhang Yang retaliated with a fierce slap, sending Yu Hongshi flying. In disbelief, she touched her swollen cheek and shouted frantically, for the sake of our fellow disciples' lives. What harm is there in handing over the treasured item? Am I in the wrong? You dare to strike me for this? I shall report to the sect upon my return, claiming you have harmed your fellow disciples. The sect will surely not forgive you lightly. Slap. Zhang Yang struck her again, leaving both sides of her face swollen. Do you still wish to return? You must perish here today. Zhang Yang's expression darkened ominously. And as he spoke, he struck her once more. Dazed from the blows, Yu Hongshi's once exquisite visage had turned into that of a swollen mess. Enough, I realize my mistakes. I was wrong before. I should not have treated you in such a manner. She stammered incoherently. How dare you, ha! Before Yu Hongshi could finish her plea, Zhang Yang severed her head with a swift strike of his sword. I have avenged you. Rest peacefully in your next life. He murmured silently after the deed. At that moment, he felt the chaotic thoughts in his soul dissipate as his essence fully occupied this body. Zhang Yang then turned his gaze towards Qi Wenli, who, upon noticing, retreated in fear, his face reflecting sheer terror. Previously, Zhang Yang's terrifying aura had instilled great dread in him. Now he perceived Zhang Yang as a harbinger of death. What are you afraid of? Did you not intend to kill me? Zhang Yang approached Qi Wenli. I was wrong. Please do not kill me, Qi Wenli pleaded, on the verge of tears, fully aware of his own inadequacy against Zhang Yang. Too late. I never leave my enemies alive. Zhang Yang declared, unleashing a strike with his black gold sword, killing Qi Wenli as well. Applause erupted from the shadows. Young Master Xingshu's voice rang out. Zhang, you truly are ruthless. I am almost disinclined to kill you now. You may attempt to do so if you wish, Zhang Yang replied nonchalantly. In truth, we could discuss matters. For instance, you could ally with me, and I assure you, you shall not be treated poorly. Young Master Xingshu was no fool. Unlike Qi Wenli and Yu Hongshi, he recognized Zhang Yang's formidable strength, and if he could recruit him, it would be a significant advantage. Hand over the primal stone sword, and perhaps we can negotiate. Zhang Yang suggested. Then there is nothing to discuss. Young Master Xingshu's aura surged once more. That he was no simpleton. Regardless of whether he would yield the sword, he knew that if Zhang Yang acquired it, he might turn against them. After all, it was a treasure of immense power. My offer stands, yet you refuse to accept it, Zhang Yang retorted. Together, let us eliminate him, Young Master Xingshu commanded decisively, leaving no room for Zhang Yang's survival. Suddenly, the cavern trembled violently. The golden light enveloping the primal stone sword began to fade, revealing its true form. The sword had emerged. Whoosh! Zhang Yang vanished from his position, dashing towards the sword. Stop him! Young Master Xingshu shouted, rushing towards the sword as well, while the other disciples of Yushu Palace swiftly obstructed Zhang Yang's path. Those who hinder me shall perish, Zhang Yang roared, and in a flurry of sword strikes, the Yushu Palace disciples stood frozen in shock while they surged onward towards the primal stone sword. Why have the disciples of Yushu Palace ceased their movement? A distant cultivator wondered aloud just as he finished speaking. Crimson lines appeared across the necks of the disciples, blood spraying forth as they collapsed lifelessly. What sorcery is this? They all perished with a single sword strike, the cultivator exclaimed in terror. At that moment, Young Master Xingshu reached the base of the primal stone sword, and just as he was about to grasp it, he felt an icy malice behind him, prompting him to evade instantly. Bang! The black gold sword embedded itself in the ground where he had stood, leaving a gaping hole. Zhang Yang swiftly approached, drawing the black gold sword and lunging for the primal stone sword. You shall not succeed. Young Master Xingshu swung his sword at Zhang Yang. Clash, 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 in a flash. They exchanged dozens of blows, ultimately retreating from each other. It was only then that Young Master Xingshu noticed the remaining disciples of Yushu Palace had all been slain by Zhang Yang. For the massacre of my disciples, today I shall ensure you pay for their loss, Young Master Xingshu furiously declared, striking at Zhang Yang once more. Boom! The cavern quaked again, debris raining down from the ceiling, and fissures appeared in the ground. Run! The cave is collapsing. The distant cultivators rushed towards the exit in panic. They were merely martial artists. If the cave were to collapse upon them, survival was not guaranteed. Zhang Yang and Young Master Xingshu exchanged alarmed glances, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Zhang Yang thrust his sword towards Young Master Xingshu without hesitation, his speed significantly heightened. How is this possible? Young Master Xingshu realized too late that despite being in a lower realm, Zhang Yang's power far surpassed his own. He felt as if death itself were upon him, unable to block Zhang Yang's lethal strike. Swoosh! Young Master Xingshu's head flew from his shoulders, his face still bearing an expression of shock. After slaying Young Master Xingshu, Zhang Yang grasped the primal stone sword, yet found it immovable. What is happening? Panic surged on his face. At that moment, the fissures in the cavern spread to his feet, and portions of the cave began to collapse around him. That if he did not escape soon, he would surely perish here. Chapter 53. The breakout. Wukong suddenly appeared on Zhang Yang's shoulder, urging him, hurry, drop your blood to acknowledge it as your own. Zhang Yang finally understood, quickly dripping his blood onto the primal stone sword. The blood melded rapidly into the sword, and Zhang Yang felt a connection form between them. Run now, Wukong urged, desperate to prevent the second generation of the Chaos Saint body from meeting its end. Should that occur, he feared he would be forced into retirement within the Chaos Cauldron. With the sword in hand, Zhang Yang carried Cho-chan on his back, charging towards the exit with all his might. "Hurry faster," Yukong cheered him on from his shoulder. "Could you not perch upon my shoulder? Do you not realize how heavy you are?" Zhang Yang scolded. "Why apologies, I forgot," Yukong replied, retreating back into the Chaos Cauldron. Without Ryukong's weight, Zhang Yang's speed increased dramatically, and he soon burst out of the cave. Just as he emerged from the temple, a tremendous roar echoed as the entire structure began to collapse. "That was close. I almost met my end in there," Zhang Yang panted heavily. "Is that you, junior brother?" a faint voice called out. Hearing this, Zhang Yang's face lit up with joy. He quickly set Cho-chan down from his back. Noticing she looked slightly better than before, "Sister, you have finally awakened," Zhang Yang exclaimed. "I was nearly driven mad by your incessant babbling. How could I not awaken?" Cho-chan managed a weak smile, only to be interrupted by a fit of coughing. Zhang Yang hastily provided her with 2 healing pills, which alleviated her condition somewhat. "Where is Yulin?" Cho-chan inquired. "He has perished," Zhang Yang replied honestly, knowing that there was no point in hiding the truth. "Cho-chan would learn eventually. He died for my sake." Upon hearing of Yulin's demise, tears streamed down Cho-chan's face. "Fear not, sister. The one who harmed brother has been avenged," Zhang Yang reassured her. Cho-chan sobbed softly. "Thank you, junior brother. I believe Yulin has found peace in his next life." Just then, Zhang Yang sensed something amiss. He looked around and noticed a throng of cultivators gathering in the distance. Their eyes filled with greed as they gazed at the primal stone sword in his grasp. "Junior brother, you should leave. I will only hold you back." Cho-chan observed the approaching cultivators, worry etched upon her face. "I will not leave you behind," Zhang Yang insisted, securing her to his back with a rope. "Junior brother, you will only endanger yourself this way," Cho-chan sighed, feeling like a burden with no combat capability. "Sister, do not say that. Brother Yulin is dead. I will not allow you to perish as well," Zhang Yang declared, gripping the primal stone sword tightly. Only then did he realize that despite being made entirely of stone, the sword was extraordinarily sharp, its white blade gleaming with radiant light in the sun. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, Cho-chan fell silent, gripping his shoulders tightly to minimize her burden. "Surrender the primal stone sword, and we shall grant you a path to safety," a distant cultivator shouted. "If you possess the ability, come and take it," Zhang Yang retorted with a cold smirk. He estimated that there were at least 200 of them, blocking his path to escape. "You seek your own demise," the cultivator snarled, calling out to the others. "Let us all attack together and eliminate him." Yet, no one responded. Even he himself took a cautious step back. These individuals hailed from various factions, each with their own agenda. None were foolish. They had heard stories of Zhang Yang single-handedly slaying the disciples of both the Seven Fiends sect and Yushu Palace, and they were not willing to be the first to charge into certain death. Zhang Yang, with Cho-chan on his back and the primal stone sword in hand, advanced towards them, knowing that unless he broke through their encirclement, death awaited him. As Zhang Yang gradually approached, those standing in the front row could clearly sense the fierce killing intent emanating from him, causing them to involuntarily step back. "Hurry up, are we just going to let him walk away?" someone exclaimed, urgency evident in their voice. "Indeed, let's join forces to eliminate him. We can sort out the allocation of the innate stone sword later," another echoed. With this, several practitioners rallied to support the suggestion, realizing that hesitation would lead to their doom. "Kill." As Zhang Yang closed in, the first wave of over 10 practitioners charged at him. Seeing someone take the initiative, the rest followed suit, and in an instant, more than 200 figures surged toward Zhang Yang, their momentum overwhelming, swiftly engulfing him. Zhang Yang, not daring to underestimate the situation, unleashed his full power, the chilling aura of the innate stone sword swirling around him. Swoosh, 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 like a specter, Zhang Yang darted among the practitioners, leaving a trail of severed heads in his wake. "His speed is extraordinary," someone gasped in terror. "It's fine, I'll stand in front, if he dares to come. We will all attack together." A robust practitioner clad in spiritual armor boldly charged at Zhang Yang, confident that his defenses would withstand a single strike. However, as Zhang Yang faced the armored warrior, he swung his sword with lightning speed. Swoosh! The armored practitioner was instantly cleaved in two by Zhang Yang's blade. A cold smile crept across Zhang Yang's face. Had he wielded the black gold sword, he would not have been able to slay this man, but now he held the innate stone sword. In that fleeting moment of killing, a barrage of chaotic attacks from the practitioners surged toward him. Their faces were alight with ecstatic joy, believing that with so many strikes directed at Zhang Yang, he had nowhere to evade and was doomed to perish. Zhang Yang frantically activated the Shadow Pearl. the terrifying black gas surrounding the innate stone sword growing increasingly violent. He swung his sword, and the black gas immediately engulfed dozens of practitioners. When the black mist dissipated, those figures had been reduced to ice sculptures. Shattering into oblivion, following this, Zhang Yang embarked on a frenzied slaughter. The practitioners were no match for him, collapsing one after another beneath his blade. Half an hour later, the battle concluded, and the bodies around Zhang Yang piled like a mountain. At that moment, he was drenched in the blood of his foes, even the once white stone sword stained crimson carried on his back. Qiuchan stared at the mountain of corpses, dumbfounded. She never anticipated that Zhang Yang, when driven to madness, could be so fearsome, resembling a cold-blooded god of death. Subsequently, Zhang Yang departed with Qiuchan, and merely half an hour later, some practitioners discovered the vast accumulation of corpses, the blood saturating the ground in a deep red. Soon, this news spread throughout the Xuangu secret realm, shocking many who hurried to witness the scene. Upon witnessing the horrific sight, a chill gripped the hearts of all. The only conclusion they could draw was that these individuals had been slain by a single person. Though the identity of the perpetrator remained a mystery, some factions, eager to avenge their own, began offering substantial rewards for the capture of the killer. Uncertain of the assailant's identity, they dubbed him the God of Death. Chapter 54. The Camellia Gathering. After 2 days of travel, Zhang Yang arrived at the outskirts of the secret realm. Under his care, Qiuchan's injuries had improved significantly over the past 2 days, allowing her to move about with relative ease. As dusk fell, the two rested beneath a tree, Zhang Yang caressing the innate stone sword, unable to part with it. This sword was far sharper than he had anticipated. Without its aid, escaping from so many adversaries would have been exceedingly difficult. Junior brother, we must return promptly. I suspect the annual sect Camellia Gathering is about to commence, Qiuchan remarked. Camellia Gathering? Zhang Yang inquired. Puzzle.it is an opportunity for the younger generation of the 4 major sects to exchange ideas, held annually. This time, it should be our turn to visit Baihua Valley, Qiuchan explained. I see, surely there are limited spots available. Zhang Yang said, his interest waning. There are spots, but many of them. I suspect you will likely be going as well, Qiuchan replied. Forget it, I have no interest, Zhang Yang said, resting his head on his hands and closing his eyes on the grass. Baihua Valley is home to many beautiful women. Are you truly uninterested? Qiuchan teased. Not at all, Zhang Yang replied, eyes still closed. Having perused the manual for youthful cultivation, he had encountered countless beauties. Qiuchan chuckled softly. Shaking her head. 3 days later, the two returned to the sect. Qiuchan, needing to recuperate, retreated to rest. Upon her return, Zhang Yang returned to his dwelling, having gained a total of 2,000 points from his time in the Xuangu. While this amount was not particularly substantial, the acquisition of the innate stone sword made the journey worthwhile. Looking at the sharp white sword in his hand, a smile spread across his face. Zhang Shidi, come out, a voice called from outside Zhang Yang's cave. He stepped out to find Ning Shang, the individual who had participated in the alchemist test alongside him. Your master is looking for you. Ning Shang said. Which master? Zhang Yang asked, puzzled. Peng Chun. Ning Shang replied with a hint of pride. You joined the alchemist pavilion. Zhang Yang expressed surprise. After relentless effort, I finally made it in, Ning Shang declared triumphantly. The two then made their way to the alchemist pavilion to find Peng Chun. In 10 days, our sect will be heading to Baihua Valley for the Camellia Gathering, and you are included in the quota. Peng Chun informed. I don't want to go, Zhang Yang replied. Why not? Peng Chun asked, bemused. It seems pointless to travel so far just to waste time, Zhang Yang stated. I see, what a shame. I heard that Baihua Valley is offering a Millennium Blood Ginseng as a reward at this gathering. It is said that once consumed, even the most talentless practitioner can break through their realm, possibly even consecutively. Peng Chun continued. Since you're not going, I suppose I shall seek others, he added, turning to leave. Wait, Zhang Yang shouted, what is it? Didn't you just say it was pointless? Peng Chun teased. Now it seems interesting, Zhang Yang replied with a grin. The Millennium Blood Ginseng was precisely what he desired. Later, Ning Shang bid farewell to Peng Chun. It's great that you're going. We can keep each other company, he said, looking quite excited. Why are you so thrilled? Zhang Yang asked, puzzled. How can I not be excited? It's Baihua Valley, filled with female disciples, and many of them are beauties. Ning Shang replied with a grin, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Even if there are many beauties, that has nothing to do with you, Zhang Yang retorted. You misunderstand, Shidi. Back in the day, when our small Xuanzong was at its peak, we were highly regarded at Baihua Valley. They had to keep an eye on us, Ning Shang explained. Why so? Zhang Yang queried. Because the senior brothers who attended were exceptionally talented, captivating many female disciples of Baihua Valley. Some female disciples were so infatuated that they practically yearned to join our Xuanzong, Ning Shang recounted. Goodness, that's absurd. Zhang Yang could imagine that if he were the valley master of Baihua, he would also need to be cautious. lest all the disciples flee. And now, Zhang Yang asked, and now, with our Xuanzong's overall strength dwindling, they no longer regard us highly. Ning Shang sighed, then why are you so animated, as if you could charm a disciple from Baihua Valley back? Zhang Yang inquired, not at all, you see, I am merely going to appreciate the beauties, not to deceive anyone. Moreover, in recent years a stunning beauty named Yin Susu has emerged from Baihua Valley, renowned alongside Lan Chuchu as the twin beauties of the great Xia. I must go to admire her this time, Ning Shang declared earnestly. Zhang Yang was rendered speechless. It was clear that this fellow was merely attempting to woo someone but spoke so eloquently. In the following days, Zhang Yang exchanged his points for medicinal materials and feverishly concocted potions in the alchemist pavilion. During this process, he successfully brewed a top-tier second-grade potion, a feat that left Peng Chun astounded. Considering Zhang Yang had only joined the alchemist pavilion a month prior, Peng Chun couldn't help but marvel that if Zhang Yang continued at this pace, he would soon catch up in rank. After concocting the potions, Zhang Yang chose to use a portion for himself and sold the rest to the alchemist pavilion in exchange for points. He then utilized these points to practice his swordsmanship in specialized locations. Time flew by, and soon it was the day before the Camellia gathering. The Taiyin sword technique had finally reached its peak. Zhang Yang felt exhilarated and quickly returned to his cave, drenched in sweat. Needing a bath, junior brother, it's time to set off. What are you doing? Ning Shang's voice echoed from outside the cave. Just a moment, Zhang Yang called back. After waiting for a while, Ning Shang, noticing Zhang Yang's delay, couldn't help but say, junior brother, I hate to say it, but you should refrain from certain activities. It's not good for your kidneys to get lost, Zhang Yang retorted as he exited the cave. Ning Shang initially chuckled but then noticed that Zhang Yang looked particularly handsome today. Remarking, why are you all dressed up? Are you going on a blind date? I've always been handsome, Zhang Yang replied, and the two quickly made their way to the designated location. Upon arrival, they saw a large flying ship waiting. With several disciples already gathered, there are quite a few of us, Zhang Yang estimated, noting around 30 individuals. All the top 20 ranked disciples from the inner sect will be attending this time. But they are genuinely participating in the Camellia gathering, while we, being below the martial master realm, will be sparring with the young ladies. How can I possibly bring myself to do that? Ning Shan lamented dramatically. Zhang Yang understood that the strongest practitioners likely refrained from sparring to conceal their true abilities, especially with the grand competition among the four sects approaching. Let us go, the esteemed head of the apothecary pavilion, Zhang Shang, approached the assembly, and together they boarded the flying vessel. The ship erupted with a thunderous roar before ascending into the heavens. How I envy them! When shall I have the opportunity to behold the beauties? You shall have your chance once your strength is sufficient, otherwise it would be nothing but an embarrassment, and you would only earn the disdain of the fair maidens. Some inner disciples watched as Zhang Yang and the others departed, their eyes filled solely with envy. The 100 Flowers Valley is the most coveted destination for the male disciples of the other three major sects, without exception. Chapter 55, The Super Genius. See how long as we journey to the 100 Flowers Valley. You must remain vigilant regarding the Li Chen sect. Though it is a second-rate sect, its rapid rise in recent years has propelled it to the pinnacle of second-rate sects, casting covetous eyes upon our humble Shen sect. Jiang, the pavilion master, cautioned the grouper. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the crowd turned grave, clearly aware of this sect's reputation. Are there other sects attending besides us? Zhang Yang inquired, puzzled. Certainly, if only our two sects were present, it would be rather dull. Thus, the tea gathering typically invites several smaller sects beyond the four major ones to add some liveliness, Lan Chuchu elucidated, striding gracefully to Zhang Yang's side. Chuchu is correct. In situations like this, those smaller sects will seize every opportunity to showcase themselves, and defeating them will earn them great renown, especially the Li Chen sect. In past tea gatherings, we suffered considerable losses at their hands. Zhang added, is this second-rate sect truly so formidable? Zhang Yang asked, astonished. Apart from their top disciples, the overall strength of the Li Chen sect's disciples has subtly surpassed that of our Shen sect. Zhang replied gravely. It is said they have produced an extraordinary genius this year who has reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of martial artists within just 2 years of entering the sect. This news has already reached the four major sects, and some have secretly extended olive branches to him, Lan Chuchu remarked. Upon hearing this, the disciples preparing for the competition displayed solemn expressions, acutely aware of the immense pressure. They represent the Shen sect, and if they were to lose to these smaller sects, they would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. Losing face for oneself is trivial, losing face for the sect is significant. Junior brother, do not fret, After all, you have only been in the sect a little over 2 months, just maintain a calm demeanor, Lan Chuchu whispered. What should I be worried about? Zhang Yang replied, perplexed. Naturally, one would worry about losing to those second-rate sects. As your time in the Xin sect is too brief, you are no different from a novice, Lan Chuchu chuckled. Lan Chuchu's smile was radiant, leaving the disciples momentarily entranced. I am not worried, for I may not necessarily lose. Zhang Yang asserted. He could distinctly sense that Lan Chuchu exhibited entirely different personalities when in public compared to when with him. So confident, if you manage to defeat Xia Long of the Li Chen sect, I shall overlook the incident when you bullied me in the water, Lan Chuchu whispered. As she spoke, a faint blush graced her fair and delicate face, rendering her irresistibly alluring, evoking a desire to draw closer. Zhang Yang's heart raced at her words. He had not anticipated that Lan Chuchu was already aware that he was the person from that day. However, Zhang Yang was no fool, he would certainly not admit it. Sister Lan, I am uncertain what you are referring to, but I assure you I shall do my utmost to defeat Xia Long as it pertains to the honor of our sect, Zhang Yang declared. Though a hint of confusion lingered on his face, observing this, Lan Chuchu's teeth clenched in frustration, silently cursing this fellow. If he truly could defeat Xia Long, not only would he uphold the sect's honor, but she would also be bound to her promise of leniency. What a troublesome character, Lan Chuchu thought bitterly. Yizhang Shidi, you must exert yourself. After all, only those of your lower realm can participate in the exhibition match. Do not tarnish the reputation of our Xian sect, Shi Jing remarked, approaching with an air of arrogance. Many within the Xian sect were aware of Shi Jing's infatuation with Lan Chuchu, and seeing her whispering with Zhang Yang ignited a fierce jealousy within him. The disciples below the martial artist realm shifted uncomfortably, aware that Shi Jing was belittling them, yet they dared not retort, for he was the top-ranked individual on the heavenly list, a force not to be trifled with. Zhang Yang cast a glance at Shi Jing, never one to relent against troublemakers. With a smile, he said to Lan Chuchu's sister, I have always feared barking dogs. I shall step out for some fresh air. With that, he departed with an air of nonchalance. Lan Chuchu was taken aback. Her junior brother's audacity was remarkable, as his words were tantamount to calling Shi Jing a dog. As expected, the expression on Shi Jing's face darkened to an extreme. And had it not been for Zhang's presence, he would have relished the chance to strike Zhang Yang down. Soon, they arrived at the 100 Flowers Valley aboard the flying vessel. Zhang Yang leaped from the craft. Greeted by a landscape adorned with an array of vibrant flowers, the air suffused with a delicate fragrance. Up, Pavilion Master Jiang, you have finally arrived, a woman approached with a welcoming smile upon seeing the group. You are too kind, Deputy Sect Master Hua. Zhang replied in kind. Subsequently, Zhang Yang and the others, under the guidance of Deputy Sect Master Hua, entered the 100 Flowers Valley. They soon reached a plaza surrounded by blossoms, where a stage stood at its center, flanked by tables and chairs, already occupied by a number of attendees. At that moment, a young and stunningly beautiful woman approached, though her demeanor exuded an air of aloofness that was hard to penetrate. Allow me to introduce, this is Yen Susu, Deputy Sect Master Hua announced, her eyes betraying a clear fondness for Yen Susu. Indeed, Yen Susu was as beautiful as rumored, yet regrettably, she was exceedingly frigid. Quickly, please take your seats. Senior Jiang, Yen Susu urged, arranging for the members of the Xian sect to be seated. With their arrival, the tea gathering officially commenced. Throughout the event, disciples from various sects mingled, raising their cups in conviviality, yet ultimately gravitating towards the tables of the female disciples from 100 Flowers Valley, where Ning Xian's rather unsavory figure was also present. Eventually, only Zhang Yang remained at the Xian sect's table, feasting voraciously and leaving himself quite messy. Perched on his shoulder was a golden-haired monkey, which mirrored Zhang Yang's gluttony, as if it had not eaten in ages. Be careful when you eat, you mischievous monkey. I just changed into this outfit, Zhang Yang grumbled while gnawing on beast meat. At that moment, a graceful figure wafted towards him, enveloped in a fragrant breeze. This monkey is truly adorable, Yen Susu remarked, her icy demeanor evaporating into a warm smile. Zhang Yang glanced at Yen Susu before returning to his meal. Why are you sitting here alone? Shouldn't you engage with others? Yen Susu inquired with curiosity. I have no interest, Zhang Yang mumbled through a mouthful of food. I too prefer solitude, Yen Susu replied as if to herself. You must be cautious. It is rumored that the Li Chen sect intends to use the Xin sect as a stepping stone to elevate Xia Long. Yen Susu warned, yet Zhang Yang remained preoccupied with his meal, failing to respond, further piquing Yen Susu's curiosity. She knew that with her beauty, any man would willingly follow her to the ends of the earth. Yet here was Zhang Yang, treating her presence as if she were invisible. As night fell, the tea gathering reached its most crucial segment, the exhibition match. Of this time, we have prepared a millennium-old blood ginseng as a prize. And I hope all the young talents will perform admirably. Deputy Sect Master Hua's voice resonated across the plaza. Upon hearing this, all sect disciples returned to their respective seats, with the smaller sect's disciples visibly brimming with anticipation. At that moment, a man clad in splendid robes stepped onto the stage, addressing the crowd with a bow. I, Xia Long, wish to be the first to take the stage for a spar. Particularly with the super geniuses of the Xin sect, all present could clearly sense Xia Long's intentions, which were unmistakably directed at the Xin sect. Chapter 56. The competition has just begun. It is said that Xia Long seems to have come well prepared. He has reached the 9th level of martial artists in just 2 years, a talent that would rank among the top even within the 4 major sections. I propose we refrain from stepping up and instead observe whether Xia Long can indeed make the Xin sect suffer. Alas, the younger disciples of the Xin sect truly seem to be of a lesser caliber. I believe he may very well succeed. Xia Long's focus is evident. Anyone can see he is targeting the Xin sect. My apologies, everyone, my disciple speaks rather bluntly. He does not intend to target the esteemed members of the Xin sect. A middle-aged man chuckled. This man was none other than the sect leader of the Li Chen sect. Lipu, spare me your pleasantries. Your smile is far too gleeful to be sincere, Ning Xian retorted. Esteemed talents of the Xin sect, is there anyone willing to step up for a spar? Xia Long this time dropped all pretense. Openly challenging the disciples of the Xin sect, the Xia Long is insufferably arrogant. I must see what he is truly capable of. A disciple of the Xin sect at the 9th level of martial artists cursed. Stepping onto the stage without hesitation, this individual, named Chen Zhang, was a seasoned disciple. Deputy Sect Master Hua merely smiled as she allowed the stage to be occupied by the two. I have heard that you are a rare talent from the Li Chen sect. Today, I shall personally seek your guidance, Chen Zhang declared, pointing his sword at Xia Long. In response, Xia Long brandished a spear, instantly transforming his aura into a chilling force. Deputy Sect Master Hua, should I strike too fiercely and injure him? I trust there will be no repercussions? Xia Long inquired. His words elicited gasps from all present. This is merely an exhibition match, typically a mere formality. However, it is evident that Xia Long intends to engage seriously. An affront. Xia Long's words are a blatant insult directed at Xiao Xuanzong. Vice Sect Leader Hua cast a glance at Sect Leader Jiang, aware that even she could not hastily make a judgment in such matters. It is quite common for injuries to occur during martial arts competitions. Sect Leader Jiang smiled, showcasing the demeanor of a great sect leader, yet scarcely had his words fallen when Zhang Yang and the others heard Zhang's voice. Tinged with anger, each echo in their minds thought, if Xia Long dares to injure Chen Zhang severely, I hope you all will step forward and incapacitate him. My Xiao Xuanzong shall not be humiliated by just anyone. Zhang Yang and the others nodded, fully aware that Sect Leader Jiang was indeed furious. On the stage, Xia Long, seeing Vice Sect Leader Hua's nod of approval, brandished his spear and pointed it at Chen Zhang, declaring, I allow you to make the first move, otherwise I fear you may not get the chance. Xia Long's demeanor was exceedingly arrogant. Anger surged within Chen Zhang upon witnessing this blatant disregard. It was clear he was being underestimated. You will pay dearly for your insolence, Chen Zhang exclaimed, and with that, he launched a strike towards Xia Long with his sword. Clang! Xia Long's spear swept across, crashing heavily against Chen Zhang's blade, igniting a shower of sparks. Chen Zhang was forced to retreat repeatedly, nearly toppling off the stage. Perhaps it would be better to send someone else. You are no match for me. Xia Long laughed heartily, exuding an air of unbridled arrogance. You scoundrel, Chen Zhang cursed, gathering all his strength to strike at Xia Long once more, his sword radiating an intense aura. Xia Long responded by thrusting his spear forward, the terrifying energy emanating from it far surpassing that of Chen Zhang's. Bang! In the instant of collision between spear and sword, Chen Zhang's figure was sent flying off the stage, crashing to the ground and spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, his complexion ghastly pale. Chen Zhang was gravely injured. Gasp! No one had anticipated that Xia Long would achieve victory with such ease. Sect Leader Jiang provided Chen Zhang with a healing potion, while disciples from Baihua Valley swiftly carried him off to recuperate. Is this the caliber of Xiao Xuanzong's disciples? Xia Long stood atop the stage, his spear pointed defiantly towards Xiao Xuanzong. The provocation unmistakable. Zhang Yang could no longer contain himself and rose to confront Xia Long. Junior brother, your cultivation is inferior. Let me handle this, spoke Ning Xian. Although he had previously appeared rather unsavory, his strength was not to be underestimated. Then you shall go. Make sure to incapacitate him, Sect Leader Jiang replied coolly. Though anyone could discern the hint of anger in his tone, Zhang Yang, upon hearing this, sat back down, while Ning Xian stepped onto the stage. Do not worry, junior brother. Ning Xian's strength is formidable, perhaps the strongest among the disciples of our sect. Lan Chuchu interjected suddenly as Zhang Yang's expression turned to one of surprise. He had not expected the seemingly lecherous Ning Xian to possess such strength. With this newfound knowledge, Zhang Yang felt somewhat reassured. "You may strike first," Xia Long taunted, still maintaining his arrogant demeanor. Ning Xian, unperturbed, suddenly donned a pair of gauntlets and charged at Xia Long with a powerful punch. Bang! Xia Long deflected with his spear, yet was still forced to retreat under the force of Ning Xian's blow. His expression finally shifted, losing that haughty facade. "You possess the right to battle me," Xia Long declared, and thus the two engaged in a fierce clash. Neither able to gain the upper hand. Bang! They exchanged blows once more, both staggering back from the impact. "Though your strength is considerable, you remain no match for me," Xia Long proclaimed with renewed arrogance. His aura surging ever higher. Boom! A terrifying energy erupted from Xia Long, gradually stabilizing. Martial Master Realm. The expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Xia Long had broken through on stage. The members of Xiao Xuanzong realized the precariousness of their situation. If Xia Long had indeed advanced to Martial Master, Ning Xian would certainly not stand a chance against him. Upon his breakthrough, Xia Long lunged at Ning Xian with a thrust of his spear, and Ning Xian's face turned grave. He understood that he could not deflect this attack and that conceding would be his best option, yet he could not do so. The honor of the sect outweighed all else, and he braced himself to withstand the blow. Bang! Ning Xian poured all his strength into a punch against the spear, but the miracle he hoped for did not occur. His figure was violently sent flying, collapsing outside the arena. His injuries even more severe than Qian Zhang's. Disciples from Baihua Valley quickly carried Ning Xian away for treatment. Xia Long's talent was formidable, achieving a breakthrough right there on the stage. Xia Long had effectively trampled upon the dignity of Xiao Xuanzong. It seemed the reputation of Chaohua would soon spread far and wide. Xiao Xuanzong truly appeared to be in decline. Vanquished by a disciple from a second-rate sect in such a manner, many shook their heads in lament. The members of Xiao Xuanzong fell silent, sect leader Zhang's expression darkening profoundly. With Ning Xian's defeat, there was no one left to contest. "Let us conclude this exhibition match," Vice Sect Leader Hua stated, clearly recognizing the futility of the situation, especially with Xia Long's ascension to Martial Master. Just as everyone believed the exhibition match had reached its conclusion, a figure silently ascended the stage, wielding a white stone sword. "The exhibition match has only just begun. I wish to experience the prowess of Li Chen Sect's super genius." Chapter 57. You all come at me, I shall slay one with each sword. All eyes were drawn to Zhang Yang as he stepped onto the stage, but confusion spread across their faces upon realizing he was merely at the 8th level of the martial warrior realm. What is Xiao Xuanzong thinking, sending a mere 8th level martial warrior to suffer humiliation? Lan Chuchu's expression turned anxious. She had not noticed when Zhang Yang had left. "This fool must be intent on further embarrassing us today." Shi Jing exclaimed in anger. Sect leader Jiang furrowed his brow as well, but recalling the words of the sect leader, he relaxed slightly. "Have faith in Zhang Yang. We have no other choice," he said. He remembered the sect leader's words, that Zhang Yang was exceptionally deep and should not be judged by appearances. However, how could someone at the 8th level of the martial warrior realm possibly stand against Xia Long? His own embarrassment was one thing, but the disgrace he would bring upon Xiao Xuanzong was another matter entirely. Shi Jing thought with a grim countenance. "Enough, let Zhang Yang give it a try." Sect leader Jiang interjected, cutting off Shi Jing. Vice sect leader Hua was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Zhang Yang ascend the stage, especially when she noted his level. She glanced at sect leader Jiang, puzzled by Xiao Xuanzong's intentions, yet upon seeing Zhang's signal for the match to continue, she could not help but shake her head inwardly before stating, "Since there is a challenge, let the match proceed." With that, she stepped down from the stage. Is Xiao Xuanzong truly out of options, sending a mere 8th level martial warrior to seek death? Xia Long mused, raising an eyebrow at Zhang Yang. Hearing this, the members of Xiao Xuanzong wore expressions of deep displeasure. Xia Long's words were undoubtedly a public humiliation. I seek a life and death battle with him. Just as everyone's attention was focused on Xia Long and Xiao Xuanzong, Zhang Yang's voice suddenly rang out. His declaration struck the crowd like a thunderclap. Is this fellow out of his mind? Indeed, he is merely an 8th level martial warrior. How dare he utter such words? The crowd could not help but criticize Zhang Yang, deeming him overconfident and foolish. Vice sect leader Hua wore an awkward expression. Zhang Yang's demand put her in a difficult position, and she glanced at sect leader Jiang. "This little rascal clearly intends to place me in a predicament. Does he not realize he is a disciple of the sect leader? If he were to perish today, the sect leader would hold me accountable." Sect leader Jiang cursed inwardly, yet recalling the sect leader's words, he ultimately nodded in agreement. Vice sect leader Hua sighed. "As long as both parties consent, a life and death battle is permissible. Since you seek death, I shall oblige." Xia Long sneered, showing no qualms about slaying Zhang Yang. "It is you who courts death. I need only one strike to end you, Zhang Yang replied with an impassive expression. Ah, you must be mad. You are a small realm below me, a full stage beneath. And you dare to think you can defeat me with a single strike? That is the greatest joke I have ever heard. Xia Long laughed maniacally. It seems Xiao Xuanzong has indeed fallen. Reduced to sending a fool to the fray, after Xia Long's laughter, he made sure to belittle Xiao Xuanzong once more. The disciples of Xiao Xuanzong clenched their teeth in anger, bewildered by Zhang Yang's seemingly irrational words. May we begin? Zhang Yang asked. Of course, but I shall not take advantage of you. I will allow you 2 moves to prevent accusations of bullying, Xia Long replied, beckoning Zhang Yang with a dismissive gesture. Zhang Yang smirked inwardly, gripping the innate stone sword tightly as a rich aura of energy emanated from it. Then I shall make my move, Zhang Yang stated. Bring it on. Xia Long dismissed him entirely. No sooner had Xia Long's words fallen than Zhang Yang's figure vanished from sight. Whoosh! The crowd gasped as a flash of white light cut through the air, and Zhang Yang appeared behind Xia Long, who remained in his arrogant pose, only to find his head severed from his body, falling to the stage. Silence. The entire plaza fell into a hushed stillness. Gasp! Moments later, someone finally inhaled sharply, shattering the oppressive quiet. Am I seeing things? You are not mistaken. I witnessed it too. Zhang Yang truly beheaded Xia Long with a single strike. The crowd in the square remained utterly stupefied, the conclusion arriving too swiftly for them to fully comprehend. Zhang Shidi was unexpectedly formidable. The disciples of the Xiaoxuanzong were equally bewildered. Zhang Yang, among them, possessed the lowest cultivation level, yet his strength was astonishing. Who could have imagined that this rascal was not only adept at concocting potions but also possessed such remarkable combat prowess? Lan Chuchu murmured softly, her captivating eyes fixated on the black-clad youth on the arena. Lost in a trance, all of Lan Chuchu's reactions were observed by Shi Jing, who gazed grimly at Zhang Yang on the stage. Realizing that Zhang Yang could very well pose a future threat to him, Zhang Yang, you are truly despicable, Shi Jing thought, watching Lan Chuchu still in a daze, mentally condemning Zhang Yang to death. This little scoundrel was indeed as the sect leader had described, thoroughly concealing his true capabilities. The furrowed brow of sect leader Jiang had vanished, and now his gaze towards Zhang Yang was filled solely with admiration. What an impressive young man! It seems this year's 4 sect tournament may disappoint many. Vice sect leader Hua was equally astonished by Zhang Yang's prowess. To defeat opponents 2 realms higher is a feat not easily accomplished. Such individuals, if they flourish, could undoubtedly alter the fate of a sect. The body of Xie Long was swiftly carried away, and the members of the Li Chen sect, who had previously mocked the Xiaoxuanzong for their lack of talents, now wore expressions of dismay. I wish to experience the strength of all the geniuses of the Li Chen sect. Of course, you may come at me all at once, and I assure you. 1 slash for each of you, Zhang Yang declared, gripping the innate stone sword, calmly addressing the disciples of the Li Chen sect. Arrogant, Zhang Yang's words were even more audacious than those of Xie Long before him. Although the disciples of the Li Chen sect appeared grim, none dared to recklessly ascend the stage, for they were not fools. They understood that stepping up would mean courting death, seeing that no one dared to confront him. Vice sect leader Hua presented the Millennium Blood Ginseng to Zhang Yang, announcing, the champion of this exhibition match is Zhang Yang of the Xiaoxuanzong. Zhang Yang accepted the Millennium Blood Ginseng and promptly returned to his seat among the Xiaoxuanzong. Zhang Yang Shidi, may I pose a question for your enlightenment? Suddenly the voice of Yen Susu resonated. What question? Zhang Yang inquired. Recently a person of great renown emerged from the Xuangu secret realm, revered as the god of killing. But this god of killing has mysteriously vanished of late. I wish to know if that god of killing is you, Yen Susu stated. She had surmised this based on the innate stone sword in Zhang Yang's possession. After all, the battle had taken place right at the entrance of that temple. Impossible, absolutely impossible. That is the god of killing, a being akin to a deity. I acknowledge that Zhang Yang is strong, but there remains a vast chasm between him and the god of killing. I concur. I have heard that the god of killing fought over 200 adversaries while carrying an injured woman and vanquished them all, disappearing into the sunset thereafter. How many can achieve such a feat? He is the veritable god of killing. A group of admirers of the god of killing immediately voiced their counterarguments. Chapter 58. Return to the sect. Upon hearing Yen Susu's words, all gazes converged upon Zhang Yang, disbelief etched upon their faces at the notion that the legendary god of killing could be Zhang Yang. God of killing? I have never heard of such a figure. Zhang Yang replied that he spoke the truth. Indeed, he had never heard of the god of killing. As Zhang Yang's words echoed, many felt a sense of relief, particularly the disciples of the Li Chen sect, who had numerous admirers of the god of killing within their ranks. If Zhang Yang were truly the god of killing, they would be at a loss as to how to respond. The martial artist disciples of the Xiaoxuanzong wore expressions rife with confusion, and one could not help but exclaim, that title is far too ostentatious. Is the god of killing truly that powerful? A female martial artist from the Xiaoxuanzong exclaimed, not just powerful, I have heard he fought to save his grievously injured partner, battling various prodigies and slaying all 200 of them, ultimately carrying his wounded partner into the sunset. The female disciple's face radiated admiration as she spoke. What nonsense, that is the god of killing. How could he possibly have a partner? I distinctly heard he was carrying his good brother, a male disciple retorted. It was a partner, it was a brother. The two disciples could not convince one another, and soon erupted into a quarrel. What a load of rubbish, that is merely a martial artist and, Shi Jing's disdainful voice rang out. Shi Jing, one must not speak so lightly. Although you currently stand as the foremost disciple of the Xiaoxuanzong, the world is vast, and many geniuses surpass you. Your haughty demeanor must be adjusted, otherwise, you will undoubtedly face significant misfortune in the future. Moreover, I have heard that the individual was merely at the 8th level of martial arts, and most of his opponents were of higher realms. For him to emerge victorious among so many strong adversaries, he is certainly not an ordinary person, came the voice of sect leader Jiang. You are correct, I was indeed presumptuous, Shi Jing acknowledged, bowing in apology, though the contempt in his eyes remained unchanged. Why do I feel that the god of killing is you? Lan Chuchu queried, sidling up to Zhang Yang with suspicion. At that moment Zhang Yang too felt perplexed. The narrative indeed bore some resemblance to his experiences. I know not who the god of killing is. But I was indeed besieged that day. Zhang Yang responded to Yan Susu's earlier question. As Zhang Yang's words fell, the arena was enveloped in silence. And then what happened after the siege? Someone asked. Their voice trembling. I slaughtered them all, Zhang Yang replied. Good heavens, no need to guess, you must indeed be the legendary god of killing, the individual exclaimed, their tone tinged with excitement. Boom, the crowd erupted into an uproar. Zhang Yang's admission effectively confirming his identity as the enigmatic god of killing. Zhang Shidi, you truly are the god of killing. Pray, tell me, was it your partner you carried that day? A female disciple from the Xiaoxuanzong implored eagerly. No, Zhang Yang answered. Then was it your brother? Another male disciple inquired, equally curious. And neither. Zhang Yang replied, exasperated, god of killing, may I ask for your autograph? At that moment a little girl dashed to Zhang Yang's side, tugging at his sleeve with her big, pleading eyes. Zhang Yang remarked, the little girl is so adorable, you should grant her an autograph. Lan Chuchu chuckled, where shall I sign? Zhang Yang asked, somewhat at a loss. On my back, the little girl said, clearly delighted. Turning around to present her back, with a flourish Zhang Yang scrawled the hasty characters for god of killing across her back. Thank you, god of killing, the little girl exclaimed joyfully, bouncing away. We want autographs too, just as Zhang Yang tucked away his pen. A throng of disciples surged towards him, many of whom were female disciples from the 100 Flowers Valley. Not a chance, Zhang Yang exclaimed, making a hasty retreat. Vice sect leader Hua, observing Zhang Yang's popularity among the disciples of the 100 Flowers Valley, felt a twinge of worry in her heart, fearing a repeat of the past when the female disciples of the 100 Flowers Valley had followed the disciples of the Shaoxianzong. As the crowd learned that Zhang Yang was indeed the god of killing, most were filled with excitement, though a small fraction wore enigmatic, mocking smiles. A day after the tea party concluded, Zhang Yang and his companions boarded a flying vessel, while many disciples from the 100 Flowers Valley came specifically to bid him farewell. Men of Zhang Yang's caliber, with such fervor, were their true favorites. Vice sect leader Hua sighed inwardly as she observed the female disciples. Susu, how do you assess Zhang Yang's strength? Vice sect leader Hua inquired of Yan Susu, who stood nearby. Very strong. To challenge opponents of higher realms is no ordinary feat. If he were at my level, I would surely be no match for him, Yan Susu replied earnestly. Within sect leader Zhang's chamber, Zhang Yang expressed his dissatisfaction. Where is my elusive master? He took me as a disciple, yet I have yet to even meet him. As the ranking tournament approached, he felt an overwhelming pressure, for it concerned the contention for the slots in the 4-sect tournament. And his current cultivation level was simply too low. The sect leader is quite busy. If you have matters to discuss, you may speak with me, sect leader Zhang suggested. I have no points left. Could you spare me some? Zhang Yang requested, feeling impoverished. Sect leader Zhang discerned Zhang Yang's unease. Indeed, his current cultivation level was slightly lacking. To speak frankly, while our Xiaoxuanzong remains one of the 4 great sects, we are somewhat lacking in resources. However, do not fret, even in poverty, there are ways to navigate, sect leader Jiang assured him. Recently, the sect leader discovered an uncharted relic, and although the slots have been predetermined, As a disciple of the sect leader, you may be allowed to cut in line, sect leader Jiang elaborated. Does a relic truly require slots? Zhang Yang questioned skeptically, suspecting that the elder was attempting to deceive him. Unexplored relics are exceedingly perilous, thus initially only a limited number of disciples are permitted entry to prevent total annihilation, sect leader Jiang explained. So dangerous, then I shall not go. Zhang Yang promptly declined. Do not be so hasty in your refusal. While such relics can be treacherous, they differ from those previously explored, as all the treasures within have long since been claimed. Newly discovered relics are filled with opportunities. Once the member of our sect ventured into a relic and obtained a precious treasure, causing his cultivation to soar from the 1st to the 5th level of martial arts, sect leader Jiang recounted. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang hesitated, feeling suspicion that the elder was intentionally enticing him. When shall the exploration of the relic commence? Zhang Yang inquired, still intrigued. It will commence immediately upon our return, sect leader Jiang replied with a smile. However, I must issue a warning, he added, the fact that you possess a treasured artifact is likely already circulating, so you must exercise caution. Many may have set their sights on you. Zhang Yang nodded. Aware of the preciousness of such artifacts, even among the leaders of the 4 great sects, the quality of artifacts they wielded paled in comparison to his own. Chapter 59, The Ancient Battlefield. 2 days later, the group returned to the Little Shen sect. During this time, Zhang Yang had absorbed the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng and ascended to the 9th level of martial arts. Upon returning to the sect, everyone dispersed, and Elder Jiang instructed Zhang Yang to wait for a moment at the entrance of the alchemy pavilion. Soon Zhang Yang saw Elder Jiang approaching with 4 others. This is Zhang Yang. You 5 will go together, Elder Jiang instructed one of the young men. His name was Yang Yu, and he was the captain of this team. Zhang Yang, just follow his arrangements, Elder Jiang advised before departing. Hello, I am Long Zhuang, and this is my younger brother Long Yang. We are at the 2nd level of martial arts. A man clad in white introduced himself with a smile. Zhang Yang cupped his hands in greeting towards the two. This is Fang Qian, who has already reached the 3rd level of martial arts, Long Zhuang continued, pointing to her. Our captain's strength is the greatest, he has attained the 4th level of martial arts. For this expedition into the ruins, we will all rely on Senior Yang's protection. After hearing this, Zhang Yang also cupped his hands in respect to Yang Yu and Fang Qian and Junior Zhang. What level have you reached now? Yang Yu suddenly inquired, a flicker of unusual interest flashing in his eyes. I have just broken through to the 9th level of martial arts, Zhang Yang replied honestly. Upon hearing this, the Long brothers were momentarily taken aback. And Fang Qian's expression darkened. What is your connection with Elder Jiang? Fang Qian suddenly asked. I am a disciple of the alchemy pavilion. There is no significant relationship, Zhang Yang replied. As a disciple of the alchemy pavilion, you should focus on refining potions. What business do you have meddling in the exploration of secret realms? Fang Qian retorted discontentedly. Zhang Yang remained silent. Rest assured, I can take care of Junior Zhang. Long Zhuang interjected to defend Zhang Yang. With your meager strength, how can you take care of anyone? But Fang Qian scoffed. Long Zhuang's expression shifted, revealing his displeasure. I truly wonder if Elder Jiang has lost his mind. Sending someone as insignificant as you to hinder us, what if you end up getting our entire team killed? Fang Qian sneered at Zhang Yang, her face twisted with disdain. I will convey your words to Elder Jiang verbatim. Zhang Yang replied coolly. Fang Qian was enraged, not expecting Zhang Yang to retort in such a manner. Let us move. There is no time to waste, Zhang Yang said with a slight smile directed at Fang Qian. Yang Yu shot Zhang Yang a meaningful glance before turning to the visibly displeased Fang Qian. No need to hold a grudge, he said, and with that, he led the way. You will pay for your words. Fang Qian glared fiercely at Zhang Yang before hastily pursuing Yang Yu. Junior, be careful, Fang Qian is quite vengeful, Long Zhuang cautioned. This newly discovered ruin may not necessarily be dangerous. Junior Zhang, just stay behind us. We can protect you, Long Yang said with a smile, and the 3 followed Yang Yu's lead. 3 days later, the 5 arrived at the entrance of the ruins, finding themselves in a desolate mountain wilderness. Devoid of even the cries of demonic beasts, what a remote place. It feels like a dead zone, Zhang Yang remarked, surveying the surroundings. Let us go, Yang Yu said, his expression turning vigilant as he was the first to step into the ruins. Don't hold us back. Fang Qian shot a cold glance at Zhang Yang before following closely behind. Junior, let us enter, Long Zhuang urged, and the 3 followed suit into the ruins. Upon entering, Zhang Yang found himself in an ancient battlefield. Shrouded in thick fog through the mist, he could vaguely see bright crimson stains on the ground. What is this blood? How has it not dissipated even now? Zhang Yang pondered, sensing something amiss. This battlefield was evidently ancient. and the blood remaining on the ground was decidedly abnormal. This fog is suspicious, you should exercise caution, the voice of Wukong echoed in Zhang Yang's mind. Upon hearing Wukong's warning, Zhang Yang's heart sank. Had it not been for Wukong's reminder, he might have walked straight into danger. At that moment, he noticed Long Zhuang and Long Yang walking toward the foggy area as Zhang Yang quickly grabbed their sleeves. Whispering, "This thick fog is problematic. We shouldn't enter." The two looked at him in confusion. Suddenly, a piercing scream pierced the air. Zhang Yang and the others quickly turned to see Feng Qian, who had unknowingly entered the fog. Screaming in terror, "This fog is toxic," Yang Yu's face changed, and he quickly enveloped himself in spiritual energy, pulling Feng Qian back from the fog. After being rescued, Feng Qian clutched her face in agony. Her expression one of sheer torment. "Brother Yang, my face hurts so much," she moaned. Yang Yu removed her hands, revealing that a portion of her face had rotted away, pus oozing from the wound, a grotesque sight. Yang Yu frowned at the sight, instinctively taking a step back, a look of revulsion on his face. "Brother Yang, what is wrong with you?" Feng Qian noticed his reaction, her hands exploring her face until she touched the wound. Her face paling instantly. "Junior Zhang, how did you know the fog was problematic?" Long Zhuang asked softly, still shaken by what had transpired. Had Zhang Yang not stopped them, they would have suffered the same fate. "Just a man has sixth sense," Zhang Yang replied. Long Zhuang and Long Yang exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. "What are you three staring at?" Feng Qian suddenly noticed their gaze, her tone icy. "Ignore her," Zhang Yang said. Turning away, refusing to engage with Feng Qian. "You three are the weakest, lead the way in front," Feng Qian demanded, her face contorted with rage, her anger growing at their indifference. "Why should we listen to you?" Long Zhuang retorted angrily, "It was perilous here, and making them lead was akin to using them as a shield. Refuse, and you'll die." Yang Yu's voice cut through sharply. "This bastard." Long Zhuang's expression darkened. "Brother Long, let us not be impulsive. It doesn't matter if we go first," Zhang Yang suggested quietly, "but once we go in, we're doomed." Long Yang protested, having witnessed Feng Qian's suffering. "Don't worry. I have a plan," Zhang Yang assured them, then began moving toward the distance. Wukong had informed him that within the foggy area, there must be a safe passage, albeit one that required careful searching. Seeing this, the Long brothers had no choice but to follow, knowing they were no match for Yang Yu and Feng Qian. Once the three had distanced themselves, Yang Yu spoke coldly. "Once we enter the fog, we will strike and eliminate Zhang Yang." "Brother Yang, are you sure about this?" Feng Qian's voice trembled slightly. Although she despised Zhang Yang, she had never wished for his death. Besides, killing a fellow disciple would bring severe consequences if the sect found out. "Enough chatter, just do as I say," Yang Yu commanded, his expression devoid of warmth, sending a shiver down Feng Qian's spine. She felt an unsettling strangeness in Yang Yu's demeanor. Chapter 60, Sword Chi. Zhang Yang spent an hour searching outside the fog and finally discovered a narrow path where the mist was relatively thin. "This is it," Zhang Yang proclaimed, stepping into the narrow passage. The Long brothers exchanged surprised glances before quickly following suit. "Has this guy been here before?" Yang Yu frowned as he and Feng Qian followed behind. As they delved deeper, the fog thickened increasingly, and the sound of corrosion echoed ominously in the air. "Whatever you do, don't touch that white mist. I feel it could corrode us instantly," Long Yang said. His face pale, the danger far exceeding their expectations. "Hurry up, stop dawdling," Yang Yu snapped impatiently, while Feng Qian had fallen unusually silent since entering. Long Yang's face darkened with anger, and Long Zhuang patted him on the back. "Let us move." They pressed onward. "Watch out." Zhang Yang suddenly halted, alertly scanning the surroundings. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of slicing air filled the space, causing the Long brothers to tense, their faces turning slightly pale. Just then, Zhang Yang sensed something hurtling toward him at high speed. "Retreat," Zhang Yang shouted, immediately backing away. Boom. The ground where he stood erupted. As the smoke cleared, a deep pit appeared before him. "What kind of cursed place have you led us to?" Yang Yu yelled, glaring at Zhang Yang. Ignoring Yang Yu, Zhang Yang sensed a dense sword chi emanating from the pit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before anyone could react, the sound of slicing air intensified around them. "Run," Zhang Yang bellowed, sprinting forward. The Long brothers, without a moment's hesitation, followed closely behind. "What should we do?" Brother Yang Feng Qian, now genuinely frightened, asked, feeling the strangeness of this place. "Stick with them," Yang Yu ordered, and the two hastily followed. Boom, boom, boom. As they dashed forward, countless sword chi whizzed past them, the ground erupting with explosive sounds. "Good heavens, this is terrifying," Long Zhuang yelped, dodging the sword chi. "Junior Zhang, how come your realm is lower than ours yet you run faster?" Long Yang shouted. At that moment, Zhang Yang had already left them behind by a considerable distance. "Because I'm afraid of dying," Zhang Yang's voice echoed back from ahead. Long Yang realized, "I told you fear can unleash a person's potential." I knew you wouldn't believe me, brother. Enough chatter, just run, Long Zhuang urged. Before long, the five of them burst out of the foggy area, each looking disheveled and worn, with Zhang Yang appearing slightly better off than the others. Damn it, Yang Yu seethed internally, having intended to deal with Zhang Yang in the fog, yet it seemed he could only flee for his life without an opportunity to act. However, his expression soon became frozen as he beheld a vast battlefield before him, littered with numerous corpses, from which blood still flowed. An eerie and oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily upon everyone present. Zhang Yang, what kind of cursed place have you led us to? Yang Yu bellowed in anger. Zhang Yang ignored him as he too was momentarily dazed. Shouldn't these corpses contain treasures? Long Zhuang remarked cautiously. Upon hearing this, Yang Yu's heart stirred, and he turned to Zhang Yang saying, "Go take a look." Zhang Yang furrowed his brow. Realizing Yang Yu's intentions were clearly malicious given the perilous nature of this place, he could not venture forth alone. Long Zhuang immediately interjected, "Then you should accompany him." Yang Yu sneered. Long Zhuang's face flushed with anger. Just as he was about to retort, Zhang Yang stopped him. "I'll go," Zhang Yang stated, and he proceeded directly toward the ancient battlefield. Yang Yu secretly smirked, knowing that if danger lurked within, Zhang Yang would undoubtedly meet his demise. Conversely, if it was safe and even contained treasures, Yang Yu could seize the opportunity, effectively killing two birds with one stone. "What you are doing is akin to endangering your fellow disciples," Long Zhuang exclaimed angrily, his words laced with threats. "If Shi Jing seeks to kill Zhang Yang, you'd best not meddle, otherwise you should be aware of the consequences," Yang Yu coldly replied. "What?" The brothers from the Long family and Fang Qian all displayed expressions of horror. Shi Jing was indeed the foremost figure of the Shaoxian sect, and if he wished to kill Zhang Yang, then Zhang Yang would be in grave danger. At this moment, Zhang Yang had already stepped into the ancient battlefield, and upon entering, he discovered that numerous sword energies were wildly swirling about, even more perilous than before. "Keep moving forward." Wukong's voice resonated in Zhang Yang's mind. Zhang Yang nodded and ventured deeper into the ancient battlefield. His acquiescence to Yang Yu's request was not due to his agreeable nature, but rather because Wukong had sensed opportunities within the ancient battlefield. Zhang Yang meticulously evaded the sword energies while searching for the so-called opportunity. "Over there," Wukong prompted. Zhang Yang swiftly dashed toward the indicated direction, soon encountering a corpse clad in armor. "Is this what you refer to as an opportunity?" Zhang Yang asked, speechless. This corpse must have belonged to a powerful martial artist in life. "It harbors an exceedingly rich sword energy that will greatly aid your comprehension of sword intent. However, I advise you to first refine this sword energy with the Chaos Cauldron, otherwise you may meet a gruesome end," Wukong advised. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang carefully sensed the energy and quickly realized that Wukong's words were indeed accurate. "The Chaos Cauldron cannot be revealed. I must devise a plan." As Zhang Yang glanced back toward Yang Yu's direction, noticing Yang Yu's intense gaze fixed upon him, suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him, and he began to dig into the ground with the innate stone sword. Zhang Yang worked swiftly, and soon a deep pit appeared before him. "What are you doing?" Wukong inquired, perplexed. "Caution makes for a long voyage," Zhang Yang replied, then leaped into the pit with the corpse, using the Chaos Cauldron to absorb the sword energy from the corpse and channel it into his own body. "This lad is cautious, unlike that old fool. He should be able to survive for a longer time," Wukong mused inwardly. Outside the ancient battlefield, although they were at a distance from Zhang Yang, they could still see him using the innate stone sword to dig a pit and then jumping into it. "He actually used the innate stone sword to dig a pit," Fang Qian exclaimed, astonished, knowing that the stone sword in Zhang Yang's possession was a treasure. Most individuals would cherish such a weapon. Yet here was Zhang Yang, using it to excavate a hole. Do not concern yourself with him. If he does not emerge shortly, it will indicate that this place is relatively safe, and we can directly proceed to find him. Yang Yu sneered, with his strength having reached the 4th level of the martial master realm, dealing with someone like Zhang Yang would be a mere trifle. Moreover, he had long coveted the innate stone sword in Zhang Yang's possession. Even if Shi Jing forbade him from killing Zhang Yang, he would ensure Zhang Yang's demise today for the sake of the sword. Chapter 61. The man-faced spider. Once inside the pit, Zhang Yang began to absorb the sword energy from the corpse using the Chaos Cauldron. Before long, a pearl formed entirely of sword energy appeared before him, with sword energies coursing through it. "Quickly absorb it," Wukong urged. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang commenced the absorption of the sword energy pearl. After being refined by the Chaos Cauldron, the sword energy within the pearl was no longer violent. Instead, it was incredibly gentle and smooth to absorb. Moments later, Zhang Yang opened his eyes, a multitude of sword energies swirling within their depths. The sword intent has finally broken through. Zhang Yang felt a surge of joy. He had finally reached the 2nd level of sword intent. Regrettably, this corpse, despite its high comprehension of sword intent in life, had long since diminished to a mere shadow of its former self. Zhang Yang felt a pang of regret. You should be content. Liu Kang replied, exasperated. Zhang Yang had only been training for a short time. For a typical individual at this stage, even understanding what sword intent was would be a monumental feat, yet here Zhang Yang was, having already achieved the second level of sword intent. Such an accomplishment was truly astounding, and few would believe it if he were to speak of it. Boom! Suddenly the pit trembled violently before Zhang Yang could react. The ground beneath him collapsed, and he fell through. In midair, he suddenly felt a sharp pain radiating from his body, and he quickly realized that he was surrounded by thick white mist. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yang dove into the chaos cauldron, alleviating the burning sensation on his skin. The instant Zhang Yang vanished, countless white threads enveloped the chaos cauldron, accompanied by a corrosive sound. What on earth is this? Zhang Yang's face was filled with astonishment. Do not concern yourself with that. Without the chaos cauldron, you would undoubtedly be dead by now. With it, however, these white mists are akin to nourishment, providing you with great benefits. Liu Kang explained. Then why didn't you mention this earlier when we were in the foggy area? Zhang Yang retorted. The chaos cauldron cannot be revealed to others. Liu Kang clarified. Zhang Yang realized the truth in this and began to manipulate the chaos cauldron to absorb the white mist. Soon, numerous white energy pearls floated around him, glowing softly. I didn't expect the chaos cauldron to be able to refine toxic gases as well, Zhang Yang remarked, then focused on absorbing the energy pearls. Boom! Moments later, a roaring sound erupted from within Zhang Yang's body. I've broken through. Zhang Yang felt exhilarated. He had ascended to the martial master realm. However, before he could revel in his joy, a cracking sound suddenly emanated from the chaos cauldron. The chaos cauldron has run out of energy. Quickly store it away, Liu Kang hurriedly warned. As Zhang Yang understood the gravity of the situation, just as he intended to exit the chaos cauldron, he suddenly caught sight of a colossal creature approaching him through the thinning white mist. What the hell is that? Zhang Yang exclaimed in shock. No matter what it is, run now, Liu Kang shouted as Zhang Yang stowed away the chaos cauldron and fled, but not before stealing a glance at the enormous being. He saw that it was now frighteningly close, its crimson eyes fixated intently on him. What a massive man-faced spider! Liu Kang was equally startled. A gigantic spider, bearing a human face, was racing toward Zhang Yang, trailed by countless smaller spiders. What species is this? I've never heard of it. Zhang Yang turned and bolted. This man-faced spider typically dwelled underground and was classified as a third-tier demon beast. Its silk possessed extreme corrosive properties, so Zhang Yang needed to be cautious. The white mist was likely a byproduct of the man-faced spider. It was said that whenever a man-faced spider consumed living creatures, it would emit this kind of white mist. Liu Kang elucidated. Does this mean there are many man-faced spiders nearby? Zhang Yang's heart sank. Zhang Yang has been inside for so long, why hasn't he come out? Feng Qian furrowed her brow. Yang Yu pondered, recalling that he had faintly sensed vibrations coming from Zhang Yang's direction earlier, but it had been fleeting and he had paid it no mind. Did any of you hear a rumbling sound just now? Yang Yu inquired. I think I heard something, Feng Qian replied after some thought. This is bad. That brat must have obtained some kind of opportunity, otherwise, he wouldn't still be inside. Yang Yu suddenly realized this possibility and rushed toward Zhang Yang's cave entrance. The others quickly followed suit. Yang Yu and the others swiftly arrived at the deep pit that Zhang Yang had previously dug. It was shrouded in darkness. Within the pit, a pure energy seemed to be fluctuating, and it was highly concentrated. Incredible, Feng Qian exclaimed. I knew it. I was certain that with Zhang Yang's prolonged absence, there had to be something valuable inside, but no matter. We'll go in now, and all these treasures will belong to us. Yang Yu's face lit up with excitement. Upon hearing this, Feng Qian's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She understood that their opportunity had arrived, and from this moment on she would soar to new heights. The brothers from the Long family exchanged glances, their expressions laden with concern. They understood Yang Yu's intentions and felt worried for Zhang Yang. Just as Yang Yu and Feng Qian prepared to leap into the pit, Yang Yu's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, wait, something feels off. He sensed a gust of wind rushing toward him from the cave, which was quite abnormal. As the others looked on in confusion, Zhang Yang's figure suddenly burst forth from the cave. Holy crap, there are so many treasures inside. Upon seeing the group, Zhang Yang exclaimed with excitement, his face alight with exhilaration. So many treasures. Upon hearing these words, Yang Yu and Feng Qian wasted no time and rushed into the cave. Just as the brothers from the Long family were about to jump in as well, Zhang Yang hurriedly grasped their arms, saying, hurry, we must leave. It's very dangerous here. After speaking, he quickly dashed away. The brothers from the Long family were momentarily stunned, but without a second thought, they followed Zhang Yang's lead. As the footsteps of the three departed, they soon heard Feng Qian's piercing scream echoing from within the cave, followed by Yang Yu's furious curses, before long Zhang Yang and his companions witnessed Yang Yu, his face ashen, bursting forth from the deep pit, closely pursued by a swarm of spiders that crawled out in dense clusters. What the hell? The Long brothers were rendered speechless at this sight. No sooner had their exclamations faded than a colossal spider emerged from the pit, causing the entrance to collapse. By heavens, the scene before the Long brothers sent chills down their spines. They beheld a human-faced spider emerge, shaking its body as a thick white mist erupted from it, intensifying the surrounding fog. Yet, this was not the most horrifying aspect. To their horror, Zhang Yang and his companions saw that the spider had half a leg in its maw, and that leg was slowly being drawn into the creature's mouth. That is Feng Qian's leg, Long Zhuang exclaimed, his face paling significantly. Chapter 62, Slaying the Human-Faced Spider. Upon bursting forth from the pit, the human-faced spider seemed to fixate on Zhang Yang and charged in his direction. This spider has become sentient, Zhang Yang exclaimed, prompting the trio to flee. He made this assertion because the spider seemed to coordinate its attack. With the countless smaller spiders swarming towards Yang Yu, they sprinted wildly, and Long Zhuang urgently inquired, "What level is this human-faced spider? It looks utterly terrifying. It's a third-tier beast, but its exact strength remains unclear." Zhang Yang replied, aware that continuing to run was not a viable strategy. Whoosh, 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 as they dashed, an ominous sound sliced through the air from behind them. Without a moment's hesitation, they veered to the side. Bang, 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 Zhang Yang witnessed 3 strands of spider silk shoot forth like white streaks of light, piercing the path they had been on and erupting in a violent explosion. This was no ordinary silk. It was akin to rebar. Zhang Yang cursed inwardly and turned to face the human-faced spider, which had now halted. An eerie presence radiated from its human-like face as it continuously spewed forth strands from its bloodied maw. "Run!" Zhang Yang shouted, sensing impending doom. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. No sooner had Zhang Yang spoken than a barrage of white spider silk shot toward the trio like 1,000 arrows. The Long brothers, faces stricken with terror, did not flee, as it was already too late. "Let us fight back!" Long Zhuang roared, both brothers unleashing their full strength. Clang, clang, clang. They strained to fend off the onslaught of spider silk, their expressions betraying the effort it demanded. Zhang Yang too swung his blade, severing the incoming strands. The observers would note that despite Zhang Yang's lower cultivation level compared to the Long brothers, he appeared far more adept at managing the crisis, even engaging in conversation with Wukong. "Where is the human-faced spider's weakness?" Zhang Yang asked. "Its face is the weak point," Wukong replied. As Wukong's words fell, a dense black mist emanated from Zhang Yang's innate stone sword. In an instant, Zhang Yang darted towards the human-faced spider, the strands multiplying and launching at him relentlessly, yet he skillfully evaded them all. "Oh Zhang Yang, come back!" Long Zhuang exclaimed, alarm etched on his face. Zhang Yang, merely a 9th-level warrior, was engaging in a perilous act. "Zhang Yang has done us a great favor. We cannot allow him to perish," Long Yang bellowed. Had it not been for Zhang Yang guiding them through the misty area, they would have met their demise long ago. "We must risk it," Long Zhuang shouted, and the brothers gradually pressed forward towards the human-faced spider. However, their internal energy was depleting rapidly. At this juncture, Zhang Yang had closed the distance to within 5 meters of the human-faced spider, where the strands of silk seemed to blanket the area, obscuring his vision. As Zhang Yang approached, the strands surged forth like a massive net aiming to ensnare him. Why did the spider silk suddenly vanish? The Long brothers, who had been desperately fending off the strands, were taken aback by their sudden disappearance, but soon they witnessed the unfolding scene involving Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, the Long brothers' eyes turned bloodshot as they beheld the strands impale Zhang Yang, who was instantly engulfed. Crack! Just as they believed Zhang Yang's fate was sealed, a peculiar sound echoed. Crack, crack, crack. The noise was incessant, and the Long brothers soon realized it originated from Zhang Yang. As the strands engulfed him, they inexplicably halted. Just as they were puzzled, the strands shattered, dispersing into countless icy particles. Zhang Yang's figure re-emerged, wielding the innate stone sword, surrounded by a faint aura of black, frigid energy. What on earth is happening? Both brothers stared agape at Zhang Yang. The human-faced spider, clearly unprepared for Zhang Yang to dispel its assault so swiftly, began to gather its breath once more, launching another barrage of silk. "Zhang Yang, be careful," the Long brothers warned loudly. No sooner had they spoken than Zhang Yang vanished from his original position. Swoosh! When he reappeared, he had plunged his sword into the human-faced spider's mouth, prompting a chilling shriek from the creature. "Die!" Zhang Yang roared, his internaline orb spinning frantically as torrents of icy energy surged into the innate stone sword. Boom! the human-faced spider exploded, its body disintegrating into chunks of ice that fell to the ground. The Long brothers stared wide-eyed at this spectacle, disbelief etched on their faces. It was known that Zhang Yang's cultivation was not superior to theirs. How could his power be so formidable? Brother, it seems Zhang Yang just employed the Taiyin sword technique. Long Yang remarked, swallowing hard. What? Long Zhuang exclaimed in astonishment. I heard the Taiyin sword technique is exceptionally difficult to master. If perfected, it could rival earth-tier techniques. Long Zhuang continued, astonished. Zhang Yang likely has already cultivated the Taiyin sword technique to a significant level. Long Yang's voice quivered slightly, having attempted to cultivate the technique himself but failing. He had some understanding of it and could recognize Zhang Yang's prowess. Hearing his brother's words, Long Zhuang was left stunned. He glanced at Zhang Yang in the distance, murmuring, I finally understand why Master Jiang would place Zhang Yang in our small team. It seems we underestimated his abilities. Long Yang nodded in agreement. The celestial ranking competition is about to commence. I believe Zhang Yang will soon make a name for himself on the celestial leaderboard. At that moment, Long Yang seemed to remember something and hurried to Zhang Yang's side. However, upon seeing the dismembered corpses strewn across the ground, he nearly retched. Among the remains lay Fang Qian's corroded body. Brother Long, are you alright? Zhang Yang asked, noticing Long Zhuang's complexion fluctuating between ashen and violet. His demeanor one of utter despair. Let's find a different place to talk, Long Zhuang suggested, unable to bear the sight any longer, pulling Zhang Yang away, once they distanced themselves from the grisly remains. Long Zhuang's complexion improved slightly. Zhang Yang, Yang Yu intends to kill you, Long Zhuang stated. I gathered as much, Zhang Yang replied. The one orchestrating him is Shi Jing, Long Zhuang added. At this revelation, Zhang Yang furrowed his brow. For theoretically, if Shi Jing wanted him dead, there was no need for such convoluted machinations. Ordering someone else, especially a fellow disciple like Yang Yu, to carry out the deed would only leave evidence against him. Shi Jing could not be so foolish. Did Yang Yu say that? Zhang Yang queried. Long Zhuang nodded. We should find him, Zhang Yang mused after a moment's contemplation. The three then pursued the direction in which Yang Yu had fled. Along the way, Zhang Yang noticed scattered remains of spiders. As they continued, the number of corpses increased. Upon reaching a cave, Zhang Yang observed a mountain of spider remains piled high. Something's amiss. Chapter 63, the traitor Yang Yu quickly. We must leave, something is wrong, Zhang Yang urged, frowning as he retreated. Although the Long brothers were unsure of his reasoning, they followed his lead. Since we're here, we might as well stay, Yang Yu's voice suddenly rang out. Bang, bang. The Long brothers, caught off guard as they attempted to retreat, were sent flying by Yang Yu, who burst forth from the cave. They crashed into several trees before spitting blood and collapsing to the ground. Gravely injured, hurry, we must escape, Long Zhuang struggled to say, but no sooner had he spoken than he erupted into a violent coughing fit, blood spilling from his mouth, indicating his severe injuries. Long Yang had already lost consciousness. Seeing this, a murderous intent surged within Zhang Yang, his expression icy as he glared at Yang Yu. With so many spiders, you surely cannot handle them all alone. Yang Yu smirked. I didn't expect you to be so astute. Indeed, I cannot deal with all these spiders by myself. With that, a dozen or so cultivators emerged from the cave, their faces obscured by dark hoods, rendering them unrecognizable. Demonic cultivators. Zhang Yang's pupils constricted. He could hardly believe that Yang Yu had allied himself with such nefarious beings. If this were to come to light, it would result in immediate execution, potentially endangering his entire clan. Allied with demonic cultivators, you shall meet a grim fate. Long Zhuang's eyes widened in disbelief. As for my fate, I cannot say, but I do know that you three will soon meet your end. Yang Yu laughed maniacally, dark energy swirling around him, no longer concealed. Oh, indeed, Zhang Shidi, you were personally placed into this team by Master Jiang. Surely, if you had not gone out, Master Jiang would have questioned me. I must contemplate this matter thoroughly. Well, I shall say that we encountered a face spider within the ruins, and you all fell victim to its hunger. That excuse seems quite fitting. Yang Yu laughed maniacally. Do you think you have me at your mercy? Zhang Yang retorted. If not, do you believe a single individual can defeat us all, if you wish to avoid death? Simply surrender the innate stone sword and provide me with your blood daily for my cultivation. Yang Yu's face was filled with mockery. Hurry, let's go, a weak voice from behind Zhang Yang echoed. I fear you lack the capability to bring about my demise, Zhang Yang scoffed, charging directly at Yang Yu. Even at death's door, you still cling to bravado. Kill him, Yang Yu commanded, and the demonic cultivators surged toward Zhang Yang. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the midst of those 10 or so foes, Zhang Yang moved as if in a realm void of opposition. One by one, the demonic cultivators fell, utterly incapable of matching his prowess. What is happening? Yang Yu frowned, remembering that Zhang Yang was merely at the 9th level of warrior, while all these demonic cultivators had long reached the 1st level of martial master. Yet, on the battlefield, it appeared that this multitude of demonic cultivators was no match for Zhang Yang alone. In that case, I shall have to intervene personally, Yang Yu sneered, drawing his long sword and lunging at Zhang Yang. Just as Zhang Yang decapitated a demonic cultivator, he felt a chill behind him and swiftly sidestepped. Retaliating with a thrust of his sword, clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Yang Yu was pushed back repeatedly by Zhang Yang's strike. How could this be? Yang Yu could hardly believe that he was at such a disadvantage from a single blow. Kill me, Zhang Yang replied with a cold laugh, advancing once more upon Yang Yu. Clang, clang, clang. The two engaged in a fierce battle, and Yang Yu's expression grew increasingly grim, realizing that from the very beginning he had been suppressed by Zhang Yang, and the situation was turning ever more unfavorable for him. He even felt a sense of helplessness. What realm are you at? Yang Yu's face turned ashen. The 1st level of martial master, Zhang Yang responded, then unleashed a flurry of strikes toward Yang Yu, each faster than the last. Impossible, a 1st level martial master cannot be this strong. Yang Yu felt that Zhang Yang was deceiving him. It's merely that you are too weak. Zhang Yang delivered a heavy blow toward Yang Yu. Clang! Yang Yu's sword shattered under the force. Before he could react, Zhang Yang kicked him in the abdomen, sending him crashing into the cave wall. Pfft! Yang Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, his vitality waning. A good person doesn't want to be good, but insists on being a demonic cultivator. Zhang Yang thrust his sword at Yang Yu, the speed so great that it produced a sound like an explosion through the air. Save me, Yang Yu cried, his face a mask of horror. He did not wish to die upon hearing this. Zhang Yang's brow furrowed. Could there still be someone else? In the next instant his suspicion was confirmed as a shadow rushed out from within the cave, launching a palm strike toward Zhang Yang with incredible speed. Zhang Yang immediately redirected his sword, the tip colliding fiercely with the incoming strike. Bang! Zhang Yang was sent flying backward for several dozen meters before he could regain his footing. Not bad. I didn't expect that my palm would not crush you. The cold voice of the cloaked figure rang out. I never anticipated that there would be someone hiding inside. Zhang Yang's expression turned grave. He could sense that this demonic cultivator was significantly stronger than the others before. Lord Ding has reached the 7th level of martial master. Zhang Yang, you are doomed, Yang Yu taunted from the side, yet no sooner had he spoken than he spat blood once more, truly a waste. You can't even eliminate a mere 1st level martial master ant. What use are you? The cold voice of the cloaked figure echoed. At these words, Yang Yu trembled slightly, seeming to transform into a docile cat. Falling silent, young man, you possess considerable talent. Would you care to join us? The cloaked demonic cultivator suddenly proposed. What, my lord? No, Yang Yu interjected, immediately aware that if Zhang Yang agreed, this lord would likely kill him on the spot. Demonic cultivators were notoriously ruthless. The cloaked figure glanced at Yang Yu, who promptly shut his mouth. No interest, Zhang Yang replied, then die. The cloaked figure's form flickered as he charged at Zhang Yang. Bang! Zhang Yang clashed once more with the cloaked figure, only to be sent flying again by a powerful palm strike. It seems I cannot avoid using the Chaos Void technique. Zhang Yang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He truly wished to avoid that move. It always left him feeling weak and vulnerable. Young man, I offer you one last chance. Will you join us? The cloaked figure pressed. Join your granddad, Zhang Yang roared in fury. Boom! Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from Zhang Yang, a surge of golden energy soaring into the sky, emanating a dazzling golden light. His hair transformed into a brilliant white. This is bad. The cloaked figure instantly recognized the danger and wasted no time unleashing his full power. Striking at Zhang Yang with a palm, Zhang Yang's eyes flashed with golden light, his white hair swirling in the golden energy, the innate stone sword radiating a faint white glow. Chapter 64. The Heavenly Rankings Tournament begins. Facing the full-force palm strike of the cloaked figure, Zhang Yang smirked. In the next instant, he vanished into thin air, moving like a bolt of lightning through the night. A fleeting shadow swoosh. The clash between sword and palm was brief, and Zhang Yang had already positioned himself behind the cloaked figure. I thought you were formidable, but it turns out you are nothing special. The cloaked figure laughed heartily. A farewell, Zhang Yang said coolly, sheathing his sword. Upon hearing these words, the expression on the cloaked figure's face twisted grotesquely, his vision growing increasingly blurry. A line of blood erupted from his waist, splattering across Yang Yu's terrified visage. Yang Yu watched in horror as the cloaked figure's body was suddenly cleaved in two, dying on the spot. How could this be? Yang Yu's eyes widened in shock, his face a mask of disbelief. Understand that the cloaked figure was a 7th level martial master, while Zhang Yang was merely a 1st level martial master. Yet Zhang Yang had slain the cloaked figure in an instant, a scene that felt like a fantasy to him. Now you should comprehend who will meet their end. Zhang Yang approached Yang Yu. His demeanor chillingly indifferent. Yang Yu stammered. In his eyes, Zhang Yang appeared as a monstrous entity. I did not anticipate that demonic cultivators had infiltrated the Shaoxuan zone. Now tell me, are there other demonic cultivators within Shaoxuan zone? Zhang Yang inquired. Yang Yu hesitated. The organization of demonic cultivators was shrouded in secrecy, and he truly did not know. Swoosh, Zhang Yang swiftly decapitated Yang Yu. It seems you are merely a small fry. Questioning you is futile, Zhang Yang muttered. As the void technique dissipated, Zhang Yang's hair returned to its original black thud. The moment the void technique faded, Zhang Yang collapsed to his knees, a wave of weakness overtaking him. Huff, huff, Zhang Yang panted heavily, cold sweat soaking his clothes. After a moment, he steadied himself with the innate stone sword and approached Long Zhuang, offering him some healing potions he had specially prepared for this expedition into the ruins. Long Zhuang consumed the potion, feeling his wounds begin to mend. Zhang Shidi, Long Zhuang's voice trembled slightly. Zhang Yang, I didn't expect you could transform. That white-haired state was rather impressive, Long Zhuang remarked. Zhang Yang, I am aware. Teach me. I wish to transform as well, Long Zhuang replied to Zhang Yang. Upon seeing the difficulty on Zhang Yang's face, Long Zhuang could only smile awkwardly. The Heavenly Rankings tournament is set to commence in a few days. Given your earlier white-haired state, I believe even Shi Jing, ranked first on the Heavenly Rankings, would not stand a chance against you, Long Zhuang expressed with envy. I have heard that only those who enter the top 10 on the Heavenly Rankings can participate in the Four-Sex Grand Tournament? Zhang Yang asked. Long Zhuang nodded, then cautioned. Due to the limited spots for the Four-Sex Grand Tournament, the competition in this Heavenly Rankings tournament will undoubtedly be fierce. Zhang Yang was about to say something else when Wukong's voice suddenly resonated within him. No more idle chatter. There are treasures within the cave. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang felt a surge of excitement and handed Long Zhuang some healing potions for his recovery, then proceeded toward the cave. As he stepped inside, Zhang Yang was met with an overwhelming stench of blood. A blood pool. Zhang Yang's eyes widened. Before him lay a pool of blood, its surface shimmering with a faint glow. This blood must have been painstakingly collected by those demonic cultivators on the battlefield. Who would have thought it would ultimately benefit you? Wukong remarked. Zhang Yang felt a rush of determination and leaped directly into the blood pool. The moment he submerged, he was engulfed by intense pain as the blood surged over him, cleansing his body. It hurt so much, Zhang Yang couldn't help but roar. A true man mustn't cry out in pain, Wukong admonished. Moments later, a thunderous sound erupted from within Zhang Yang. Another breakthrough. Zhang Yang's heart leaped with joy as he quickly exited the blood pool. Knowing he had reached his limit, any further absorption might lead to his demise from the overwhelming energy. At this moment, the blood within the pool seemed to thin slightly, yet its potency remained robust. Toss the Chaos Cauldron in, it will restore itself nicely lest we waste such a precious blood pool. Wukong's voice echoed as Zhang Yang, inspired, summoned the Chaos Cauldron, which was immediately submerged in the blood. It hurt so much. Damn it, Wukong's anguished cry rang out. A golden-haired monkey burst forth from the blood pool, baring its teeth at Zhang Yang, ready to pounce in a fit of rage. Observing this, Zhang Yang swiftly dodged. Wasn't it you who suggested I do this? Zhang Yang retorted. Before you threw the Chaos Cauldron in, could you not have given a heads up? It nearly killed me, Wukong exclaimed in fury. How was I to know you could be affected as well? Zhang Yang responded, speechless. Just as Wukong was about to confront Zhang Yang again, a moment's reflection led him to realize that Zhang Yang's words bore a semblance of truth. As time flowed gently, Zhang Yang observed that the blood within the blood pool had been entirely absorbed by the Chaos Cauldron, transforming into a pool of clear water. The cracks on the cauldron had vanished, its luster now even more radiant than before. Zhang Yang stowed the Chaos Cauldron away. Having reached the second level of Martial Master, I believe my current strength should suffice to secure a spot in the top 10 of the Heavenly Rankings. Zhang Yang mused. His sole aim was to enter the top 10, thus qualifying for the Four-Sex Grand Competition. Thoughts of claiming the top spot had never crossed his mind. His ambition was merely to serve as a guardian among the top 10 of the Heavenly Rankings. Subsequently, Zhang Yang left the cave, and Long Yang had awakened by this time. The three of them retraced their steps out of the ruins. 3 days later, the trio returned to the Little Xuan Zone. With only 2 days remaining before the Heavenly Rankings placement competition commenced, they each returned to their respective quarters to prepare. 2 days swiftly passed. During this time, Zhang Yang focused on consolidating his cultivation within his cave, and it took him the entire 2 days to firmly stabilize his realm. Dong, dong, dong. The bell within the Little Xuan Zone resounded, echoing through every corner of the sect. This bell was only struck for significant events. Zhang Yang understood that the heavenly rankings placement competition was about to begin. After a brief tidy-up, he made his way towards the heavenly rankings monument. Along the way, he encountered many disciples, including some from the outer sect. They hurried along, their faces alight with excitement. The heavenly rankings placement competition was finally upon them, and it was said that this event was pivotal to the quota contest for the four sects grand competition. Promising to be the most thrilling edition in recent years, indeed, this year's heavenly rankings placement competition would undoubtedly surpass its predecessors. Many hidden talents among the senior disciples were sure to emerge. Just the thought of it was exhilarating. A group of disciples animatedly discussed amongst themselves, could it be the one from the royal city, the Xiong family? Zhang Yang overheard their conversation. At that moment, he suddenly spotted Long Zhuang approaching with bloodshot eyes, fury radiating from him. "Where is Long Yang?" Zhang Yang inquired, frowning. He recalled that on the second day after their return, Long Yang had sought him out to share his joy over breaking through to the third level of martial master. "I was gravely injured yet managed to surpass my brother's realm. This time, my name will undoubtedly be among the top 20 in the heavenly rankings." Zhang Yang vividly remembered Long Yang's ecstatic expression that day. However, Long Yang had been grievously injured and remained in a coma, his fate still uncertain. Long Zhuang growled softly, his body trembling slightly, likely from a rage that had reached its peak. "Who did this to him?" Zhang Yang snapped back to reality. The Long brothers had always been close friends of his, one of the few he had in the inner courtyard. They had consistently spoken on his behalf when they entered the ruins. And Zhang Yang had kept that kindness in his heart. I asked other disciples, and one mentioned that Xiong Qianqian had previously gone out with Long Yang. Long Zhuang said, "How could Long Yang go out with Xiong Qianqian?" Zhang Yang frowned. "Junior brother Zhang, you might not be aware, but my brother has always had a fondness for Xiong Qianqian." Long Zhuang sighed. "So you suspect that Long Yang's injuries are related to Xiong Qianqian?" Zhang Yang queried. "Long Yang has been mostly cultivating in his cave during this period. Aside from seeking you out once, he has only gone out with Xiong Qianqian that one time," Long Zhuang replied. With this statement, it became nearly certain that Xiong Qianqian was involved. Just as the two were discussing, an uproar suddenly erupted from the crowd, and Zhang Yang and Long Zhuang turned towards the source of the commotion. "It's Xiong Qianqian." Long Zhuang's voice grew heavy, and an uncontrolled murderous aura began to emanate from him. A young girl clad in a flowing white dress approached them, accompanied by a young man who acted as her protector. "This Xiong Qianqian cannot be." Zhang Yang's sentence was cut short as he saw Long Zhuang striding towards Xiong Qianqian. Zhang Yang quickly followed suit. "Xiong Qianqian, did you inflict those injuries on my brother?" Long Zhuang questioned, struggling to keep his emotions in check, for he was still uncertain if she was indeed responsible. "You must be Long Yang's brother. Yesterday, Long Yang attempted to pursue Qianqian with ill intentions, and I personally intervened, leaving him severely injured." A man beside Xiong Qianqian chuckled. This man, known as Huangyan, ranked 11th in the heavenly rankings, and was one of Xiong Qianqian's suitors. "You lie, my brother is not that kind of person." Long Zhuang shouted in anger. "Whether he is or not, I cannot say, but I did see him attempting to pursue Qianqian with ill intent yesterday. Besides, given Long Yang's caliber, he dares to harbor designs on Qianqian? Next time, it won't just be severe injuries, I will completely cripple him." Huangyan sneered. Coming from the esteemed Huang family of the royal city, he regarded the Long brothers, who hailed from a modest family, with disdain. "You," Long Zhuang trembled with rage. "You what? If you're dissatisfied, you can try to take action against me." Huangyan taunted. Should Long Zhuang dare to strike, he would do so in front of everyone, and all would witness Long Zhuang as the aggressor, leaving the sect unable to fault him. "I'll kill you." Long Zhuang had completely lost his reason and hurled a punch at Huangyan. In response, Huangyan wore a cold smile, preparing to retaliate against Long Zhuang when a large hand reached out and pulled Long Zhuang back. "Junior brother, do not act impulsively," Zhang Yang urged. Long Zhuang was jolted back to his senses, a wave of fear washing over him. Had Zhang Yang not intervened in time, he might have been crippled by Huangyan. "Who are you?" Huangyan withdrew his hand, eyeing Zhang Yang with a frown. "You are Zhang Yang." Before Zhang Yang could respond, Xiong Qianqian coldly interjected. "You are from the royal city as Xiong family." Zhang Yang replied. Zhang Yang had his suspicions, feeling that Long Zhuang's plight was likely tied to him. "Surely, you haven't come to participate in the heavenly rankings placement competition?" Xiong Qianqian inquired, not addressing Zhang Yang's question. "And if I have, what then?" Zhang Yang retorted. "Long Yang was lured out and crippled by me. How dare this toad think he can pursue me? He deserves it." Xiong Qianqian mocked. She was bold enough to speak the truth, as she was aware of Zhang Yang's connection with the Long brothers. She had thoroughly investigated everything. She did was to lure Zhang Yang into participating in the Heavenly Rankings placement competition, thus providing a legitimate reason to eliminate him. The enmity between the Xiong family and Zhang Yang had escalated to a point of no return. So everything was meticulously planned by you, aimed at targeting me? Zhang Yang questioned. And if so, what of it? I will tell you plainly. If you do not compete today, I will not spare the Qian Duo from the outer sect. Xiong Qianqian's expression turned grotesque. You dare threaten me, Zhang Yang said coldly, his murderous intent surging uncontrollably. This woman had the audacity to use his friends as leverage. She deserved to be punished severely. Threaten you? What of it? Let me be frank. Should you refuse to compete today, my Huang family will join forces with the Xiong family to obliterate your Zhang family. Even the sect leader will be powerless to protect you. Huang sneered, his demeanor arrogant. The Huang family maintained a close relationship with the Xiong family, and he was privy to certain undercurrents. In his eyes, Zhang Yang was but an insignificant insect, easily crushed. What did you say? Zhang Yang brandished the innate stone sword, his murderous aura surging skyward. Huang had crossed a line by threatening his family. He was now on Zhang Yang's kill list. The intensity of Zhang Yang's murderous intent left those nearby paling in fear, astonished that a mere first-level martial master could emanate such potent malice. Even Huang frowned, clearly taken aback by the palpable threat radiating from Zhang Yang. Since you seek death, I shall grant it. Zhang Yang, wielding the innate stone sword, slowly advanced towards Huang, and with each step he took, his murderous aura intensified, and after 7 steps, it enveloped him like a tangible force, causing the surrounding disciples to instinctively retreat in alarm. Chapter 66, A Lawless Challenge. Junior brother, cease your actions. A delicate, icy hand suddenly grasped Zhang Yang's wrist. Turning to see who it was, Zhang Yang was surprised to find it was Lan Chuchu. Following closely behind her was Shi Jing, his expression dark and brooding as Lan Chuchu held onto Zhang Yang's hand. Thank you for the reminder, senior sister. The chill of Lan Chuchu's hand cleared Zhang Yang's mind somewhat. He had nearly succumbed to his rage and taken lethal action against Huang. However, at that moment, Lan Chuchu still clung to Zhang Yang's hand, her face still bearing traces of astonishment. The instant Zhang Yang had glanced back, the fierce killing intent in his eyes had plunged Lan Chuchu into a state akin to descending into hell, filling her heart with immense dread. How could a mere second-level martial artist exude such a heavy aura of murder? Lan Chuchu pondered silently, yet she quickly came to her senses. Upon realizing she was still gripping Zhang Yang's hand, her face flushed, and she immediately released her grip. Junior brother, let us depart, Lan Chuchu said. Subsequently, Zhang Yang and Long Zhuang followed Lan Chuchu to a different location. How did you come into conflict with the Xiong and Huang families? Lan Chuchu inquired. Zhang Yang briefly recounted the events. After listening, a grave expression appeared on Lan Chuchu's face. Meanwhile, Shi Jing sneered to Zhang Yang. I must say, you have provoked the Huang family, which is tantamount to courting death. Huang was not lying. The Huang family has always maintained a close relationship with the Yushu Palace. That if the Huang family truly wishes to target your Zhang family, our sect leader might not be able to intervene. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang's expression changed slightly. He had not anticipated that the Huang family had the Yushu Palace backing them. At that moment, the clamor rose again. Zhang Yang turned to see the long-absent leader of the Shaoxian sect, Gu Ming, appearing before everyone's eyes, accompanied by several elders from the inner sect. It seems everyone has arrived, Gu Ming remarked with a smile as he surveyed all the disciples, then directly ascended to the arena. Due to the significance of this ranking competition for the upcoming 4-sect competition, the rules for this ranking event will differ somewhat. This time, you may choose to challenge freely, meaning anyone can directly challenge those on the heavenly ranking. If successful, you will take their position, Gu Ming declared. Upon hearing Gu Ming's words, the disciples below the arena erupted in astonishment. This would undoubtedly intensify the competition for the heavenly ranking. Those already on the ranking furrowed their brows, as this rule was highly disadvantageous for them, indicating that maintaining their positions would become increasingly difficult. Facing more battles, the top 10 disciples in this ranking competition would represent the Shaoxian sect in the 4-sect competition. Once the ranking competition concludes, the Shaoxian sect will open the Xuanqin ancient land for everyone to cultivate. Gu Ming stated. His words fell like a heavy bombshell, exploding amidst the crowd of the Xuanqin ancient land. Almost every disciple had heard of this sacred ground, although none had ever set foot in it. It was a forbidden area of the Shaoxian sect. What kind of place is the Xuanqin ancient land? Zhang Yang asked, puzzled. It is said that there lies a dragon vein within. The Shaoxian sect was established here precisely because they discovered this dragon vein. Lan Chuchu explained, "It seems the sect is truly going all out this time, even offering the dragon vein for disciples to cultivate," Shi Jing remarked, his face surprisingly revealing astonishment. One should know that a dragon vein would eventually run dry. And now the Shaoxian sect was wagering its current fate for a future in the four-sect competition. "Let us begin. This ranking competition has no rules, and it will test your true strength," Gu Ming concluded, then departed from the arena. Upon hearing Gu Ming's statement, the previously restless disciples instantly calmed down. The absence of rules implied that entering the arena could lead to death at any moment. "Sister Lan, your ranking seems somewhat disadvantageous," Zhang Yang noted. Lan Chuchu happened to rank 10th, and it was evident that she would attract the most challengers. Lan Chuchu nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, it appears I must temporarily relinquish this position. Otherwise, the challengers will be relentless." This strategy of Lan Chuchu's was undoubtedly wise. "Then I'll take your position. I'll serve as the gatekeeper." Zhang Yang smiled. "What, junior brother, are you joking? If you go up there, Xiong Qianshan and Huang'an will certainly challenge you. And you can be sure they will go for the kill." Lan Chuchu immediately shook her head in refusal. "Sister, trust me, they are no match for me," Zhang Yang insisted. "Zhang Yang, I think you've lost your mind. You are merely a second-level martial artist. Xiong Qianshan is 2 realms above you, and Huang'an is 3 realms above. How will you defend that position?" Shi Jing mocked. "Zhang Yang, do not act impulsively. I understand your intentions, but it would be wiser to wait before stepping up," Long Zhuang also advised. Among them, only he knew Zhang Yang's true strength. "The sister, you must believe in me," Zhang Yang reiterated, his gaze unwavering. "What a display of arrogance. I wonder where your confidence stems from," Shi Jing scoffed. Zhang Yang ignored Shi Jing, treating him as if he were invisible. Shi Jing, infuriated, turned pale, but as he held the first position, he could only wait for others to challenge him, unable to retaliate. Otherwise, he would have relished the chance to eliminate Zhang Yang. "Very well, but you must exercise caution. If it becomes too perilous, concede immediately," Lan Chuchu cautioned. "Understood," Zhang Yang replied with a slight smile. "Concede." That word did not exist in his vocabulary. Zhang Yang then strode onto the arena, becoming the first to ascend. "I challenge the 10th ranking on the heavenly list." "Lan Chuchu," Zhang Yang proclaimed. As soon as his words left his mouth, gasps of astonishment erupted from below the arena. Was Zhang Yang not insane? He had directly challenged Lan Chuchu upon entering, despite their 3-realm disparity. "I concur, such a reckless individual is destined to go nowhere," the onlookers murmured, dismissing Zhang Yang's chances. At that moment, Lan Chuchu's graceful silhouette stepped onto the arena, just as everyone anticipated a brutal defeat for Zhang Yang. Lan Chuchu parted her red lips. "I concede," she announced, turning away and leaving the arena without a backward glance. The crowd was left utterly dumbfounded. No way, is this even possible? I recall that both Lan Chuchu and Zhang Yang are disciples of the Apothecary Pavilion. That does make sense. With Lan Chuchu conceding, doesn't that present us with an opportunity? Zhang Yang is merely a second-level martial artist. Many possess realms superior to his. Once this thought was voiced, excitement ignited in the eyes of the crowd, stirring their ambitions. "I challenge Zhang Yang." Before anyone could react, a young man leaped onto the arena. Chapter 67. "Come at me, I will accept all challenges. I am Dijia, a second-level martial artist, and I wish to challenge the 10th ranking." Zhang Yang, Dijia bellowed, a confident smile gracing his face. Observing Dijia's courteous demeanor, Zhang Yang returned the gesture with a nod. "Junior brother Zhang, I apologize. I will take this 10th ranking," Dijia stated, his expression turning serious. "Double strength technique," Dijia roared, his aura suddenly surging. As the spectators beheld Dijia's form rapidly enlarged, soon towering as a 10-meter giant. "Holy cow, such a technique exists?" Zhang Yang was taken aback. Feeling minuscule in comparison to Dijia. "You will lose," Dijia spat, exhaling a plume of white mist, his eyes tinged with crimson as he swung a fist toward Zhang Yang. Boom! The ground where Zhang Yang had stood erupted in an explosion. Yet Zhang Yang effortlessly evaded Dijia's onslaught. "Though powerful, your speed is lacking," Zhang Yang muttered, having discerned Dijia's flaw. Whoosh! In the next instant, Zhang Yang appeared before Dijia, delivering a punch aimed at Dijia's knee. Boom! Zhang Yang's fist struck Dijia's knee, causing Dijia to stagger back a mere 2 steps, entirely unscathed. "As solid as a rock," Dijia remarked slowly, then launched a palm strike at Zhang Yang. Seeing this, Zhang Yang dodged and declared, "I offer you a chance to concede, otherwise I shall not hold back." "Bring it on," Dijia retorted disdainfully. Yet he was in no mood to concede, having activated the double strength technique that vastly enhanced his physical power. Zhang Yang, however, chose not to conceal his strength any longer, unleashing a punch at Dijia. After all, he was the chaos sacred body. How could he be compared to the double strength technique? "You seek death. Jia scoffed inwardly, thinking Zhang Yang was overestimating himself. Boom! Jia's massive form was hurled from the arena, prompting the crowd to swiftly clear the area. Jia spat out a mouthful of blood. Returning to his normal state, the audience collectively gasped in shock. They had not anticipated that Zhang Yang could knock Jia out of his double-strength state with a single punch. What incredible power! I told you so, but you did not listen. Zhang Yang shook his head. Jia was ultimately carried away. Anyone wishing to challenge me, feel free to step up, I will accept all. Zhang Yang called out to the crowd below. What the hell, a second-level martial artist is this arrogant? Upon hearing his words, the crowd erupted in discontent, and many rushed to the arena to face Zhang Yang. I am Li Gui, a second-level martial artist. I come to challenge you. A disciple emerged from the crowd, the first to dash onto the arena. I forgot to mention, from this moment onward, I will show no mercy. Whoever dares challenge me, if you lose, you must die, Zhang Yang stated coldly, the innate stone sword materializing in his hand. As Zhang Yang's words echoed, the arena fell silent for a brief moment before many began to shout in outrage, this guy is too arrogant. Li Gui, take him down. Li Gui on the arena merely smiled coldly as a battle blade appeared in his grasp. Do you think I'm easily intimidated? Li Gui scoffed inwardly. We are both second-level martial artists. Why should I let you show off? With that, Li Gui lunged at Zhang Yang with a slash of his blade, the cold aura surging from it. Swoosh! Zhang Yang effortlessly sliced through, decapitating Li Gui. Throughout the entire encounter, he had not moved an inch. Of the spectators below were left in shock. What just happened? How did Li Gui suddenly die? I do not know. I did not even see Zhang Yang move. Is this some kind of ghost? Zhang Yang, due to the swiftness of his swordplay, left many less capable disciples unable to comprehend how he executed his strikes. Observing this, Xiong Qianqian furrowed her brows. She had a rough understanding of Zhang Yang's prowess. She stepped forward, intending to take the stage, but was halted by Huang and Do not rush in. Zhang Yang is not as simple as he appears. Huang and cautioned. Xiong Qianqian hesitated, albeit reluctantly pausing her advance. After the onlookers witnessed Zhang Yang's strength, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. The previously eager disciples fell silent, remaining obediently on the sidelines. I shall test your strength. At that moment, another disciple ascended the stage, none other than senior brother Zhu Jian, rumored to have attained the third level of martial mastery, his swordsmanship refined to an extraordinary degree, far surpassing that of Li Gui from before. One disciple exclaimed in astonishment. Zhang Yang regarded the man clad in white before him, coldly stating, you are no match for me. Do not speak so arrogantly, your realm is still beneath mine, Zhu Jian retorted. You will die, Zhang Yang responded. I truly do not understand where your confidence stems from. Zhu Jian shook his head. Then let us begin. With that, Zhang Yang lunged forward, thrusting his sword at Zhu Jian. Zhu Jian's eyes widened in astonishment as he realized just how fast Zhang Yang's strike was. Swoosh! Zhang Yang pierced directly through Zhu Jian's chest, his blade moving faster than Zhu Jian could even raise his own. A wave of shock swept through the crowd. Goodness, what manner of monster is Zhang Yang that even Zhu Jian at the third level of martial mastery is no match for him? It is beyond mere lack of opposition. After wielding his sword, he has slain two individuals, one of whom possessed a higher realm than his. Another disciple gasped, following Zhang Yang's terrifying display over the previous 3 rounds. No one dared to step onto the stage again. Even those at the third level of martial mastery abandoned their fantasies. Zhang Yang's prior strike that killed Zhu Jian had left an indelible impact on them. Is there anyone else? If not, I shall take my leave. Zhang Yang addressed the audience below. At this moment, the crowd was silent, no one willing to step forward to meet their demise. I will. Suddenly Xiong Qianqian's voice rang out as she emerged from the throng. Stepping onto the stage, you have finally mustered the courage to come forward, Zhang Yang sneered, having awaited this moment. Do not let your triumph go to your head. I am not like those before me. Xiong Qianqian replied, her gaze darkening. While she acknowledged Zhang Yang's formidable abilities, she still regarded him with disdain given their two-realm disparity. Spare me your empty words. You dared to conspire to severely injure Long Yang and even plotted against Qian Duo. Today, you shall surely perish, Zhang Yang declared, a palpable aura of murderous intent beginning to emanate from him. It is all merely a ruse to lure you onto the stage. Long Yang's injuries are a result of your actions. Xiong Qianqian taunted, a mocking expression adorning her face. Vile woman. Zhang Yang's fury ignited. Boom! Zhang Yang's aura erupted violently, unleashing a tempest of energy spirals around the arena. The disciples below bore expressions of horror. Even those at the third level of martial mastery instinctively taking a step back, they finally recognized the vast chasm between themselves and Zhang Yang, silently thanking their lucky stars for not having stepped up earlier. Die, Zhang Yang roared, slashing his sword toward Xiong Qianqian. Chapter 68. I detest being threatened by others. Do not think that possessing a precious artifact will grant you victory over me. I have one as well. Xiong Qianqian scoffed. A slender sword materialized in her grasp, enveloped in a green glow. Clash. The white innate stone sword met the green slender sword, unleashing a storm of spiritual energy across the arena. Clash, clash, clash. The sound of their weapons colliding echoed as they exchanged blows over a dozen times before retreating. That is the Qinggang sword of the Xiong family. It is said to be a medium-grade precious artifact. I never imagined the Xiong family would be so generous as to bestow such a weapon upon Xiong Qianqian, one disciple remarked. Of course, Xiong Qianqian is the beloved daughter of the Xiong family patriarch. This time it seemed Zhang Yang would not find victory so easily. After all, the advantage of his weapon was not significant, and his realm was still lower than that of Xiong Qianqian. Observers familiar with the details expressed their astonishment. Once the Qinggang sword is drawn, Zhang Yang's demise appears inevitable. Huang Yan's face bore a cold smirk, that he was well aware of how formidable Xiong Qianqian was with the Qinggang sword. It seems Zhang Yang shall ultimately pay the price for his arrogance. Shi Jing laughed. As Shi Jing envisioned Zhang Yang's impending defeat at the hands of Xiong Qianqian, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Lan Chuchu remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the arena. Worry etched across her features. On the stage, Xiong Qianqian remarked, I expected your strength to be formidable, but now I find myself greatly disappointed. I was merely using 50% of my power earlier. She coldly laughed. After their brief exchange, she had nearly confirmed in her heart that Zhang Yang was no match for her. You were so confident, Zhang Yang replied indifferently. Upon finishing his words, the innate stone sword in his hand radiated a soft white light, and a faint sword intent began to envelop him. Indeed, Zhang Yang had not utilized his full strength previously. He feared that with a single careless strike, he might accidentally slay Xiong Qianqian. He had no intention of letting her off so easily. Truly a lowly insect hailing from a small place like Qingshan City, you are utterly oblivious to the disparity between us. However, fret not, you shall understand after your demise, Xiong Qianqian said, her face twisted with mockery. No sooner had she spoken than the Qinggang sword in her hand surged with light, thrusting toward Zhang Yang with terrifying spiritual energy ripples that shattered the arena's surface. Insect, you truly believe you can engage me in battle? Zhang Yang stared coldly at Xiong Qianqian as she advanced. He did not move, simply countering with a single slash of his sword. The white sword light sliced through the air like a radiant river of stars. Clash, boom, the arena erupted with a thunderous roar, a whirlwind of blue and white energy unfurling outward, obscuring the view of the spectators. Suddenly, a cracking sound pierced through the arena as the energy tempest began to dissipate. To their astonishment, they beheld Xiong Qianqian bloodied and sprawled on the ground, her Qinggang sword reduced to countless fragments. Zhang Yang stood before her, cold and composed, as though nothing had transpired. How is this possible? The spectators below wore expressions of shock, unable to fathom such an outcome. Is junior brother Zhang truly this powerful? Lan Chuchu stared at the stage in disbelief. This fellow seems even stronger than before. Long Zhuang thought to himself, this scoundrel actually won. Xiong Qianqian is truly a waste. Despite her two-realm advantage over Zhang Yang, she still lost. Shi Jing's hopes were dashed, leaving him decidedly displeased. On the stage, Zhang Yang seized the severely injured Xiong Qianqian, raising her as he prepared to deliver a slap. Xiong Qianqian was sent flying, blood spilling from her mouth. This slap is for Long Yang, Zhang Yang declared. Advancing toward Xiong Qianqian once more, dare to humiliate me, and my Xiong family shall surely annihilate your Zhang family. Xiong Qianqian snarled, her face contorted in rage. She had never anticipated that her full force strike would be so effortlessly countered by Zhang Yang. Again Zhang Yang lifted Xiong Qianqian, stating, you should not threaten me with the Zhang family. Slap. Zhang Yang struck Xiong Qianqian twice more, causing her face to swell. Tell me, how vast is the gap in our strengths? Zhang Yang asked, gripping her collar with indifference. Xiong Qianqian's eyes widened in realization. Zhang Yang was clearly mocking her with her own words. If you have the ability, kill me. Let us see if my Xiong family will not annihilate your Zhang family. She retorted fiercely. As you wish. Zhang Yang swung his sword, ready to strike Xiong Qianqian down. Seeing this, Xiong Qianqian's pupils constricted, her body trembling violently. She had merely intended to threaten Zhang Yang and did not genuinely wish to die. Stop! Huang An bellowed. Sword, halt! Zhang Yang turned to Huang An, asking, what is it? If you dare to kill Xiong Qianqian, I believe you understand the consequences. Huang An threatened, confident that Zhang Yang would grasp his meaning. Are you threatening me? Zhang Yang replied. So what? I am indeed threatening you. Huang An sneered. Swoosh! Xiong Qianqian's head fell, her expression frozen in disbelief. Even in death, she had never imagined Zhang Yang would truly dare to kill her. I detest being threatened by others, Zhang Yang remarked coolly. Wait for it, you will pay for this. Huang An seethed with rage. No need to wait, come up here directly and I shall slay you together with her. Zhang Yang pointed his innate stone sword at Huang and gasped. The disciples below drew in a sharp breath upon hearing Zhang Yang's words. It seems Zhang Yang has completely lost his mind. One disciple lamented, this situation is the most perilous. It feels as though Zhang Yang has lost all reason, daring to challenge Huang An, who was 3 realms above him. A woman shook her head. Indeed, he seems to have lost his senses. Since the establishment of the minor Shen sect, there have been some prodigies capable of defeating opponents 2 realms higher, but such individuals have been rare throughout the sect's history. Yet here is Zhang Yang, preparing to challenge Huang An across 3 realms. A talent of such caliber has never been seen in the sect's annals. Another individual sighed, lamenting Zhang Yang's extraordinary talent. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's bold request, Huang An's expression shifted slightly. He had not expected Zhang Yang to make such a proposal. However, it suited his intentions perfectly. Since you have voluntarily sought death, I shall grant your wish. Huang An leaped onto the stage. Boom! Huang An's aura, belonging to the 5th level of martial mastery, erupted forth as he conjured a battle axe, its blade glinting with a cold light. A precious artifact. This fellow actually possesses a treasure. It appears his status within the Huang family is quite remarkable. Zhang Yang mused inwardly, daring to kill Xiong Qianqian. Today I shall send you straight to hell. Huang An declared, charging directly at Zhang Yang, offering him no opportunity to prepare. Chapter 69. Is there anyone else? As Huang An came at him, Zhang Yang showed no signs of backing down, retaliating with a fierce strike of his sword. Clang! Sparks flew from the collision, and Zhang Yang was forced to retreat repeatedly from Huang An's axe. With such meager strength, you dare to seek battle? Rest assured, after your death, all the members of your Zhang family will soon join you in reunion. A cold smile crept across Huang An's face as he lunged at Zhang Yang once more. Clang! 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 The fierce battle between Zhang Yang and Huang An reignited, growing increasingly intense. Do not struggle, boy. The more you resist, the more miserable your demise will be, Huang An taunted while engaging in combat. How do you know I will certainly lose? Zhang Yang countered, his innate stone sword striking repeatedly against Huang An's axe. The sounds of their fierce clashes echoing throughout the arena. Regardless of whether you win or lose today, your Zhang family will be annihilated. Huang An sneered, you dare to touch my Zhang family? As long as I remain alive, I will personally ensure your Huang family's destruction. Zhang Yang's gaze darkened. Just based on you, Huang An could not help but burst into laughter. He felt Zhang Yang was utterly delusional. A mere martial master of the 2nd level thought he could annihilate a prominent family. Do you really think so? Zhang Yang shouted in fury, then swung his sword heavily at Huang An. Bang! Huang An was sent sprawling back a considerable distance from Zhang Yang's strike, nearly falling off the arena. This fellow's strength is somewhat peculiar. Huang An furrowed his brow. He wielded a battle axe, which should typically possess far greater lethality in direct confrontation, yet he distinctly felt that Zhang Yang's sword strike surpassed the power of his axe. However, Zhang Yang provided no time for contemplation. Striking again towards Huang An. Do you think I am made of clay? Huang An seethed, unleashing the full force of his 5th level martial master aura. He was 3 levels higher than Zhang Yang, yet found himself evenly matched, even feeling slightly disadvantaged, which left him feeling utterly humiliated. Earth-splitting slash. Huang An executed his proudest technique, summoning a massive axe shadow above the arena, which then descended upon Zhang Yang. Bang! The arena was cleaved open, a fissure stretching over 10 meters long, with countless debris flying in all directions, forcing the onlookers to temporarily evade. A mere 2nd level martial master, yet you dare to harbor thoughts of defeating me. Huang An gazed at Zhang Yang's position, a look of derision gracing his features. This was his ultimate move. Countless had perished beneath its might, and he held absolute confidence in it. All eyes below the arena were fixated on Zhang Yang's direction. Where chaos reigned, the dust completely obscuring their view. At that moment, everyone's thoughts converged on a singular notion. Zhang Yang was finished. As the smoke gradually cleared, someone noticed an anomaly. It seemed Zhang Yang was unscathed. Someone gasped. As the dust settled, a figure emerged, standing tall amidst the haze. As the smoke dissipated further, that figure became increasingly distinct. He truly remains unharmed. Moreover, he appeared to be entirely unperturbed. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Zhang Yang raised his right hand, the innate stone sword braced before him, his expression remarkably calm and credible. He blocked Huang An's ultimate move with a single hand. The spectators below were left dumbfounded. They saw no signs of injury on Zhang Yang, yet it was evident he had effortlessly countered Huang An's axe. What? How can this be? Upon witnessing Zhang Yang emerge unscathed, Huang An's heart lurched violently. He could not believe his eyes. Impossible, I refuse to accept that my ultimate technique had no effect on you. Huang An was driven to madness, swinging his axe at Zhang Yang once more. It seems I have overestimated you. This time Zhang Yang would not hold back. Dark energy swirled around his innate stone sword. Standing firm, he struck out at the axe. Shadow clang. At the moment their weapons met, the dark energy enveloping the innate stone sword erupted violently. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated through the arena as it was instantly engulfed in frigid energy. Crack, crack, crack! The sound of shattering echoed throughout the arena. As Huang An's axe shadow made contact with Zhang Yang's sword, it began to freeze, transforming into blocks of ice and swiftly spreading towards Huang An. The speed was astonishing. Huang An's face turned pale with shock as he instinctively attempted to discard his axe, but it was too late. The ice had already reached his hand, and before he could even register an expression, he had been turned into an ice sculpture. Bang! In the next instant, the ice sculpture shattered, dispersing into powder. This scene left everyone in a state of shock, plunging the arena into a brief silence. Zhang Yang had indeed triumphed over Huang An, crossing 3 realms in strength. Goodness, this world is utterly insane. Insane indeed. Our Shaoxian sect has produced a true prodigy. It seems we might actually stand a chance in this 4-sects grand competition. Zhang Yang was certainly remarkable, yet compared to the other 3 sects prodigies, he had a notable disadvantage. His cultivation level was somewhat lower. The disciples present, witnessing the event, were filled with excitement, realizing they were witnessing the birth of an exceptional talent. Zhang Shidi's final move appeared to utilize the Taiyin sword technique, and it seemed he had cultivated it to an extraordinarily profound level. Lan Chuchu, shaken from her astonishment, bore an expression of shock. She had long desired to cultivate this sword technique but had been unable to condense the Yin Pearl. Now, seeing Zhang Yang's execution, her heart stirred once more, though he had defeated Huang An. Proving his talent to all, this was merely the act of a reckless individual. The Xiong and Huang families would undoubtedly retaliate against the Zhang family. I wonder how he will fare then. Sure, Jing's cold laughter rang out. Zhang Yang's talent indeed astonished him, but now Zhang Yang had firmly antagonized both the Xiong and Huang families. He knew that once they retaliated, Zhang Yang was doomed. Sure, Jing's words cast a shadow over the previously elated Lan Chuchu and Long Zhuang. Indeed, both the Xiong and Huang families were prominent clans within the imperial city. Should they decide to take action against Zhang Yang, his situation would likely be perilous, perhaps even life-threatening. On the arena, Zhang Yang surveyed his surroundings, his murderous intent enveloping all present below. As the spectators felt the oppressive aura emanating from him, they instinctively took several steps back. Is there anyone else? Zhang Yang spoke flatly. As his words echoed, silence fell over the arena. Some disciples, hiding at a distance, whispered in disdain, having easily slain Huang An, a 5th-level martial master, who would dare challenge him now? We are here to contend for rankings on the celestial rankings, not to court death. Just as one disciple finished speaking, another beside him whispered in agreement, Brother, you speak the truth, though Zhang Yang's cultivation is low. His overwhelming murderous aura makes him feel like a god of slaughter. Chapter 70, the ancient tower of Xuanqin. After waiting for a moment on the arena, seeing that no one dared to challenge him further, Zhang Yang finally descended from the platform, returning to Lan Chuchu and Long Zhuang's side. Thank you, Zhang Yang. Once my brother has recovered, I will personally come to pay my respects, Long Zhuang stated. Zhang Yang had overheard every word spoken on the platform, and he felt deeply moved. There is no need for such formality, Long Shixiang. Zhang Yang replied with a smile. Shidi, did you just use the Taiyin sword technique? Lan Chuchu inquired as Zhang Yang nodded. This technique is exceedingly difficult to master. Throughout the history of our Shaoxian sect, only a handful have succeeded. You are truly impressive, Lan Chuchu said, her face filled with envy. It was merely luck, Zhang Yang humbly replied. Rest assured, Chuchu, I will certainly find the Xianin Pearl for you to aid in your cultivation of the Taiyin sword technique. Shi Jing suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang's heart stirred, for he seemed to possess such an item, which had become useless to him. Perhaps I should let it go. The Xianin Pearl is not so easily found, and I have already given up. A look of disappointment crossed Lan Chuchu's face. It is of no consequence if you cannot find it. If necessary, I can use the Shi family's connections to inquire on your behalf. Shi Jing offered. He understood Lan Chuchu's deep desire for the Xianin Pearl and believed that assisting her in finding it would undoubtedly strengthen their relationship. Is this the item? A black pearl appeared in Zhang Yang's hand. Lan Chuchu's pupils widened at the sight, her face lighting up with hope. This is precisely the Xianin Pearl I have long sought. That is it, she confirmed. I gift it to you. Zhang Yang directly handed the Xianin Pearl to Lan Chuchu. Absolutely not, this item is far too precious. Lan Chuchu immediately refused. Shiji, please accept it. it is of no use to me anymore. Zhang Yang smiled as Zhang Yang spoke the truth. The item had indeed lost its utility for him. However, Lan Chuchu hesitated. No more hesitation. Your mother instructed me to look after you while here at the Shaoxian sect, Zhang Yang insisted with a smile. My mother? Lan Chuchu's eyes widened in surprise. How could someone of your strength, inferior to mine, be entrusted with looking after me? Lan Chuchu questioned, perplexed. Perhaps it is because I am handsome, Zhang Yang jested. Lan Chuchu, take it. Zhang Yang grasped Lan Chuchu's hand, firmly placing the item into her palm. The head of the Lan family had previously aided the Zheng family during a time of crisis, and Zhang Yang would naturally not forget this kindness. This act held little significance for Zhang Yang. Yet it was an entirely different matter for Lan Chuchu. After all, no man had ever touched Lan Chuchu's hand, which caused her to tremble slightly, a rosy hue spreading across her cheeks, even her fair, delicate legs bore a faint blush. Thank you, Zhang Yang. Lan Chuchu murmured softly. It was nothing, Zhang Yang replied with a gentle smile, then turned his attention to the battles of the other disciples on the arena. Goodness, it seems that the goddess of the Xin sect will eventually fall for Zhang Shidi, Long Zhuang whispered. What nonsense are you spouting? Long Zhuang's voice, though low, was still heard by Shi Jing. I'm not talking nonsense. Zhang Yang has even met his future mother-in-law, and it appears she holds him in high regard, Long Zhuang asserted. Upon hearing this, Lan Chuchu's face flushed deeply, and her gaze towards Zhang Yang became somewhat evasive. What had been a serious ranking match on the heaven list now bore a hint of intimacy. If you continue to speak such nonsense, be careful of my wrath, Shi Jing warned furiously. But before he could finish, he was interrupted as Zhang Yang, come here, Gu Ming's voice called from a distance. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang immediately made his way toward Gu Ming. The others could only harbor quiet envy. Being summoned by the sect leader was indeed a great honor. I did not misjudge you, my boy. Your talent is truly formidable, Gu Ming said with a smile. It's alright, but I haven't had a good master to guide me. Otherwise, my cultivation level would be even higher by now, Zhang Yang replied. You cheeky lad, do you dare to mock me? Gu Ming chuckled as Zhang Yang understood the implication of his words. It was merely a jest about Gu Ming's hands-off approach. You said that yourself, Zhang Yang pointed out. Rest assured, once you enter the ancient Xian land, as long as you possess the ability to absorb the spiritual energy there, you may do so freely. Gu Ming assured her. Zhang Yang's heart stirred. Gu Ming's words indicated that the spiritual energy in the ancient Xian land was likely not so easily absorbed. You killed those from the Xiong and Huang families earlier. Have you thought about how to deal with the aftermath? Gu Ming suddenly inquired. Isn't that your responsibility, master? Zhang Yang responded. Gu Ming laughed heartily. If I were to personally oversee your Zheng family, nothing would go amiss. However, as the sect leader, I have many responsibilities to attend to. Zhang Yang frowned slightly, then asked, Master, do you mean, I will send some powerful elders to protect your Zheng family, thus ensuring its safety for the time being? However, if those two families truly decide to go all out against yours, then your Zheng family will be in grave danger, Gu Ming explained. What is the strength of the heads of the Xiong and Huang families? Zhang Yang asked, his expression serious. Both are at the 9th level of martial master. Moreover, the Huang family has the backing of the Yushu palace, which you should be aware of. Gu Ming replied, you must hasten to elevate your cultivation level. After all, we are outnumbered, and my energy is limited, he added with a grave expression. Zhang Yang nodded. As the heaven list competition continued, the battles remained fiercely contested. However, no one else demonstrated the ability to defeat opponents across 3 levels as Zhang Yang did. Half a day later, the competition concluded, and Zhang Yang's name ultimately ranked 10th on the heaven list, while Lan Chuchu defeated the 9th-ranked disciple, placing her above him. The only changes in the rankings were for the 9th and 10th positions. While the others remained unchanged, this highlighted the list's high standards and the strength of its disciples. Zhang Yang gazed at his name shimmering in gold upon the monument, yet felt no joy. A far more daunting predicament awaited him. Now that the heaven list ranking competition has concluded, the top 10 disciples, please follow me, Gu Ming announced before turning to leave. Shitty, it's time to go, Lan Chuchu's voice chimed. Alright, Zhang Yang replied, snapping back to reality before joining the group. Nearly an hour after Zhang Yang and the others departed, the entire sect was abuzz with the news of Zhang Yang's name. The consensus was unanimous. A prodigious genius, even some elders were tremendously excited. They had nearly lost hope in the upcoming 4-sect competition, but the sudden emergence of such a talented disciple reignited their optimism. Soon, the group followed Gu Ming to the innermost part of the sect, where they beheld a row of statues representing the sect leaders of the Shaoxian sect through the ages. With profound respect, they each bowed toward the statues before Gu Ming waved his hand. Revealing a swirling portal before them. Let us proceed, Gu Ming instructed, stepping into the vortex first, followed closely by the others. Upon emerging from the portal, they discovered a place saturated with spiritual energy, so dense that it dampened their clothing. The concentration of spiritual energy here is at least 10 times that of the outside world, one disciple exclaimed, astonishment etched across his face. Continuing to follow Gu Ming, they soon arrived before an ancient tower radiating with multicolored light. Once surrounding the tower, they noticed an even greater density of spiritual energy than at the entrance. Zhang Yang was taken aback. He realized that cultivating here would yield results far faster than in the outside world. This ancient tower, known as the Xuanqin Ancient Tower, was formed from a segment of a dragon vein and had been nurturing energy here for over 1,000 years. Ji Yuming's serious voice echoed. You may choose to cultivate outside or within the tower, however, I must caution you that while the spiritual energy inside is more concentrated, it may not be as easy to cultivate as you imagine. Intrigued by Gu Ming's words, the disciples grew even more interested in the Xuanqin Ancient Tower. At that moment, Gu Ming produced several lists from his hand and distributed one to each disciple. With the 4-sect competition commencing in a month, this list details the rankings and strengths of the top disciples from the other 3 sects. Feel free to examine it, Gu Ming explained. Zhang Yang glanced at the list, immediately drawn to the top 4 names: Yushu Palace, Lang Lingjie, Martial Master 9th level, Baihua Valley, Yan Susu, Martial Master 9th level, Jisha Sect, Feng Luo, Martial Master 9th level, Xiao Xian Sect, Shijing, Martial Master 8th level. Upon seeing this list, the faces of the disciples turned grave. There were only 10 names on the list, and Xiao Xian Sect had only Shijing represented. The disparity was overwhelming. How could they possibly compete? Someone despaired. That is precisely why I brought you all here to the Xuanqin Ancient Land. If you focus solely on your cultivation here, you will surely break through your current levels. However, you must act swiftly, as the Xuanqin Ancient Land can only be sustained for about 7 days each time it opens, Gu Ming warned. He was making a significant sacrifice for the 4-sect competition. Upon hearing Gu Ming's words, the disciples wasted no time, all opting to enter the ancient tower for cultivation. Ever since seeing the list, each one felt a pressing urgency within their hearts, just as Zhang Yang was about to enter the tower. Gu Ming called out to him, this time, the 4-sect competition rests upon your shoulders. Zhang Yang replied, but isn't there still Shijing? I believe that after 7 days, he should have no trouble breaking through to the 9th level of Martial Master. Relying solely on him is rather precarious. Our sect has been weak for too long, and our overall strength pales in comparison to the other 3 sects, Gu Ming said with a wry smile. Zhang Yang understood Gu Ming's meaning. Aside from Shijing, the rest of Xiao Xian's sect were merely at the 7th level of Martial Master. Even if they were to break through to the 8th level within the Xuanqin Ancient Land, they would still be unable to stand against those who had long since achieved that level. Don't worry, Master, Zhang Yang assured. Oh, by the way, Master, are you certain that we can absorb freely? Zhang Yang inquired for confirmation. Absolutely, Gu Ming replied, somewhat amused, thinking to himself that even if he allowed Zhang Yang to absorb as much as he wished, how much could one person truly take? Moreover, the energy within the tower was not so easily absorbed. Once Gu Ming provided his assurance, Zhang Yang felt at ease and entered the ancient tower. As for the 4-sect competition, even if Gu Ming did not mention it, Zhang Yang would give it his all. After all, Gu Ming had done much for his family. Had it not been for Gu Ming's intervention, his family would have perished. Ji Yuming watched as Zhang Yang disappeared into the ancient tower. Internally sighing, he did not wish to burden Zhang Yang, but Xiao Xian's sect had truly reached a critical juncture, and they could only rely on his ability to challenge beyond his limits. Inside the ancient tower, the moment Zhang Yang entered, he found himself enveloped in mist. This mist was composed entirely of spiritual energy. What a splendid place for cultivation! The spiritual energy here is astounding. Zhang Yang exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. However, before he could revel in his enthusiasm, a sudden wave of gravity crashed down upon him, catching him off guard and forcing him to the ground. What tremendous gravity! Zhang Yang struggled to speak. This is indeed a marvelous place. It not only facilitates cultivation but also hones your physical body and solidifies your foundation, truly tailored for you. Wukong's voice echoed, you make a compelling argument. Perhaps you should emerge and experience it yourself, Zhang Yang retorted. I do not cultivate. Why would I need to experience it? Wukong replied as Zhang Yang slowly rose from the ground, and under the influence of gravity, his chaos-sacred body seemed to awaken, radiating a faint glow from his skin. Just then, a flash of inspiration struck Zhang Yang, and he spoke to himself, why should I waste time struggling against this gravity? I could simply retreat into the Chaos Cauldron and absorb energy there. With this thought, Zhang Yang felt a surge of clarity, promptly summoning the Chaos Cauldron and retreating inside the moment the Chaos Cauldron appeared. Zhang Yang noticed the surrounding spiritual energy converging rapidly toward him, ultimately entering his body. This is what true cultivation feels like, he sighed in contentment. Zhang Yang was enveloped in an aura of spiritual energy, which seemed to penetrate his being without any effort on his part to absorb it. Despite his youth, he displayed a remarkable intelligence that surpassed that of the previous Chaos Saint body. Wukong, observing Zhang Yang's contented expression, could not help but praise him. After half a day, a resounding boom echoed from Zhang Yang as he achieved a breakthrough to the third level of Martial Master. That's a bit slow, Zhang Yang murmured, turning his gaze toward the staircase leading to the second floor of the ancient tower. Why not head straight to the 7th level? With that thought, he stowed away the Chaos Cauldron and made his way directly to the 7th level. Half a day later, Zhang Yang ascended to the 7th level, struggling against the tower's excessive gravity, which seemed almost absurd for a place meant for cultivation. At that moment, he felt incredibly weak, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Clearly injured by the immense gravitational force, upon finishing his thoughts, he entered the Chaos Cauldron, where a torrent of spiritual energy surged toward him, creating several vortices of energy around the cauldron. Zhang Yang, sensing the density of spiritual energy far surpassing that of the first floor, unhesitatingly entered a state of cultivation. Outside the ancient tower, the group had been in the Xuanqin ancient land for 2 days. And by now, 7 disciples had successively exited the tower. Although the energy within was rich, it was clear that most could not endure its intensity. Indeed, I nearly lost my life when I first entered the 2nd level. It's better to cultivate outside, one disciple remarked. Now only 3 remained within the tower, and no one expected Zhang Shidi to endure for so long. Though Zhang Shidi possesses extraordinary talent, I estimate he would only be able to cultivate it most on the 3rd level. And he should be coming out soon, another commented. The expression of those discussing this reflected lingering trepidation, evidently recalling the torment they had endured from the tower's gravity. At that moment, 2 figures appeared outside the tower, Lan Chuchu and Shi Jing. Brother Shi, at which level are you cultivating? Lan Chuchu inquired curiously. I am on the 4th level, Shi Jing replied, a smug grin on his face, confident that he occupied the highest tier. Sure enough, as soon as he spoke, the other disciples gasped in awe. And you, junior sister? He asked. I am also on the 4th level, Lan Chuchu replied with a smile. Shi Jing was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Lan Chuchu's presence on the 4th level, which completely surprised him. Where is Zhang Yang? Is he still inside? Lan Chuchu suddenly noted his absence. Upon hearing her, Shi Jing also realized Zhang Yang was not there, but he was certain Zhang Yang would not still be inside the tower. Junior brother Zhang is still inside, one disciple remarked. Shi Jing frowned slightly. He understood that while every level contained abundant spiritual energy, it was not infinite. Given the time he has spent, he should be in the 3rd level by now. Lan Chuchu speculated. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing the likelihood of her assumption. With Zhang Yang's talent, it is improbable he remains at the 3rd level. Gu Ming suddenly interjected. Could he have entered the 4th level? Shi Jing frowned. If Zhang Yang has indeed reached the 4th level, that would place him on par with me, he mused. Perhaps so. Gu Ming nodded. Zhang Shidi is truly remarkable. It seems he has far surpassed us both in talent and physique. A disciple sighed, the others nodded in agreement. Suddenly an unprecedented event transpired. The group felt a fierce wind swirling above the tower, and moments later, several vortices of spiritual energy appeared around the 7th level, continuously drawing energy from the surroundings and directing it toward the tower. What is happening? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Could it be? Gu Ming stared at the 7th level, a terrifying thought striking his mind. Zhang Yang has entered the 7th level, he exclaimed in shock. What? The others echoed Gu Ming's astonishment. Impossible, with the gravity so immense, how could he possibly reach the 7th level? Shi Jing retorted, from the looks of it, not only has Zhang Yang entered the 7th level, but the energy within the tower cannot suffice for him, which is why this phenomenon is occurring. Gu Ming pondered, feeling a surge of excitement. It was known that the Shaoxian sect had previously opened the Xuanqin ancient land, yet no one had ever reached the 7th level. In a moment of crisis for the sect, Zhang Yang unexpectedly exhibited talents beyond anyone's expectations, making it difficult for Gu Ming to contain his excitement. Hearing Gu Ming's words, the rest felt a sense of numbness and could only sigh in disbelief at Zhang Yang's extraordinary abilities. Zhang Shidi is truly impressive. Lan Chuchu could not help but exclaim. Not what's so impressive about it. Can he really achieve consecutive breakthroughs? Shi Jing scoffed. Shi Jing has a point, each realm has its barriers. And even the most gifted disciples cannot achieve consecutive breakthroughs. One disciple concurred. It requires a vast amount of spiritual energy to break through, which indicates Zhang Shidi's exceptional nature. Lan Chuchu remarked, "Indeed, it is remarkable. Not only has he reached the 7th level, but his breakthrough has also caused such an uproar." Another disciple echoed in admiration. As time passed, the remaining disciples distanced themselves from the tower, each choosing to cultivate separately. 7 days swiftly passed. It is time to depart. Gu Ming's voice resonated in the ears of the disciples. Upon hearing this, they all awoke from their meditations and proceeded toward the exit of the Xuanqin ancient land. Gu Ming awaited them at the exit, and upon witnessing the significant increase in their auras, he smiled and asked, "Have you all broken through?" "Yes, I have reached the 8th level of martial master." One disciple exclaimed excitedly, "I also achieved a breakthrough to the 7th level." Lan Chuchu replied with a radiant smile, clearly in high spirits, "Brother Shi, I presume you have reached the 9th level?" Gu Ming inquired with a smile. Shi Jing, in response, unleashed his aura. It appeared he not only surpassed the 9th level but had also advanced to the late stage of the 9th level, which pleased Gu Ming immensely. The others gazed at him with astonishment. It was known that the 4 major sects had deliberately divided the martial master realm into 4 stages: early, middle, late, and peak, to better differentiate the disciples' strengths. It seems that this time, the competition among the 4 sects will rely on Brother Shi's performance. Brother Shi is indeed the foremost of Shaoxian sect. In just 7 days, he managed to advance to the late stage of the 9th level, equivalent to breaking through nearly 2 realms. The other disciples expressed their envy, as they had merely achieved 1 breakthrough. As Shi Jing basked in the admiration from Gu Ming and the other disciples, he felt an overwhelming sense of pride. The upcoming competition among the 4 sects will rely on everyone's collective efforts. Only then will Shaoxian sect have a chance to avoid coming in last. He feigned humility. "Where is Zhang Shidi? Why hasn't he come out yet?" Lan Chuchu queried in confusion. Upon her mention, the others realized Zhang Yang had indeed not yet emerged. "Everyone has gathered, yet he remains inside. Is he expecting us to wait for him?" Shi Jing frowned. Does he really think that just because of his talent, he can act so arrogantly? The group fell silent. My apologies, everyone. I was preparing to exit upon hearing the sect leader's voice, but I felt a surge of energy and ended up achieving a breakthrough. Zhang Yang's voice suddenly rang out. A breakthrough? Lan Chuchu asked casually. Not quite, Zhang Yang replied. The group sighed in relief. If he had indeed broken through 2 realms, it would have been quite absurd. We've waited for you for half a day, assuming you had achieved 2 breakthroughs, yet you only managed 1. Shi Jing scoffed. Given your talent, you shouldn't have taken this long to break through. Gu Ming frowned. He understood that Zhang Yang had been cultivating on the 7th level, and given the commotion he had caused, if he had only now achieved a breakthrough, it would be incomprehensible. You misunderstood. What I meant to say is that I broke through 3 realms and am now at the 5th level of martial master, Zhang Yang declared. The crowd was left in stunned silence. Zhang Shidi, that boast seems a bit excessive, claiming to have broken through 3 realms in succession. I could believe 2, but 3 is just ludicrous, one disciple remarked, clearly skeptical. In that case, release your aura so we can see for ourselves. Shi Jing sneered. He was convinced Zhang Yang was merely fabricating stories. You must be joking, Zhang Yang retorted, casting a glance at Shi Jing, who had always targeted him, and he couldn't be bothered to engage. You're just pretending to be impressive, Shi Jing mocked. Believe it or not, I couldn't care less, Zhang Yang replied nonchalantly. Shi Jing was fuming, wishing to confront Zhang Yang, but he had yet to find the opportunity. Zhang Yang, just show us your aura, Gu Ming urged, his curiosity piqued. If Zhang Yang truly had broken through 3 realms, it would be a significant boon for Shaoxian sect. Chapter 73, Rogue hearing his master's words. Zhang Yang found it difficult to refuse and subsequently released his aura. Boom. The aura belonging to the 5th level of martial mastery erupted from Zhang Yang, sending a wave of energy cascading outward, causing the clothes of those nearby to rustle wildly. He truly has broken through 3 realms. What is happening in this world? Are realm barriers merely suggestions now? One disciple exclaimed. Have you not noticed that Zhang Shidi's aura is significantly stronger than that of an ordinary 5th level martial master? The others were left astonished. In just 7 days, Zhang Yang had consecutively advanced 3 realms, shattering their understanding of cultivation. This is impossible. Shi Jing, who always considered himself exceptionally gifted, was left dumbfounded. Good. Hala. Gu Ming expressed his delight at the sight. Until the last person departed from the mysterious realm of Xuanqin, the expressions on their faces had yet to fully recover. The shock brought about by Zhang Yang was simply overwhelming. Stop daydreaming. Gu Ming reminded. Only then did the crowd awaken from their stupor. Junior brother Zhang's pace of breakthrough was rather humiliating, remarked a disciple, covering his face. You all have made breakthroughs as well, with half a month's time remaining. I will take you to the trial tower next. While this place may not enhance your cultivation, it will undoubtedly sharpen your skills and be of great benefit to you, Gu Ming explained. Zhang Yang silently mused. It seems Master is truly investing heavily. The points required for the trial tower are exorbitant, and I have never been there myself. Before long, the group followed Gu Ming to the exterior of the trial tower, which boasted 10 towering levels. Step inside, Gu Ming instructed. Upon entering the trial tower, a figure quickly materialized before Zhang Yang, an exact replica of himself. The realm is surprisingly identical to mine, Zhang Yang remarked. Astonished, just as he was contemplating this, the doppelganger lunged at him with a sword. Swish! Zhang Yang reacted swiftly, countering with a strike that dispatched the opponent. That was a bit underwhelming, he muttered. Soon, he ascended to the second level, where yet another identical figure awaited him. The moment Zhang Yang appeared, the figure charged at him. Swish! Zhang Yang effortlessly felled the foe. In the subsequent moments, Zhang Yang continued to eliminate opponents with a single strike. Swiftly reaching the 6th level, the realm is 2 levels higher than mine and has grasped sword intent, Zhang Yang exclaimed in surprise. Nevertheless, it was still no match for him, and he dispatched it with a single blow. Still too weak. It fails to serve its purpose of honing my skills. Zhang Yang shook his head. In no time, he arrived at the 10th level. As he materialized, the figure before him charged with ferocity. So fast, Zhang Yang's expression changed. This opponent's speed surpassed his own. Clang! Zhang Yang retaliated, only to be sent flying by a single stroke from the figure. Damn, so strong, Zhang Yang cursed, but before he could finish, the figure lunged at him again. Zhang Yang, quick to react, rolled aside and engaged in combat with the figure. It's 3 realms higher than me, Zhang Yang noted, swinging his sword, yet he was pushed back once more. This sword intent comprehension has reached the 3rd level, surpassing my own, Zhang Yang grumbled under his breath. Zhang Yang had breezed through the first 9 levels, dispatching foes with ease, but upon reaching the 10th level, he found himself relentlessly overwhelmed. Clang, clang, clang. As he battled, injuries began to accumulate, blood flowing from his wounds. Remarkably, despite being at a disadvantage, Zhang Yang persisted, rising each time to continue the fight. 6 days later, the dynamics had shifted dramatically. It was no longer the figure suppressing him, but Zhang Yang who now held the upper hand. A swish, seizing an opportunity, he unleashed a rapid strike, finally severing the figure's head. Phew, that was close, Zhang Yang gasped for breath. This battle had been the most challenging since his arrival in this world, coming perilously close to defeat multiple times, yet he felt grateful for the experience. Without it, he would not have accelerated his comprehension of sword intent to the 3rd level. Nor would his realm have stabilized. It's time to exit, Zhang Yang declared, vanishing from within the trial tower. Upon his emergence, Lan Chuchu and Gu Ming were momentarily taken aback. Pervert! Lan Chuchu's face flushed crimson as she quickly shielded her eyes and turned away. Pervert! Zhang Yang was bewildered, yet, upon noticing his tattered clothing, his own face turned red as he hastily covered himself, with 2 out of 3 points exposed and the remaining 1 barely covered by a scrap of cloth. It was nearly indecent. What on earth are you doing? Hurry and change your clothes, Gu Ming scolded. I don't have any, Zhang Yang replied awkwardly. Gu Ming, speechless, tossed him a set of disciple robes, which Zhang Yang quickly donned. Why did you come out so soon and in such a state? Gu Ming inquired. Zhang Yang had spent roughly 7 days inside, estimating that he had nearly reached the mid-levels of the trial tower. Hearing Gu Ming's question, Lan Chuchu cautiously peeked through her fingers to confirm Zhang Yang had dressed, her face turning even redder as she exclaimed, You insufferable rogue, it wasn't intentional, besides, you saw me completely. You've gained quite the advantage, Zhang Yang retorted. You scoundrel, Lan Chuchu stammered, her complexion fiery red. You've gone too far, young man. Since Chuchu has seen you in such a state, it's only fair that she takes responsibility. Why not simply become partners? Gu Ming chuckled, clearly amused, reflecting the concern he felt for his disciple. This remark left both Zhang Yang and Lan Chuchu stunned. It seems my master is rather unorthodox. Zhang Yang mused silently. What nonsense are you spouting, sect leader? Lan Chuchu protested, her face deepening in color. Gu Ming laughed heartily at her reaction. By the way, why did you emerge so quickly? He redirected the conversation. I completed the trials, Zhang Yang responded. Completed them? Are you implying that you cleared the trial tower in 7 days? Gu Ming asked incredulously. Roughly, though I spent the first day on the 10th level and was stuck there for 7 days. I must say, that adversary on the 10th level was extraordinarily formidable, Zhang Yang admitted, still feeling the aftereffects of the encounter. So that's how it is. Gu Ming and Lan Chuchu exchanged glances. their expressions reflecting a sense of numbness. Zhang Yang's remarkable feats had astonished them too many times to count. Over the next few days, the other disciples gradually emerged from the tower aside from Zhang Yang. The best performer was Shi Jing, who took half a month to reach the 10th level but was swiftly eliminated upon entry. Nevertheless, this achievement was quite commendable, ranking among the exceptional in the history of the Shaoxian sect. Upon emerging, Shi Jing was quite pleased, especially knowing Zhang Yang had exited earlier. He assumed Zhang Yang's performance could not match his own. Ji Yuming and Lan Chuchu chose not to disillusion him. The four sects grand competition takes place in the Imperial City, which is quite a distance from here, so we must set off immediately, Gu Ming announced as the Shaoxian sect's airship descended. Chapter 74, Arrival at the Imperial City. The airship swiftly traversed the skies, and Zhang Yang approached Gu Ming. Master, do you know what the requirements are to join the Taishan sect? Zhang Yang inquired. Taishan sect? Gu Ming pondered for a moment. I'm not entirely sure. Zhang Yang was not surprised by this answer. However, if you wish to join the Taishan sect in the future, your only avenue is to achieve a remarkable performance in the four sects grand competition. Otherwise, there is no hope, Gu Ming advised. Why is that? Zhang Yang asked, intrigued. According to the information I received this time, the top-ranking disciples in the four sects grand competition will represent the Great Xia dynasty in the Wanzhou War. This war serves as an excellent stage for you to showcase your talents. Only by performing well can you attract the attention of the powerful factions in the eastern region, thereby gaining the opportunity to access the central region, Gu Ming elaborated. Wanzhou War, just the name sounds extraordinary. What is it? Zhang Yang questioned, puzzled. That is something you don't need to know just yet. If you perform well in the four sects grand competition, I believe someone will explain it to you. Just remember to seize this opportunity, Gu Ming instructed. Zhang Yang nodded earnestly. As the time for his promise to Hua Jinyan drew near, he felt an immense pressure. It seems I may have boasted too much. Zhang Yang thought to himself. Time flew by, and the group neared the Imperial City. Zhang Yang could see the grand and bustling metropolis from afar, vastly larger than his hometown of Qingshan City. For many, this was their first visit to the Imperial City, and the sheer scale left them in awe. Soon, the airship landed outside the Imperial City, and under Gu Ming's guidance, they exited the cabin. Welcome, Sect Leader Gu, a man clad in a yellow robe approached with a smile, the robe adorned with swirling golden dragons, exuding an imposing presence. A woman accompanied him. Your Highness, Gu Ming greeted respectfully upon hearing the title. The others quickly followed suit in bowing. Please wait a moment, Sect Leader. The other three sects should be arriving shortly, the prince replied, and he arranged a resting area for the Shaoxian sect. Is that the legendary Grand Prince? Shi Jing remarked, his expression serious, sensing a dangerous aura emanating from the man. Indeed, he was none other than the Grand Prince Xia Luo, renowned as the first prodigy of the Great Xia dynasty. Accompanied by his cousin Xia Ji, whose talents were formidable in their own right, the first prodigy of the Great Xia dynasty, everyone gasped in astonishment. Such a title was undeniably impressive. Interesting, Zhang Yang mused, stroking his chin. At that moment, another airship landed, and the members of the Seven Fiends sect disembarked. Grand Prince Xia Luo promptly approached them. The people from the Seven Fiends sect have arrived, the one leading them is their sect leader. Zhang Xiao, who is that young man in black? You don't know, he is Feng Luo, the first prodigy of the Seven Fiends sect, hailed as a once-in-a-century genius. As the members of the Seven Fiends sect arrived, the crowd that had been waiting eagerly began to discuss animatedly. Grand Prince Xia Luo arranged resting accommodations for the Seven Fiends sect as well, coincidentally placing them adjacent to the Shaoxian sect's area. As the members of the Seven Fiends sect arrived in the resting area, the atmosphere became charged with hostility. The relationship between the Seven Fiends sect and the Lesser Xian sect has always been fraught with tension. Ancient sect master, you should cherish this last opportunity to participate in the four sects competition. There may not be another chance, Gu Ming remarked with a sardonic smile towards Zhang Xiao. You need not concern yourself with that. Gu Ming replied coolly. Oh, how is it that your Lesser Xian sect has a fifth-level martial master? Surely he too intends to participate in the four sects competition. A disciple from the Seven Fiends sect feigned surprise. Upon hearing this, the members of the Seven Fiends sect turned their gazes towards Zhang Yang, erupting into mocking laughter. The remark was clearly intentional. Anyone present was aware that all disciples here were indeed participating in the competition. That scoundrel! The disciples of the Lesser Xian sect seethed with indignation. It seems that as long as we can defeat Shi Jing, our Lesser Xian sect is finished, Feng Luo stated, his disdain evident. Shi Jing's expression darkened, yet he chose silence, opting not to respond. Do not go too far, Lan Chuchu exclaimed angrily. Well, this lady is quite attractive, especially those long legs. I find them particularly appealing. I've made my decision. You shall be mine from now on, haha. Feng Luo finally noticed Lan Chuchu, his eyes widening at the sight of her legs. Being openly teased by Feng Luo left Lan Chuchu visibly upset. The others from the Lesser Xian sect looked to Shi Jing, their first among them, hoping for a retort, but the reality was that Shi Jing remained silent. The atmosphere grew heavy with disappointment. They knew that, in terms of morale, the Lesser Xian sect had already lost, just as despair set in. Zhang Yang's voice pierced through the gloom. With such an unattractive visage, my senior sister would never take a liking to you. Zhang Yang stated blandly. What did you say? Feng Luo barked furiously, his eyes fixed on Zhang Yang, seemingly ablaze with wrath. I guess there's something wrong with your hearing, Zhang Yang replied. If you dare to repeat that. Try it, Feng Luo snarled, a murderous aura emanating from him as he lunged towards Zhang Yang. I am the father of mud, Zhang Yang retorted. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes widening, especially the members of the Lesser Xian sect, who struggled to suppress their laughter, taken aback by Zhang Yang's sharp tongue. I will kill you. Feng Luo was incensed, completely losing his composure. However, just as he was about to strike, the authoritative voice of the Grand Prince Xia Luo echoed through the air. This is the Imperial City. Should you dare to act here, you will die. Upon hearing this, Feng Luo immediately regained his composure, glaring fiercely at Zhang Yang, envisioning 1,000 torturous deaths for him. By offending the members of the Seven Fiends sect, you are effectively endangering us. What will we do if they decide to target us? Shi Jing's countenance was grim. Before Zhang Yang could respond, Lan Chuchu's displeased voice interrupted. We have already been trampled upon. You, as the foremost of the Lesser Xian sect, remain silent at such a critical moment. Are you not a man? Anger surged within her. Just as Shi Jing was about to retort, he caught sight of the disapproving glares from the other disciples of the Lesser Xian sect. Swallowing his words, yet his resentment towards Zhang Yang deepened. Zhang Yang regarded Shi Jing's somber expression and shook his head. A true man traversing the world should rise to the occasion, if one lacks such fortitude. How are they any different from the refuse of society? I alone am sufficient to confront the Seven Fiends sect. Zhang Yang's resolute voice resonated within the hearts of every disciple from the Lesser Xian sect. Chapter 75. The four sects gather. The relationship between the Lesser Xian sect and the Seven Fiends sect had reached a freezing point when yet another flying vessel descended, and the disciples from the 100 Flowers Valley emerged. This way, Sect Master Hua, the Grand Prince, warmly welcomed the members of the 100 Flowers Valley to the resting area. Why is the Grand Prince so warm? You are unaware. It is said that the Grand Prince has a penchant for Yen Susu from the 100 Flowers Valley, but has yet to win her heart. A group of gossiping women chuckled nearby. The resting area for the 100 Flowers Valley was situated on the opposite side of the Lesser Xian sect. As the female disciples of the 100 Flowers Valley arrived, the disciples from the Seven Fiends sect eagerly approached them, only to be met with indifference, whereas junior brother Zhang, a female disciple from the 100 Flowers Valley, suddenly inquired. Upon spotting Zhang Yang, the eyes of the female disciples sparkled, and they all made their way towards him. Zhang Yang sighed inwardly. Upon seeing the group of women, he had instinctively hidden among the crowd, yet was still discovered. Although the female disciples of the 100 Flowers Valley admired Zhang Yang, they did not exhibit the same fervor as their counterparts, merely exchanging pleasantries before returning to their designated area. Junior brother Zhang, do your best, Yen Susu smiled, before also returning to her resting area. Why is Zhang Yang so favored by the female disciples of the 100 Flowers Valley? Some onlookers wondered in astonishment. Unable to comprehend the situation, the disciples of the Seven Fiends sect were particularly baffled, their expressions darkening. They had hoped to engage with the female disciples, but their attempts were met with cruel rejection. The ladies hardly acknowledged them. If that were all, it would have been bearable, as it was common knowledge that the female disciples of the 100 Flowers Valley were notoriously aloof. However, the moment these same disciples laid eyes on Zhang Yang, they seemed enchanted, their gazes filled with admiration. This left the disciples of the Seven Fiends sect feeling humiliated, and coupled with their already strained relationship with the Lesser Xian sect, their resentment for Zhang Yang intensified. During the competition, I shall personally slay him, a disciple from the Seven Fiends sect scoffed. Just as the crowd's attention remained fixated on Zhang Yang, a sudden commotion erupted. The disciples from the Jade Void Palace have arrived. Look, the one clad in white is Lang Lingjie, rumored to be of the same caliber as Grand Prince Xia. The onlookers buzzed with excitement. It seems that the champion of this four-sex competition is undoubtedly the Jade Void Palace. With the arrival of the Jade Void Palace, the Grand Prince's authoritative voice rang out once more. Tomorrow evening, I shall host a banquet for all the young talents. I hope everyone will grace us with their presence. Grand Prince Xia announced. We shall certainly attend the banquet, Lang Lingjie replied with a smile, and the others nodded in agreement. Now, I shall lead you to your respective accommodations for a brief respite. As the competition will commence in 3 days, the Grand Prince smiled, guiding everyone into the imperial city. Given the impending competition among the 4 major sects, the Grand Prince had thoughtfully arranged for the accommodations of the disciples to be situated at considerable distances from one another. Placed at the 4 corners of the imperial city, Zhang Yang and the others followed a guard towards the east. It was understandable for the Grand Prince to personally escort the 100 Flowers Valley. Considering his affection for Yen Susu, yet why was Xiaji leading the way for the Jade Void Palace? One disciple pondered. Among the 4 major sects, only they and the 7 Fiends sect are accompanied by guards. This disparity in treatment seems significant. It is rumored that Xiaji has long harbored feelings for Lang Lingjie. Perhaps that is the reason, Lan Chuchu remarked, and the others finally understood. The disciples of the lesser Xian sect soon arrived at a secluded villa within the imperial city. A tranquil yet somewhat remote abode. What a grand villa, larger than my entire family estate, one disciple exclaimed in awe. Everyone, please rest here for the next few days. The guard smiled as he addressed them before departing. The group entered the villa, each selecting a room to rest. As evening fell, they gathered in the courtyard of the villa to partake in dinner. The meal was lavishly provided by the royal family, featuring many ingredients Zhang Yang had never encountered, leaving him thoroughly satisfied. Tomorrow evening you will attend the Grand Prince's banquet, so do not forget to prepare some gifts, Gu Ming reminded them. The others nodded in agreement. Junior brother, let us go together to buy gifts tomorrow, and we can also explore the imperial city, Lan Chuchu said excitedly. As it was her first time in the city, Zhang Yang was about to respond when she interjected. All right, consider it settled. Zhang Yang thought to explain that he had not a single coin to his name and could not afford gifts, but Lan Chuchu did not grant him the opportunity. The dinner continued late into the night, and everyone retreated to their rooms to rest. Zhang Yang, however, lay on the grass in the courtyard, gazing at the full moon above, lost in thought, having traversed into this world for several months now. He mused, it should be close to the Mid-Autumn Festival back on Earth. I wonder how my parents are faring, he pondered, his gaze becoming increasingly distant. Moments later, Zhang Yang sat up from the grass, the pangs of homesickness rendering him restless. Opting for a stroll to clear his mind, he made his way outside the city. Before long, he reached a mountain nearby the imperial city, where he could take in the evening vista. Standing atop the heights, the cool autumn breeze brushed against Zhang Yang's resolute face, yet he seemed oblivious to the chill, staring blankly at the scenery in the distance, as if time had come to a standstill. However, amidst this serene ambience, the rustling of leaves in the woods behind him abruptly shattered the tranquility. The atmosphere was disrupted, pulling Zhang Yang from his reverie, his brow furrowed in annoyance at the interruption. Soon, a multitude of men clad in black emerged before Zhang Yang, wielding gleaming weapons, clearly intent on confronting him. Who would have thought this fellow would venture into the mountains at such an hour? If he hadn't come, we wouldn't have this opportunity, one of the men in black sneered coldly. Who are you? Zhang Yang replied, his tone imbued with impatience. We are the ones here to kill you. Charge at me together, shouted one of the men in black, as more than 20 of them raised their weapons and charged towards Zhang Yang. Spare me my peace, yet you dare to seek my life. Zhang Yang's anger flared, and the innate stone sword materialized in his hand, with his murderous aura reaching an apex. Let all of you die, Zhang Yang roared, plunging into the fray. Chapter 76, Black Silkworm Thread in the Forest. Glimmers of cold light flashed as Zhang Yang engaged in fierce combat with the men in black, shattering the tranquility of the woods. Swoosh, 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 with each stroke of his sword, a head would roll. How can he be this powerful? Our realms are equal, yet so many of us are no match for him. One of the men in black exclaimed in terror. In mere moments, Zhang Yang had already slain half of their number. Swoosh, a white flash cut through the air as Zhang Yang's sword beheaded 3 men in an instant. Swoosh, 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 Zhang Yang unleashed a massacre within the crowd, soon leaving only one man standing. Upon seeing Zhang Yang, drenched in blood and exuding an aura of a slaughter god, the last man quaked in fear, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. Who sent you to kill me? Zhang Yang approached him slowly, blood still dripping from the innate stone sword. If you have the courage, then kill me. The man in black trembled yet summoned his courage to respond. Swoosh, Zhang Yang swiftly severed his head with a single stroke. Since you refuse to speak, then you shall die. Afterward, Zhang Yang searched the bodies for clues and quickly made a discovery. He recognized the style of the shoes worn by the men in black. He had seen them on Huang'an and Xiong Chanshan. I had almost forgotten about the Xiong and Huang families. Both of these clans reside within the imperial city. Their existence has always posed a threat to my Zhang family. If it comes to that, I shall have to take the risk. A glint of cold light flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes, and he turned to leave, heading back to the secluded residence of the little Shen sect. In the Huang family's hall, two middle-aged men sat relaxed, seemingly awaiting good news. These two were Xiong Badian, the head of the Xiong family, and Huang Duya, the head of the Huang family, with our two families joining forces and sending our elite. I believe Zhang Yang will have no means of escape, boomed Xiong Badian with laughter. I never expected Zhang Yang to meander through the mountains at such a late hour. I certainly won't let this golden opportunity slip away. Huang Duya echoed with mirth. After the little Shen sect arrived in the imperial city, he had dispatched men to keep a close watch on their residence, hoping for a chance to eliminate Zhang Yang. Little did he know this seemingly casual act would lead to an unprecedented opportunity. Suddenly, a guard burst into the hall, exclaiming, "My lord, something is amiss." "What is it? Speak clearly." Huang Duya frowned. "None of our men sent to kill Zhang Yang have returned." The guard reported. "What of Zhang Yang?" Xiong Badian inquired. "I did not see him," the guard replied. A sense of foreboding gripped Huang Duya's heart as he and Xiong Badian hurried to the mountain range. Upon entering, they were met with a heavy stench of blood and soon encountered the scene of numerous corpses. Both Huang Duya and Xiong Badian's brows furrowed in concern, for Zhang Yang's figure was conspicuously absent among the dead. "It seems Zhang Yang must have left. I just wonder if he discovered the identities of these assassins." Xiong Badian voiced his worry. "Zhang Yang is here for the Four Sects Grand Competition. If he uncovers this and informs the royal family, it would spell disaster for both our clans. Do not fret, the clothing of these men has all been changed. He cannot possibly trace it back to us." Huang Duya reassured him. "We must return to discuss this matter further, if it comes to it." A cold smile crept across Huang Duya's face. Xiong Badian, recognizing the Huang family's influence, felt a sense of relief wash over him. The following noon, Zhang Yang struggled valiantly against his captor, yet to no avail, as Lan Chuchu forcibly dragged him to the most bustling street of the imperial city. The central district of the imperial city was the epitome of prosperity. Alive with the sounds of lively chatter, as vendors on either side of the road shouted enthusiastically, creating a vibrant atmosphere.